Chapter 1 The Truest Affection. Lin Mai awakened from excruciating pain, greeted by a persistent, soft voice that filled the air. Her mind buzzed a saturant of unfamiliar memory surged forth, all absorbed in thebling cofani. To her astonishment, Lin Mai realized that she had traversed time space, reincarnating into a foreign dynasty within the Badiafa namesake, eyeing Miss of illegitimate birth. Only after clarifying her situation did Lin Mai begin to scrutinize her surroundings. Thean speaking was Lin Qianqing, her half-sister born of a concubine. Dressed in a delicate, light rosy garment trimmed with auspicious motifs, Lin Qianqing Setaru was further complemented by a skirt adorned with subtle butterfly patterns, cinched off her waist with a string of beaded tassels, and draped in a bamboo green veiled, her hair was styled in a fashionable yao tai bun, adorned with coral and jade hairpins, white earrings the trezomblette butterfly studded with rubies. Exquisitely graceful, she resembled la tusmiging from water, radiantas the atumimun. Lin Qianqing nervously stily glanced at Thetian face Jubeos beside her. Fourth miss, on the day the esteemed Lindarin betrothed himself to my father, I'd was stated that the engagement was with Amazof Lin family, not specifically with third miss, the speaker was noniather than Jubauza, Lin Mai's betrothed. Lin Mai's gay shifted to Jubauza, how is indeed handsome. Unfortunately, he held a hand in the demi-soft he original owner. Although Zufamula was of trading descent, they were affluent and influential that Jubauza was exceptionally capable, poised to inherit power in the next generation. Once learned that he had done wittingly been embroiled in non-arranged marriages and childhood, he found it absurd. Thus, he had ventured to the capital under the pretensio of business to explore matters further. Deliberately revealing the thuas not favored at home, often suppressed, he had not anticipated that the original lie engaged Lin Mi would begin to distance herself from him. In contrast, Lin Qianqing showed him unceasing concern, caring for him attentively and even offering Gurmiadger savings to support them. Having travailed fair and wide with his father, Jubias had seen his fair share of sycophants. How cold Lin Mai's mercenary attitude compared to Lin Qianqing's genuine innocence. If you read a marry, it was undoubtedly Lin Qianqing, who harbored true affection for him, not Lin Mai, who valued wealth. Most probably, after discovering he was financially strapped, when Hekazilla mentioned a gathering with friends in the capital, Lin Mai brazenly insisted on joining him. A sheltered young lady, resorting to such decorous behavior for the sake of money, only deepened his disdain. Those were his good friends and under his guidance, they would surely have a therefun at Lin Mai's expense. In her desperate bid to win over wealthy acquaintances, Lin Mai proved herself freckles. During this bitter winter she hated vendered Talia Pinto Afrazen Lake. Consequently, she suffered a gravelness, near la Losinger life, only to soon after venturing out again to the royal estate in search of money. For silver, Lin Mai truly risked all. Was money from the royal estate so easily yearned? The current emperor's favorite, the seventh prince, Oyenhao, known as Demon off Battlefield, was mercurial and ruthless, feared by enemies. Ah? Is that so? Lin Qianqing stared at Jubauza, her facey portrait of bewilderment. Certainly. Jubauza shot a disdainful glance at Lin Mai before turning, is gazing affectionately towards Lin Qianqing. When my father betrothed me to Lindarin, both the matriarch and to their concubines were present to stipulate that it was to be wed to myself Lin family. These gone miss, born of the second concubine, has already been taken under the matriarch's wing. Thus, Theoniam Taud Canon Libio Nofte Turter fourth misses, Jubios acknowledged with a measure of self-awareness. As she hailed from a merchant lineage, Lindarin, a high-ranking official, would naturally refrain from marrying his legitimate daughter to the family. Theon Levy B options were at these two legitimate daughters. Ehave cometh this to me to present the pair in a bracelet beloved, Jubeaz declared, retrieving the exquisitely crafted bracelet and gazing passionately at Lin Qianqing. Fourth miss, may I ask if I would accept this bracelet? This Lin Qianqing cheeks flushed crimson, shimmering tears swilling and here Isis has shyly obscured her face with a handkerchief. Such matters should surely be decided by my father and mother. How cold I kept this bracelet privately? When my father struck the betrothal with Lindarin, it was agreed that it would latterus the Okjade bracelet of Finma betrothed. Whoever possesses the matching bracelet shall be me wife. Jubioza for me earnestly to fourth miss, I hold deep affection for ya. Would he accept the Fide bracelet? I Lin Qianqing blushed fervently, clearly enamored with Jubauza. While it toi complete Linard Lin Mai, languishing in thelator, suffringent in segani, Lin Milo arid her head and slowly curled her lips into a smile. She had managed to escape at the horror so fate dystopian world and stepped in tune where nourishing food was plentiful. Yet their insides burned, a torment exacerbated by the poison ingested by the original owner. Wei taunts harmet her na for fighter wa twas poisontum washoni to another. In thought post-apocalyptic realm, her awakened ability revolved around since themere poison she consumed, the stronger her powers became. To her surprise, upon reincarnation, Theshadred Kor had inexplicably brought Thai's ability along. Her disdain for the original owner, ho had perished for this Okaledfian, was palpable. Was this drulith the loveth the original owner coveted? How trivial, it was the original owner who enjoyed being bullied, but no she was Lin Mei, not the original Lin Mei. Anyone attempting to impose in her Wu Dao to consider their own capabilities. Was Jubeas not to see fuel when had claimed he was not favored a thome. Then what oft he find fabric office garments and the jaw dependent the thum to thighs waist. Wu Dao disregarded some possess such valuable items? The truly neglected anew was he, devoid of fanny adornments, dressed in a frayed gown that bare lyre tained its sculler. Having been raised in Narmote courtyard, Lin Mi Hatsi and little leafed world's fineries, unable to recognize Jubeo's wealth, thus believing his assertion soft poverty and neglect. However, Lin Qianqing was different. She thrived alongside death a third concubine, well aware of the worth of Jube's satire and accessories. This Jubeo's wastrally dim-witted, failing to perceive a thestar contrast between her wardrobe and Lin Qianqing's. Yet, here he was seeking true love? Very well shwood grand thimilove profound in sincerity and intensity and see if he could bear it. Young Master Zhu doi professor affection for my fourth sister? A tremulous voice quavered, echoing like a frightened creature hit a nine thunderbrush. The twosome deep in their mutual affection finally noticed Lin Mei, who had, unbeknownst to them, used up the litter for support to recessfully, perhaps weakened from their deal, she swayed and steadied herself against a nearby table. Her cylinder form appeared as if Amory gust could topple her. Lin Qianqing's meticulously drawn brows furrowed slightly. This hurt sister boy striking resemblance to their charming guy la limither, having the tone a stroke of enhancement, yet boasting exquisite a brows and, even Mariso, herb witching, flower-like heist hat glimmered like dwana spring morning troya sight to behold. The concubine had it to read that Lin Mai was akin to her. A temptress ensnaring men she arts. Sister, I believe a shoodle her father and mother decide this marriage, should when it? How can a young lady presume to make such decisions for herself? Lin Qianqing murmured bashfully. Yether fleshette cheeks diminished the weight of her words significantly. Zhugongzi if memory serve right, the oak jade bracelet is a pair. You possess own why let the authoress with them. I sit not you who holds the betrothal toy. Lin Mai turned, the corner soft hair enchanting a stinged with crimson, her gaze a shimmering with an alluring gradients. Yet the Morebriath taking Lin Mai came, them where Jubeas felt travulsion wasted na so liduator bewitching visagia thought shes up to ensnarement and ensconce herself among them. Such behavior washed beneath him. Such matters should naturally be my prerogative dat hasn't linderine in formidiu? What daughter is permitted choose her own suitor? Jubels admonished Lin Mei, accusing her of shameless lie attempting to select their partner. Lin Mi pressed her trembling lips doge there, her was a quaking gas inquired. Very well, if it is indeed a coas between two, may I ask, young Master Zhu, huiogong fourth sister over Mijolf? Because I'd sar love untainted being impurities. Is that so wrong? Jubiozi's irritation erupted at Lin Mai scree. Heska federosively, loudly chastising her. Anona Handy's fourth miss, who, upon learning Goff my plight, wishes to for her meager savings to support me on theatre, an emotionless, mercenary woman, I fa wary in my position, which while de ouches. Jubeo scold smirksated in Lin Mei, ace of sure renneth in more thanafil theratinagater. At this words Lin Mai's weight slight lie and whispered, is the trull restoit? Is that note sufficient? Jubioza cuckolded incredulously. Lin Mei, can you not be a bitzel for? Since you have made our decision, I shall return the okjade bracelet in my possession to tunst. Lin Mai lo weirder gaze, her word softy etrisalit. Then I am grateful to third Miss Fori or cooperation. Jubioza retorted haughtily, relieved she had not made things sindel yawkward. Suddenly Lin Mei raised her head, a radiant smiley illuminating heraldry enchanting features, making Hirvan more captivating than before. In a swift motion, Sheplejet her hand into her bosom and produced a stack of silver notes, hurling them for Svuli at Jubauza. Die do not sereque retin thou san tales to establish yourself independently. Heralius in 1,000 tales notes, precisely accounted for, gifted from the residency of 7th Prince, redeemably in M&A house. For you endeavoret to stand in my own seeking to courty our friends, top pleaseth them ipliged in thefers and depths and isolate thy swinter, risking my lefeta recover j dependence from the bottom. In your liprish from the fort, elsa the would lend a helping hand when I required it. When I take your leave it to establish yourself, you may barter with them freely. For you, e'en you ret the torment off drug trials at the royal estate, Suffering as if my insides were being slicedan burned, living through agony usto inter I was rewarded for successful trials. For you I cast aside my self-respect, disregarding my reputation and even my life, exposing myself to ridicule, and I suffered insolence, laughed at by your companions. And yet, you to claim that Emerson yan cold-hearted? Ju Bowser, I truly thank you for enlightening me know your notion of true love. How absurd. I once believed I shared your betrothal, devoted Holly Toy, how mistaken he was. Go and marry your true love, the fourth miss. Do not deign to concern yourself with this mercenary, heartless woman. The light lie thrown banknote struck Boza's face like ye £1,000, while in my accusations pierced like heroes to his art, leaving him stunned, standing like ye asked to, as if struck be lightning. Hehedal waste hot Lincoln King was themis selfless and pure, loving him sincerely. To his astonishment, Hehed be none aware of the countless sacrifices Lin May had made for him. Nor guard for reputation, nor guard for pride, even willing to forsake her life. Compared to Lin May, what had Linkianking truly offered? Mere euphemes lyco and sansom well-intentioned words. Yet Lin May was willing to go to such lengths for an uncertain engagement. Wasn't this the recency of Tetrust affection has sought? If there was such a selfless love, point this world could surpass Lin May's devotion? Jubeozio pineth mouth to speak, but his throat was dry, unable to produce sound, leaving him to stare vacant lie at Lin May, whose eyes were met with tears, possessing beauty so profound it could break hone she art. How cold shall love hymns? Such profound devotion was ridiculed beheme. Jubeaz fell to Rinjinjin his mind blank. Returning to Hermode's chamber, Lin Milo curled her lips into a smile, whispering softly, Jubauza, do you appreciate the stoke no true affection I sent you? Chapter 2 Ruined young Master Zhu, allow me to assist you. Lin Qianqing knelt down, extending her hand to retrieve the silver note from the ground. Unfortunately, before her delicate, youthful fingers could touch the note, Zhu Baozi forcefully pushed her aside, causing her to stumble and fall. For so long Zhu Baozi had treated her with gentleness and courtesy. When had he become so uncouth and disrespectful? Young Master Zhu. What are you doing? Lin Qianqing asked, her voice tinged with grievance. Zhu Baozi looked up, meeting Lin Qianqing's tear-filled eyes. The once pitifully charming face now seemed utterly distasteful. Yet how could Lin Qianqing, merely given a light shove, be reduced to tears? Was her previous concern for him truly heartfelt? It was only then that Zhu Baozi scrutinized Lin Qianqing closely, suddenly realizing that she was adorned in luxurious silks, her hairpin gleaming brilliantly. He couldn't even recall what attire she wore. In the span of over a month, he had never truly looked at Lin May. A pang of sorrow gripped Zhu Baozi's heart as he trembled. Reaching down to grasp the silver note from the ground, carefully smoothing out every crease, when had Lin Qianqing ever endured such humiliation? Though she was a daughter of concubine birth, she had been raised with the utmost affection by her mother. Silken handkerchief pressed to her mouth, she sobbed softly and fled. Zhu Baozi, as if oblivious to her departure, remained squatting on the ground, picking up the invaluable silver notes one by one. He managed the family's business and had handled countless silver notes. Yet he had never felt them so searing to the touch. Each note he picked up burned his heart, causing it to ache as if bleeding. Oh dear, who has wronged our fourth miss? Upon seeing her daughter rush in, Aunt Kong hurriedly descended from the Kong, moving to meet her. Her resplendent purple gauze skirt swayed as she walked, a bright red ribbon cinching her waist, not to mention the dazzling golden hairpin adorning her head. It was as if she longed to crown herself with a mountain of gold. Though her attire was somewhat garish, her concern for Lin Qianqing was more genuine than gold itself. Young Master Zhu favors third sister. And detests me, Lin Qianqing cried sorrowfully, her lament breaking Aunt Kong's heart into pieces. Upon hearing this, Aunt Kong was alarmed. This was a splendid match for Zhu Baozi, and she must surely fight for her daughter's chance. The legitimate daughter might look down upon a merchant, but if her illegitimate daughter were to marry Zhu Baozi, she would enjoy a life of luxury and ease, far better than marrying into a humble family or becoming another's concubine. Come, let us seek justice from the madam. Aunt Kong grasped Lin Qianqing, determined to find the principal wife, Madame Zhao Jianing, to plead their case. Mother, Lin Qianqing felt a pang of fear. Young Master Zhu favored third sister. And her mother might not be able to make a decision, right? What do you mean she can't decide? In other matters, Aunt Kong may lack confidence, but when it comes to this marriage, she is certain. Years ago, that seductive creature, Aunt Lin May, bewitched the master, causing him to forget all propriety, neglecting even the principal wife. Thankfully, the madam was resourceful and took that seductress's eldest daughter under her wing. When that temptress gave birth to Lin May, she was already ruined, realizing her daughter might have no support in the future, so she sought the madam's favor, Requesting a name, the madam in her fairness remarked, "This girl is captivatingly charming. Let us name her May." That slap was a resounding rebuke to the temptress. Naturally, Lin May turned out to be a temptress herself. What decent family would name their daughter something so shameful? The madam disdained Lin May, and this promising match with the Zhu family would surely elude her. Trust Aunt Kong, she knows what she speaks of. Aunt Kong led Lin Qianqing, whose eyes were red from crying, to seek the Madame Zhao. This moment, Zhao Jianing sat on the Kong wearing a plain satin stand-collared garment, her fingers gently twisting a strand of prayer beads, her glossy hair adorned with a silver hairpin featuring intricate designs. She exuded an air of elegance and grace. Even her makeup was but a delicate layer. Presenting a visage of kind and dignified beauty, "Madam, you must intercede for our fourth miss." Aunt Kong burst into the room, wailing Zhao Jianing, after a slight adjustment of her prayer beads and an imperceptible frown. Replied in a measured tone, "Speak properly. This is no way to conduct oneself. Oh dear madam, are you unaware? The seventh prince has been poisoned and is desperately seeking an antidote. Third miss has ventured out to assist him. In my opinion, a young lady should not expose herself in such a manner." Aunt Kong continued, casting discreet glances at Zhao's reaction. As expected, Zhao Jianing's expression shifted dramatically, and she slammed her hand on the table. "Go. Summon that unruly girl. Is she intent on bringing disgrace upon our family?" Zhao Jianing shot a scornful glance at Lin Qianqing, reproaching her for her lack of decorum. "Did you not see young Master Zhu conversing amiably with you just days ago? Why is it today that he favors Lin May?" Faced with such an inquiry from the madam, Lin Qianqing felt a wave of humiliation and anger. Tears that she had previously stifled began to flow anew. This sight shattered Aunt Kong's heart further, and she hastily said, "Madam, surely you do not understand. Our fourth miss is gentle by nature, unable to rival third miss." Aunt Kong added, recalling the madam's prior words. "She is naturally enchanting. No man can resist her allure. Indeed, it seems she is merely the offspring of a lowly concubine." Zhao Jianing spat with clenched teeth. Witnessing Zhao Jianing's ire, Aunt Kong felt a surge of satisfaction. Her daughter's prospects for marriage seemed secure. Lin May, that little temptress, thought she could snatch away her daughter's suitor. Humph, she ought to consider the path her own aunt had paved for her with the madam's disfavor. Her fate was surely sealed. Chapter 3. What are you doing? With a loud bang, the door was forcefully kicked open, and the maid Qingya entered, carrying dishes of food. She slammed them onto the table in the outer room and impatiently called out, "Dinner time!" The air was filled with the sweet aroma of rice, and Lin May, having just absorbed some toxins and slightly regained her abilities, leaped out of bed, disregarding her weakened state from fever and cold. Hastening to the dining table, the white rice soup floated with fragrant grains, accompanied by a dish of green vegetables and tofu, the greens vibrant and the tofu snowy white, a stark contrast to the wilted and bitter mutant plants she had been consuming. Not to mention the steaming, plump white bun beside it. Lin May lunged at the food, tearing the bun apart. A wave of sweet wheat fragrance wafted into her nostrils. Lin May closed her eyes, deeply intoxicated by the delightful aroma, nearly moved to tears. How long had it been since she had smelled the scent of proper food? Qingya watched in astonishment as Lin May devoured the bun as if she were a starving ghost. Half of it disappearing in one bite without even sitting down, she grabbed chopsticks and began to shovel the vegetables and tofu into her mouth with abandon. Eating too hastily, she risked choking and lifted the bowl of thin rice soup. Gulping it down. Qingya's eyes widened in disbelief, soon replaced by disdain. Truly, she was nothing more than a lowly concubine's daughter, lacking any decorum even at the dining table, more vulgar than the common folk. Though for many years her meekness had earned her certain benefits, the master's lack of favor had relegated her to this remote courtyard, where she had been mocked by other maids. Seeing Lin May devour her food like a glutton only stoked her anger further. Enough eating. Qingya suddenly flipped the table. Taken by surprise, Lin May found the remaining vegetables and tofu, along with her bowl of rice soup, splattered all over her, while the bun remained clutched in her hand, the rest falling to the ground. Dirted. Eat, eat, eat. All you do is eat. Do you know how to do anything else? To be cursed with a master like you, I must have been unlucky for 8 lifetimes. For years, Lin May had been an invisible presence in the household. Whenever Qingya was in a foul mood, she would vent her frustrations on Lin May. Look, the fiancé who was supposed to be yours has now set his sights on 4th Mississippi. And here you are, mingling with a group of men, even jumping into the water before everyone's eyes. You've brought nothing but shame upon the master. If you are to fall ill with a fever, do it properly and die, but still expect me to serve you? How audacious! Qingya angrily poked Lin May's forehead with her finger, prodding her head back with each jab. The more Qingya scolded, the more satisfaction she felt. Seeing Lin Mei's eyes glued to the fallen vegetables and tofu on the floor, she let out a cold laugh. Look, I haven't even had my meal because I brought yours. Still looking? What are you looking at? No more eating. Though she had never cared for the vegetables and tofu, seeing Lin Mei enjoying them so much irked her. When she noticed Lin Mei's gaze still fixated on the mess on the ground, Qingya raised her foot and with a loud squelch, stomped the already broken tofu into a mushy paste. Still looking? I've crushed it all for you so you don't have to chew. How thoughtful of me. Come eat. The lively and carefree Qingya was completely oblivious to the way Lin Mei's eyes had gradually taken on a blood-red hue. With a sudden crash, Qingya only then felt the intense pain, letting out a howl and shouting murder. The third miss has gone mad. The outside servants and maidens, alerted by the commotion, hurriedly rushed over and pushed open the courtyard door, only to be met with a shocking scene. There stood Lin Mei, frantically wielding a stool, striking Qingya relentlessly as if possessed. Each bone-jarring thud resonated in the air, sending shivers down their spines. Lin Mei, with the stool raised in her hand, slowly lifted her head. Her enchanting peach blossom eyes shimmering with a bewitching blood-red glow, normally alluring. Her gaze now tightened the hearts of all present, imparting a suffocating sensation as if they were prey locked in the sight of a ferocious beast lurking in the mountains. Sensing that their lives were in imminent peril, despite her feverish state, Lin Mei's cheeks were flushed, as radiant as blooming peach blossoms in March. Yet, the droplets of blood splattered across her face sent chills through their hearts. Especially when Lin Mei suddenly extended her delicate, vibrant tongue to gently lick the blood that had splashed onto her lips. A seductive smile graced her lips, reminiscent of a deadly poppy, beautiful yet lethal. Causing them to tremble in fear, faced with such a Lin Mei, not a single person dared to step forward. They were all rooted in place under the gaze of her slightly reddened eyes. What do you intend to do? Lin Mei inquired, her voice carrying a languid weakness that, paradoxically, sent a shiver through their hearts, like a feather brushing against their core, rendering them weak. What do I intend to do? I am beating someone, Lin Mei replied with a smile, her eyes sparkling with captivating charm, akin to a flower blooming fiercely under the blazing sun, captivating their gaze. Yet, upon seeing Qingya sprawled on the ground, drenched in blood, they were overtaken by a wave of dread and trepidation. Our marquette has always been known for its benevolence. How can you wantonly harm a maid? Someone called out. Come bind the third miss. Zhao Shi, who had rushed over upon hearing the news, immediately recognized Lin Mei's bewitching appearance and was reminded of Lin Mei's aunt, the woman who had captivated her husband. An immediate surge of anger welled within her, prompting her to scold harshly. Bind her? Lin Mei's gaze shifted, glimmering with a brilliant light, a playful smile gracing her lips, a coldness suddenly apparent. Who dares? The words fell like thunder, causing the group of servants to tremble as if an invisible hand had seized their throats, leaving them frozen in place, unable to advance a single step. Lin Mei smiled faintly, jesting. The murderous aura accumulated over a decade of hardship is not to be trifled with. Just a slight release is enough to make these servants tremble. Master, if word of Lin Mei's indiscriminate violence against the servants gets out, it will be a disgrace to your reputation and the marquette. Zhao Jianing gripped her prayer beads tightly, nearly snapping the string in her agitation. This little wretch in the courtyard should have been silenced long ago, just like her seductive mother, who was never one to behave. Disgrace the marquette? Lin Mei laughed, kicking Qingya aside, who lay bloodied on the ground. The onlookers watched in horror as Qingya slid across the floor, leaving a chilling trail of blood. Lin Mei appeared unfazed. Striding toward the side room where Qingya resided with a loud bang, she smashed the stool against the door. Sneering, look, this is my maid. She swiftly entered and emerged with an array of cosmetics, pouring them onto the ground. Pearl hair accessories, ruby earrings, golden hairpins, jade bracelets, they cascaded to the floor. Lin Mei then re-entered the room, emerging once more with a multitude of silks, which she threw down with a crash, proclaiming benevolence indeed. She entered yet again, returning with a bag of silver coins that clattered to the floor. Indeed, I should have been bound. I truly am a disgrace to the marquette. For the final time Lin Mei entered the room, carrying out a tray filled with sumptuous dishes, glistening roasted goose, fragrant stewed meat, gleaming grains of rice, and delicately stir-fried seasonal vegetables, accompanied by a bowl of creamy, savory fish soup. That I was so wrong. How could I strike my master Qingya? I should be on my knees serving her meals. With a loud crash, the tray of food was hurled to the ground, juices spilling forth, staining the exquisite silks. What am I? Merely a daughter born of the Marquisite's lesser branch. What right do I have to adorn myself with jewelry? What right do I have to reside in the main house? What right do I have to wear new clothes? I am truly wicked. Father, why not bind me and beat me to death? That would preserve the Marquisite's reputation for benevolence. Lin Mei maintained her smile, each word striking Lin Buyan like a slap. His face grew increasingly grim with each of Lin Mei's returns to the maid's quarters, her accusations deepening the pallor of his expression. Yet Lin Mei felt it was not enough. She extended her hands, cheerfully stating, "Do you know why Qingya could not defeat me earlier? I chopped my own firewood all winter, fetched my own water from the well every day, and washed my own clothes. How could her pampered body ever hope to match me?" "Enough!" Lin Buyan bellowed, his chest heaving violently, his nostrils flaring with steam. His complexion shifting from ashen to a furious crimson, resembling an enraged bull. His gaze shifted from the silks on the ground to Lin Mei's plain, colorless garment, from the jewelry scattered about to the wooden hairpin adorning Lin Mei's head, from the lavish feast on the ground to the trampled vegetables and tofu in Lin Mei's room. Lin Buyan felt blood rushing to his head, a throbbing pain at his temples watching the entire spectacle. Zhu Baozi felt as if a dull knife were repeatedly cutting into his heart. What kind of life had Lin Mei endured in the Marquisate? He recalled the first time he met her. Her sparkling eyes had shone with hope, and he had thought she was captivated by his wealth. Now he realized that she had seen him as a potential escape from this terrifying place. She did not merely seek to take. She had done everything within her power to care for him, for his connections. She had plunged into an icy lake to retrieve a jade pendant. For her own independence, she had risked her life to test medicine for the seventh prince, and what had he done? He had scorned her time and again, belittling her while she provided for him. What money did Lin Mei possess? All her monthly allowances had been taken by the maids. Indeed, her submissive nature was not born of weakness. Only after being severely bullied had she retaliated with such ferocity. "Someone drag Qingya away and execute her," Lin Buyan declared, unwilling to allow anyone to slap his face. Even if he had nearly forgotten he had a daughter named Lin Mei, she was still his daughter, a legitimate young lady of the Marquisate, and he would not allow a servant to trample upon her dignity. Master, Zhao Jianing stepped forward, wishing to say more but was silenced by Lin Buyan's fierce glare. "Mind your own business." The intensity of Lin Buyan's gaze made Zhao Jianing's heart race, and the words she intended to speak faltered on her lips. A servant approached, dragging the severely injured and dazed Qingya away. "Lin Mei, you." Zhu Baozi stepped forward, wanting to stand by Lin Mei's side, to protect this vulnerable girl from further humiliation. This girl, who had given everything for him, was the one he truly wished to marry. Lin Mei took a step back, her gaze lowered as she said, "Mr. Zhu, please behave yourself. This is the inner chamber of the women of the household. Your presence here is inappropriate." Zhu Baozi was momentarily stunned, unable to fathom that Lin Mei would utter such words without needing to look in a mirror. He could feel the heat radiating from his cheeks. Realizing his expression mirrored Lin Buyan's, Lin Mei turned away, entering her room to retrieve a simple cosmetics case, which she opened to reveal its emptiness, save for an object wrapped in red cloth. Zhu Baozi's heart sank as he staggered back a step, realizing what was happening. Ignoring Zhu Baozi's reaction, Lin Mei began to unwrap the layers of soft red fabric. Each layer that fell away felt like she was tearing at his heart, causing a sharp pain in his nose. And had he not gritted his teeth in restraint, tears would have fallen. Finally, the well-preserved bracelet was revealed, the ornate pair of duck bracelets starkly contrasting with Lin Mei's plain attire. "Mr. Zhu, this is your possession. I return it to you." She stepped forward, extending her nearly translucent hand, cradling the jade bracelet delicately. Zhu Baozi's hands trembled, and he fought to clench his fists, quelling the trembling that threatened to engulf him. "The bracelet I gave you back then is yours to keep," he rasped, his eyes reddening with emotion. He regretted it. He did not love Lin Qianqing. He loved Lin Mei, and he wanted to marry Lin Mei. "No." Lin Mei smiled, the delicate hue of her peach blossom eyes tinged with a faint blush. The earlier fury had vanished, replaced by an unruffled calm. Zhu Baozi had already proclaimed his affection for her sister, Lin Qianqing. As she spoke, Lin Mei reached out, grasping Zhu Baozi's wrist and lifting his hand. The beautiful yet icy pair of mandarin duck jade bracelets was placed into his palm. Zhu Baozi felt the chill of Lin Mei's small hand, along with the calluses in her palm. How could such hands possibly belong to a lady of the Marquis's residence? Suddenly, it dawned on him that throughout his long stay, he had yet to touch Lin Mei's delicate fingers. Instead, it was Lin Qianqing's soft and smooth little hands that always entwined with his. "I wish for young Master Zhu and fourth sister to share a deep bond and grow old together." Having said this, Lin Mei released Zhu Baozi's large hand. Instinctively, he wanted to grasp that small hand, which, though neither soft nor smooth, he cherished immensely. Unfortunately, Lin Mei retreated 2 steps, offering Zhu Baozi a gentle smile before turning to Lin Buyan, saying, "Father, I am weary. Lin Buyan cast a dark glance at the crowd. What are you all lingering here for? The crowd dispersed in a flurry. The outer chamber was soon tidied up by the maidservants. And before long, a timid little maid called out, "Third miss, please come and dine." Lin Mei walked over, pleased to see an array of exquisite dishes, and sat down to eat with satisfaction. Meanwhile, in Lin Buyan's room, he was in a furious rage as the legitimate mother. How could you treat a concubine's daughter in such a manner? Lin Buyan was more concerned about his reputation than Lin Mei's suffering. He was infuriated that Zhao Shi would treat her daughter so poorly. If outsiders were to learn of this, wouldn't they think he couldn't even manage his own household? My lord, I truly had no idea that Qingyao would dare to act so recklessly. Zhao Jianing quickly shifted the blame onto the already punished Qing. You deal with this matter. Lin Buyan snorted coldly. If you cannot manage the household, let your mother take care of it. Hearing this, Zhao Jianing hurriedly lowered her head and fell silent. She quickly arranged for maidservants to go over and retrieve some jewelry from her private stash, along with a few silver notes. First, stabilize Lin Mei. She thought with the uproar caused by Lin Mei, Lin Qianqing felt somewhat dazed. Although her aunt promised that her marriage would not go awry, she remained anxious that as Lin Qianqing wandered in the courtyard. Her growing unease only intensified. Young Master Zhu, upon looking up, she spotted Zhu Baozi in the pavilion. She gracefully approached him, attempting to offer comfort. Young Master Zhu, the wind is strong here. Be careful not to catch a chill. Zhu Baozi's lips twitched in an attempt to smile, but it did not materialize, leaving a bitter expression. Thank you for your concern. 4th Mississippi. The polite tone filled Lin Qianqing with a sense of foreboding. Young Master Zhu. What do you mean? Though her heart raced with anxiety, she maintained a smile, speaking with a hint of shyness. This matter requires my father and mother to decide. Indeed, Zhu Baozi nodded. The shy demeanor that once captivated him now held no allure. As his mind was consumed by the image of Lin Mei's slightly flushed, tranquil peach blossom eyes. What kind of blow had rendered her so heartbroken? Zhu Baozi felt a pang in his heart and struggled to utter. Let my father and mother set a good date so that I may marry Lin Mei. Lin Qianqing's eyes widened in disbelief, her body swaying slightly. Zhu, young Master Zhu, you say you wish to marry third sister? Indeed, Zhu Baozi affirmed resolutely. The Mandarin duck jade bracelet is in third Miss's hand, and for me, she would forsake her very life to have such a wife. What more could a man desire? Lin Qianqing's face turned pale. Devoid of color, her body trembling slightly as she nearly collapsed, biting her lip hard enough to leave a row of imprints. She finally asked in a quavering voice, Young Master Zhu, did you not tell third sister that your heart belongs to me? Since ancient times, a man marries a virtuous wife. To have third miss as such a kind-hearted spouse is truly my fortune. Zhu Baozi's words almost shattered Lin Qianqing's heart into pieces. Young Master Zhu. Do you mean to say that I am not virtuous? Lin Qianqing's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, innocently questioning him. An unmarried girl, being told she is not virtuous. How could she ever face others again? 4th Miss, 3rd Miss is your sister. What she wears differs greatly from what you don. You have an indulgent aunt, monthly allowances, and cosmetics at your disposal. What does your third sister have? What does she eat? What does she use? Zhu Baozi shook his head weakly. I truly cannot fathom how you can be so cruel to your third sister. What sincerity can you expect from a complete stranger who will be your future husband? Zhu Baozi's pointed accusations were too much for Lin Qianqing to bear. Young Master Zhu, how can you blame me so? She protested helplessly and indignantly, shaking her head. Matters of the inner courtyard are naturally overseen by my mother. What can I do? Must you not even provide your sister with a bit of food and decent clothing, or inform Master Lin or Madam of the maidservant's transgressions? There were countless ways to assist Lin Mei in escaping her predicament. Yet Lin Qianqing had not attempted a single one. Enough. I do not wish to discuss this further with you, Zhu Baozi said coldly, expressing his disgust upon seeing her. Lin Qianqing gazed at Zhu Baozi in astonishment. Was this truly the same Zhu Baozi who had spoken to her gently in recent days? I am but a concubine's daughter. How can I manage affairs of the inner courtyard? Lin Qianqing felt utterly wronged, tears streaming down her face. Observing Lin Qianqing's tear-streaked visage, Zhu Baozi shook his head in disappointment. Just by revealing her actions, she appeared so woeful. Reflecting on the years Lin Mei had endured a life worse than that of a servant in a remote courtyard, she had never wept. Not even when pressed harshly moments ago. Her eyes merely reddened. In truth, I loathe myself even more. Zhu Baozi sighed in resignation and regret. How had he been so beguiled by Lin Qianqing's superficial gentleness? Failing to see Lin Mei's sincerity? Overwhelmed by her emotions, Lin Qianqing could no longer contain herself and fled in tears. Zhu Baozi tightened his grip on the silver notes in his pocket. Turning his steps toward Lin Buyan's courtyard, He must marry Lin Mei, your grace. Zhu Baozi bowed respectfully, declaring, I wish to marry third Miss Lin Emet. Do you have feelings for Lin Mei? Lin Buyan inquired. This matter cannot be decided solely by me. I must consult Lin Mei's wishes. The recent farce had severely undermined Lin Buyan's dignity. His title of Marquis was inherited from his grandfather, who had saved the emperor. And he held no significant power in court. Although the Zhu family was wealthy, he wished to maintain a tight grip on his reputation. You know, her aunt passed away early, and she possesses a gentle disposition. Over the years when I have cared for her, she always said everything was well. Who could have known that? Alas, Lin Buyan sighed heavily, as if aging several years in an instant, his eyes, lined with wrinkles, bore deep disappointment and heartache. He grieved for Lin Mei's maturity but was equally concerned for his own daughter. Zhu Baozi silently scoffed. How could a father fail to see the life his daughter led? Was this mere neglect? It was outright disregard, allowing her to fend for herself. What was his intention now? To display how much he cared for his daughter. Even the matter of marriage had to be approved by her first. If he truly cared for Lin Mei, how could she have reached such a breaking point? Fortunately, he had realized early on that he would treat Lin Mei well in the future, your grace. Zhu Baozi began, but before he could finish, a young servant entered, reporting, My lord, third Mrs. Maid seeks an audience. Let her in, Lin Buyan said, his attitude toward Lin Mei now notably lenient. The little maid entered, bowed to Lin Buyan and spoke softly, My lord, the miss sent me to request something from young Master Zhu. Lin Buyan waved his hand, signaling the maid to speak with Zhu Baozi while he refrained from interfering. Zhu Baozi's heart raced, his fingers clenched tightly to suppress his excitement with great effort. He refrained from immediately pulling out the mandarin duck jade bracelet and thrusting it into the maid's hands. Instead, he asked in as calm a tone as possible, What does third miss wish to obtain from me? As he watched the maid's outstretched hand, Zhu Baozi felt a rush of emotions, his heart pounding painfully. Slowly, he retrieved the neatly arranged stack of silver notes from his pocket, each one meticulously organized. As he watched the maid collect the notes and bow before leaving without hesitation, his gaze remained fixed on her retreating figure. She took with her not just the silver notes but also many unarticulated feelings, leaving his heart hollow, as if a significant part of him had been excavated, leaving him shivering with emptiness. The maid delivered the silver notes to Lin Mei and stepped aside. Lin Mei casually placed the notes into a box, setting it aside without a second thought. Once in my courtyard, I hope there are no ulterior motives. She mused. If one exists in body but not in spirit, I shall ensure my existence fades from this world. Lin Mei's eyes shimmered with a captivating yet chilling allure, her enchanting peach blossom eyes now instilling fear in the hearts of the maidservants and young servants. Third miss, how frightening. Recalling the lady's instructions when they were sent to her, each person lowered their heads with a sense of guilt. Well, let us attend to our respective duties. Lin Mei was not fond of being surrounded by so many people. A habit forged in the apocalypse made her averse to close proximity. When someone drew too near, a murderous impulse arose within her. Once she found herself alone in the room, she relaxed and savored the pain coursing through her body. A consequence of the poison's corrosive effects, such toxicity would have claimed the life of an ordinary person long ago. The original host was a prime example. Had she not perished, Lin Mei would not have resurrected within her. While others recoiled from this poison as if it were a venomous serpent, she reveled in it regardless of the era. Only with sufficient strength could one seize control of their destiny. This very toxin served as a means for her to bolster her own power. Though her body writhed in agony, a faint smile of satisfaction graced Lin Mei's lips. What was pain? Pain was a testament to her existence. It marked the enhancement of her abilities. She relished such discomfort. While Lin Mei found joy in her circumstances, chaos reigned within the royal residence. Hurry, is the medicine ready? Almost. It's too hot for the prince to drink. Your Highness, please suck on the ginseng slice first. Inside the room, the physician busily stuffed ginseng slices into the mouth of the seventh prince, Yanhao, while a nearby attendant wiped the sweat from his brow. A young servant hurriedly poured medicine from 2 bowls. Hoping it would cool quickly, once the potion reached a palatable temperature, the servant promptly presented it to Yanhao. The attendant, seeing the prince's pale visage, gently propped him up and urged, Your Highness, please take the medicine. Yanhao struggled to open his eyes, fixating on the bowl before him, and inquired, What is this? Your Highness, this medicine can counteract the poison. The physician's words were interrupted as Yanhao abruptly flung his arm. Overturning the bowl. Are you implying that I am not even as resilient as a mere maid? Despite the excruciating pain rendering him weak, his dignity remained intact. The attendant, witnessing his master drenched in cold sweat, was nearly driven to madness. Your Highness, each person's constitution is different. The efficacy of the medicine varies. You must think carefully. Oh Yenhao narrowed his elongated eyes, their dark depths reminiscent of icy waters. Cold and forbidding. Are you suggesting that my constitution is inferior to that of a frail woman? Your Highness. The room was a flurry of anxiety. They could only watch helplessly as their prince endured the searing torment. Strands of his damp hair clung to his pallid face, his brows furrowed tightly, and his narrowed eyes brimmed with a chilling intensity. Despite the agonizing internal burns, not a single groan of pain escaped his thin lips. His semi-transparent, sweat-drenched attire clung to his exquisitely formed body, which trembled from the excruciating pain. Observing their master in such distress, the attendant desperately wished to knock him unconscious and force the antidote down his throat. "It's working," the physician exclaimed, pointing at Oh Yenhao's wound, from which black blood oozed as the toxin was expelled by the medicine. A flicker of satisfaction danced in Oh Yenhao's eyes as he coldly commanded, "Bring the medicine." The attendant dutifully assisted Oh Yenhao in consuming the final dose. If he could endure, the poison would be eradicated. Chapter 7. The lowly Lin Mei's life returned to normalcy, her residence entirely revitalized. While it could not be said to rival that of a legitimate daughter, it at least bore semblance to a proper young lady's chamber. As for the extravagant silk and ornamental decor, they paled in comparison to the allure of sustenance. The 10 years of the apocalypse had commenced in a dire scarcity of food, compelling her to scavenge for supplies within the city. Those provisions over time often became expired or spoiled. Compared to others, she was fortunate, able to consume the mutated flora and fauna that emerged post-apocalypse. For ordinary individuals, a bite of these toxic mutations would be akin to swallowing poison. However, for her, they served as a catalyst for enhancing her abilities and physical constitution. Initially, all was well, but as time progressed, the availability of viable crops dwindled, and the number of consumable mutated organisms diminished. Consequently, her extraordinary powers attracted the attention of others. Abilities awakened in ordinary individuals required them to consume regular food. Even for those with powers, regular consumption of mutated organisms would lead to the accumulation of toxins within their bodies, ultimately stalling their abilities' growth. Thus, Lin Mei, uniquely immune to the toxins, became the salvation of humanity. They sought to study her in hopes of developing a vaccine. For 8 years, she evaded capture, honing her abilities while hiding amidst the densely populated zombie-infested cities. Feasting on the remnants of supplies left behind. Alas, as time elapsed, the increasingly desperate mutated individuals launched a concerted effort, emerging from multiple bases solely to seize her. She would sooner choose death than become a test subject on an operating table. And in her final moments, detonated the core within her mind, ensuring they would gain nothing. Witnessing the despair in their eyes at the last moment, she felt an overwhelming urge to laugh uproariously. A decade of apocalypse and 8 years of flight had long since eroded any vestige of misplaced compassion within her. Arriving in this world, she swiftly organized her memories, resolutely determining her future path. As a concubine's daughter in this feudal society, her fate lay entirely in the hands of others. If her legitimate mother were in a good mood, she might arrange a marriage for her, and she would be unceremoniously ushered into a bridal sedan. Whether she would thrive or suffer in her new family would depend entirely on the whims of her husband. She could not accept such a fate, one so easily manipulated. Had the 10 years of the apocalypse been for naught? "Go fetch 2 more pork hocks and 4 chicken legs. From now on, my meals must be served in large bowls," Lin Mei commanded, startling the maidservant into silence. The young maid blinked in astonishment, dazedly turning toward the kitchen. "As the third miss, truly that terrifying?" she pondered. "How can someone so slender consume so much? Where does it all go?" Lin Mei paid no mind to the astonishment of others. Feasting was paramount. Once the food was set upon the table, she eagerly dug in, relishing the absence of the rancid odor of mutated animals and the tough, inedible flesh. The slow-cooked delicacies were delightfully tender and utterly delectable. After finishing her lunch, Lin Mei contentedly patted her stomach, realizing her enhanced powers had increased her appetite. Afterward, she strolled leisurely out of her courtyard, relishing the invigorating transformation of her once fragile body. The vibrant energy surging within her was invigorating, lifting her spirits. Thus, when she encountered Lin Qianqing, whose eyes were swollen from weeping as if she had just lost her parents, Lin Mei felt less inclined to be bothered. "Sister, congratulations on your engagement," Lin Qianqing said, performing a slight bow, her voice trembling as if she had been wronged by Lin Mei. "Congratulations on her worthless father nearing death?" Lin Mei scoffed internally, remaining silent as she regarded Lin Qianqing. Having never endured such humiliation, Lin Qianqing, despite being a concubine's daughter, had been cherished by her aunt and protected by her mother, growing up in an environment of adoration. After finally finding someone she liked, only to have that person suddenly declare he no longer had feelings for her, and instead intended to marry Lin Mei, how was she to come to terms with that? Sister, once you marry into the Zhu family, I hope you can be magnanimous and treat the household well. Young Master Zhu is an exceptional man. Please take good care of him, Lin Qianqing implored. Her heart growing heavier with each word, tears welling in her eyes before finally spilling over. This sight distressed the maidservants and matrons surrounding her. Fourth miss, please do not cry. If you continue, your health will surely suffer. Lin Mei stroked her chin, curiously observing the pitiful Lin Qianqing. She found it strange. What had she done to incite such a perception that she had bullied Lin Qianqing? Not to mention the daggers in the eyes of the maidservants and matrons behind her, glaring at her as if she were a target to be vanquished. Miss, your efforts to counsel are in vain. How could one born of the lowly understand such principles? Indeed, you should refrain from speaking. It would tarnish your own reputation. The maidservants and matrons scoffed at Lin Mei, exchanging disdainful glances. In the face of their contempt, Lin Mei merely smiled with a swift kick. She sent one of the matrons sprawling. The young maid's gasp was quickly transformed into a cry of alarm. Without a hint of mercy, Lin Mei unleashed a barrage of blows, sending the maid and matron rolling on the ground. Lin Qianqing, clutching her handkerchief, was utterly astounded, her eyes wide in shock, incapable of responding. The sound of fists and feet colliding echoed, leaving the maid and matron disheveled, their clothes torn and bruised, gasping for breath. What's the matter? Just teaching these unruly servants a lesson, Lin Mei sneered, her enchanting eyes glinting with derision as she regarded the incapacitated maid and matron, their trembling forms betraying their fear. I am of lowly birth. Thus my lowly aunt is also my father's concubine. The fourth young lady of your family, though her aunt is not of the lowest class, is nonetheless my father's concubine, and she entered the household after my aunt. Is she not, therefore, of even lower status than my aunt? Lin Mei shook her head, saying, oh no, it should be said that she is indeed beneath even that. Lin Qianqing's face turned pale, her delicate frame swaying slightly. Chapter 8. A lesson. Lin Qianqing, do you not know that I have already rejected this marriage proposal? I would never accept a man so heartless and ungrateful. Let anyone who desires him pursue him. Lin Mei scoffed, adding, if you wish to become the mistress of the Zhu family, then go seek Zhu Baozi or ask our parents to decide. Do not speak to me about it. With that, Lin Mei turned to leave, casting a glance at that unfeeling man without pausing. Only then did Lin Qianqing notice Zhu Baozi standing at the gate, her complexion paling even further, devoid of any color. Zhu Baozi approached, gazing at Lin Qianqing with a countenance as cold as ice, his voice the epitome of chill. Fourth young lady, please do not trouble the third young lady, even if she rejects the marriage. I will not marry you. After speaking, Zhu Baozi disregarded the ashen-faced Lin Qianqing and strode away. Oh dear, what has happened? Why are you crying so woefully? Where are the maids and servants? Where have they gone? Upon seeing her cherished daughter weeping so pitifully, Lady Kong was utterly distressed. Aunt, Master Zhu does not like meat. He said that even if third sister does not marry him, he will not marry me. Lin Qianqing sobbed, recalling the sweet moments she had shared with him, her heart breaking anew. Lady Kong's anxiety surged. Do not concern yourself with this matter. I will seek the mistress to intervene. After soothing Lin Qianqing, Lady Kong composed herself and made her way to the mistress's quarters. Upon entering the room, she raised her hands and emphatically struck her thigh, exclaiming, Mistress, you must take a stand for the fourth young lady. Zhao Jianing was startled, nearly dropping the prayer beads in her hand. She shot an irritated glance at the wailing Lady Kong and scolded, what is all this commotion about? Mistress, we cannot delay any longer. If we do, this marriage may truly fall through. Lady Kong was unable to contain her anxiety. This concerned her daughter's future. How could it simply be overlooked? What good would it do to linger? Are we to force the Zhu family to accept Qianqing? Zhao Jianing reprimanded. What family would ever marry off their daughter under duress? Even if she were to be carried into the Zhu household, how could she ever hold her head high there? Zhao Jianing disdainfully retorted. A lowly creature born of a lowly family truly seeks to snatch a man. Only then did Lin Yixin properly perform her curtsy before retreating. Nearby, Granny Ji cast a glance at the entrance and whispered to Zhao Jianing, Mistress, this second young lady. Humph, her future marriage will depend on me. She will not outshine us, Zhao Jianing scoffed, dismissing Lin Yixin entirely. I hear from the maids in the courtyard that she has quite the appetite and has even beaten the fourth young lady's maid. Granny Ji cautiously suggested, should we inform the master? No, let her be, Zhao Jianing said with a smile, twirling the prayer beads in her fingers. She has a bad temperament and a tarnished reputation. Just wait and see which family would want her. The more such matters unfolded, the more Zhao Jianing delighted in Lin Mei's misfortunes. Keep a watchful eye. If Lin Mei foolishly sneaks out of the residence, be careful that Qingya's brother is still in the capital. We must ensure nothing untoward occurs. Zhao Jianing advised with a gentle smile. Yes, mistress, Granny Ji replied, understanding her intentions. After a moment's pause she added, but with the third young lady now at odds with Master Zhu, will he still be willing to take her out of the residence? Her wild nature will always find a way to escape, Zhao Jianing remarked before closing her eyes. Resting, Granny Ji comprehended the mistress's meaning. Should Lin Mei wish to leave the residence, let her maid assist her, and discreetly seek out Qingya's brother to keep an eye on matters. Perhaps in time, he might have the opportunity to avenge his sister. Biting down hard on the quilt to stifle her sobs, Lin Yisan's eyes were red and brimming with tears. That wicked Lin Mei, why can't she stay in the courtyard and not trouble my mother? What if mother grows to dislike me because of Lin Mei? This thought propelled Lin Yisan to rise and, glancing at the stack of scripture she had copied, she picked up her brush and resumed her work. After several days, she finally completed the scriptures and presented them to Zhao Jianing to ease the fright she had suffered from witnessing Lin Mei's madness. You've put in quite the effort, Zhao said with a smile, accepting the thick scriptures from Granny Ji. You look rather worn. Your little face has grown quite thin as long as mother is well. Daughter has no qualms, Lin Yisan replied obediently. After exchanging a few pleasantries, she took her leave. Zhao Jianing smiled faintly, casting a disdainful glance at the thick scriptures. See, I've raised a dutiful little dog indeed. Mistress did not teach her in vain. Granny Ji replied with a smile as Lin Yisan strolled through the courtyard. She noticed a fleeting shadow ahead and furrowed her brow, quickening her pace to catch up. Lin Mei, stop! Lin Mei halted, recognizing the beautiful young lady raised by the Zhao family, her own elder sister. Lin Yisan approached rapidly, raising her hand without a moment's hesitation to deliver a sharp slap. Unfortunately for her, Lin Yisan's aim was lacking. Lin Mei swiftly seized her wrist. By what right do you strike me? Lin Mei inquired with a raised eyebrow and a smile. Lin Yisan struggled to break free, her delicate cheeks flushed with anger. By the virtue of your disrespect towards mother and your wanton cruelty towards the servants. As your elder sister, I must teach you a lesson on behalf of Aunt. Lin Mei smiled, her enchanting eyes sparkling, and even Lin Yisan, as a woman, felt momentarily entranced, inwardly cursing her sister as a temptress. Clearly Master Zhu favors my fourth sister. What are you fighting for? I aim to strike this shameless girl. Lin Yisan scolded in a fury. If not for your words, I would not have spent these days in fear. Dreading mother's displeasure. Chapter 9. Rongda. I see. Lin Mei nodded, her captivating smile widening. Sister speaks truly. I deserve to be punished. When Lin Yisan was trembling from the blows, Lin Mei finally lowered her foot. Squatting down slowly, smiling warmly at Lin Yisan. My dear sister, where were you when I was bullied and mistreated by the maids? Now you come to discipline me. Lin Mei let out a cold snort, noting Lin Yisan's shiver, and then said with satisfaction, do not provoke me. I may yet spare your life, else you shall learn what true suffering means. Lin Yisan's chest heaved with indignation, and with great effort, she shouted, murder. Her cry successfully drew the attention of the distant maids and even the young servants. Lady Kong, who was accompanying Lin Qianqing in the rear courtyard, heard the commotion and arrived, as did Zhu Baozi, who was nearby. Upon seeing the crowd gather, Lin Yisan's face lit up with triumph. This troublesome girl, who always thwarted her plans, had no intention of reflecting on her actions and dared to strike her. Threatening her today, she would let their father expel Lin Mei from the house, allowing her to fend for herself and no longer be a source of annoyance. With this thought, Lin Yisan found the pain from her injuries somewhat bearable. As long as Lin Mei was driven away, all would be well. Seeing the crowd gathering, Lin Mei anxiously called out, Sister, what has happened to you? She moved to assist Lin Yisan. What are you doing? Lin Yisan forcefully pushed her away. Lin Mei fell to the ground, astonished and aggrieved. Sister, I merely wished to help you up. Did you not pretend to be the good Samaritan here? It was you who struck me. Lin Yisan scolded. Good heavens, a younger sister striking her elder. This cannot stand. Lady Kong exclaimed dramatically, Third sister, the second sister is your true sister. You cannot hit her. Lin Qianqing rushed over to help Lin Yisan rise. Lin Yisan cried out in pain, stammering, I only came to advise her not to be too harsh on the servants, and she retaliated against me. Even if the servants are in the wrong, that is for mother to decide. How can she bypass mother and punish the servants directly? Upon hearing this, everyone recalled the day Lin Mei had furiously struck Qingya, and they quickly rallied to Lin Yisan's side. Lin Mei opened her mouth to speak but merely managed a sorrowful smile, slowly saying, Let sister speak as she wishes. Zhu Baozi, witnessing Lin Mei's resigned demeanor, felt a tightening in his chest. He pushed through the crowd and confronted Lin Yisin. You claim Lin Mei struck you. Do you have any evidence? Lin Qianqing was taken aback that Zhu Baozi would stand by Lin Mei's side after all that had transpired, deepening her disappointment. Master Zhu, the second sister is already on the ground. That day, when the third sister mercilessly assaulted Qingya, everyone bore witness to the event. It was an undeniable fact. Lin Qianqing exclaimed in exasperation. Why is Zhu Baozi so incapable of distinguishing right from wrong? Lin Mei struck Qingya? What had Qingya done to provoke Lin Mei? Are your eyes blinded to the truth? Shouldn't such a vile servant be punished? Zhu Baozi glared fiercely at Lin Qianqing, asserting, all you saw was Lin Yisin lying on the ground. Who witnessed Lin Mei strike her? I only saw Lin Mei attempting to help her up, only to be shoved away violently. She hit me. Lin Yisin shouted in fury, still racked with pain. Where's the evidence? Zhu Baozi challenged. Lin Yisin had deliberately sent away her maid to confront Lin Mei, leaving her now at a loss for proof. Wasn't the second young lady struck? Let's have the maid verify her injuries, suggested Aunt Kong, who, despite being of a certain age, immediately came up with a plan. Yes, she just hit me. I need to have my injuries checked, Lin Yisin exclaimed, clinging desperately to Lin Qianqing's wrist as if it were a lifeline. Sister, you're hurting me, Lin Qianqing protested, struggling against the painful grip. Quickly, take the second young lady to verify her injuries. Aunt Kong rushed over, separating Lin Yisin from Lin Qianqing. Lin Yisin truly had no sense of restraint. Leaving her daughter in discomfort, nearby, a room heard the commotion, and Zhao Jianing, having received word, arrived with her maids in tow. Two maids were dispatched to accompany Lin Yisin inside, while Zhao Jianing cast a disappointed glance at Lin Mei, letting out a heavy sigh, embodying the image of a disappointed mother, which struck Zhu Baozi as particularly jarring. Should Lin Mei have any injuries, she would certainly face dire consequences under Zhao Jianing's authority. Even an outsider like him could see how little Zhao Jianing thought of Lin Mei. Otherwise, how could Lin Mei endure such relentless bullying for so many years? Should Zhao Jianing make things difficult for Lin Mei, he would implore Lin Buyun to marry her, thus enabling her escape from this hell while securing her hand in marriage, a truly advantageous arrangement. Just as Zhu Baozi was lost in thought, the door to the room swung open and a maid emerged. What happened? Aunt Kong asked anxiously. The two maids shook their heads in unison. The second young lady has no injuries. Suddenly Lin Yisin's wailing filled the room, causing Lin Mei to tremble slightly, her beautiful, almond-shaped eyes glistening with tears. Sister, you are my dear sister. With that, she forcefully pushed past the crowd and fled. Zhu Baozi snorted disdainfully, remarking, I extend a helping hand only to be wronged. I have truly broadened my horizons. This statement ignited a flush of embarrassment on Zhao Jianing's face, for the matriarch had just been publicly humiliated in front of so many. This is preposterous. Zhao Jianing rebuked, declaring that the second young lady should be sent to the Buddhist hall to transcribe scriptures for half a month, with no allowance for outings. Hearing this, Lin Yisin's cries grew even more pitiful. Her entire body ached, especially where Lin Mei had kicked her. Why couldn't her injuries be substantiated? She was the one who had been struck. Why was she being punished? As Lin Mei strolled leisurely towards the back door, the sound of Lin Yisin's heart-wrenching cries amused her, and she shrugged. Could she possibly leave marks on those she struck? She had used the back of her foot to kick. Lin Yisin bore no trace of an imprint. Perhaps she should spend a few years honing her skills in the apocalypse before making such claims. Chapter 10. Accustomed to it, Zhu Baozi searched frantically, failing to locate Lin Mei, and left the whole residence in a daze. Wandering aimlessly down the street, thoughts of Lin Yisin's treachery, the predatory gazes of the servants, Zhao's indifference, and Aunt Kong's penchant for chaos clouded his mind. Lin Mei's plight, along with her final sorrowful smile, tugged at Zhu Baozi's heartstrings. He had once been among those who tormented Lin Mei. Zhu brother, there you are. Just in time for a drink. A friend with long arms pulled the dazed Zhu Baozi into a tavern. Zhu brother, welcome. Sit, please. Here is your favorite bamboo leaf green. Surrounded by business associates, Zhu Baozi acquiesced and sat down, wishing only to drown his sorrows in drink. The others, seeing Zhu Baozi's willingness to indulge, were elated. The Zhu family's business spanned the land, and as the next generation's heir, they were eager to curry favor. Toasts and compliments flowed freely. Zhu brother, what happened to that girl you brought last time? She was quite the beauty. Indeed, just seeing her made my heart race. I wonder what it would be like to share a bed with her. Laughter erupted as crude remarks were hurled at Lin Mei. Zhu Baozi's mind buzzed with fury, and without a second thought, he swung his fist at the nearest offender, cursing, How dare you insult her? How dare you speak of her? His sudden outburst left the group bewildered. scrambling to restrain him. A single phrase pierced Zhu Bao's heart like a dagger. Leaving him drained of strength, slumped on the ground, his gaze vacant. Zhu brother. Get lost. All of you, get out. Zhu Baozi shouted, akin to a man possessed. His erratic behavior prompted the others to exchange glances and hastily retreat. Is Zhu Baozi losing his mind? He was the one who encouraged us to insult Lin Mei. Now he's furious with us? How puzzling. One of the aggrieved men complained, forget it. He's just drunk. Another suggested, and they hurriedly left. Oblivious to their whispered conversations, the occupants of the private room overheard everything clearly. Lin Mei, the one who tried the poison for the king. Yanhao put down his chopsticks and inquired. Yes, my lord, replied his personal guard Yu Chan. The king's poison has been neutralized, and Lin Mei played a significant role. Had she not successfully tested the antidote, the king would still be suffering. As Lin Mei a rabbit? How could she be so bullied in the Lin residence? Yanhao scoffed, full of disdain. Once he was free from the poison, he had investigated Lin Mei's circumstances, and upon reviewing the reports presented to him, he found himself at a loss for words. My lord, will you intervene? Yu Chan asked cautiously. Yanhao smiled, lifting his wine glass with two slender fingers. I have no interest in saving someone who does not resist. Even if she is bullied by servants, wouldn't she inform her legitimate mother? Even if her mother is unhelpful, there is still her father. After all, Lin Buyuan is a marquis. He must uphold his reputation. If he knew, Lin Mei's life would not be so miserable. I am not inclined to save a mere rabbit. Yanhao drained his glass, continuing, moreover, even if such a rabbit were rescued, she would be incapable of fending for herself, troublesome. Lin Mei volunteered to test the poison. I have compensated her. We are even. No one owes the other anything. Lin Mei, stop. A voice shouted from outside, causing Yanhao to pause mid-pour, raising an eyebrow in interest. What a fortuitous occurrence. Lin Mei turned to see two unfamiliar, burly men trailing behind her, her brow furrowing slightly. I know you. Quit the small talk. Today we seek vengeance for Qingya, the two men declared, advancing toward Lin Mei with menacing intent. The only exit was blocked by them, leaving her no avenue of escape in this secluded alley. Surely, they could handle one woman. Are you Qingya's brothers? Lin Mei mused, grateful for the former owner's cowardice that allowed Qingya to pilfer her possessions at will. Qingya had often scavenged while lecturing the original owner, claiming her family was in need of funds. And thus, the original owner ought to relinquish her belongings. Hence, Lin Mei was well aware of Qingya's family's circumstances, even knowing the direction of their mouse holes. Indeed, my sister has served you dutifully, yet you still caused her demise. How shall our mother survive now? You shall pay with your life, Lin Mei. One of the men lunged toward her. Meanwhile, inside the private room, Yu Chan glanced at his lord, who remained leisurely sipping wine and dining. As if watching a grand performance. Indeed, it was entertainment. A crack in the window allowed him to observe the unfolding drama, and upon witnessing Lin Mei's delicate hand plunge into the man's shattered skull, rifling through the mess, he nearly retched. The red and white matter squelched grotesquely with her movements, sending shivers down one's spine. After a couple of searches, Lin Mei sighed. I forgot. This isn't the apocalypse anymore. There are no crystal cores to enhance abilities. Crouching before the corpse with a gaping head wound, her beauty shone even as it struck terror. Qingya's elder brother felt his legs weaken, and with a thud, he collapsed to the ground, the stench of excrement overwhelming Lin Mei, who wrinkled her delicate brow and tossed aside Qingya's second brother's corpse, casting a disdainful glance at the elder brother with such cowardice. How do you expect to kill someone? I never intended to kill you. Rather, they compelled us to teach you a lesson, stammered Qingya, trembling with fear as he spoke, anxious that any delay might result in Lin Mei smashing his skull with a stone. Just as he had witnessed moments ago when his brother lunged at her, she had swiftly seized a nearby rock and struck down with such ferocity that his head burst open like a watermelon. It was utterly horrifying. Teach me a lesson? Is it my mother or Aunt Kong you speak of? Lin Mei inquired with a smile, her beautiful visage juxtaposed against the corpse at her feet, rendering Qingya devoid of any sense of beauty, only amplifying his terror, causing him to wet himself once more. Chapter 11. Gratitude wise. Qingya's teeth chattered as he spoke, realizing that whether he spoke or remained silent, death awaited him. Enough, you need not inform me further. Lin Mei waved her hand dismissively. The answer was of no consequence to her. You may leave, having escaped death, Qingya exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down his face. I swear, I shall never speak of this or trouble you again. He repeatedly pledged his loyalty, fearing Lin Mei might change her mind and he would meet the same fate as his brother. Thank me for providing you an excuse. Under the pretense of conducting your brother's funeral, You can evade this task, Lin Mei suggested with a subtle smile, enticingly. Otherwise, do you believe your elderly mother and wife will be spared? It dawned on Qingya that accepting this task was tantamount to a death sentence. Now that only his brother had perished, the lives of his mother and wife were secured. Trembling, he bowed deeply. Thank you, miss, thank you for saving my life. Lin Mei chuckled lightly, gracefully bypassing Qingya as she strolled away. Witnessing the entire scene, Yu Chun felt utterly disoriented. They had killed the younger brother, and yet the elder brother expressed gratitude towards Lin Mei. How had matters spiraled to such a state? Yu Chun pondered, feeling his intellect was insufficient to comprehend the unfolding events. It turns out she is not a rabbit, but a little fox. Oyenhao pressed his thin lips together. A playful smile dancing at the corners of his mouth. Upon seeing this smile from his lord, Yu Chun instinctively took 2 steps back. Anyone who could provoke such a smile from his lord never met a favorable end. It seemed Lin Mei had caught the attention of the prince. He could only wish her good luck from the shadows. After a moment's reflection, Yu Chun cautiously ventured, my lord, Miss Lin has also assisted you with medicinal concoctions. Even if indirectly, that is still a life-saving grace, he added. Oyen Chan pondered, somewhat confused. My lord, you have encountered numerous ruthless individuals on the battlefield, pretending to be a rabbit before me. Oyenhao was not merely irked by deception, but rather, he could not bear the realization that he had misjudged her, particularly recalling the excruciating pain he endured during the detoxification. He felt an intense frustration boiling within him. It was a feeling he found intolerable. Indeed, in the inner courtyard of the Ji Mama hurriedly entered, leaning close to Zhao Shi's ear to whisper a few words. Truly useless waste. Zhao Shi halted her manipulation of the prayer beads, frowning as she reprimanded. Madam, this is quite unfortunate. Ji Mama expressed her own regret. Who would have anticipated that Qingya's younger brother would meet such a misfortune, falling from a height and cracking his skull open? Now, Qingya's family was preoccupied with funeral arrangements. Leaving no time to trouble Lin Mei further, Lin Mei had seized this opportunity to slip out of the residence. Who knew when such a chance would arise again? Enough, Zhao Shi waved her hand dismissively. Lowering her gaze to instruct, send someone to clean the entrance thoroughly. Lord Ho is busy with matters in court, and I must ensure this courtyard is well maintained. A tidy environment will surely lighten his mood. Upon hearing this, Ji Mama's eyes brightened. Her wrinkled face broke into a smile as she promptly bowed, saying, very well, I shall attend to it immediately. Ji Mama scurried off, her ample figure moving swiftly. Humph, she will reap the rewards. As night fell, Lin Mei's usually desolate chamber now hosted 2 figures. The servants had been ransacking yet there was no sign of her. Lin Buyan cast a sharp glance at Zhao Shi. Noticing her sullen silence and let out a cold snort, deeming her ungrateful, Zhao Shi lowered her gaze, quietly twisting the prayer beads in her hands to mask her inner delight. Those 2 ineffectual brothers of Qingya could not handle Lin Mei. She had her own methods. Moreover, in recent days, her husband was intent on displaying his paternal affections, which would inevitably lead him to visit Lin Mei. Alas, how unfortunate that he would discover his daughter had recklessly ventured into the streets. With this thought, Zhao Shi glanced at Ji Mama, who nodded slightly, assuring her that the door was well guarded, and Lin Mei would not escape unnoticed. Zhao Shi felt reassured, lowering her head as she focused on the prayer beads. The room was so silent that one could hear the wick crackling as it burned. Zhao Shi's eyes glinted with anticipation, eagerly awaiting Lin Mei's misfortune. As the door swung open, Lin Mei entered with reddened eyes. Upon seeing the occupants of the room, she paused momentarily, then offered a slight bow. Father, mother, where have you been? Lin Buyan slammed his hand on the table, demanding angrily, daughter, daughter. Lin Mei wept, her voice choked with emotion. You insolent servants! I commanded you to keep a close watch on the 3rd miss. How could you let her wander off? Zhao Shi assumed her role as the matriarch, scolding sharply. The maids and servants knelt in a flurry, pleading for forgiveness. Madam, it is all our fault. We failed to keep an eye on the 3rd miss, allowing her to leave the residence. What? Leave the residence? Zhao Shi gasped, covering her mouth with a handkerchief. Her eyes darting furtively to the darkened face of Lin Buan, rebuking fiercely, do not speak nonsense. How could the 3rd miss leave the residence? Madam, I do not know. One maid stammered, appearing timid yet essentially shifting all blame onto Lin Mei. You. Sigh. Zhao Shi turned her disappointed gaze to Lin Mei, releasing a heavy sigh. She rose and approached Lin Buan, bowing respectfully. My lord, it is entirely my failure in guidance. I implore you to punish me. A masterful tactic of retreating to advance. Lin Buyan reached out to steady Zhao Shi, turning to Lin Mei, his anger boiling. Lin Mei, do you even understand the concept of shame? Lin Mei staggered slightly, her complexion pale as she spoke hesitantly. Father. Zhao Shi's eyes gleamed with malice, observing this lowly creature daring to act defiantly. It was time to show her who truly held authority in this. Chapter 12. Authority. Hearing of your unjust treatment, I came with good intentions, only to witness such disgraceful behavior. A young lady of the inner chambers, sneaking out alone. What were you thinking? Lin Buyuan's fury surged, causing the table to rattle. What misfortune had befallen him to have such a shameless daughter? When did my daughter leave the residence? Lin Mei's eyes shimmered with unshed tears as she softly inquired. Father, who told you this? Are they all lying? Lin Buyuan pointed angrily at the kneeling maids, demanding, you have already erred by leaving the residence. Now you deny it. This is a further mistake. The maids were momentarily taken aback. For they had come from Madame's orders, surely receiving instructions beforehand from Ji Mama. Zhao Shi cast a glance at Ji Mama, signaling her to summon the maids to testify. Ji Mama felt frantic. She had orchestrated the pretense of cleaning the entrance to catch Lin Mei, yet none had come forth with Madame signaling her. She was at a loss for where to find someone. Seeing the maids before her speechless, Lin Mei smiled sadly. Father, I merely hid behind the rockery after being wronged by my second sister during the day. I fell asleep out of exhaustion. Who would have thought that in such a short time? It would be rumored that I had left the residence. Lin Mei sighed deeply, shaking her head slowly, then abruptly knelt on the ground. Father, I beseech you to allow me to move to the countryside. I can no longer endure the constant schemes within this grand estate. Nonsense. Lin Buyuan slammed his chair and stood up. Who dares to scheme against my daughter? Lin Mei, rise. Lin Mei bit her lip, her reddened eyes resembling a helpless little rabbit. Witnessing her display of fear, Lin Buyuan's anger intensified. Bring these maids to me for questioning. If we do not uncover the truth, let them face severe punishment. Lin Buyuan's rage was palpable as he stepped forward to support the trembling Lin Mei. Mayor, do not be afraid. Your father is here for you. Choose your maids wisely. I will have the steward come shortly. Thank you, Father, Lin Mei replied, her gaze lowered in gratitude. Zhao Shi quickly stood and approached Lin Mei, grasping her hands. Mayor, you have suffered so. These servants are truly audacious. Fear not. Your father and I will advocate for you. Thank you, Mother, Lin Mei expressed gratefully, her voice tinged with suppressed sobs. What could a mere wall do against her? They conspired against her. One cannot help but ponder the dire circumstances of a world in decline, where scarcity reigns supreme, yet the utmost necessity remains vigilance. Observing the figures wandering about each entrance, one might conclude that if no spectre is present, it would indeed be a ghostly encounter. Back within her chamber, the elderly matron Ji muttered anxiously, Madam, I assure you, I have dispatched someone to keep watch. That those details are inconsequential. Zhao raised a hand, silencing Ji's incessant chatter, allowing the maids and servants to voice their concerns. Those who spoke correctly would be rewarded for leaving the Marquise residence, while those who did not, there was no need for Zhao to elaborate. Ji was well versed in such matters, promptly turning to arrange subsequent affairs. Meanwhile, Lin Mei observed the maids and young servants brought forth by the steward. Third Miss, please take a moment to assess these individuals from the household. If they do not meet your approval, we can send for additional maids for you to choose from, the steward said with a smile. Very well, Lin Mei nodded, scrutinizing the assembled maids. Her gaze fell upon a timid, diminutive girl, whose gaze was fixed on the ground, her 10 toes entwined, causing the thin fabric of her shoes to bulge. Lin Mei smiled and approached, gently taking the little maid's hand, feeling the roughness of her skin, a clear indication of her laborious toil. She shall do, Lin Mei decided with a nod. Could Lin Buyuan truly be oblivious to the identity of the one who plotted against her? It was glaringly obvious that it was his own wife, yet he merely vented his ire on the maids, clearly reluctant to confront his spouse with such a negligent father. It was only natural for her to cultivate her own allies. Upon hearing this, the young maid's face turned pale with fear, shaking her head fervently. Her lips, devoid of color, were nearly bitten raw by her own teeth. To be chosen by the third miss is a stroke of fortune. Should you not greet her promptly? The steward admonished, noticing the girl's distress with tears welling in her eyes. The young maid shook her head even more vigorously. Why? Lin Mei inquired playfully. I cannot leave my sister. You must refer to yourself as a servant before the miss, the steward barked. Lin Mei waved her hand and asked with a smile, what is wrong with your sister? The young maid clenched her teeth, refusing to speak. The steward, seeing no other option, explained, Third Miss, this maid's sister is ill. She has been doing double the work to care for her. The child displayed commendable loyalty. In that case, I shall take both of you, Lin Mei declared decisively, turning to the astonished maid with a smile. There will be meat at every meal, and a physician to attend to your sister's ailment. Will you not accompany me with your sister? Yes. The young maid's eyes sparkled with hope, her voice ringing with youthful vitality. Lin Mei affectionately ruffled the girl's hair before selecting 2 sturdy matrons for labor. On the other side, Lin Mei was captivated by a burly lad. Nearly 6 feet tall, he appears quite capable. Come along with me, she remarked cheerfully, eyeing the stout Stone. Will there be enough food? Stone asked in a deep voice. Can I fill up on buns and pancakes? Lin Mei burst into laughter. Absolutely, eat as you please, and there will be meat. Stone's eyes lit up in delight, eagerly acknowledging his new allegiance. After Lin Mei had finalized her selections, the steward led the remaining servants away. All is well, Ji said with a beaming smile, her wrinkles resembling blooming chrysanthemums. As the third miss had also completed her choices, Ji appeared to recall something amusing, covering her mouth with her hand and chuckling. The third miss does not favor those sent by the madam. She has chosen her own, Zhao chuckled softly, knowing that the steward was Ji's son and that the maids and servants sent were all somewhat flawed, either dim-witted or timid, or simply inept. She was curious to observe how Lin Mei would manage with such individuals. A daughter of a concubine ought to remain modestly within her quarters, awaiting the day she is arranged to marry into a suitable household. Why stir up such trouble? Previously, the matters concerning the maids had been suppressed by Zhao, who had silenced them with a bribe to depart from the Marquis' residence, for the time being. Lin Mei and Zhao coexisted in a tenuous peace, and Lin Mei soon encountered the younger maid, Zhuer, who longed for her sister Xiuer, who was 2 years her senior, a delicate girl, albeit of frail constitution. This, however, posed no challenge for Lin Mei. Historically, medicine and poison have been intertwined. Given her unique abilities which pertain to toxins, she possessed an intricate understanding of various herbs and their properties. Restoring someone's health would be a trivial endeavor. For now, she focused on enhancing her strength while enjoying ample provisions without disturbance. As the days turned colder, the city prepared for the Lantern Festival with much fanfare. During the Lantern Festival, ensure that Stone stays close. It will be crowded, Xiuer advised. With her vibrant complexion and carefully nurtured health, she was no longer the rough maid. Rather, she blossomed into a beauty. Her nimble hands could effortlessly style Lin Mei's troublesome long hair into exquisite arrangements. Xiuer became Lin Mei's personal maid. Zhuer, initially timid, gradually revealed her spirited nature after weeks of guidance, becoming more outspoken. The tasks of washing and mending were handled by the 2 matrons, while Stone took on the heavier duties. His appetite was prodigious, devouring 3 roasted chickens in a single meal, along with a bucket of rice and numerous buns. Lin Mei was thrilled by his hearty appetite, reminiscent of familiar companions from her past. Though Stone lacked any supernatural abilities, he made up for it with his strength and diligence, lifting 2 chests as if they were mere trifles, while others struggled to carry one. What do you mean by staying close? You all should come along. Lin Mei's words caused Xiuer to pause in disbelief, her eyes wide. What? Are you so overjoyed that you've lost your senses? Lin Mei laughed. Hurry and prepare. Miss? Really? Zhuer, having just entered, overheard and rushed over, her face flushed with excitement, a stark contrast to her previous timid demeanor. Would I jest with you? Lin Mei chuckled, playfully flicking Zhuer's nose, watching her cover it like a small kitten. Her eyes brimming with tears, prompting Lin Mei's laughter. Isn't this inappropriate? Xiuer, more cautious than Zhuer, pointed out, as one generally sees a lady accompanied by a single maid, not an entire entourage for viewing lanterns. What is inappropriate about it? Lin Mei waved dismissively. We simply have fewer people in our courtyard. You see the advantage of that now, don't you? Bringing everyone along will still result in a small group. With the selections finalized, the gathering commenced at dusk. Zhao, with her devout nature, would not attend the Lantern Festival, and Lin Buyan, as a man, held little interest in such events. Thus, only Lin Yisan, Lin Qianqing, and Lin Mei, the 3 sisters, would participate, along with Zhu Baozi, who awaited by the carriage. Dressed in a rich navy satin coat embroidered with subtle patterns, Zhu Baozi appeared even more dashing and refined than usual. The exquisite jade pendant at his waist hinting at considerable wealth, the significance of this outing was palpable for him. The Marquis' residence had prepared a carriage for the Lin sisters, while Zhu Baozi had arranged a particularly comfortable one. Given Lin Buyan's position as a court official, discretion was paramount. Thus, the carriage from the Marquis' residence was undoubtedly less luxurious than that of Zhu Baozi, who hailed from a merchant background. Upon stepping out of the residence, Lin Yisan spotted the carriage beside Zhu Baozi. She leaned closer to Lin Qianqing, whispering, "Fourth sister, look, young Master Zhu has prepared a carriage just for you." Lin Qianqing glanced up, her expression revealing a hint of lingering resentment towards Zhu Baozi, though some of it had dissipated with his thoughtful gesture. In light of his sincere intentions, she decided to forgive his earlier indifference. As their mother had advised, a woman ought to regard her husband as paramount. and it was normal for men to be preoccupied with external affairs, occasionally neglecting their wives. With graceful steps, Lin Qianqing approached Zhu Baozi. While Lin Yisin smiled in anticipation, "Young Master Zhu, how considerate of you to prepare a carriage for my sister." Zhu Baozi, who harbored no fondness for the Lin family, would have departed long ago were it not for the opportunity to glean information about Lin Mei. Nevertheless, Lin Yisin's words pleased him, as he had indeed devoted considerable attention to Lin Mei. A perceptive maid swiftly brought forth the footstool for boarding. Upon entering the carriage, Lin Qianqing noticed the thick animal hides lining the interior, their lustrous sheen indicating high quality and significant value. Zhu Baozi's thoughtfulness was evident. His eyes lit up as he beheld Lin Mei emerging from the marquise gate, her radiant beauty accentuated by the soft, rosy cloak she wore, making her appear even more enchanting, especially with her sparkling, expressive eyes that quickened his heartbeat. With a few swift strides, Zhu Baozi approached Lin Mei and courteously remarked, "Third Miss, I have prepared a carriage to take you to the Lantern Festival." "A carriage?" Lin Mei's eyes sparkled as she glanced at the vehicle behind Zhu Baozi, her lips parting slightly as she inquired, "I fear there may not be enough room for so many." "However, how could that be?" Zhu Baozi chuckled, but his smile swiftly froze upon noticing the situation beside his carriage. He dashed over to the carriage's side and confronted Lin Qianqing, who had one foot resting on the footstool. Questioning, "Fourth Miss, what do you intend to do?" Lin Qianqing, in her exquisitely embroidered shoes, remained awkwardly poised on the footstool, her expression a mixture of confusion and embarrassment as she looked at the furious Zhu Baozi. Stammering, I want to get into the carriage. This carriage is intended for the third Mississippi. I kindly ask the fourth Miss to take the carriage from the Ho residence instead," Zhu Baozi tactfully advised. Chapter 14. Understanding. With a sudden flush of indignation, Lin Qianqing's cheeks turned crimson. Lin Yisin, who was assisting her into the carriage, furrowed her brows in displeasure and cast a disapproving glance at Lin Mei before scolding. "Young Master Zhu, did you not just say this carriage was meant for my sister? Why can she not board it now?" "What I meant, of course, was for your legitimate sister, the third Mississippi." Zhu Baozi recalled the day Lin Yisin wronged Lin Mei and regarded her with a frosty demeanor. "Second Miss, you neglect your own sister in favor of the fourth Miss simply because she has a maternal aunt to protect her, while the third Miss stands alone." "You?" Lin Yisin's face turned ashen with rage, ready to retort at Zhu Baozi, yet Lin Qianqing brusquely pushed her aside, declaring, "Who wants to ride in your carriage anyway?" This time Lin Qianqing ascended into the carriage unaided, her expression stony as she sulked within. How utterly humiliating, Lin Mei inwardly chuckled, finding Lin Yisin's short-sightedness amusing. Was it the case that all young ladies from the inner quarters lacked foresight? So be it, as it would facilitate her own plans. Lin Mei slightly nodded and turned towards the Ho residence's carriage, only to be intercepted by Zhu Baozi, who insisted, "Third Miss, I have specially prepared this carriage for you. Thank you for your kind offer." "Young Master Zhu, but it is improper for men and women to be so familiar with one another, especially since we are not well acquainted," Lin Mei softly replied, her words imbued with a gentle demeanor befitting a daughter of the Ho residence. In truth, if it were Lin Mei herself, matters would have been much simpler. Just because he prepared a carriage, did he think she was obliged to ride? Did he believe she had lost her memory and forgotten the past? Zhu Baozi felt a pang in his heart, automatically dismissing the latter part of her statement. "I will ride on horseback. The carriage is specifically for you." Noticing Lin Mei's hesitation, Zhu Baozi continued to present his reasoning. "Moreover, everything has been prepared. It would be wasteful to let it go unused. The Ho residence's carriage is rather cramped. By riding in my carriage, not only do we avoid waste, but it would also be considerate towards the second Miss and the fourth Miss, to spare them the discomfort of being crowded." Not far away, Lin Yisin was seething with fury within the Ho residence's carriage. Oh, Lin Mei was riding in Zhu Baozi's carriage out of concern for them? To alleviate their burdens? If that were the case, there was no need for Lin Mei to make such a sacrifice. She could simply ride in Zhu Baozi's carriage herself. Upon glancing at the ordinary carriage belonging to them, which was notably smaller than Zhu Baozi's, Lin Yisin cast a sidelong glance at Lin Qianqing, whose eyes were slightly reddened. "Seemingly casual," she remarked. "Young Master Zhu seems quite attentive to our third sister. Does he not? Fourth sister, has not young Master Zhu always held you in high regard?" With her head lowered, Lin Qianqing's delicate strands of hair obscured her sorrowful gaze. Her maternal aunt had often praised Zhu Baozi's exceptional talents and business acumen. She considered herself knowledgeable and capable in managing a household. They seemed a perfect match. Tales of various curiosities and local customs flowed effortlessly from him, igniting her envy. She had even planned to manage the household well after marrying Zhu Baozi, while he earned money in the outside world. Yet, who could have anticipated that things would take such an unexpected turn? Noticing Lin Qianqing's hand nearly crumpling the handkerchief in her grip, Lin Yisan reveled silently. Speaking as if to herself, I wonder what methods third sister employed to make young Master Zhu so infatuated with her. As she spoke, Lin Yisan's gaze flicked to Lin Qianqing's fingers, which had lost color from squeezing the handkerchief too tightly. A flash of triumph dancing in her eyes, the carriage rattled its way towards the lantern festival, and through the windows, one could see a sea of colorful lanterns. There were lotus flowers, peonies, and even monkeys, piglets, and goldfish, an array of designs that dazzled the eyes. The air was filled with the shouts of vendors, their haggling blending into a vibrant symphony of chaos. Young master, we must proceed on foot from here, a servant announced. Zhu Baozi nodded, dismounting from his horse and opening the carriage door, saying, "Third miss, please step down." Lin Mei inclined her head slightly as she descended. Just as she alighted, Lin Qianqing observed Zhu Baozi's servant retrieving the footstool for Lin Mei and the young man's attentive demeanor. A wave of frustration surged within her. Alas, third sister is so clever, winning the prince's favor and capturing young Master Zhu's affection, gaining advantages on all fronts. Lin Yisan sighed softly in Lin Qianqing's ear. This sigh shattered Lin Qianqing's last thread of rationality, igniting a fierce jealousy within her. Witnessing Lin Qianqing's complexion fluctuate between pale and flushed, Lin Yisan secretly delighted in the drama unfolding. Let them continue to quarrel. It would be best to drive Lin Mei out of the Ho residence sooner rather than later, thus sparing herself from further entanglements with their mother's ire. Young Master Zhu, third sister, shall we proceed? Lin Yisan greeted with a cheerful smile as Zhu Baozi and Lin Mei approached. Lin Qianqing maintained her composure, huffing softly before allowing her maid to assist her toward the lantern festival. Along the way, the various lanterns diverted Lin Qianqing's attention, lifting her spirits as she gazed in wonder. Lin Mei observed the bustling crowd, still feeling somewhat ill at ease. It had been a decade since she had seen so many lively people, especially those with carefree smiles. Only now did she begin to feel a semblance of reality, having finally escaped that terrifying, nightmarish world. "Miss Mississippi, please have mercy by my daughter," a pitiful plea interrupted Lin Mei's thoughts. Turning, she saw a disheveled middle-aged man kneeling by the roadside, his beard unkempt and clothes tattered. Beside him knelt a particularly frail young girl, seemingly no older than 11 or 12, her large eyes timidly studying the passers-by. Tears welling in her gaze. "Miss, kind-hearted young ladies, please buy my daughter. A mere meal is all I ask. I can no longer provide for her," the middle-aged man sobbed, wiping his tears as he spoke. Lin Mei glanced at them and commanded, "Sure, give him some money. Buy her. How can you sell your daughter? Such a young child, how can you bear it?" Lin Qianqing frowned, her finely drawn brows knitting together in disapproval. "Third sister, how can this child leave her family?" Chapter 15. Filial piety. Lin Qianqing gracefully approached the man, her elegant demeanor casting a shadow over the small girl as she scrutinized her with pity, exclaiming, "Such a young child, separated from her family to serve as a maid. How can you, as her father, bear to do this?" Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man wept more bitterly, repeatedly bowing his head. "Miss, I have no choice. Children are their parents' heart and soul. How could anyone bear to sell them? If there were any other way, I would never wish to part with my child," he lamented, explaining that his wife was gravely ill, and he spent his days collecting firewood and doing labor, all his earnings going towards her medicine. "The doctor said if we don't act quickly, she may not survive." The man wiped his eyes with his tattered sleeve, pleading, "Miss, please have mercy." A glimmer of surprise crossed his face as he bowed even more fervently, saying, "Thank you, miss, for your compassion. Your kindness is greatly appreciated." Lin Qianqing's face softened with a gentle smile, her lips curving upward with a hint of pride as she cast a sidelong glance at Zhu Baozi. Hoping he would not be deceived by Lin Mei's feigned concern, the young maid promptly produced 10 taels of silver to hand over to the man. Lin Mei smiled faintly and interjected, "Fourth sister, matters must have a proper order. He approached me first to sell his daughter. It is only after I decide whether to buy or not that you may speak. Third sister, they are both so pitiable. What harm is there in giving them a little silver?" Lin Qianqing protested, her finely arched brows furrowing as she regarded Lin Mei with disapproval. "Why must we quibble over the order of things? Are you implying we should simply give him silver without purchasing his daughter?" Lin Mei asked, a playful smile gracing her lips. "Of course," Lin Qianqing replied earnestly, "he sells his daughter to care for his ailing wife. If there were any other option, who would want to be separated from their flesh and blood? What parent could bear to send such a small child into servitude? They are already so unfortunate. What difference does it make to give them a bit of silver?" Lin Qianqing asserted, her voice resolute. "Third sister, I shall cover the cost. If you find yourself in need of a maid, Feel free to request one from the steward. Or you may even take one from my courtyard if necessary. The lanterns will be bustling with activity, as this place is always filled with comings and goings. With such a commotion, it is only natural for curious passers-by to stop and observe. Upon hearing Lin Qianqing's words, the onlookers nodded in agreement, their faces reflecting admiration and approval. They couldn't help but inquire of those nearby, which esteemed household does this young lady belong to? She is indeed benevolent and generous. She is the fourth young lady of Lord Lin's residence, as though she is the daughter of Lord Lin, truly well-educated, gracious and kind-hearted. What a pity that while the third young lady is so strikingly beautiful, she possesses such a petty disposition. Alas, indeed at such a time, what does it matter about the order of arrival? The whispers circulating around had long since reached Lin Mei's ears, causing her to bite her lower lip slightly, suppressing the triumphant smile that threatened to spread across her face. Let young Master Zhu listen closely, and discern who is truly righteous and who feigns compassion. Surely, the truth will be revealed. Do not be further deceived by Lin Mei. Enhanced by her extraordinary abilities, Lin Mei's hearing was sharper than most, capturing every word of the gossip. Observing Lin Qianqing's barely concealed smugness, Lin Mei found it amusing. Without uttering a word, she stepped forward and abruptly seized the small girl kneeling beside the man, tearing open the already tattered sleeve amidst gasps of astonishment from the crowd. The onlookers' impending reprimands transformed into shocked intakes of breath as they beheld the frail girl's arms, crisscrossed with countless scars. The myriad of bruises was one thing, but the deep purplish-black welts clearly indicated she had been beaten with a rattan stick. Not a single inch of her arm was unharmed. The sight of the injuries was harrowing. The girl, struck dumb with fear, desperately attempted to conceal the wounds on her arms with the shredded fabric, her terrified gaze darting anxiously towards the M. Is this truly the daughter you claim to cherish? Beaten to such a degree, and yet you still profess to care? Lin Mei raised an eyebrow in mockery, a glint of malice flashing in her eyes under the pressure of Lin Mei's imposing presence. The man was rendered speechless, shrinking back and trembling slightly. Third sister, what are you doing? Lin Qianqing furrowed her brow, reproaching her. How could you let a young girl expose her arms in public? How will she live her life henceforth? Live her life? Do you truly believe that in her current state, after enduring further beatings, she would have the chance to survive? If she is rendered incapable of living, what talk of life remains? Lin Mei cast a sidelong glance at Lin Qianqing, questioning the prospects of a child with such a father ever growing up to be anything but a victim, regardless of the circumstances. He is still her father. It is only natural for a father to discipline his daughter. As children, how could they ever defy their parents and elders? Lin Qianqing frowned, disagreeing with Lin Mei, asserting that filial piety is paramount. In the face of such ignorance, Lin Mei could hardly muster the energy to respond, raising her hand and delivering a sharp slap. No one had anticipated that Lin Mei would act in such a manner. Least of all Lin Qianqing, whose face was turned askew from the sudden blow. After a brief moment of shock, she covered her face, indignation and grievance flooding her voice as she cried out. Third sister, on what grounds do you strike me? Lin Mei smiled faintly, her beauty enchanting. She queried languidly, what did you just call me? That is precisely it. Did you not just claim that filial piety is paramount? That one must not defy their parents or elders, and should respect their older siblings? As your elder sister, I am within my rights to strike you. How dare you question my authority? Lin Mei's expression darkened, inducing a shiver of fear in those who beheld her. Lin Qianqing was rendered speechless by Lin Mei's retort. Lin Yixin, standing nearby, interjected on Lin Qianqing's behalf. Third sister, such assertions are unjust. Even as an elder sister, there must be a reason for chastising a younger sibling. To strike without cause is something our parents would never condone. Lin Qianqing, clutching her reddened cheek, retreated behind Lin Yixin, her timid eyes brimming with tears as she cast a pleading glance at Lin Mei. Her pitiful demeanor evoked a wave of sympathy from the surrounding young gentlemen, who felt a surge of indignation on her behalf. In an instant, Lin Mei found herself the target of widespread condemnation and disdain. Seated in a tea-house, Yanhao observed the unfolding drama with a smile, eager to see how this clever little fox would navigate her current predicament. Amid the chorus of disapproval from the onlookers, Lin Mei laughed nonchalantly, her already captivating beauty rendered even more vibrant by her radiant smile, prompting Yanhao to sit up straighter. Compared to the beauty that others beheld, it was Lin Mei's lively eyes that captivated him. Resembling glistening black grapes submerged in spring water, moist and irresistible, preventing him from looking away. I certainly have my reasons for striking her, Lin Mei declared, prompting Lin Qianqing to jump up as though stung by a hornet. Retorting, what reasons? She seeks to aid the wicked and bring about loss of life. Am I not justified in striking her? Lin Mei questioned coldly. When have I ever aided the wicked and caused loss of life? Lin Qianqing protested, her tears forgotten in her urgent defense, adamant that such an accusation was beyond her capacity to bear. Lin Mei smiled, pointing at the trembling man. Behold, is he not the very person you wish to aid? Upon hearing this, tears cascaded down Lin Qianqing's cheeks like pearls. Third sister, how can you say such a thing? Do you truly think that wanting them to be together constitutes aiding the wicked? Indeed, the father has struck his own daughter, however. No father wishes harm upon their child. There must be a reason behind such actions. You cannot casually label me with such accusations. Lin Qianqing's tears flowed freely. Her voice choked with emotion. Seeing her beaten so severely causes me pain that I believe her father feels the same. Who would strike their child without cause? The bystanders nodded in agreement, perceiving Lin Mei as somewhat unreasonable. Lin Mei smiled slightly, gesturing toward the man. A man who regularly toils in the mountains for firewood. Would his hands be entirely uncalloused? Stone, Lin Mei called out. The sturdy stone promptly approached, seizing the desperately dodging man and raising his hands for all to see. Those hands bore no signs of labor, but they were certainly not the hands of a common laborer. Simultaneously, Lin Mei raised the small girl's hands. They should have been soft and delicate, yet they were marred with frostbite and calluses. These were not the hands of a child. That as the crowd collectively gasped in shock, Lin Qianqing swayed, her face burning with embarrassment, as if all eyes were fixed upon her, rendering her utterly mortified. Lin Mei gripped the small girl's frostbitten, calloused hands and sneered, while you indulge in luxury, you force your child to labor. What a fine display of parental affection. Lin Mei's gaze swept over the girl's scarred arms. Scoffing, this child is emaciated and covered in wounds, yet you, in stark contrast, appear well-fed and content. Truly, how can you claim to care? From now on you shall accompany me, and no longer be with this man. Do you wish to? Lin Mei inquired gently, looking down at the trembling girl. Miss, you cannot forcibly take the child. She is mine. The man's displeasure was evident. Without the girl, how would he earn a living? Even if he sold her as a maid, he could still collect coins from her monthly earnings for drink. He certainly could not afford to sell her off cheaply, and would seek to negotiate a favorable price. Your child? Lin Mei laughed, turning to Zhu Baozi. Might I trouble young Master Zhu to send someone to the girl's home to check on her mother's health? Not a word of the man's claims did she trust. After so many days, Lin Mei finally initiated conversation with him, and Zhu Baozi eagerly responded, Third miss, rest assured. I will handle it well. I appreciate your assistance, young Master Zhu. Lin Mei smiled slightly, leaving Zhu Baozi momentarily dazed. Revealing a foolish grin at in the tea house, Yu Chun praised enthusiastically, What a thoughtful and astute young lady, my lord. Are you well? Yu Chun observed, noting that the smile on his face had been completely frozen by the dark expression on his master's countenance. What was the matter with him? Oh, Yanhao narrowed his eyes, coldly scoffing within, questioning the man's reaction. Did he lose all self-control in the presence of beauty? And Lin Mei, why was she smiling at such a man? Did she not see his ill intentions? Her lack of vigilance was truly astounding. Foolish. Oh, Yanhao snapped coldly. Yu Chun glanced at his lord, pondering whether his master referred to Lin Qianqing and her companions as foolish. Yet, why did his master's gaze linger on Lin Mei? Zhu Baozi's obsequious demeanor and the crowd's praises for Lin Mei made Lin Qianqing feel as though she had been cast aside by the entire world. Why was everyone so enchanted by Lin Mei? Was it merely because of her captivating beauty? Lin Qianqing covered her face, letting out a choked sob before turning and fleeing. Fourth sister. Lin Yisan hurriedly chased after her, followed closely by the maids and servants. This brief interlude did nothing to disrupt Lin Mei, who gently ruffled the small girl's hair and said, Come, let us leave with him. Zhu Baozi took the girl. While the servants restrained the man to visit his ailing wife, Lin Mei turned, as if nothing had transpired, and continued her leisurely stroll. The various lanterns elicited exclamations of wonder from Xiu'er and Zhu'er. Yet Lin Mei remained focused solely on the most primal of desires, eating osmanthus cake, 1 pack please, candied hawthorn 1 stick, braised beef cut 2 pounds, grilled meat skewers a handful. Strolling from one end of the street to the other, Lin Mei indulged herself in a feast, her appetite quite substantial. As for the possibility of not finishing the food, what was there to fear, with Shirtu around? What delectable treats await us? Oh, Yanhao bit into a meat skewer, his brows furrowing in disdain as he remarked, The meat is overcooked and tough, lacking in flavor from the marinade. With that, he unceremoniously tossed the leftover skewer to Yu Chun. Yu Chun was nearly in tears. Your Highness, if you don't enjoy it, why purchase so much? He was burdened with numerous bags of food, all procured by his master. Heaven knew that they usually dined on exquisite dishes prepared by renowned chefs. When had they ever stooped to consuming such roadside fare? Aside from making do during battles, when had they ever deprived themselves so? What on earth was happening today? With a resigned sigh, Yu-chan watched as the prince went to buy noodle tea. Feeling utterly exasperated, Your Highness, just one serving will suffice. Miss Lin has sure too that glutton. I do not possess such an appetite. Yu-chan was on the verge of despair. Other items could be taken away. But the noodle tea was only good fresh. Sure too had an insatiable appetite, akin to a bottomless pit, but he did not share that same fortune. What was wrong with their prince? Whatever Lin Mei bought, he followed suit, even matching the quantities. He could lay down his life for the prince, but not to the point of dying from overeating. As a dignified deputy general, it would be utterly humiliating to perish from gluttony. Chapter 17. Abduction. Lin Mei wrinkled her delicate nose. I believe I can smell roasted chicken. Miss, if we go any further, it will be too desolate. Xiao frowned, expressing her disapproval. Although the Lantern Festival had lifted the curfew and the city gates remained open to accommodate townsfolk coming to view the lanterns, the areas beyond the lanterns were nearly deserted and away. Xiao firmly rejected. Yet the three of them shouldn't gaze at her like that. Lin Mei's enchanting peach blossom eyes sparkled, while Zhu Er's strikingly bright eyes blinked incessantly. And even Sure too, the simpleton, gazed at her with a silly expression. Regardless of the circumstances, they all looked at her with such pitiful, pleading eyes, as though she had committed some unforgivable crime by refusing them. Under the assault of 3 pairs of mournful, watery eyes, Xiao surrendered. Fine, fine, let's go buy some. Yay! The 3 cheered in unison, rushing towards the roasted chicken stall. Xiao shook her head in defeat, feeling as though she were leading 3 unruly children. Just moments ago, the miss had been so formidable. How did she turn into a meek lamb at the sight of food? This stall was conveniently located near the alley, with the roasted chicken chopped into pieces, accompanied by a special sauce, even the bones infused with flavor. Lin Mei and her companions couldn't stop eating, and even Xiao, who had initially opposed, was enjoying the feast. While Lin Mei was savoring her meal, she suddenly felt a gust of wind rush past her and instinctively sidestepped. Lin Xian, rushing in a hurry, lost her footing and fell clumsily. Lin Mei leisurely finished the last piece of chicken, chewing slowly, her gaze as emotionless as that of a corpse as she regarded Lin Xian. Lin Xian, undeterred by Lin Mei's indifferent demeanor, scrambled to her feet and, clutching Lin Mei's sleeve as though it were a lifeline, exclaimed, "Third sister, hurry and say fourth sister. She has been abducted by thieves." Lin Mei frowned. Then why not report it to the authorities? Lin Mei furrowed her brows, finding the situation quite troublesome, and the shadows of the opposite side of the alley. Oyenhao bit into a piece of chicken, chewing angrily as he coldly spat. Foolish woman. While cursing, Oyenhao displayed his agility and followed closely behind Lin Mei. Just as Yu-chan was about to catch up, he heard his master coldly command, carrying so much food, do you wish to expose yourself? Yu-chan felt frustrated. Who had actually bought this food? Go find someone. Yes, Yu-chan replied, swiftly departing after half an hour outside the city. A group of people suddenly emerged, swiftly capturing Lin Xian and Lin Mei. Once the blindfolds were removed, Lin Mei blinked to adjust to the sudden brightness. A casual glance around revealed a dilapidated temple. Merely a temporary hideout. Indeed, a stunning sight. The tall man leading the group grinned with ill intent. Lin Xian trembled beside him. You promised to let us go. Let you go? The tall man laughed heartily. Little beauty, do you think we're fools? After going to such lengths to have a few beauties to warm our beds, let you go? Who will we find if we release you? You scoundrels! Lin Xian screamed in terror. Struggling against the thieves holding her down, Lin Mei observed the fainted Lin Qianqing and the fiercely resisting Lin Xian. Leisurely inquired, why bring me here? Lin Qianqing trembled, desperately lowering her head. Unable to meet Lin Mei's gaze, the tall man, however, laughed heartily, proudly declaring, your 2 sisters have said that you are the most stunning among them. I would not be at a loss using you to exchange for them. Lin Mei smiled, and that smile made the thieves swallow hard. She was indeed breathtaking. What if I refuse? Lin Mei raised an eyebrow at the tall man. What if I swear to resist? The tall man clapped his hands and laughed heartily. You've got spirit, I like fiery girls like you with that, he signaled, and his subordinates immediately brought forth 3 goblets, placing them on the table. The tall man smiled benevolently. These are 3 cups of poison. 1 cup for each person. Do you dare? Third sister, save me. Lin Qianqing pleaded desperately. Lin Xian stared nervously at Lin Mei. Lin Mei chuckled and asked the tall man, must I be the one to drink? Any one of you 3 sisters can drink. The tall man smirked. Brothers, it doesn't matter who drinks, does it? No. The subordinates laughed maliciously, but that is poison. Once consumed, there is no life left. Lin Qianqing trembled as she spoke. Lin Mei laughed. You know the poison will kill, yet you refuse to drink it yourself and instead want me to? Lin Qianqing lowered her head, biting her lip tightly. So no one will drink, right? Then we brothers won't be polite. The tall man stood up, approaching Lin Yixin and the others. Lin Mei, hurry and drink. Do you want us to die here with you? Lin Yixin screamed in terror. I am your sister, you ungrateful wretch. Lin Mei laughed, stepping forward to take the goblet and downing the poison in one gulp. With a sharp crack, Lin Mei shattered the goblet in her hand. Who? The tall man barked in alarm before he could utter another word. A sharp pain struck his neck. His head was twisted with a sickening crack, and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. His subordinates screamed in panic. Seizing the moment of chaos, Lin Yixin grabbed Lin Qianqing and fled. Lin Mei bore witness to a one-sided massacre. With a single strike, it was swift and decisive. In mere breaths, 7 or 8 thieves lay dead. Their heads twisted at unnatural angles, completely lifeless. Oyenhao stood tall, illuminated by the backlight. His strikingly handsome face exuded a ghostly aura in the dark, resembling a solitary reaper of the night, captivating and suffocating. With his lips parting, Oyenhao coldly uttered 2 words through clenched teeth. Foolishness. Chapter 18. Humiliation. As Lin Yixin produced the token of the Anyuan Marquis' residence, the soldiers erupted into chaos. Rushing to report the situation, suddenly the news spread like wildfire, causing an uproar. Qianqing. Lin Yixin halted, turning to fix a steady gaze on Lin Qianqing. If she is not silenced, she will expose that we intend to use her to barter for your lives. Do you wish for our parents to disown you and offer you as a concubine to someone else? No, no. Lin Qianqing shook her head frantically, unable to fathom a life devoid of parental affection. However, but it was your second sister's idea. It has nothing to do with me, she stammered. Lin Yixin with a cold expression interrogated. At that time you did not oppose it. You tacitly accepted it, did you not? Now you wish to extricate yourself? Lin Qianqing, I tell you there are only 2 choices now. Either Lin Mei dies, or we all perish together. Lin Qianqing tightly twisted the hem of her garment. Her fingers turning white from the pressure, her face devoid of color, save for her lips, which were crimson from biting. After a long pause, Lin Qianqing finally murmured, what if she exposes us? Regarding Lin Qianqing's concerns, Lin Yixin dismissed them as trivial. Who do you think our parents would believe more, their own daughter or the 2 of us? Lin Qianqing felt a wave of relief wash over her. She truly did not wish to marry someone as a concubine, nor did she want to lose her parents' love. Thus, this was the only way. Oh dear, 4th Miss, are you all right? Did you get hurt? Aunt Kong rushed forward, grasping Lin Qianqing's icy hands, her heart aching at the thought of encountering thieves. What on earth happened? Lin Qianqing cast a furtive glance at Lin Yixin, her voice barely above a whisper as she murmured, Auntie, it is not we who have been captured, but rather, it is 3rd sister who has encountered thieves. Lin Yixin sighed softly. When a lady of the household encounters thieves, the implications are often more dire than they seem. Surely, 3rd sister's maid acted out of concern for her. With that, Aunt Kong firmly grasped Lin Qianqing's hand and strode purposefully towards the rear courtyard. Zhao Shi stared in astonishment at Lin Qianqing. Being pulled in by Aunt Kong with Lin Yixin closely trailing behind, was it not said that you were taken by thieves? How could this be? It was clearly the 2nd Miss who found us and claimed that the 4th Miss had been abducted. Zhuer interjected, unable to contain herself. She had just reported to her sister and was now waiting for news from the lady. That if there was no news regarding the lady, then how could such a rumor have arisen? Enough of this. Granny Ji chastised sharply. How dare you, a mere servant, interrupt when your master is speaking? The news had spread throughout the city, declaring that the 3rd Miss of the Ho residence had been abducted by thieves. How am I to face my colleagues in court after this? Lin Buyuan's eyes were bloodshot with fury. How could such a scandal be allowed to circulate? Now it appears that Lin Qianqing is unharmed. While it is common knowledge that the 3rd Miss of our Ho residence was taken by rogues, after being dragged around the bandits' lair, who would still believe in Lin Mei's innocence? What? Zhao Shi staggered, nearly collapsing to the ground if not for Granny Ji's support. How could this happen? How did it get out? How would I know? Lin Buyuan seethed, his chest heaving with rage, nostrils flaring with indignation. If she is not to perish, must I then bear the scorn of the world? Our Ho residence cannot afford such disgrace. This Zhao Shi was flustered, her heart filled with resentment towards Lin Mei. Truly, a low-born wretch is nothing but trouble. Why is it that others can attend the Lantern Festival without incident, yet Lin Mei is taken by thieves? Her appearance certainly invites misfortune. Otherwise, why would the rogues not target someone else? The city was in chaos, while within the Ho residence, the atmosphere was as somber as a tomb, stifling, as if a great weight pressed upon everyone's hearts. Lin Buyuan's brows knitted tightly. His expression darkened as he demanded, "Where is she?" In the front hall, the maid quickly replied that so she is alive. Zhao Shi's heart filled with cold amusement. It seemed she must find a suitable match for Lin Mei, hastening her marriage. Surely, her husband would approve of her actions. This is all Lin Mei's own doing. She cannot blame anyone else. Chapter 19. Thieves. The captain of the guards awaited at the entrance of the front hall. His men armed with gleaming weapons stationed outside the Ho residence. Upon seeing the captain, Lin Buyuan's heart sank, realizing that Lin Mei was indeed alive. Otherwise, the captain would not be so cautious as to remain outside. "My lord," the captain bowed respectfully. "I beseech you, captain, to rescue my daughter. It is her own folly that has led to this disgrace," Lin Buyuan lamented. His brow furrowed in concern. He contemplated arranging a marriage for Lin Mei. Far from the capital, of course. The captain hesitated, taken aback by Lin Buyuan's unexpected attitude. The captain's surprise only confirmed Lin Buyuan's fears. It seemed that overnight, he would become a laughingstock throughout the land. All thanks to that reckless Lin Mei. Even if she had been in the company of thieves, it was the rogues who harbored ill intentions. Manor is certainly not the kind to behave indiscreetly. Zhao Shi, while appearing to defend Lin Mei, revealed her true intentions to anyone with sense. As Zhao Shi followed Lin Buyuan into the front hall, she nearly collided with him when he suddenly stopped, exclaiming, "My lord, when did I become a rogue with ill intentions?" A chilling voice rang out, as cold as snowflakes falling on a wintry night, penetrating to the core of one's being. Before Zhao Shi could gather her thoughts, Lin Buyuan fell to his knees in respect. "I pay my respects to His Highness, the 7th Prince. May you live for 1,000 years." Zhao Shi, startled, quickly followed suit, forgetting to speak in her anxiety. "Rise." Yanhao gestured casually from his seat. "Thank you, Your Highness," Lin Buyuan stammered as he stood, his mind racing with questions regarding the prince's purpose for visiting. How could my tea with Lin Mei, intended to express gratitude for her assistance in testing the medicine, be misconstrued as illicit intent? Yanhao, with an enigmatic smile, questioned Lin Buyuan. "So you were enjoying tea with Lin Mei when the rumor spread throughout the city, claiming that thieves had abducted the third miss of the onion market?" "I am a thief?" Yanhao scoffed coldly, causing Lin Buyuan to tremble, his legs nearly buckling beneath him. "I would never dare." Cold sweat poured from Lin Buyuan, soaking his garments. "Dare not?" Yanhao chuckled darkly, narrowing his elongated eyes dangerously. "Are the citizens of the city all liars, or is it my ears that have failed me?" Cold sweat stung Lin Buyuan's eyes, causing him unbearable pain, yet he dared not raise a hand to wipe it away. Zhao Shi shivered, speaking in a tremulous voice. It was Lin Yisan and Qian Qing who. "Why have you not summoned them?" Lin Buyuan's eyes widened in alarm, prompting Zhao Shi to hurriedly send a maid to fetch them. "Perhaps we were mistaken," Lin Yisan quickly interjected. "It was late and we could not see clearly." Lin Qianqing stared in confusion at Lin Yisan, taken aback by her sudden change in narrative. "You foolish girl," Lin Buyuan reprimanded sternly. "How could you speak so recklessly and incite panic among the populace?" Lin Buyuan turned, kneeling once more. "Your Highness, it is these two who failed to see clearly and cried for help without reason." At that moment, the captain's subordinate hurried over, whispering urgently in his ear. The captain immediately bowed to Yanhao. "Your Highness, all the thieves have been apprehended." "Very well." Yanhao nodded slightly, glancing at the kneeling Lin Buyuan. "Since it was a misunderstanding, let it be forgotten. Rise." "Thank you, Your Highness." Lin Buyuan managed to stand, his heart still racing with anxiety, only to be startled once more by Yanhao's next words. "This is the first time I have been labeled a thief." "How amusing, truly amusing." Yanhao laughed heartily, patting Lin Buyuan on the shoulder, nearly causing him to kneel again. "Enough, it is late, and I shall not intrude further." Yanhao smiled at Lin Mei. "Thank you for your assistance." "3rd Mississippi." "Your Highness is too kind," Lin Mei replied with a slight bow, bidding farewell to Yanhao as he departed with the captain. "You two are truly reckless." Lin Buyuan glared at Lin Yisan and Lin Qianqing as he stormed off. Lin Mei offered the two a gentle smile, causing a shiver to run down their spines. Lin Qianqing averted her gaze in guilt, while Lin Yisan defiantly raised her chin, staring haughtily at Lin Mei, brazenly declaring, "Third sister, is it not fortunate that it was not you who was abducted?" "Indeed." Miss Xior curtsied, following Lin Mei out. "Second sister, why must we?" Lin Qianqing still struggled to comprehend Lin Yisan's sudden change of heart. "Do you wish to confront Lin Mei's maid before the prince?" Lin Yisan glared coldly at Lin Qianqing. This dim-witted girl, oblivious to the fact that the prince was still providing her a false alibi. Did they not understand whether Lin Mei was enjoying tea or had been abducted? Lin Yisan gasped, covering her painted lips with her hand. Will the prince find out? How could that be? The prince holds a noble status and enjoys royal favor. Why would he venture into such a place? Surely, it must have been the last person to enter who rescued Lin Mei, and she sought the prince's aid. Lin Yisan concluded, nodding, finding this reasoning quite plausible. Then Lin Qianqing anxiously twisted her handkerchief, fearing their deception would be unveiled. Oh, not worry. Lin Yisan smirked. Father and mother will not pursue this matter. The prince is unaware of the earlier slip. But our parents will certainly understand. Since they have not exposed us, they must be on our side. Without their favor within the household, what support does Lin Mei have? After the recent events, Lin Yisan became increasingly convinced that to curry favor with their mother was the only way to secure a comfortable future. After all, is it not their mother who holds sway over the rear courtyard? How could father concern himself with such trivial matters? Chapter 20. Idle mother. Lin Qianqing sounded like a frightened creature, anxiously calling out, from now on, be more discerning in your actions. Zhao Shi admonished that you cause such a blunder is nothing short of a laughingstock. Mother. Lin Qianqing's eyes brimmed with tears, her heart heavy with grievances, ready to spill over. Even if they sought to frame Lin Mei, they ought to devise a foolproof plan. Being exposed so easily serves no purpose. Thankfully, father does not involve himself in these affairs. He merely vented his anger and left. Miss, you must avoid any association with them. They harbor ill intentions. Xiao cautioned, still shaken. Even if a confrontation arises, it would yield no benefit for us but rather drag you down. The maid and the lady's words were clear. It was easy to discern whom father and mother would believe. Within the confines of this marquisate, one cannot simply lead a tranquil life without engaging with them. Lin Mei offered a faint smile, nonchalantly remarking, the tree wishes for stillness, yet the wind does not relent. Miss, how did you end up with the prince? Xiao inquired with a hint of curiosity. Fortunately, you had the prince to corroborate your story. Otherwise, those slanderous rumors could tarnish your reputation. Find? Lin Mei raised an eyebrow with a smile. Why use the term find? He has accompanied us all along. Upon hearing this, Yu Chan, who was stealthily perched on the rooftop, inhaled sharply, casting a surprised glance at the prince beside him. The prince slowly narrowed his eyes, observing the unfolding scene within the room with an inscrutable expression. The prince has been with us the entire time? Why? Xiao exclaimed, her hand covering her lips in astonishment, her eyes widening. Who knows? Lin Mei chuckled lightly, casually replying, perhaps he is merely well-fed and has nothing better to do. Yu Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, the third Miss Lin was remarkably astute. She had guessed correctly. The prince was not simply overindulged. He had truly reached his limit. Although it was merely the truth, Yu Chan stole a glance at the prince beside him. Lowering his gaze, he certainly did not wish to become collateral damage in this affair. Dou Yanhao raised his elegantly arched brow. Overindulged? It is indeed fortunate that the prince is present. Xiao patted her chest, exhaling a sigh of relief. Otherwise, Miss would certainly be in trouble. Do you think I am so fragile? Lin Mei raised an eyebrow. Regarding Xiao, it is good you know, Lin Mei said with a light laugh. It is just a pity about the remaining 2 cups of poison. The more toxins there are, the faster my abilities recover, enhancing my physical prowess in every aspect. Thank goodness Miss is unharmed. Xiao expressed her relief. How could I possibly be in danger? Lin Mei smiled, her gaze sparkling with a confident brilliance, captivating not only the 2 eavesdroppers on the rooftop but even Xiao, who was momentarily entranced. How is it that you are so stunning, Miss? Your delicate features outshine the peach blossoms of March, your exquisitely shaped brows need no embellishment, and your enchanting peach blossom eyes seem to draw in one's very soul. Just look at those eyes, slightly tinged with red at the corners, sparkling like the shimmering waves. They are truly breathtaking. Xiao. In an instant, she felt as if she had transformed from a celestial being into a greedy little cat. Could the gap in perception be any greater? After preparing a bowl of fish porridge, Xiao sighed softly. The beautiful peach blossom eyes suddenly lit up, akin to the twinkling stars in the night sky. And there are also some cloud cakes, ham, and possibly some red bean buns. As Xiao named each dish, Lin Mei's eyes sparkled with excitement, playfully tugging at Xiao's arm. Oh Xiao, I am famished. Faced with such a charming mistress, Xiao felt utterly powerless to resist, making one last desperate attempt. Miss, you ate quite a bit outside last night. Just wait, I will fetch some food for you right away. Upon hearing this, Xiao felt a pang of guilt. Indeed, her mistress had just been schemed against last night and deserved to indulge. Watching Xiao dash out like a whirlwind, Lin Mei's eyes crinkled in delight. How wonderful it was to have delicious food once more. Immersed in her culinary cravings, Lin Mei remained blissfully unaware of the deepening gaze of a certain individual above. Outside the marquisate, in the deserted alleyways, Yu Chun anxiously trailed behind his prince. Initially, the prince had harbored some concern for the recently administered antidote to Lin Mei, which was why he had covertly come to check on her. Who would have thought that he would overhear such a revelation? Lin Mei was truly formidable. It had always been the prince who brought misfortune upon others. When had it ever been the case that someone else ensnared the prince? Surely, the prince must be enraged now. Once inside the study, Yenhao suddenly let out a cold chuckle. Lin Mei. How would the prince deal with Lin Mei? After all, she was a daughter of the marquisate. He surely wouldn't storm in and kill her outright, would he? The issue was that if he did not resort to such extremes. With the prince's obsession, there were countless methods he could employ to make life unbearable. Yu Chun pondered this, silently mourning for Lin Mei. Why must she provoke the prince of all people? How intriguing. After finishing his thoughts, Yenhao made a remark that left Yu Chun astonished. Huh? Yu Chun raised his head in surprise, noticing the prince's slender fingers stroking his chin, a glint of amusement flickering in his narrow phoenix eyes. Prince, are you not angry? Yu Chun tentatively asked. After all, she had plotted against the prince. Was he not furious? Yenhao laughed, recalling Lin Mei's sparkling eyes when she had mentioned food. She is merely a mischievous little wildcat. What is there to be angry about? Chapter 21. Disdain. Little wildcat. Yu Chun sneakily glanced at his prince. Had he not referred to her as a little fox? Yenhao shook his head. Bemused. No, still a little fox. Do not let her innocent facade fool you. She is utterly ruthless when it comes to scheming against others. Yet, that smile was akin to the soft paws of a little fox. Scratching at his heart, leaving him feeling a peculiar itch, Yu Chun was left feeling embarrassed. Was his prince truly as Lin Mei had described, merely well-fed and with too much time on his hands? None of that mattered. What was crucial was. Yu Chun cautiously inquired, Prince, since Lin Mei has used you, are you not angry? Well, Yenhao's response nearly caused Yu Chun to choke on his own saliva. Being used. And yet he was pleased? Was his lord truly not thinking straight after indulging too much? After hearing the items the prince requested, Yu Chun asked, Prince, are you planning to feed the little fox? Yenhao's eyes narrowed into slits of mirth. Pondering the chaos that would ensue within the marquisate once he sent those items over, he eagerly anticipated what antics that gluttonous little fox would devise. Yu Chun was left bewildered, feeling as though he had been left in the wind. After all, he was the prince's close attendant, a valiant warrior on the battlefield. Why had he been reduced to a mere spy for gossip? The next day, after Lin Yisan had completed her morning rituals, she slowly made her way back to her courtyard. Her fingers, hidden within her sleeves, were already swollen and bruised. Just moments ago, Madame Zhao had wished to enjoy some tea, but the water was scalding hot, and she had to hold it with both hands until the cup cooled. Madame Zhao glanced at her indifferently and remarked, It's cold. Granny Ji promptly replaced it with another cup of hot tea. Insisting she continue holding it, after 3 cups of hot tea, her fingers were covered in blisters, throbbing with pain. Second sister, Lin Qianqing called out to Lin Yisan, who was hurrying past. Why are you in such a rush? Oh, just a bit tired, Lin Yisan replied, forcing a smile despite the pain in her hands. Mother dotes on you the most, often wanting to share her intimate thoughts with you for so long. Lin Qianqing said enviously. Although their mother loved her as well, it could not compare to the affection shown to her second sister. Not at all, Lin Yisan sighed, it was merely about last night. Mother asked a few more questions. Upon hearing this, Lin Qianqing's expression shifted, her voice trembling. What did mother say? Nothing much, just to be more careful in the future and not to panic in the face of challenges. Lin Yisan said, attempting to divert the conversation. Was that the younger sister of the Wang family? Indeed. Lin Qianqing was successfully distracted. She came to visit me after hearing about last night's incident. Moreover, she shared something amusing. This, Lin Qianqing covered her mouth with her handkerchief, laughing. Today, during the morning court, someone presented 2,000-year-old ginseng, and His Majesty was overjoyed. However, before he could fully rejoice, the 7th prince shamelessly claimed one of them for himself. The ministers in court were struggling to contain their laughter. Second sister, how can the 7th prince act like a child, asking His Majesty for favors in front of everyone? That ginseng is something His Majesty usually wouldn't even use. As soon as those words left her mouth, Lin Qianqing's smile froze on her face. Observing her sister's reaction, Lin Yisan felt somewhat relieved from the frustration she had endured in Madame Zhao's room earlier. If the 1,000-year-old ginseng that His Majesty is reluctant to use can be gifted to the 7th prince, it shows the prince is deeply favored. And the fact that the 7th prince is so close to Lin Mei. Lin Yisan left the latter part of her thoughts unspoken. allowing space for Lin Qianqing's imagination, which was far more terrifying. Lin Qianqing's legs wobbled, nearly causing her to collapse, her whole body trembling. Sister, will the prince seek trouble with us? Will he punish us? Will we be executed? Lin Qianqing was thoroughly terrified. Gripping Lin Yisan's sleeve tightly, her eyes wide with fear, bloodshot and frantic. Seeing Lin Qianqing so frightened, Lin Yisan kindly reassured her. Fourth sister, you need not worry excessively. The prince is high above. How could he concern himself with the daughter of a mere marquis? Have you forgotten who the prince is? Lin Yisan said with a beaming smile. He is the god of war who took to the battlefield at 14, undefeated ever since. It is merely that the prince is grateful for Lin Mei's past assistance in testing medicine. If Lin Mei were to presume upon this small favor to cling to the prince, do you think the prince would regard her favorably? Lin Yisan shook her head confidently. The prince was not only renowned as a god of war but also instilled fear in enemy forces as the ghost general, unyielding in battle. Upon hearing this, Lin Qianqing finally felt her anxious heart begin to settle. Indeed, the prince harbors a profound disdain for sycophants. How could he possibly favor the third sister? Lin Qianqing pondered this thought for a moment before a smile graced her lips. It must be said that the seventh prince is quite capricious. In the past, there were instances where individuals covertly bribed him. He would accept their gifts only to have them arrested shortly thereafter. From that moment on, everyone in the court became acutely aware of the prince's temperament, unable to predict when he might be pleased or enraged. Just as Lin Qianqing was lost in her thoughts, she looked up to see Zhuer hastily approaching carrying a box. What has happened over at third sister's? Why is Zhuer heading to the front yard? Lin Yisan stepped aside, blocking her path. Zhuer, what is your purpose? Zhuer smiled, respectfully greeting Lin Yisan and Lin Qianqing. I have come to fetch the 1,000-year-old ginseng that the seventh prince has sent for Mississippi. Lin Qianqing's expression shifted dramatically as she gazed at Zhuer in disbelief. What did you say? Why would the seventh prince send ginseng to her? In her astonishment and fury, Lin Qianqing completely lost her composure, her voice rising sharply. It is simply because our miss assisted the prince in testing medicine. The prince fears that she might have suffered harm. Just recently, His Majesty presented 2 roots of ginseng, and the prince sought one for miss from the court. Zhuer beamed as she opened the box, muttering to herself, this is indeed the 1,000-year-old ginseng. It is my first time seeing such a thing. The ginseng inside the box had complete roots, and the main root was plump and robust, causing Lin Qianqing and Lin Yisan to covet it intensely. With a swift motion, Zhuer closed the box and with a graceful bow said, Second miss, fourth miss, forgive me for taking my leave first. The prince instructed that it should be administered to miss promptly for her recovery. With that, Zhuer departed, leaving the 2 infuriated women trembling in the cold wind. Chapter 22. Filial piety. Lin Yisan, enraged, clenched her fists, and as her fingers moved, a sharp pain shot through her, causing her to gasp in surprise. Stealing a glance at Lin Qianqing, whose face was taut with tension, she sighed deeply. That 1,000-year-old ginseng is indeed a rare treasure. Lin Qianqing's facial muscles tightened further, a blend of jealousy and resentment contorting her already delicate features. Should such a fine gift not be offered to one's elders? Lin Yisan shook her head, sighing heavily. Does third sister not consider their parents at all? Alas, as an elder sister, I cannot reproach her. Sighing in resignation, Lin Yisan turned to leave. Inside, Aunt Kong, who had been snacking on melon seeds, greeted Lin Qianqing as she entered. Fourth miss, come quickly, I have brought your favorite pine nut candy. Lin Qianqing sat down, fuming, neglecting the pine nut candy that Aunt Kong eagerly placed before her. Oh, what has transpired? Who has upset our fourth miss? Aunt Kong set down the candy, her voice laced with annoyance. If anyone has wronged her daughter, she would not stand for it. No. Lin Qianqing shook her head, hesitantly responding. No one has bullied me. I merely feel a sense of injustice. Injustice? If so, that implies you have been wronged. Is it not because third sister has received a root of 1,000-year-old ginseng, and instead of honoring our parents, she intends to keep it for herself? This is a grave act of ingratitude. Lin Qianqing grumbled under her breath. As children, how can we think only of our own pleasure and neglect our parents? Lin Qianqing frowned disapprovingly, stating, where did the third miss acquire such a 1,000-year-old ginseng? Aunt Kong inquired, perplexed. Do not speak of a 1,000-year-old ginseng. Within this small courtyard, there is not even a root of ginseng aged 100 years. How did Lin Mei come to possess a 1,000-year-old ginseng? It was a reward from the seventh prince. Lin Qianqing frowned, muttering, it is merely because she accepted the prince's silver and assisted him in testing medicine. The prince felt indebted to her, which is why he procured this tribute from His Majesty to bestow upon her. It is nothing more than a transaction, yet she reaps such considerable benefits from the prince. The more Lin Qianqing reflected, The more she believed Lin Mei to be a schemer who takes advantage of her circumstances. It was merely a matter of testing medicine. Did not the prince pay Lin Mei 10,000 taels as a reward? Later, he even assisted her in procuring false evidence to deliver the 1,000-year-old ginseng. Lin Mei truly played her cards well. Lin Mei, it seems, has inherited her mother's traits. She is indeed a seductress. Although lacking in other skills, her ability to entice men is unparalleled, Aunt Kong remarked with a hint of bitterness. Were it not for Lin Mei's mother having her, she would not have found an opportunity to allure the master and thus bear Lin Qianqing. Auntie, that remark may not be appropriate. Lin Qianqing hesitated, as she felt it unseemly to speak ill of her sister behind her back. All right, our fourth miss is the kindest of all. Auntie shall refrain from such talk. Aunt Kong hurriedly soothed Lin Qianqing, then shifted the conversation, saying, however, it is truly inappropriate for the third miss to keep such a treasure from the master. He toils daily with state affairs and deserves to be replenished. Indeed, Lin Qianqing nodded vigorously, agreeing wholeheartedly. Auntie, perhaps we should visit third sister and discuss this matter as children. Filial piety should come first. Lin Qianqing's eyes lit up with a suggestion. Very well, Aunt Kong replied cheerfully. Rising swiftly to accompany Lin Qianqing to Lin Mei's courtyard. Lin Mei's abode was somewhat secluded, and after a lengthy conversation by the time they arrived, Lin Mei was already halfway through her lunch. Lin Qianqing had never witnessed such a crude manner of eating. The young lady of a noble house was voraciously shoveling rice into her mouth with a large bowl, not to mention the red braised meat served in a basin, glistening with grease, which made Lin Qianqing feel queasy. How could such coarse fare be presented at the table of a lady from a marquis's household? Her meals were always meticulously prepared, visually appealing. Nothing could compare to such vulgarity. Only those lowly tradesmen or servants would consume meat in such a manner. Lin Mei picked up 2 pieces of red braised meat, stuffing them into her mouth as the rich aroma of the sauce spread delightfully across her palate, causing her to squint her eyes in bliss, reminiscent of a small fox basking in the sun. Fluffy in content. A few mouthfuls of vinegar-soaked shredded cabbage perfectly cut through the richness of the red braised meat, making it all the more delectable. Xiaoer, bring me another bowl. Lin Mei extended her empty bowl to the side, and Xiaoer quickly took it, deftly filling it for her. Lin Mei continued to shovel food into her mouth, leaving Lin Qianqing feeling a bit overwhelmed on her behalf. Third sister Lin Qianqing could no longer contain herself and began to speak, but before she could finish, Zhuer rushed in. Miss, something terrible has happened. Master has been poisoned. What? Aunt Kong and Lin Qianqing exclaimed in unison, rushing out. Yes, Mississippi, Xiaoer replied, as her mistress despises any waste. Lin Buyan's courtyard was in disarray, with Zhao Shi and Lin Yisan pacing anxiously. Father, what has happened to you? Lin Qianqing burst in and, upon seeing the bloodstains on Lin Buyan's face, nearly fainted. Lin Buyan had no time to acknowledge her. As Lin Yisan explained, father and mother were having lunch when suddenly, father began to bleed profusely from his nose. Who is responsible for this poisoning? Who dares to harm father? Lin Qianqing exclaimed in alarm, demanding to know what her father had consumed. The meals for the master and mistress were specially prepared by the kitchen. There should be no mistakes. The maidservant shrank down in fear, kneeling on the ground. Then you must have poisoned him. Lin Yisan shouted angrily, calling for the capture of these vile servants. Second miss, spare us. Spare us. Today, third miss sent chicken soup to the master and mistress. Just moments ago, the master consumed half a bowl of soup, while the mistress has yet to partake. The maidservant bowed repeatedly, frantically explaining. Compared to offending Lin Mei, she was far more afraid of losing her own life. Third sister, Lin Qianqing turned to glare reproachfully at Lin Mei, who had just entered. The doctor is here. The doctor is here. A young servant led the doctor in, and Zhao Shi quickly stepped aside, allowing the doctor to examine Lin Buyan. After taking Lin Buyan's pulse, the elderly physician hesitated, stroking his white beard. May I inquire what the Marquis consumed earlier? Indeed, it appears the food is the source of the problem. All eyes in the room fell upon Lin Mei. Had she truly sunk to the depths of unfilial behavior, plotting to harm her own father? Lin Mei smiled, her lively brows and eyes radiant as if reflecting the fervent sunlight of summer, leaving one with nowhere to hide. So it turns out that you are the one who shouted about the poisoning. And so what? Is my father not poisoned? Lin Yisan reprimanded sharply. The Lord is not poisoned. The doctor finally seized the opportunity to interject. Then what is wrong with the master? Zhao asked anxiously. How could he be eating well and suddenly have a nosebleed? The doctor sighed lightly, rising to say, let me take a look at the food first. He specifically examined the chicken soup and with a peculiar expression remarked, this chicken soup, could it be poisonous? Lin Yisan pressed urgently. Is this chicken soup toxic? The doctor chuckled. This chicken soup is not poisonous. Not poisonous? How can that be? Lin Yisan stated her disbelief. If it is not poisonous, why is my father bleeding so profusely? It is because it is too nourishing. The doctor helplessly turned to Lin Mei and asked, May I inquire, Miss Lin-san, did you put ginseng in this chicken soup? Yes, Lin Mei nodded, candidly replying, it contains a millennium-old ginseng gifted to me by someone. The doctor nearly lost his mind. Miss Lin-san, you cannot use millennium-old ginseng in chicken soup like this? Lin Mei tilted her head in confusion, gazing at the doctor with a puzzled expression. I thought cooking chicken soup for my father would help him regain his strength. Is that not good? The doctor internally raged, using millennium-old ginseng to make chicken soup. Was she not willing to waste a bit more? While millennium-old ginseng is indeed precious, it is meant for life-threatening situations. If one wishes to nourish the body, regular ginseng would suffice, the doctor earnestly advised. Then what about my father? Lin Mei cast a worried glance at the complex expression on Lin Buyuan's face. He will be fine, just have him drink more water. Alternatively, we can prepare a couple of herbal remedies to reduce the heat, the doctor suggested, looking at Lin Buyuan. Upon hearing this, Zhao hurriedly said, Then let us quickly prepare 2 herbal remedies to reduce the heat. The doctor promptly wrote a prescription, collected his fee, and a servant followed to fetch the medicine. Father, it is all my fault for not knowing the potency of ginseng, Lin Mei said, wringing her hands with guilt as she looked at Lin Buyuan. Lin Yisan sneered beside her. Third sister, do you not know how precious millennium-old ginseng is? Lin Mei bit her lip, feeling embarrassed. Second sister, I have never seen or consumed ginseng before. Lin Buyuan's expression suddenly shifted. Glaring fiercely at Zhao Zhao, feeling guilty, lowered her gaze, harboring resentment towards Lin Yisan. Meanwhile, Lin Mei seemed oblivious, murmuring softly, I knew ginseng was a good thing and I wanted to give it to my father. She thought that if she presented the ginseng directly, her father might refuse it, so she made it into chicken soup instead. Lin Yisan was at a loss for words, realizing that speaking further would only complicate matters. So she kept silent. Fortunately, Lin Qianqing came to her aid, gently suggesting, Third sister, now that you are aware, you should send the ginseng to father. No. Lin Mei immediately rejected without a second thought. Lin Qianqing furrowed her brows, questioning why not. Third sister, do you not wish to give that millennium-old ginseng to father? Naturally, I will not give it to father, Lin Mei resolutely stated. A hint of dissatisfaction flashed in Lin Buyuan's eyes. Did Lin Mei intend to keep that millennium-old ginseng for herself? He had just thought she was filial. Third sister, father is the head of the family. As daughters we must honor our parents and elders. It is merely a piece of millennium-old ginseng, even if it were dragon meat from the heavens. If father needs it, we must procure it. Lin Qianqing's dutiful words elicited a nod of approval from Lin Buyuan. At that moment, he felt that Lin Si was understanding and dutiful, while Lin San was truly too considerate. Lin Mei sighed softly. Fourth sister, did you not hear what the doctor just said? What? Lin Qianqing momentarily did not grasp the meaning. The doctor said that millennium-old ginseng is meant for life-threatening situations. Father is strong and healthy. Why would he need it to cling to life? You keep insisting I give the millennium-old ginseng to father. Do you mean? Lin Mei did not finish her sentence. Yet everyone in the room understood. The color drained from Lin Qianqing's face as she stared blankly at Lin Mei for a moment before hastily turning to Lin Buyuan, urgently explaining, Father, I did not mean that. Enough? Lin Buyuan slammed the table in anger. Get out. How dare they curse him to an early death, needing life support. Lin Buyuan turned to Zhao, instructing, send some ginseng to Lin Mei. She is weak and needs to nourish herself more. His daughter, the daughter of a marquis, had grown up without even seeing ginseng. If others found out, would they not say he mistreated his illegitimate daughter? How would he face others in the future? Yes, my lord, Zhao quickly responded. J-Mama, go to the storeroom and select a few good ginseng roots to send to the third young lady. Yes, J-Mama complied promptly. Father, please rest well. I shall take my leave. Lin Mei elegantly bowed before turning to leave. As for the thoughts of those remaining, what concern was it of hers? Lin Yisan found it amusing, trying to curry favor with Zhao. Not considering who truly held power in the Marquis's residence. It is said that to catch a thief, one must first capture the king. If one wishes to ingratiate oneself, they must flatter the true master, not the deputy. What a waste of time. That little fox was truly wicked. Retaliating against Lin Buyuan while also delivering a sharp slap to her legitimate mother and 2 sisters. Well done. Oh, how well done. Praised O Yenhao, leaving Yu Chan speechless. Was his lord truly devoid of any sense of right and wrong? How could such mischief be deemed well done? Indeed, those favored by his lord all shared the same peculiar traits. Lin Yisan had initially intended to use the pretense of making pastries to cover up her injury while showcasing her filial piety. But alas, the revelation of poison shattered all her plans. Zhao would likely grow increasingly displeased with her. As for Lin Qianqing, who spoke of filial piety and justice, she was left blushing with shame, leaving an impression of foolishness and ingratitude before Lin Buyan. Furthermore, Lin Mei subtly communicated to Lin Buyan how arduous her life had been, overlooked to the extent that she had never even seen the ginseng commonly consumed by wealthy young ladies. Yet she had managed to garner numerous benefits. Was this not killing several birds with one stone? Why did it suddenly seem that Miss Lin San and his lord were a perfect match? Both so cunning and devious, no rather shrewd and resourceful that it was merely a slip of the tongue. A slip of the tongue, Chapter 24. The cost is a bit high. It was truly worth my while to send the ginseng over. What a splendid performance! Oh Yanhao exclaimed heartily. Yu Chun genuinely did not know what to say. His lord was remarkably generous, allowing him to deliver it without hesitation. The question was it not a bit extravagant to use such a precious millennium-old ginseng merely for a show? What other events transpired? Oh Yanhao seemed completely unaware of his loyal guard's unusual emotions. Casually inquiring, he was still eager to learn of the little fox's good deeds. It turned out that Zhu Baozi had found the home of the little girl purchased by Miss Lin San. The girl's mother had remarried that man. The woman was indeed ill but still toiling at home. Mentioning this, Yu Chun was indignant. What a disgrace! He cannot even take care of his own wife and instead extorts money from his wife and daughter. Truly shameless. He has sold his daughter more than once. If he encounters kind-hearted individuals, he might receive some money, only to squander it on wine and gambling. Oh Yanhao furrowed his brows and asked, "What did Lin Mei say?" Glancing at his oblivious close guard, Oh Yanhao pressed, "I asked you what she said regarding Zhu Baozi. What do that mother and daughter have to do with him? Besides, how could the little fox fail to care for the one she purchased? The little fox is sharp, but she also has her own means. Oh, she simply expressed her gratitude," Yu Chun replied straightforwardly. Not hearing the subsequent words, Oh Yanhao raised an impatient eyebrow, asking, "Is that all?" "Indeed," Yu Chun replied, puzzled. What more could there be? Just a simple thank you. Did she not invite him for tea or offer a gift? Oh Yanhao questioned. Upon hearing this, Yu Chun could not help but laugh and cry at the same time. "My lord, that is the young lady's courtyard. Zhu Baozi is out of his mind if he thinks he can linger there. At least he has some sense," Oh Yanhao noted, his previously gloomy demeanor beginning to brighten. However, just as he felt a slight improvement, Yu Chen's next words swiftly cast a shadow over his expression again. Now that Miss Lin San is willing to let him do something, Zhu Baozi is highly motivated. This time, if he satisfies Miss Lin San, he will leave with a beaming smile. What thanks could he possibly want? Yu Chun spoke without a second thought. "My lord, you must admit that Zhu Baozi has some issues. Previously, he had a betrothal with Miss Lin San, yet he refused to acknowledge it. After Miss Lin San called off the engagement, he eagerly pursued her. What a disgrace! Don't you agree, my lord? My lord, what is the matter with you?" Yu Chun, inadvertently looking up, was startled by Oh Yanhao's thunderous and stormy expression, causing him to instinctively step back in trepidation. Swallowing hard with difficulty, he privately cursed under his breath, wondering who had once again provoked the prince's ire. How shameless! Oh Yanhao bellowed in anger. Yu Chun let out a sigh of relief, realizing that the prince was upset over this matter. Indeed, the prince was fiercely opposed to wickedness. It was true. That man was utterly shameless. Yu Chun echoed. Oh Yanhao nodded in satisfaction, noting that this time Yu Chun had exhibited some wit. How could a man who treated his own wife and daughter so poorly, indulging only in drinking and gambling, truly consider himself a man? Upon uttering this particularly indignant remark, Yu Chun successfully earned two disdainful glances from the prince. Oh Yanhao, rendered speechless, contemplated that while Yu Chun could handle matters of conflict, he could truly not rely on him for anything else. "Prepare some items. Tomorrow deliver them to Lin Mei," Oh Yanhao instructed, listing several items. After hearing this, Yu Chun inquired, "Prince, are you raising a little fox?" "One must invest a little capital," Oh Yanhao replied, imagining Lin Mei's expression upon receiving these gifts. Surely she would resemble a sunbathing little fox. Lazily squinting her eyes, "Invest a little capital." Yu Chun quickly calculated the worth of those items and replied gravely, "Prince, your cost of raising a fox seems rather steep." Oh Yanhao shot him a sharp glance, prompting Yu Chun to fall silent. "What do you mean by steep?" "That depends on what kind of fox it is." At this juncture, Oh Yanhao's tone suddenly darkened. "A fox? You should refer to her as Miss Lin San. That little fox is her exclusive name. It cannot be casually misnamed." "Understood," Yu Chun promptly responded with respect, though inwardly he grumbled about the prince's incessant calling. Within an Yuanho's residence, Lin Mei contentedly finished her last spoonful of soup, comfortably burping with satisfaction. The unaltered food was simply exquisite. Miss, would you like to take a stroll in the courtyard? Xiao'er, having long accustomed herself to her mistress's appetite, still expressed concern over her eating so much. Cautioning her against indigestion and no need, Lin Mei replied, patting her full belly. "To have a full meal and then enjoy a peaceful night's sleep is truly the greatest happiness in the world. There is no need to worry about zombies or other supernatural beings. It's quite delightful. I will prepare some hot water," Xiao'er chimed in with a smile. Once everything was set, Xiao'er went to the side room to check on the ailing Zhenyang. "Xiao'er, you've come. Please take a seat. Cour, pour water for Xiao'er." Zhenyang still felt as though she were in a dream, unable to comprehend how she had suddenly escaped from that terrifying man's clutches. From now on, she and her daughter would no longer endure the brutal oppression of men, and they had such a fine house to live in, ample food to eat, and doctors to attend to their ailments. Several times she had almost convinced herself she was dreaming, fearing that one misstep would awaken her back in that dreadful nightmarish home. Don't let Cour work too hard," Xiao'er quickly admonished the frail Cour. "With all these injuries you need to rest. Don't think of anything else. Just focus on healing, and once you're better, you can serve the miss properly." Yes, you're right, Xiao'er," Zhenyang nodded repeatedly, gratefully acknowledging her words. Xiao'er had become the head maid of the courtyard, managing everything with great efficiency. Her mistress was far too lazy to concern herself with such trivialities. Newcomers needed to be reprimanded, lest her mistress's kindness be taken for granted. Of course, if Yu Chun had heard Xiao'er's thoughts, he would certainly have found them absurd. Could Lin Mei really be bullied? It would be a miracle if she didn't bully others instead. For instance, attempting to bully Lin Mei had only succeeded in displeasing Zhao Shi and Lin Yisen, who was currently in her room, gazing at her hands smeared with ointment, her eyes flashing with a glimmer of strategizing. Chapter 25. Sisterhood. The next day, after Lin Yisen and Lin Qianqing had paid their respects to Zhao Shi, the two of them exchanged pleasantries in the courtyard before heading to Lin Mei's quarters. Upon seeing Lin Yisen and Lin Qianqing, Zhu'er immediately raised her voice to greet them, informing the miss within. "Second miss, fourth Mississippi, where is third sister?" Lin Yisen inquired with a smile, although she asked. Her feet did not pause as she pushed open the door to Lin Mei's chamber. "Second miss, fourth miss," Xiao'er greeted formally, while Lin Mei was comfortably lounging on a couch, basking in the winter sun. Hearing the commotion, she lazily opened her half-closed eyes and asked, "Is there something you need?" The warmth of the sun had rendered her body soft and languid. After a satisfying meal, all she wished was to nap in the sun. Observing Lin Mei's casual posture, Lin Qianqing frowned disapprovingly, her meticulously drawn brows knitting together. "Third sister, why didn't I see you with mother?" "Why would I go to mother if I have nothing to discuss?" Lin Mei replied, puzzled. Wasn't it the duty of a child to pay respects to their mother at dawn and dusk? Even if there may be some minor misunderstandings between you and mother, there are no parents without faults. Regardless, you must at least pay your respects, Lin Qianqing admonished, unable to tolerate Lin Mei's behavior. Lin Mei smiled, her enchanting peach blossom eyes curving into crescent moons, momentarily entrancing Lin Qianqing. Involuntarily, she scolded herself inwardly for her thoughts, deeming them inappropriate. How could she think such things about her third sister? Yet, it was undeniable that third sister was extraordinarily captivating, unaware of Lin Qianqing's inner turmoil. Lin Mei slowly replied, "When I was young, mother had already stated that I was exempt from morning and evening greetings. Has fourth sister forgotten? Since it was mother's instruction, I must naturally comply. Do you wish for me to defy mother's wishes and incite her wrath? If that were to happen, fourth sister, could you bear the consequences?" Lin Mei looked at Lin Qianqing with a half-smile, sending chills down her spine. "Third sister, we are here to bring you gifts today." Lin Yisen quickly interjected, steering the conversation away from the previous topic. "Gifts for me?" Lin Mei chuckled. "No one has visited my little courtyard for years. What brings you here today?" Lin Mei's blunt sarcasm left Lin Qianqing's expression sour. How could Lin Mei be so brazenly ungrateful? Lin Yisen, however, was more astute than Lin Qianqing. "With the plum blossom banquet approaching, we thought you might not have suitable jewelry, so we selected a few pieces from our collection for you to choose from." Lin Mei smiled again, sitting up with Xiao'er's assistance, watching as Lin Qianqing accepted a jewelry box from a maid and opened it, saying, "With the plum blossom banquet coming up, all the unmarried daughters from noble families will attend. Our Ho residents cannot afford to be remiss." Second sister mentioned she was unsure if you had appropriate jewelry, so we picked out some for you to select. As she spoke, Lin Qianqing produced a hairpin adorned with a lustrous pearl entwined in golden threads. complemented by smaller pearls exuding an air of exquisite elegance. Third sister, what do you think of this hairpin? Lin Qianqing's eyes sparkled as she continued, this was a gift from eldest sister to me. And I adore it, that if you like it, you may borrow it for the plum blossom banquet. She also showcased a beautiful pair of ear pendants, gifted by eldest sister to their mother, then passed on to her. Lin Qianqing eagerly displayed each piece of jewelry to Lin Mei. The incessant chatter caused Xiu'er to lose her pleasant demeanor. What was the purpose of this? Was it to flaunt their favoritism in front of her mistress? Her mistress had previously possessed no jewelry at all. Lin Yixin's triumphant gaze swept over the disgruntled Xiu'er and the increasingly somber Xiu'er, then landed on Lin Qianqing, who was fervently advocating the sharing of fine items with Lin Mei. And she couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Lin Qianqing truly lacked foresight. She had actually brought jewelry to Lin Mei. How foolish! Oh, Lin Yixin suddenly exclaimed, interrupting Lin Qianqing's incessant prattle. Fourth sister, stop right there, what's wrong? Lin Qianqing asked in confusion. Didn't second sister say we should maintain close ties and avoid creating distance between sisters? You've brought so many pieces of jewelry. Does third sister have matching attire? While we can certainly gift jewelry, what about clothing? The plum blossom banquet is in 2 days. How will we have time to make new clothes for third sister? Lin Yixin said kindly, the luxurious jewelry in your hand simply doesn't match third sister's garments. I truly didn't consider that much. Lin Qianqing hesitated, placing the jewelry down. Fourth sister, there's no need to feel guilty. We meant well, we just didn't think it through, and third sister surely wouldn't be so petty as to get angry. Lin Yixin said with a smile. Lin Mei found herself genuinely impressed by Lin Yixin's cunning to curry favor with Zhao Shi and advance her own prospects. She would so readily scheme against her own flesh and blood sister. What on earth was she thinking? Miss, young Master Zhu requests an audience, shouted Shi Tu from the courtyard. Young Master Zhu. Upon hearing this, Lin Qianqing immediately sprang to her feet, dashing out without a second thought. Lin Yixin, can't you see that Zhao Shi is merely using you as a pawn? Do you truly believe she cares for you? Lin Mei's teasing gaze fell upon Lin Yixin's swollen fingers. Did you burn yourself while making snacks? Lin Yixin quickly tucked her hands into her sleeves but defiantly replied, in this courtyard, my marriage is naturally decided by my mother. If I do not rely on her, should I depend on you instead? Lin Mei chuckled and leisurely rose to her feet. You will come to regret this. Watching Lin Mei's slender figure saunter away, Lin Yixin bit down hard on her molars. She would not regret it. The only correct choice was to cling to her mother and curry her favor. Lin Mei should stop with her ominous warnings. She would not be deceived. Chapter 26. Please accept. Lin Mei strolled into the courtyard and noticed Lin Qianqing standing awkwardly to the side, while Zhu Baozi appeared remarkably calm. Upon seeing her emerge, Zhu Baozi hurriedly stepped forward, eagerly calling, Third Mississippi Zhu Gongzi, is there something you need? Compared to Zhu Baozi's excitement, Lin Mei remained remarkably composed. And a couple of days is the plum blossom banquet. And I happen to have a set of ready-made garments in my shop that I would like to present them to the third Mista. As soon as Zhu Baozi finished speaking, Lin Qianqing clenched the handkerchief in her grasp. Furious. Who didn't know that the Zhu family owned a silk shop? Their establishment spanned across the north and south, and every major town would certainly have a Zhu silk shop, beloved by noble families. The materials, cuts, and embroidery were all of the finest quality, and most importantly, the prices were steep. One piece could leave one agonizing over it for 2 to 3 months. Zhu Baozi had the audacity to come and present Lin Mei with a garment from his family? What merit did Lin Mei possess to deserve such a gift? Under the envious and murderous gazes of Lin Yixin and Lin Qianqing, Lin Mei slowly shook her head. Zhu Gongzi, I cannot accept a reward without having rendered service. Third Miss, this is not merely a gift for you. Rather, I seek your assistance. Zhu Baozi replied with a smile. After all, he was a merchant, and his words flowed like honey. This is a new garment from my family's shop. Not yet on sale due to the difficulty of crafting it. It is sold exclusively to the daughters and wives of noble families. However, simply displaying it in the shop would not garner the desired attention. I thought to borrow the occasion of the plum blossom banquet, asking the third Miss to wear it to help promote my family's garment. Consider it a token of gratitude. As he spoke, Zhu Baozi unfurled the garment from the box. The blue fabric, reminiscent of a clear sky after rain, shimmered under the sunlight, with intricate cloud patterns embroidered in silver thread, resembling a flowing galaxy. The beauty of the dress left everyone in the courtyard dumbfounded. Zhu Baozi was exceptionally pleased with this piece, having gathered the finest embroiderers, producing only 3 sets. Even among those 3, this was the most exquisite. Third Miss, if you were to wear it, the other 2 pieces would surely sell for a handsome price. Zhu Baozi asserted confidently. Lin Mei cast a casual glance at the dress that incited envy from Lin Yisan and Lin Qianqing. Clothing and jewelry held little allure for her, having grown accustomed to valuing sustenance in the post-apocalyptic world. Such frivolity seemed inconsequential when one's life was at stake. Lin Mei smiled and, surveying the beautiful garment, inquired, "Since I am assisting Zhu Gongzi, might I ask what compensation I might receive?" Lin Qianqing was taken aback, unable to fathom Lin Mei's shamelessness, and could not help but speak up for Zhu Baozi. "Third sister, Zhu Gongzi has already said this dress is a gift to you. How can you still demand compensation?" Lin Mei smiled faintly, her eyes glinting as she replied, "Why am I in a hurry to ask Zhu Gongzi for compensation? Fourth sister, are you not a bit premature in your concerns regarding Zhu Gongzi's finances? After all, you are to marry Zhu Gongzi in the future, and there is still Zhu Laofuran managing matters." Lin Qianqing's face flickered between shades of blue and red, glaring furiously at Lin Mei while simultaneously stealing shy glances at Zhu Baozi. The marriage between Zhu Baozi and her was a foregone conclusion, yet declaring it in front of so many was mortifying. Before Lin Qianqing could gather her wits, Zhu Baozi hastily distanced himself from the matter. "Third Miss, I assure you, I would never marry Fourth Mississippi," implying that he would only marry Lin Mei. Zhu Baozi shook his head. "How could that be the same?" Lin Qianqing stumbled back a step, her face a picture of disbelief as she stared at Zhu Baozi. She could hardly believe that Zhu Baozi would belittle her in front of Lin Mei. Lin Qianqing's reaction greatly pleased Lin Mei. "Well, it's merely a dress," Lin Yisan said with a smile. "Zhu Gongzi, if you wish for my sister to help you gain a reputation, you might have taken a misstep, ditto." "How so?" Zhu Baozi turned his gaze to Lin Yisan. Lin Yisan covered her mouth and chuckled lightly. Has Zhu Gongzi forgotten that the host of the Plum Blossom Banquet is none other than Princess Annan, and her garments are from Linglong Pavilion? Linglong Pavilion? Lin Mei looked at Lin Yisan in confusion. Lin Yisan inwardly chuckled, knowing Lin Mei, who had not seen much of the world, was unaware of Linglong Pavilion. The master of Linglong Pavilion was renowned as the finest embroiderer in the realm, crafting garments of unparalleled beauty. Furthermore, the master only produced one garment every 3 years, with many willing to pay a fortune for it. The dress worn by Princess Annan was crafted under the auspices of the master, with 2 elders assisting. Although the skills of the elders were slightly inferior to that of the master, they produced one piece annually, aside from the empresses of their own and foreign lands. Only Princess Annan had the fortune to possess one. Lin Yisan continued with a smile, "With Princess Annan's garments from Linglong Pavilion, Zhu Gongzi, your garment would hardly stand out. Second Miss, I had no intention of comparing to Linglong Pavilion. I merely wished." Zhu Baozi's words were interrupted by a voice from the courtyard entrance. "Third Miss Lin, I have come on behalf of His Royal Highness the 7th Prince to deliver a few items to you." Lin Mei looked up to see Steward Ji accompanying Yu Chan, who was followed by 4 maidservants, each carrying a box. As Yu Chan entered and paid his respects, he addressed Lin Mei. "Third Miss Lin, the prince is aware of your plans to attend the Plum Blossom Banquet and has specially sent these items for you." As he spoke, Yu Chan gestured, and the maidservants immediately presented the boxes with both hands. Before Lin Mei could utter a word, Lin Qianqing gasped, "Linglong Pavilion." At Lin Qianqing's exclamation, Lin Yisan finally noticed the emblem on the box, which belonged to Linglong Pavilion. Fourth Miss Lin indeed had a discerning eye. Yu Chun smiled and said, "Inside this box is a garment personally crafted by the master of Linglong Pavilion. Please accept it, Third Miss Lin." The phrase "personally crafted by the master of Linglong Pavilion" struck Lin Qianqing and Lin Yisan like daggers, leaving them utterly devastated. Chapter 27. A bit pathetic as they were unsure of what style of jewelry the third miss preferred. "We have prepared 2 sets for you," Yu Chan said, gesturing toward the other maidservants holding boxes. "They even matched the jewelry." Lin Yisan was so furious her chest felt tight, and her vision blurred. Lin Qianqing nearly twisted the handkerchief in her hands into shreds. "This grand gift from the prince is too much. I truly feel unworthy," Lin Mei said with a slight smile, her demeanor relaxed. "Third Miss Lin, you jest. You saved the prince's life. How could mere trinkets compare to that?" Yu Chun replied, still smiling, "Please accept it." This gift was clearly meant for Lin Mei. Lin Yisan's envious gaze seemed glued to the box marked with the Linglong Pavilion emblem, and she suddenly spoke with a bright smile, "This gift, I fear my third sister may not have the opportunity to wear without an invitation. One cannot enter the Plum Blossom Banquet. Invitations were sent to each noble family, with unmarried daughters allowed to attend. Of course, attendance depended on the matriarch's discretion. Those who attended had their names written on the invitation by the matriarch before being presented to Princess Annan's residence. The choice of invitees was of little concern to Princess Annan. As it was merely to verify identities at the entrance, what truly mattered were the wives of various princes or other princesses, as well as the esteemed daughters of influential families, who were invited by Princess Anne. The members of the Anjouan Marquisate were not held in high regard, especially not the illegitimate daughters. Lin May's desire to attend Princess Anne's plum blossom banquet would require her mother's approval. Without her mother's consent, she would not be able to go. Over the years, had Lin May ever attended even once? Furthermore, invitations had already been sent out this year. Even if Lin May wanted to go, there was no opportunity left. Not to worry, Yuchun smiled. The prince has already considered this matter. What? The prince intends to take my third sister with him? Lin Yisan, filled with concern, spoke up that it would not be proper for the prince to take her. Considering she is an unmarried girl, it could invite gossip. Yuchun, with a smile, gracefully produced a gilded invitation from his bosom and presented it with both hands. Miss Lin-san, this is the invitation from Princess Anne. The gilded invitation, penned by the hand of Princess Anne herself. Lin Yisan swayed slightly, nearly collapsing to the ground from the overwhelming impact. Lin May took the invitation and inquired, is the plum blossom banquet merely for admiring flowers? Or will there be a feast? There will be exquisite delicacies prepared by imperial chefs. Yuchun thought to himself, stifling a grimace. This individual truly never forgot about food, regardless of the occasion. Really? Lin May's eyes sparkled with excitement, gleaming as if illuminated by dancing lights. That I must go. Upon fulfilling the task assigned by the prince, Yuchun hastily bowed and took his leave. Once outside the Marquis's residence, he exhaled deeply. Miss Lin-san was undeniably stunning. With her enchanting peach blossom eyes that, when shimmering with a watery glimmer, could ensnare one's very soul. It was merely a Marquis's household. Embedding a spy there would be exceedingly simple to strike at someone's vulnerabilities. Particularly using what they hold dear is truly wicked. Oh Yenhao laughed uproariously, disregarding all decorum. Yuchun stood at the lower end, casting a glance at his mirthful prince. He spoke of Miss Lin-san's faults, yet laughed so heartily. What was the meaning of his appreciative expression? Yuchun ventured, Your Highness, Zhu Baozi has been excessively attentive to Miss Lin-san. Should we not occupy him with tasks? No need. Oh Yenhao waved his hand dismissively, confidently declaring, someone like Zhu Baozi could never capture that cunning little fox. He is not worth our attention. Oh Yenhao had never regarded Zhu Baozi with any seriousness. If he had once cared, he had gleaned from the little fox's attitude towards Zhu Baozi today that she was indifferent. If she did not care, why should he? Why provoke Zhu Baozi to garner her notice? Such a fruitless endeavor was not one he wished to pursue. Your Highness, Princess Anne will also invite the consorts of other princes. I fear. Yuchun cautioned, recalling that the legitimate daughter of Marquis Anne was indeed the concubine of the fifth prince. Yenhao chuckled. Do you think they would scheme against the little fox? I harbor such concerns, Yuchun murmured. You need not worry, Oh Yenhao assured him. Yuchun looked at his prince in astonishment. Could it be that the prince had already made arrangements? His capacity for endurance was limited. Your Highness, the one hosting the plum blossom banquet is Princess Anne, a woman revered even by the emperor. She is not just any commoner. Why do you appear so amused? In the depths of his thoughts, Yuchun raged internally, while Oh Yenhao remained oblivious, as did Lin May, who was completely engrossed in the gift sent by Oh Yenhao. Miss, it's so beautiful, Zhu Er exclaimed, holding up a garment for Lin May to admire. The fiery red dress resembled a blazing inferno, its cascading layers akin to an unstoppable wildfire. Did I say? This attire suits you perfectly, Miss, Zhu Er declared proudly. In her eyes, only her mistress possessed the grace and beauty to wear such a garment. Others would merely be overshadowed by the dress. Stop your nonsense and help the miss tidy up. Zhu Er scolded her sister. I asked you to assist the miss, not to play. Zhu Er pouted, muttering softly, I was just showing it to the miss because it looks lovely. Dare you talk back? Zhu Er raised her hand in mock threat. Zhu Er cheekily stuck out her tongue and hurried to the side to tidy up, all the while lamenting how exquisite the jewelry was. In comparison to the accessories brought by Lin Qianqing, these truly appeared dull and lifeless. How could Lin Qianqing even dare to present them? Humph! The seventh prince truly cared for the miss. She had been gazing at the gifts since earlier, moved by them, no doubt. Lin May stared at the jewelry, blinking in contemplation, and asked Zhu Er, if these jewels were sold, could we not exchange them for a plethora of delectable treats? Zhu Er froze, suddenly feeling that the seventh prince seemed a tad pitiful. Chapter 28. Disparity. 2 days swiftly passed, and Lin May arrived at the residence of Princess Anne in a carriage. It is worth noting that Princess Anne is not the emperor's biological daughter. Her father was an official stationed at the border who, to stabilize the region, entrusted her to an overseas chieftain. It can be said that maintaining domestic peace without unrest is largely attributed to Princess Annen's efforts. After her father fell in battle, the emperor bestowed upon her the title of Princess Annen, granting her residence in the capital and a royal palace, thereby elevating her status immensely. Upon reaching the princess's residence and presenting the invitation, she was permitted to proceed into the courtyard by carriage. Those whose names were merely inscribed on the invitation had to disembark at the gate and enter on foot. The princess's residence was vast, and traversing it took considerable time. Thus, while most walked, only a few carriages were allowed to enter, drawing countless envious glances as they did so. Once Lin Mei disembarked, the banquet hall was already set with tables. A palace maid approached, bowing respectfully. "Miss Lin-san, this way please." Lin Mei smiled faintly and followed the maid to her designated table, taking a seat with show air standing behind her. Each attendee was permitted to bring one personal maid. Several elegantly dressed ladies occupied the hall, but Lin Mei merely glanced at them, not dwelling on them soon. The guests were all present, however. Aside from the high seat at the front, the lower tables were occupied by those holding Princess Annen's invitations. As for the others, the hall was furnished with several long tables, reminiscent of the disparity between a grand chamber and a communal dormitory. Of course, in previous years, such treatment would have filled Lin Qianqing with immense pride. After all, many noble ladies from prominent families could not gain entry to the plum blossom banquet. Yet, the honor of yesteryear now left Lin Qianqing feeling scorched with humiliation. Her envious and resentful gaze was fixated upon Lin Mei. Seated at the solitary table, the fiery red dress, akin to a blazing flame, made Lin Mei the center of attention. The layers of her gown flowed lightly, devoid of any cumbersome embellishments, akin to a burning flame imbued with a fierce lightness, as though dancing in the air. Not to mention the set of ruby-encrusted golden jewelry adorning her dark tresses, with large rubies at the center, delicate golden threads intricately weaving outwards, trailing tiny red gemstones that intertwined at the back of her head. Abundant golden threads formed intricate patterns, binding her dark locks. The gently swaying tassels left trails of golden light in the air, captivating every gaze. While the dress and jewelry were enviably beautiful, it was Lin Mei herself who truly ensnared all eyes. Her exquisitely enchanting features and breathtaking beauty required no rouge to enhance her allure. She was already stunning beyond compare. She resembled a magnificent phoenix, soaring proudly amidst the blazing inferno. "Princess Annen has arrived." As the eunuch's sharp voice echoed, Princess Annen entered, clad in a simply patterned purple gown. Though her beauty did not rival that of a renowned enchantress, she possessed a serene elegance, not a beauty that strikes at first glance, but rather one that reveals its charm upon closer inspection. Adorning her were few but exquisite pieces of jewelry, clearly royal gifts. Perhaps due to ill health or lack of sun exposure, her complexion was pale. Bearing a touch of fragility upon taking her seat, the assembly rose, and the palace maid swiftly served a variety of delicacies. Lin Mei, eyeing the sumptuous spread, wasted no time in picking up her chopsticks to indulge. As for the gentle murmurs of flattery among the women beside her, what had that to do with her? Nothing was more enticing than the feast before her. Xiao Er, watching her mistress eat with delight, happily served her dishes and poured her wine. After a round of pleasantries, Princess Annen signaled that everyone could proceed to the courtyard to admire the plum blossoms. It was well known that Princess Annen had a fondness for plum blossoms. Her expansive courtyard resembled a veritable forest of the flowers. However, the focal point was not the resilient plum blossoms enduring the chill, but rather Princess Annen herself, who did not recognize her exalted status, even earning deference from the emperor. Naturally, many gathered around her, using the flower viewing as an opportunity to draw closer. Sated and quenched, Lin Mei had no interest in mingling in the throng. She took her leave with Xiao Er. Wandering to the side, basking in the sight of the vibrant plum blossoms and inhaling their crisp fragrance, she felt utterly refreshed. Finally escaping the cloying scent of cosmetics, Lin Mei sighed in relief. These people, do they not regard the cost of that makeup? How much have they used? She suddenly felt a tinge of regret for attending. Though the meal was delightful, the overwhelming fragrance of powders had given her a headache. "I hope we can leave soon. I cannot endure this any longer." Xiao Er glanced around to ensure no one was nearby and hastily swallowed a pastry. Her mistress was indeed the best. After finishing her treat, the two admired the blossoms for a while until footsteps approached from behind. Lin Mei furrowed her brow. How could she encounter anyone in such a secluded spot? "Third sister. Is that you here? Lin Qianqing? What was she doing here?" Lin Mei turned and faced Lin Qianqing. "Is there something you need?" "Third sister, you..." Lin Qianqing fidgeted with a handkerchief in her grasp, seemingly struggling with how to articulate her thoughts. "If there's nothing, I shall take my leave." She had no desire to engage with Lin Qianqing further. Her sister's thoughts often strayed far from the norm. Sanjia has someone who wishes to meet you. Upon seeing Lin Mei attempting to leave, Lin Qianqing hurriedly stopped her and anxiously expressed her thoughts. Lin Mei regarded Lin Qianqing with a puzzled look, utterly unable to fathom why anyone would desire to see her. It was him. As she spoke, Lin Qianqing stepped aside, revealing her maid, who had been slightly bent over behind her. That moment, the maid straightened up, appearing a head taller than before, although her face bore no makeup. Her delicate features lent her an androgynous charm befitting her role as a maid. Lin Mei furrowed her brow, questioning the identity of this individual. "Third miss, I have finally met you again," exclaimed the man disguised as a maid. Excitement radiating from him as he lunged forward. Lin Mei's response was immediate. She raised her leg and delivered a swift kick with her body enhanced by toxins. Such an action against a man who posed no threat was effortlessly executed. The man fell to the ground with a thud, attempting to rise but was met with the weight of Lin Mei's foot on his back, forcing his face into the ground. "Do you wish to die?" Lin Mei stepped on the man's back, her captivating peach blossom eyes narrowing, a dangerous crimson hue glimmering at the corners. "Third sister, how can you treat someone who admires you in such a manner?" Lin Qianqing questioned, her tone filled with dissatisfaction. "Someone who admires me?" Lin Mei stared at Lin Qianqing in bewilderment, utterly perplexed by her words. What nonsense was Lin Qianqing spouting this time? "This young gentleman has been utterly distracted since he laid eyes on you. Unable to eat or sleep, longing only to see you again," Lin Qianqing passionately declared. "He even went to the trouble of risking his life outside the princess's residence just to meet you." Lin Mei's eyes widened in surprise as she listened to Lin Qianqing's increasingly fervent words. "He truly harbors deep feelings for you, even disguising himself as a maid to gain entry and see you. Third sister, you are incredibly fortunate to encounter such a devoted admirer," Lin Qianqing said, her eyes glistening with tears of excitement. When this man had detained her, pleading persistently, Lin Qianqing had gone from feeling alarmed to being deeply touched by his unwavering affection. It was this very sentiment that had compelled her to take the risk of bringing him inside. She wished to facilitate a union between her third sister and this passionate suitor. After absorbing Lin Qianqing's words, Lin Mei scrutinized her tear-filled eyes, brimming with excitement, and asked, "Is your mind clouded with nonsense?" Lin Qianqing's expression shifted abruptly, her brows furrowing as she questioned, "Third sister, how could you utter such crude words?" "It is better to speak crudely than to indulge in such sordid affairs," Lin Mei retorted with a disdainful sneer, her beautiful peach blossom eyes filled with contempt, igniting Lin Qianqing's ire. "Third sister, this young gentleman harbors genuine feelings for you. If you are not moved, that is one thing, but why direct your anger towards me for merely assisting?" Lin Qianqing challenged. "Do you have any heart at all? Do you understand love?" she pressed, her agitation palpable. "It is far easier to acquire priceless treasures than to find a devoted lover. Third sister, how can you not comprehend this?" Observing Lin Qianqing's indignation, as if she had desecrated a sacred emotion, Lin Mei chuckled. "To be honest, I do not grasp what you are saying. I only know that marriages are to be arranged by parents, and I shall never casually engage with some unknown man. Even if you favor the betrothed Zhu Gongzi, have I not made that clear before? Our engagement has been rendered null, and you should beseech our mother, who has always favored you, to see you wed into the Zhu family. Why must you jeopardize my entire life for the sake of an engagement?" Lin Mei gazed at Lin Qianqing with a heart full of sorrow, leaving Lin Qianqing utterly baffled. "Third sister, what are you saying? I am speaking of this man's profound affection for you, and you must not let it go to waste." Lin Qianqing's exquisitely arched brows furrowed, her painted red lips pouting. "Such a devoted suitor is a rare find. Third sister, how can you say such things?" Lin Qianqing's eyes filled with disappointment, unable to comprehend Lin Mei's response. That Lin Mei would disregard such a fervent sentiment was one thing, but to accuse her was a display of a heart as venomous as a serpent's. Just as Lin Qianqing was about to vehemently retort, a sharp voice rang out from behind. Bold Lin Qianqing turned in shock, and upon recognizing the figure, she quickly knelt and greeted, "Long live the princess." Princess Annan's icy gaze fell upon the man disguised as a maid, her already pallid complexion growing even more ashen. "What audacity! You dare to bring an outsider into the palace without permission? Do you not understand the gravity of your actions?" Faced with Princess Annan's reprimand, Lin Qianqing trembled, hastily defending herself. "Your Highness, please forgive me. I did not intend to offend. I merely wished to fulfill the wishes of this man, who is so deeply enamored with my third sister." "Nonsense!" Princess Annan scolded. "You disregarded royal decorum for the sake of his so-called affection and brought him into my palace? Guards, arrest them and take them away." Without heeding Lin Qianqing's explanation, Princess Annan directly commanded. Nearby maids and eunuchs swiftly approached to restrain Lin Qianqing and the man. Despite being held, Lin Qianqing continued to struggle, protesting in indignation. Princess, he truly came to see my third sister. Why am I the only one being detained? What about Lin Mei? Would Princess Annan engage in idle chatter with Lin Qianqing? Did she even possess the standing to do so? Noticing Princess Annan's lack of response, Lin Qianqing panicked, frantically scanning the crowd for assistance, but she could not find Lin Yisun's figure, only able to cry out, second sister, save me, please." The maids and eunuchs were not inclined to grant Lin Qianqing any time for explanations. Dragging her away with such an incident occurring, how could the plum blossom banquet possibly continue? Naturally, it concluded immediately, and the ladies and wives from various families took their leave. Lin Mei leisurely sat in her carriage as it rolled away, relieved that Princess Annan was reasonable. Otherwise, the situation could have escalated further. However, being taken to the authorities would undoubtedly be a blemish on her reputation. It remained uncertain what Lin Qianqing would say while in custody. Never mind, reputation is not something one can consume, and if Lin Qianqing wished to sully her name, so be it. After all, she had already spoken her piece to Princess Annan. Princess Annan was well aware that this situation was solely Lin Qianqing's doing. As Lin Qianqing was dragged from the princess's residence, she continued to shout, "Princess, he is truly enamored with my third sister. His feelings are genuine." Outside the princess's residence, although there were no shops or vendors, there were passers-by. Even if few, there were still people present. The usually tranquil princess's residence erupted into chaos, and how could the onlookers not be curious? Even if they dared not rush over, they stopped to stretch their necks and peer at the commotion. The eunuchs grappling with Lin Qianqing were at a loss for words. Was the fourth miss of the Lin family truly lacking in sense, behaving so brazenly in such a scandalous affair? Did she wish to court death? The eunuchs, frightened, quickly signaled to the guards nearby to assist in restraining Lin Qianqing, eager to send her to the authorities and liberate themselves, hoping desperately to avoid any repercussions. While Lin Qianqing wished for her demise, they certainly did not. "What are you doing? What are you doing?" Lin Qianqing struggled fiercely, insisting she was merely trying to do a good deed, bewildered by their unreasonable actions. "All of you, stop!" A cold command halted the commotion at the entrance of the princess's residence. The guards and eunuchs, upon recognizing the newcomer, hurriedly knelt in greeting. "We greet the prince. Long live the prince." Chapter 30. Affectionate and loyal. The onlookers, upon hearing the prince's arrival, displayed expressions of astonishment, casting complicated glances at Lin Qianqing. They had not expected the seemingly delicate fourth miss of the Lin family to engage in such disgraceful conduct, secretly meeting a man and bringing him into the princess's residence. It was tantamount to seeking her own demise. Before Yanhao could speak, Lin Qianqing in a panic hastily defended herself. "Your Highness, I am wronged." "Wronged?" Yanhao smirked, raising a brow. "How so? Pray enlighten me." Such matters were not suitable for Princess Annan to address. But as a prince, he could intervene with ease. "This young gentleman has been deeply enamored with my sister ever since he saw her, risking execution. He sought to meet her," Lin Qianqing recounted, her eyes red-rimmed with emotion. "As the saying goes, it is far easier to obtain priceless treasures than to find a devoted lover. My third sister is fortunate to encounter someone who treats her sincerely. Thus I endeavored to unite them." Yanhao chuckled, his ruggedly handsome features becoming even more pronounced with the light of his smile, exuding a masculinity that made the surrounding young ladies blush. How could the prince's charisma possibly compare to Zhu Baozi? Among those blushing was Lin Qianqing herself. However, the prince's next words drained the color from her face, leaving her as pale as a ghost. "Do you think your own debasement means others are similarly lowly?" Lin Qianqing's eyes widened in shock, unable to believe Yanhao had insulted her so. "Your Highness, why would you humiliate me in such a way?" she asked, tears glistening on her cheeks. It was indeed a sight that could evoke sympathy. But unfortunately, Yanhao was unmoved. The esteemed daughter of a noble house, so intimately acquainted with a man from the outside world, is she not utterly disgraceful? Yanhao questioned with a cold laugh. "The common girl does not recognize this man." Lin Qianqing, upon hearing this, panicked and hurriedly distanced herself from him. "Oh, you do not recognize him?" Yanhao asked with amusement. "If you do not know him, why hasten to facilitate a connection upon hearing he knows your third sister? How do you ascertain that this man is familiar with your third sister and shares an emotional bond with her?" The surrounding onlookers, upon hearing Yanhao's inquiries, wore expressions of confusion. Generally, when encountering such a bold man, should one not first suspect his motives? Why is she so steadfast in promoting a union between them? "I have heard that when your third sister's aunt was alive, There seemed to be an ambiguous marriage proposal. Your third sister holds the token of that engagement, yet you seem quite taken with this man. At this point, Yenhao refrained from continuing. One must trust that the imagination of the masses is indeed boundless. They can easily fill in the blanks. No, it is not as you think. Lin Qianqing understood the implications of Yenhao's words and shook her head vehemently. I harbor no such intentions. I do not wish to harm my third sister. Then I ask you, what is this person's name, their origins, and their family circumstances? Are you well aware? Yenhao, with a smile upon his face, posed his question without a hint of courtesy. This Lin Qianqing lowered her gaze in shame. How could she possibly know? Yuchan. Yenhao instructed, and Yuchan promptly approached to inquire about the man's background. Yenhao laughed heartily. His boisterous laughter sent shivers down Lin Qianqing's spine. She sensed that something was amiss, yet could not pinpoint what. She merely felt that Yenhao was terrifying, and the gazes of those around her pierced through her like needles, causing her discomfort. Thus, my fourth sister believes that a man who is married and has children, who seeks to climb the social ladder and is enamored with women, has feelings of deep affection for me? You wish to orchestrate a match between me and such a man? Lin Mei slowly alighted from the carriage, supporting Xiaoer's hand. Her eyes filled with sorrow as she regarded Lin Qianqing, fourth sister. I am your third sister after all. I have withdrawn and relinquished the engagement to you. However, if young Master Zhu does not wish to marry you, you cannot conspire against me in such a manner. Fourth sister, you may disregard my feelings, but you must consider the reputation of the noble house, the princess and the other ladies. Lin Mei chided, her brows furrowed in anguish. Third sister, how can you say such things? I am doing this for your own good. He has feelings of loyalty and affection for you. Lin Qianqing's words were abruptly drowned out by a chorus of disdain from those around her. A group of onlookers regarded Lin Qianqing as if she were a fool. What kind of man is this that possesses loyalty and affection? Someone quietly raised such a doubt, only to be immediately interrupted by laughter from others. What loyalty and affection? It is evident that he wishes to ruin her third sister for the sake of marrying that young Master Zhu. One cannot judge a book by its cover, though he appears charming and refined. He harbors a heart as venomous as a serpent's. The buzzing whispers of the crowd penetrated Lin Qianqing's ears, piercing into her mind as if a needle had been driven. It felt as though all the blood in her body had been drained in an instant, leaving her hands and feet icy, her legs weak. Had it not been for the eunuch beside her steadying her, she might have collapsed onto the ground. After giving Yuchan a few instructions, Yenhao ordered him to take Lin Qianqing to the Anyuan Marquis's residence. A resounding slap fell heavily upon her face, causing her to cry out in pain. Beast! Lin Buyan seethed, his eyes aflame with fury. Chapter 31. Refreshing. The Anyuan Marquis's residence was in disarray, while Lin Mei sat comfortably in a private room, gazing at the delectable dishes laid out on the table, smiling lightly at Yenhao. These are the signature dishes of this establishment. Do give them a try. Yenhao, feeling at ease, beckoned Lin Mei. Thank you, Your Highness, but I have already dined at the princess's residence. Lin Mei smiled slightly, her radiant smile akin to the brilliant sunlight outside, dazzling Yenhao's eyes and causing his heart to flutter unexpectedly. Xiaoer, standing behind Lin Mei, cast a bewildered glance at her mistress, who seemed unusually restrained today. Just then, a gentle knock sounded at the door, and Yuchan entered, bowing respectfully. Your Highness, everything has been taken care of. Good. Yenhao nodded in satisfaction, turning to Lin Mei with a sudden radiant smile, his previously stern features softening, enhancing his allure. Lin Mei, what is it that you desire? Such an abrupt question startled Yuchan. What was amiss with His Highness? At ease, Lin Mei replied, her enchanting peach blossom eyes curving into crescent moons, igniting a sense of longing within Yenhao. This time, not just Yuchan, but even Xiaoer felt their hearts race. What was Lin Mei planning? Mayor, how do you envision such ease? Yenhao followed her lead, finding Lin Mei akin to a sun-drenched fox, lazily stretching in the warmth of the sunlight. Naturally, it would be even better if she could nestle in his embrace to live freely and comfortably. Lin Mei had no qualms about expressing her desires. After enduring a life of scarcity and vigilance in a post-apocalyptic world, finally arriving in a normal realm, she was determined to live comfortably. Unfortunately, as a woman in such a society, there were numerous constraints that could not merely be resolved through force to live freely. One must contemplate long-term strategies that I can ensure your freedom. Yenhao chuckled. A little fox should frolic freely in the fields and when weary find a warm place to rest. Of course, he would not mind being that warm place for her. Yuchan stared in shock at his usually aloof master. His Highness, who had always been solitary in court, had never sought camaraderie with any officials. All his fervor was devoted to the battlefield. only exhibiting warmth when claiming enemy heads. He understood that Lin Sanshao held a unique place in His Highness's heart. Yet he never anticipated it to be this special, to the extent of receiving such a promise, that a promise from His Highness is worth more than gold. Yu Chun was astonished by his master's reaction. But even more so by Lin Mei's response. You are not at ease yourself, yet you wish to ensure my comfort. Your Highness, are you still awake? Her finely arched brows lifted slightly, and a glimmer of amusement flickered in her beautiful eyes. Her casual words showing no deference to the seventh prince, who was favored by the emperor. Such nonchalance made Yu Chun feel as though their social standings had been reversed, with His Highness commanding powerful troops. Who would dare be so audacious? Had Lin Mei consumed the heart of a bear and the courage of a leopard? Oh Yanhao, upon hearing Lin Mei's bold words, not only was not angered but instead burst into laughter. The coldness in his gaze was chilling, yet Lin Mei remained oblivious, merely smiling faintly, unaffected that I am not at ease. Mayor, from where do you perceive my discomfort? Oh Yanhao inquired with a smile. It is evident to anyone with eyes. Lin Mei completely disregarded the complex emotions swirling in Oh Yanhao's eyes, with His Highness commanding troops and the princes of the realm eyeing the throne greedily. Remaining neutral or being courted were both perilous paths. How then could His Highness live freely? Lin Mei raised an eyebrow in inquiry. Mayor, such casual discussions about royal matters could invite trouble. Oh Yanhao chuckled, his laughter unchanged from before, yet it bore a compelling weight that rendered the atmosphere in the room suddenly oppressive. As though a massive stone pressed upon their hearts, this stifling atmosphere, almost palpable, failed to affect Lin Mei. She continued to sit leisurely, gazing at Oh Yanhao with a smile, arching her brow in retort. Is that so? Oh Yanhao suddenly laughed heartily, dispelling the suffocating tension in an instant. Mayor, you need not worry about that. Here you shall find the freedom you desire. Lin Mei's smile grew wider as she asked, why should I seek comfort from your Highness? Can I not find it myself? I have faith in your abilities, Mayor. However, in this deep courtyard, there are certain matters that may be inconvenient for you to handle. Moreover, I admire your character. Would it not be better to become friends? Oh Yanhao inquired with a smile. Certainly, Lin Mei agreed without a moment's hesitation. Oh Yanhao was overjoyed but still felt compelled to ask, Mayor, why did you agree so readily? Why not? The illustrious seventh prince, commanding powerful troops, favored by the emperor. I am not lacking in reason. Forging a friendship with you is far more advantageous than detrimental. Why would I decline? Lin Mei's forthrightness nearly caused Yu Chun to choke on his own saliva. Even if one wishes to take advantage of His Highness, one should at least present a reasonable and appealing justification, should they not? This Lin Sanshao is remarkably blunt. He truly did not know how to respond. Well, how refreshing. Oh Yanhao laughed heartily, slamming his palm onto the table. I adore Mayor's straightforward nature. Yu Chun stared in disbelief at his master. Is this truly what one calls refreshing? He could hardly believe that if anyone else were to speak so freely before His Highness, they would surely lose their head. Yet, he could not fathom why His Highness would desire to befriend him. Lin Mei curiously inquired. She had always found it peculiar that Oh Yanhao seemed to be exceedingly kind to her. To say it was because of the previous incident with the drug testing, that she did not perceive Oh Yanhao as a person capable of such enduring affection. Clearly, it was a transaction of mutual benefit. He had no necessity to go to such lengths. The last time I saw you, you were teaching someone a lesson in the alley. Oh Yanhao directly pointed out what he had witnessed. Does that prince still dare to befriend me? Lin Mei smiled brightly. The prince certainly has a great deal of audacity. Indeed, I am quite bold. Oh Yanhao laughed heartily, and I enjoy befriending those who share such boldness. Well, I too appreciate forthright individuals, Lin Mei replied, her radiant smile resembling the warm sun of winter, radiating an aura that infused her entire being with vitality, causing Oh Yanhao's heart to race. Chapter 32. Aspiration. As soon as Lin Mei stepped into the Marquis's residence, she was ushered into Lin Buyuan's study by a servant. Upon entering, she was taken aback by the gathering. Concubine Zhao, Aunt Kong, as well as Lin Qianqing and Lin Yisin were all present, yet the atmosphere was stifling due to Lin Buyuan's dark expression. Resembling the bottom of a pot, Father, Lin Mei entered, immediately receiving two disdainful glances from Aunt Kong and a resentful gaze from Lin Qianqing. Yes, Lin Mei slightly lowered her head and responded, does Father have other matters to discuss? What? Mayor, do you have something more important to attend to than listening to your father's teachings? Are you growing impatient? Zhao questioned reproachfully, her fingers nervously twisting the Buddhist beads she had endured for far too long. The garments from Linglong Pavilion, the personally inscribed invitation from Princess Annan. How could a mere courtesan born of lowly status like Lin Mei deserve such privileges? Lin Yisin and Lin Qianqing were utterly useless. Yes, father, Lin Mei replied with a respectful bow before leisurely leaving. As for the envious or hostile gazes directed at her, what did they matter? Upon returning to her courtyard, Xiao curiously asked, Miss, are you planning to make sticky rice cakes for the prince? I didn't hear you agree to the seventh prince's request, am I that idle? Lin Mei shot a glare at Xiao. Making sticky rice cakes for him? If there are any, I intend to keep them for myself. Tomorrow, it's merely an invitation from Yanhao to visit a temple outside the city. Sticky rice cakes. It was merely a pretext. She had no time to squander with Lin Buyuan and the others. In the study, Lin Buyuan glared at Lin Qianqing, gritting his teeth as he chastised, you, an unmarried young lady, actually allowed a man to masquerade as your maid and accompany you into the princess's residence. Where do you expect me to put the face of the Anyuan Marquis's residence? Lin Qianqing trembled at Lin Buyuan's fury, casting a pleading glance toward Aunt Kong. Aunt Kong immediately stepped forward to defend her daughter, saying, My lord, how can this be blamed on the fourth miss? If it weren't for the third miss provoking that man, he would never have approached the fourth Mississippi. You know that the fourth miss has always been kind-hearted. Naturally, she wished to support her sister, which led to this situation. Aunt Kong shifted all the blame onto Lin Mei, asserting that Lin Qianqing had done nothing wrong. She was merely too kind, trying to do a good deed. Support? Lin Buyan was not foolish. He would not be led around by Aunt Kong. Bringing a man to the princess's residence to set his sister up with an outsider, was that called kindness? In my view, it's sheer foolishness. Lin Buyan scolded, fiercely glaring at Aunt Kong, questioning her. Is someone infatuated with you, and you intend to play matchmaker for them? My lord. Aunt Kong trembled in fear, realizing the grave consequences of being accused of infidelity. She could not bear such a burden. It was indeed unwise of Qianqing. Zhao finally interjected, My lord, this is not the time for anger today. We have offended Princess Annan and the young ladies of various families. We must prepare an apology whatever trouble she has caused. You all can handle the reparations yourselves, Lin Buyan said in a low voice, tossing his sleeve aside in frustration as he stormed out. No matter how you put it, Qianqing is your own flesh and blood. Can you not spare a little silver? Zhao snapped, forcefully withdrawing her sleeve from Aunt Kong's grasp. I will contribute a portion of the reparations. But if your preparations are insufficient, it will be Qianqing who suffers with that. Zhao left, completely unmoved by Aunt Kong's pleas. As if she were unaware. Ever since Lin Mei's seductive mother passed away, Lin Buyan had frequently spent nights in Aunt Kong's chambers, bestowing countless gifts upon her. Now that her own daughter had caused trouble, could she still refuse to part with any resources? Lin Yisan quietly departed, casting a look at Lin Qianqing that resembled that of a fool. That man had his sights set on Lin Mei. She had merely incited discussions about Lin Qianqing's softness, yet he had truly approached Lin Qianqing. Truly, Lin Qianqing was quite foolish to have brought that man to the princess's residence. She had ample opportunities yet failed to seize them. Back in her room, Zhao was utterly furious, grinding her teeth as she exclaimed, What a fool to plot against Lin Mei only to endanger herself. What is she trying to achieve? Madam, it seems that the third miss is growing ever closer to the seventh prince. Your husband's heart may. Mamji reminded her from the side. Humph, she is merely a courtesan born of lowly status. My daughter is the side consort of the fifth prince. And who is the fifth prince? He is a close confidant of the crown prince, Zhao said with pride. In terms of backing, her support was far from insignificant. Once the crown prince ascends, the fifth prince, being on good terms with him, would undoubtedly be favored, far surpassing the seventh prince, who holds the emperor's fleeting affection yet has no relation to the throne. Bring me paper and pen. Zhao's eyes twinkled with mischief as she declared her intent to write a letter to her daughter, informing her that she was being bullied by a courtesan in the marquis's residence. She was eager to see whether her husband cared more for Lin Mei or for his own legitimate daughter, the side consort of a prince. Zhao's laughter was filled with self-satisfaction. She had her children to rely on. What was there to fear? Isn't it time for a remedy? Oh, Yanhao chuckled. Have you noticed? Huh? I called her mayor and she did not object. Oh, Yanhao stroked his chin, nodding in satisfaction. Yu Chen's lips twitched as he gazed at his lord. Wishing to shout, My lord, can you not be a little more ambitious? Chapter 33. Importance. My lord, have you developed feelings for the third Miss Lin? Yu Chen inquired. Did you notice? Oh, Yanhao asked in surprise. Yu Chen remained silent. Even a blind person could sense it. That mayor truly. One could hardly help but like her. Oh, Yanhao stroked his chiseled jaw, a look of infatuation gleaming in his eyes. Beautiful individuals he had encountered many, yet none had captivated him quite like this. Decisive and ruthless, he was unrelenting. Whether cunning or devious, as long as the objective was achieved, who would care about the process? My lord, are you speaking of yourself? Yu Chen asked, a dark cloud hanging over him. as the resemblance was too familiar. Wasn't that just how his lord operated? Suddenly, Yenhao clapped his hands as if struck by a revelation. Now I understand why Manor is so pleasing to the eye. It turns out she has a character akin to mine. Well done. Observing Yenhao's hearty laughter, Yu-chan silently questioned, my lord, is this level of narcissism truly acceptable? Yu-chan offered a splash of cold water. What if someone wishes to approach you? What would you do? I would beat him. Yenhao blurted without hesitation. The moment the words escaped his lips, his expression darkened. Yu-chan said nothing, focusing intently on the ceiling, remarking on the fine moonlight of the evening. Manor is, after all, a young lady. How could she be so violent? Much like my own temperament. The more Yenhao spoke, the more uncertain he became, especially as Yu-chan timely added, my lord. Did you not claim to enjoy that the third miss shares your temperament? Yenhao's lips twitched. And he called out, Yu-chan. My lord. You seem to have an abundance of free time lately. He was a personal guard, not a punching bag. Such misplaced wrath from his lord must be curtailed. It was quite inappropriate. The next day, after Lin Mei had finished breakfast at home, she leisurely exited the Marquis's residence. With Shirtu driving the carriage, she and Xior set off for the temple outside the city. Meanwhile, Yenhao had already arrived at the temple, casually strolling through the courtyard. Upon turning around a rockery, he unexpectedly spotted someone ahead, and couldn't help but laugh. Fifth brother, what a coincidence. Yanqing smiled gently, exuding an aura of refined elegance. Seventh brother, here to pay respects to the Buddha? I lack such refined tastes, Yenhao replied with a hearty laugh, his boisterousness contrasting sharply with Yanqing's gentleness. One was the midday sun, while the other was the moonlight of midnight. The vegetarian dishes here are quite delectable. I brought a friend to sample them. Yenhao inquired. Fifth brother, did you bring your family along? I have met the seventh prince. Lin Yan, clad in splendid attire, gracefully bowed. Although it was a visit to a temple, she had purposely donned a somewhat understated dress. However, its intricacy clearly indicated she did not intend to travel lightly. Yenhao waved his hand, allowing Lin Yan to rise. Since when does the seventh brother fancy vegetarian dishes? Yanqing humorously inquired. Why do I remember that seventh brother enjoys hearty meals and copious amounts of wine? Though I have little taste for such indulgences, she has yet to experience it. I shall bring her to savor some delights. Yenhao laughed heartily, remarking, the vegetarian dishes within this temple are indeed exquisitely prepared. Yet they are rather bland and do not suit my palate. The fact that such a remarkable individual as seventh brother is held in such high regard piques my curiosity. Yanqing chuckled as she adjusted her wide-sleeved garment. Lin Yan, standing nearby, covered her lips with a soft laugh and gently interjected, Your Highness, I happen to know seventh prince's friend You know her? Yanqing turned to Lin Yan with a puzzled expression. Indeed, Lin Yan replied with a gentle smile, speaking as if she were quite familiar. She is my maternal family's third sister. I heard that she wore a gown personally crafted by the mistress of Linglong Pavilion to attend Princess Annan's plum blossom banquet. That very gown was a gift from seventh prince. Yanqing turned to Yenhao with a knowing smile, a glint of mischief in her eyes. Seventh brother, you certainly have quite the extravagant taste. Indeed, Lin Yan chuckled lightly, her familiarity making it seem as though they were simply siblings from an ordinary family. No concubine or princess in the palace possesses garments crafted by the mistress of Linglong Pavilion. My third sister is indeed fortunate. Those people in the palace even deserve to wear garments made by the mistress of Linglong Pavilion? Yenhao scoffed, aside from my mother, who else is worthy? Lin Yan's body swayed slightly, her heart racing with fear. This seventh prince is the offspring of the late empress. His Majesty holds the late empress in deep reverence. Since her passing, there has been no empress in the harem. Only consorts. Yenhao laughed heartily, disregarding Lin Yan and turning to Yanqing with a grin. Fifth brother, your consort is rather amusing, adept at navigating the currents. Before Yanqing could respond, Yu-chan hastily approached. Master, Miss Lin-san has arrived. Yenhao turned to Yanqing with a smile. Fifth brother, I shall take my leave first. This was the first time Yanqing had witnessed Yenhao displaying such an expression. He smiled and said, Let us go take a look. Indeed, Lin Yan quickly followed suit. Lin Mei stood resplendent in water blue attire, akin to a fairy from shimmering waves, lively amidst the gray white of winter. Despite the chill, her radiant smile infused the surrounding air with vitality, as if she were the sun, capable of bringing warmth wherever she went. Mayor, why aren't you wearing the gown I gifted you last time? Yenhao thought to himself that if she donned that fiery red garment, it would perfectly showcase Lin Mei's brilliance. However, in such a serene place as the temple, a more understated appearance would be preferable. Lin Mei smiled, her eyes sparkling like stars in the night sky. Moreover, Since it was gifted by the prince, I must cherish it. Xior silently lowered her head nearby, recalling how she remembered the young lady had already appraised that gown's value. No gain without effort. How could I casually accept the prince's garments? Lin Mei spoke politely, yet her mind raced with calculations, pondering how many roasted pig knuckles and chicken legs she could purchase with that money. It seemed like quite a lot. This Yanhao is indeed a good man. As for the garments crafted by the mistress of Linglong Pavilion, the prince had long since purchased them all. Who else is worthy of donning such attire? Presenting them to Mayor is just perfect. Yanhao's words startled Lin Yan, who had just arrived. Given the late empress's influence, it was entirely reasonable for fifth prince to acquire all the garments. The issue now was that he intended to bestow them upon Lin Mei. Had Lin Mei's standing in seventh prince's heart become as vital as that of the late empress? Chapter 34. Dislike then I shall graciously accept. Thank you, your highness, Lin Mei said with a gentle smile. While her expression was under control, her heart was filled with joy, her mind swirling with a single thought: delicious food. So much delicious food, your highness. The soft female voice stirred a hint of dissatisfaction in Yanhao's heart, followed by a glimmer of mischief in his eyes as he addressed Lin Mei. Mayor, these two will join us for the meal shortly. Lin Mei glanced over and, upon seeing Yanking and Lin Yan, nodded slightly. Upon witnessing Lin Mei's reaction, Yanhao chuckled and asked, Mayor, do you not recognize them? Lin Mei looked at Yanhao with confusion. Am I supposed to know them? Yanhao burst into laughter, while Lin Mei gazed at him in bewilderment, noticing that the woman's expression had turned particularly unpleasant. Third sister, why do you not recognize your elder sister? Lin Yan quickly stepped forward, grasping Lin Mei's delicate hand, her eyes shimmering with tears as if she were reuniting with a long-lost relative. Elder sister. A moment of clarity struck Lin Mei's mind, and she realized who this person was. Wasn't she the legitimate daughter of the Zhao family, who had become fifth prince's consort, Lin Yan? It was precisely Lin Yan who enabled the Zhao family to wield power and speak with such authority in the Marquis's residence. Seeing Lin Mei's reaction, Lin Yan quietly sighed in relief. At least Lin Mei had not exposed her in front of everyone. Unfortunately, Lin Yan was celebrating too soon. Elder sister, I finally get to meet you. Lin Mei exclaimed with unbridled excitement, completely oblivious to Lin Yan's pale visage and stiff demeanor. Since I was young, I have heard of your beauty and talent, and you have always been our mother's pride. Later, you became fifth prince's consort, bringing honor to our mother. Today in person you are indeed as gentle, virtuous, and well-educated as the rumors suggest. Lin Mei smiled brightly as she grasped Lin Yan's hand, showcasing their sisterly bond. Meanwhile, Lin Yan's smile was on the verge of collapsing, wishing desperately to find a crevice to hide within. Lin Mei's words had struck hard. The rumors, the tales of their childhood, all indicated that they had barely known each other before Lin Yan's marriage. How could she have just claimed to miss Lin Mei in front of fifth and seventh princes? This left her in an exceedingly awkward position. As the atmosphere grew increasingly uncomfortable, Yanhao interjected. Adding fuel to the fire, Mayor, you haven't seen your elder sister since childhood? No, Lin Mei replied honestly, shaking her head gently. I grew up in my own courtyard and rarely ventured out, only recently meeting some individuals from the residence. Noticing Lin Yan's growing discomfort, Lin Mei curiously asked, Elder sister, is something the matter? Nothing, just a slight headache. It's nothing serious. Lin Yan forced a smile, trying to maintain her composure. Since you're feeling unwell, let us proceed to lunch. Yanhao suggested, glancing at the sky. The vegetarian dishes should be ready by now. Fifth brother, please. With a smile, Yanking accompanied Yanhao and Lin Mei to the dining hall. Although referred to as the dining hall, it was, in fact, a tranquil room prepared especially for these esteemed officials and nobility. Inside, exquisite vegetarian dishes were already laid out, steaming and fragrant. Once the four were seated, Yanhao exchanged pleasantries with Yanking before he began to serve Lin Mei. Mayor, do try this mushroom, and this tofu soup. They are excellent specialties here. Lin Mei, naturally, did not hold back. Although she ate steadily, there was not a hint of rudeness in her demeanor. In contrast to the taciturnity of Yanking and Lin Yan, the atmosphere at Yanhao's table was lively. He introduced nearly every dish, as if promoting his own business. By the end of the meal, Lin Yan was utterly astonished. Had Lin Mei's appetite always been this prodigious? She had nearly cleared the entire table of dishes. Lin Yan couldn't help but harbor some disdain, thinking to herself that the daughter of a concubine certainly lacked manners. How could a young lady eat so ravenously? Even if one enjoyed food, one must maintain some decorum and only sample delicately. Though Yanhao was treating her kindly now, such crude and unrefined behavior would surely earn Lin Mei his disdain in the long run. What a poor choice of ally Lin Mei had made. She truly did not understand how to curry favor or maintain relationships. Lin Mei had nothing to fear. Her mother was overly cautious and had been bullied by Lin Mei. Observing that Lin Mei had finished her meal, Yanhao glanced at the empty plates and, with a sense of accomplishment, asked, "Mayor, you seem to quite enjoy these vegetarian dishes." Lin Mei dabbed her lips with a napkin, took a sip of hot tea, and responded leisurely, "Not particularly." Her blunt response left Lin Yan momentarily stunned. The royal favor, whether in the form of thunder or rain, was still a blessing from the emperor. As a prince, Yanhao was no exception. How dare Lin Mei speak to him in such a manner? This reckless girl had better not implicate her. "Oh, why is that?" Yanhao inquired, puzzled that there's not a single morsel of meat. "How could I possibly enjoy it?" Lin Mei frowned at in her past life. Fresh vegetables had been a rarity. However, she preferred a balanced diet of both meat and vegetables. She had never been one for vegetarianism. Yanhao laughed heartily, clapping his hands in delight. "Mayor certainly knows how to eat, just like me." Glancing surreptitiously at Yanhao, Lin Yan began to formulate a plan. After the meal, Yanhao intended to take Lin Mei for a stroll around the temple, thus parting ways with Yanking and the others. Once they were out of sight, Lin Yan finally smiled sweetly and softly remarked, "Your Highness, it seems that 7th Prince is quite attentive to my 3rd sister." Yanking cast a glance at Lin Yan, asking, "After repeatedly embarrassing yourself, do you believe you have performed admirably?" Lin Yan felt a jolt in her heart and hurriedly knelt to pay her respects, exclaiming, "Your Highness, please forgive me that I merely wished to draw closer to the 7th Prince, hoping it might be of some assistance to you. When did my affairs become your concern?" Yanqing's icy reprimand sent a tremor through Lin Yan's body. She did not dare to raise her head but could feel the chilling gaze of Yanqing above her. Lin Yan was unaware of how much time had passed. She only felt her body stiffening, her knees painfully frozen against the cold ground, not to mention the suffocating sensation in her chest as her heart raced with anxiety, each breath making her feel as if time was dragging on interminably. Finally, with a sigh of relief, Lin Yan quietly exhaled a breath of stale air and promptly replied, "Yes." Chapter 35. Position. Zhao Shi received a letter from her daughter and, after a quick read, her expression darkened at it. Seemed that Lin Mei ought to find a suitable marriage soon, that we should find a good family for her to marry into. Zhao Shi gritted her teeth, handing the letter to Ji Mama, who immediately tossed it into the brazier to be burned. With Lin Mei so closely associated with the 7th Prince and having caused her daughter to suffer, what reason remained to keep her? With this thought, Zhao Shi instructed Ji Mama, "Go and summon your master for dinner. Tell him I have urgent matters to discuss." "Understood," Ji Mama promptly responded. After a while, Lin Buyan entered, impatiently asking, "What is it?" The recent uproar involving Lin Qianqing at the princess's residence made him reluctant to step into any courtyard of the inner residence, all of which seemed fraught with trouble. "My lord, I have taken care of the matter regarding the apologies," Zhao Shi said with a smile. "The apologies have been delivered, and thankfully, no major errors were made. Lin Buyan nodded slightly. Content as long as external matters settled down, he had no desire to offend the powerful ministers in court. "My lord, there is a matter I wish to discuss with you," Zhao Shi said as she served Lin Buyan his meal, cautiously probing. "Speak." Lin Buyan's mood softened a bit, prompting Zhao Shi to speak more boldly. "Though it was indeed Qianqing's fault, it has nonetheless affected Mei's reputation." Lin Buyan furrowed his brow. "What do you mean?" "I believe it would be best to find a suitable family for Mei to marry into. It would benefit her, and it would spare the marquise from constant gossip," Zhao Shi stated, fully aware of Lin Buyan's concern for his reputation to avoid being the subject of gossip. Lin Buyan would likely agree. Indeed, Lin Buyan truly concurred, considering it fortuitous that there was already a marriage contract with the Zhu family, and Zhu Baozi also favored Mei. They should hasten to arrange the engagement. A ready-made family would save much trouble. "My lord, no," Zhao Shi quickly interjected. "I cannot agree to let Lin Mei marry into the Zhu family for a life of comfort." Instead, she presented a more upright argument. "Given the recent incident involving Qianqing at the princess's residence, everyone knows of our engagement with the Zhu family. If we were to marry Mei to Zhu Baozi, it would only invite further speculation. Mei has made it clear that she will not marry Zhu Baozi. Proceeding with such a match would only suggest that we disregard her wishes." Zhao Shi smiled. "Surely, a father who loves his children would not overlook their desires." That is true." Lin Buyan nodded in agreement. Fully supporting Zhao Shi's reasoning, "I believe it would be wiser to look beyond the capital for a suitable family for her, allowing us to distance ourselves from the capital and avoid unnecessary encounters that might lead to gossip." Zhao Shi sighed softly. "With Mei so closely intertwined with the 7th Prince and enjoying the royal favor, I fear she may not be able to bear such a burden." Lin Buyan nodded. Understanding her concerns, the seventh prince, still favored by his majesty, would surely have a wife or concubine from a prominent family. Lin Mei, being a daughter of a concubine, could hardly hope to enter the prince's household. Would they really consider having her as a mere maid or concubine? He could not bear such a disgrace. Moreover, his legitimate daughter was merely a side consort to the fifth prince, who held no power in the court. How could Lin Mei's background ever be deemed worthy of the seventh prince's attention? Well then, you may handle this matter as you see fit, Lin Buyan conceded, realizing he could not expect the seventh prince to marry Lin Mei. Such a fortunate prospect was beyond imagination, a dream not even to be dreamt of. Zhao Shi, feeling relieved, responded, "Yes, my lord, I shall attend to it immediately." Finally, they were to send Lin Mei away, far from the capital. And then perhaps that troublesome girl would cease to create disturbances. My lord, my lady, the third young lady seeks an audience, Ji Mama announced as she entered. Bowing respectfully, "Let her in." Lin Buyan nodded, regardless of the circumstances. Lin Mei's closeness to the seventh prince remained undeniable. Upon entering, Lin Mei was followed by Xiaoer, who carried a food box. "Father, mother, today I visited the temple with the seventh prince. I thought you might enjoy this light vegetarian meal, so I brought some for you," Lin Mei said, as Xiaoer presented the food box to Ji Mama. Ji Mama hastily placed it on the table, still warm to the touch. "How thoughtful of you." Lin Buyan sighed, contemplating how important it was to find a suitable match for Lin Mei, ensuring she would not be wronged. Lin Mei covered her mouth with a soft laugh. "Father, this is all thanks to the seventh prince." "That is quite a bother for the seventh prince," Zhao Shi remarked, her hands clenched beneath the table, betraying her disapproval. "Mei, how could you allow the seventh prince to go to such lengths?" Lin Mei pressed her lips together and sighed lightly. "I did not wish for it either, but the seventh prince insisted. He even said that if I did not allow him to escort me, it would mean I look down upon him and do not consider him a friend." Her casual tone only further inflamed Zhao Shi's anger. "Father, mother, I shall not delay you any longer," Lin Mei declared, bowing before promptly exiting. Left behind, Lin Buyan shook his head, lamenting, "It seems the seventh prince truly favors Mei." Indeed, Zhao Shi forced a smile, though her hands nearly tore her dress beneath the table. Lin Mei was indeed a flirtatious girl, having so easily entangled herself with the seventh prince. The next day, after the morning court session, Lin Buyan quickened his pace to catch up with the seventh prince. "Oh Yanhao, thank you for the vegetarian meal last night. Your Highness did no need for thanks." Oh Yanhao waved dismissively. It was merely Lin Mei's filial piety that prompted her to think of Lin Darren while dining at the temple. "How could I not support such filial piety?" Oh Yanhao laughed heartily. Clapping Lin Buyan's shoulder, "Lin Darren, with such a dutiful daughter, you are truly fortunate." Yes, as you say, Your Highness." Lin Buyan grinned through the discomfort of Oh Yanhao's hearty slap on his shoulder. To receive such attention from the seventh prince, a favored royal with military power, was a privilege few officials could hope for. Painful though it might be, it was an honor. Others would envy what he had. Princess Anan has received the apologies. Lin Darren's work is quite efficient, Oh Yanhao remarked with a slight smile. Lin Buyan hastily downplayed his role, attributing the success to the seventh prince's intervention, which prevented a major disaster. Indeed, it is only fitting. Given that this is Lin Mei's affair, Oh Yanhao's constant references to Lin Mei reshaped Lin Buyan's understanding of her position in the prince's heart. However, Oh Yanhao shifted the subject, raising Lin Buyan's heart rate as he anxiously awaited what would follow. Chapter 36. Importance. The fourth young lady of Lin Darren's household was quite audacious, openly flaunting her romantic affairs in the streets, a boldness not commonly exhibited by young women. Oh Yanhao laughed heartily, delivering another hearty slap to Lin Buyan's shoulder. Indeed. The daughters educated by Lin Darren are all exceptional." "Quite so." Oh Yanhao continued to enthusiastically pat Lin Buyan on the shoulder, laughing as he departed. Lin Buyan performed a respectful bow, seeing Oh Yanhao off while adjusting his shoulder, striding away amidst the envious or resentful gazes of his fellow officials, holding his head high and attempting to conceal his pride. To receive such preferential treatment from the seventh prince, a favorite of the emperor wielding military authority, was worth enduring a bit of discomfort. Lin Mei, such a wonderful girl, had been relegated to a remote courtyard by Lin Buyan's negligence. What kind of father could do such a thing? It was a shame for Lin Buyan, who had failed to recognize the treasure he possessed, mistaking pearls for mere stones. And now? Regretful, I presume. While it may have only been a few pats on the back, it was a good way to vent some frustration for Emma. By the way, have the gifts been sent to Mei? Oh Yanhao inquired. "We are preparing them now and will send them shortly." Yu Chun replied in no rush. "I reckon it would be best to wait until Lin Buyan returns home before sending them." Oh Yanhao said with a raised eyebrow and a smile. Yu Chun looked at him in confusion. Oyen Hao merely smiled enigmatically as he instructed, "You shall deliver them personally." He picked up a nearby ledger and handed it to Yu Chun, "And this, make sure to deliver it to Lin Buyan as well." Yu Chun glanced at the ledger in hand, silently committing a lesson to memory. Henceforth, never provoke the third young lady of the Lin household. To offend their master would lead to a swift end. But to provoke Lin Mei would be to court a fate worse than death within the marquette. Zhao Shi was contentedly perusing the ledger in her hands, nodding in approval. These candidates are truly exceptional. Well done. They deserve a reward. JMM graciously accepted the silver bead handed to her by Heath, smilingly remarking, "Is it not true that it is Madam who has been diligently considering the matrimonial prospects of these young ladies? I, as a humble servant, have merely taken it upon myself to be attentive and to observe any suitable families. Indeed, within the study, they encountered Lnbun after such performed her greetings. She approached him, saying, 'My lord, behold, this is the family we have found for Mir. That they are all located near the capital, ensuring that we can offer assistance should any matters arise.' It opened the roster for Lnbun's perusal, stating, 'This young master from the Wing family hails from a scholarly lineage, possessing a profound family education, and he himself is quite charming, with numerous friends and confidants, although this young master from this O family may not come from such a scholarly background. His family is prosperous with extensive estates and lands, marking him as a wealthy individual.' Lnbun, growing impatient with Zh's incessant chatter, interrupted her directly, 'Are these all families you have deemed suitable?' 'Indeed, my lord,' Zh replied, her face a blend of maternal affection and concern. 'Though Mir is not particularly close to me, I cannot help but feel uneasy about her marriage. It is imperative that we select a commendable family for her.' 'Very well,' Lnbun nodded, summoning a nearby maid to deliver the roster to concubine Kaing, urging her to select a suitable family for the 4th Mississippi. 'Given the commotion caused by Chien queuing outside the princess's residence, should we not hasten to arrange her marriage? Do you wish for the entire capital to mock me for raising a daughter in the throes of youthful infatuation?' The mention of this caused Lnbun's countenance to darken, anger surging within him. With the 7th prince expressing such sentiments, it was clear how discussions surrounding Ln Chien queuing were unfolding outside. An unmarried young lady boldly proclaiming her infatuation in public. How utterly shameless! Zh was taken aback. This was not how matters were initially presented. My lord, was it not agreed that we would find a commendable family for Mir? She strived to maintain her maternal demeanor, for these families had been painstakingly sourced by her. Now that the 7th prince holds such esteem for Mir, you wish to marry her off? How would that reflect on the 7th prince's perception of you? Lnbun chastised. Do you want the 7th prince to think I perceive him as a threat, eager to marry off my daughter to escape his presence? Zosh attempted to resist, fearing that if Lnmi remained within the household, it would jeopardize their prospects. The 7th prince had already shown significant interest in her. Should that interest deepen, what would become of her? Her legitimate daughter was merely the concubine of the 5th prince. Could their statuses in court truly be compared? How could she stand by and watch Lnmi, this beguiling vixen, rise above her? My lord, the 7th prince is merely expressing gratitude for Mir's past assistance. She argued. But if Mir were to become too attached, what would others think of you? How would they speak of Mir? Zh lamented, embodying the image of a devoted matriarch concerned for her family's reputation, while subtly conveying to Lnbun that Lnmi's affections were misguided. She feared that they would ultimately render him a subject of ridicule among the capital's populace. Lnbun furrowed his brow, uncertain of the 7th prince's true intentions, although the 7th prince praised Lnmi's filial piety. His overall stance remained ambiguous. My lord, the 7th prince's personal attendant, Yuzhen, requests an audience, a servant announced as he entered. Lnbun promptly rose and hurried to the main hall. Upon exchanging greetings with Yuzhen, Lnbun was interrupted by Yu's entrance. Shtu. These are gifts from my master to the 3rd Miss Ln. Can you manage to carry them? Yuzhen gestured towards 2 large chests beside him. Of course. Yu replied cheerfully, effortlessly lifting both chests. Lnbun, intrigued, inquired, what has the prince sent to my daughter? Truly, he has been overly generous. With a slight smile, Yuzhen responded, it is nothing of great consequence, merely all the garments crafted by the former head of Linglong Pavilion, which the prince acquired following the queen's passing. Now sent to the 3rd Miss. In the midst of Lnbun's astonishment, Yuzhen nonchalantly added, and accompanying jewelry as well. Chapter 37. A good family's jar circled around the 2 large chests, peering inside to find layers of trays filled with exquisite garments and opulent jewelry. Miss, these clothes and accessories are truly beautiful. You will be utterly enchanting in them, Char exclaimed, her eyes sparkling at LNMI. What are you saying? Xiar interjected, frowning at her younger sister. Receiving a reprimand, Char pouted slightly, feeling disheartened by her sister's constant admonishments. LNMI, unfazed by Xiar's lack of decorum, stroked her chin contemplatively, gazing at the items and asking Xiar, if these were sold, could they not fetch a great sum of silver? Silver could buy an abundance of food, an endless supply of delectable treats. She mused. Xiar sighed heavily. Miss, these garments are priceless. LNMI's eyes suddenly glimmered with excitement. Observing her mistress's sparkling gaze, Xiar hesitated to reveal the truth but ultimately decided to play the villain for LNMI's sake. Miss, these clothes cannot be sold. They are handcrafted by the head of Linglong Pavilion. Furthermore, the jewelry is likely made within the palace. Ordinary families would dare not purchase them. Xiar's words dimmed the light in LNMI's eyes, and she slumped onto the table, disdainfully eyeing the garments and jewelry, mumbling listlessly, then why send such rubbish? Rubbish? Xiar and Char exchanged glances, suddenly feeling a tinge of sympathy for the prince. Miss, the second miss and fourth miss have arrived, Kr announced from outside the door. Though young, her experience with a stepfather had imbued her with a maturity beyond her years. SLNYXN and LN Qian Qing entered. Their eyes were immediately drawn to the scattered garments and jewelry. Unable to look away, LN Qian Qing's eyes sparkled with delight. How beautiful, how exquisite! LNYXN's gaze flickered, questioning why LNMI possessed such fine treasures. Char promptly slammed the chest shut, guarding it like a treasure. LN Qian Qing's cheeks flushed, chastising herself for her earlier lapse in decorum. LNYXN glared at her, fuming at the audacity of a mere maid. Attributing her lack of manners to the poor upbringing of her mistress, however, she chose not to engage with someone like LNMI. Third sister, are you preparing your dowry? LNYXN inquired with a smile, feigning concern as a good elder sister would. Dowry? LNMI asked, perplexed. What dowry? Third sister, do you not know? Mother has already found you a good family, and you are to be married, LNYXN exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment. How can you be unaware? LNMI chuckled, realizing that Zazich was indeed eager to expedite her departure from the Marquis's residence, likely propelled by the influence of the fifth prince's concubine. What dowry? This is a gift from the seventh prince to my family's young lady. Xiar interjected anxiously. The seventh prince sent this? LNYXN gasped, her expression turning pale. Third sister, you are to be married soon. You must not get too close to the seventh prince. It would not bode well for you. Married? When did I ever say I wish to marry? LNMI asked, amused, reclining languidly in her chair as if she were a lazy creature. Mother has spoken and father has agreed, LNYXN insisted, pressing her point. Mother has even prepared the roster, just waiting to select a match for you. LNMI scoffed, just because they agree. Does that mean I must marry? Do they truly believe I am still the old LNMI, pliable to their whims? Third sister, while this may seem hasty, traditionally marriages are arranged through parental consent and a matchmaker's word. LN Qian Qing gently urged. Third sister, filial piety is paramount. How could one defy their parents' wishes? Are you suggesting I should marry a man I know nothing about simply because I should comply? LNMI raised an eyebrow, smirking. LN Qian Qing nodded solemnly. Precisely, one must heed their parents' wishes. Before LNMI could respond, concubine Kang burst into the room, her demeanor frantic as she seized LN Qian Qing's arm. Fourth miss, come quickly. We must find the master and madam. Aunt, what is the matter? LN Qian Qing asked. Bewildered. Oh dear. The master and madam intend to marry you off, and the roster has just been delivered to me. Concubine Kang exclaimed, her forehead slick with sweat. What? LN Qian Qing's eyes widened in shock. Was it not meant for third sister? Indeed, but for reasons unknown, the master and madam have changed their minds and wish for you to marry. Concubine Kang urged, pulling a dazed LN Qian Qing along. We cannot afford to delay. LNMI leisurely rose, draping a cotton cloak over herself. Come, let us go witness the spectacle. Is it truly necessary to voice such matters of idle curiosity? And to state them so matter-of-factly? Lin Mei arrived at Lin Buyan's study just in time to overhear Aunt Kong's piercing cries. Master, these individuals must not allow the fourth miss to marry. Why not? Lin Buyan retorted angrily, questioning, are they not from scholarly families or affluent households? What more do you desire? Such ungratefulness. Indeed, young Master Wang hails from a scholarly lineage, yet he is entangled with numerous concubines and maidservants. Not to mention an array of courtesans in the pleasure quarters. The Zhao family scion is undoubtedly wealthy, yet he is a fool. Aunt Kong wept bitterly, unable to let her daughter leap into the abyss. Lin Mei slowly curled her lips into a smile. Was this truly the commendable match Zhao's family had sought for her? How splendid, master. Seeing that Lin Buyan ignored her, Aunt Kong swiftly turned her desperate plea towards the newly arrived Lin Yisan and Lin Mei. Second miss, third miss, please, you must persuade him. The fourth miss must not marry into such a family. Aunt Kong knelt a few steps closer, grasping Lin Yisan's sleeve, pleading, second miss, you and the fourth miss have always been on good terms. Do assist her. Lin Yisan lowered her gaze and softly replied, Father and Mother's decisions are undoubtedly for the best, and for fourth sister's own good. Aunt Kong gasped in shock, never expecting Lin Yisan to offer no support at all. Her pleading eyes turned towards Lin Mei. Third miss, you cannot stand by and watch the fourth miss plunge into the flames. Chapter 38. Filial piety above all else. Lin Mei laughed and inquired, is this marriage a decision made by father and mother? Indeed, Aunt Kong replied, sensing hope in Lin Mei's words, as if grasping at a final lifeline. Third miss, please persuade the master. This marriage must not proceed. With her close ties to the seventh prince, surely Lin Mei's words would reach him. Lin Mei sighed softly, stating, just moments ago, fourth sister conveyed to me that a daughter's marriage should naturally comply with her parents' wishes and the matchmaker's words. Her gaze fell upon Lin Qianqing, observing the color drain from her face, replaced by an emotion of panic and despair. Amidst Lin Qianqing's despondent expression, Lin Mei continued with a shallow smile, speaking leisurely. Filial piety is paramount. How could one defy father and mother's words? Lin Mei echoed Lin Qianqing's earlier statement verbatim. Third miss, you cannot treat the fourth miss in this manner. Aunt Kong shrieked in terror. Fearing her daughter's life would be ruined should she wed into such a family, Lin Mei shook her head innocently, saying, Aunt Kong, how could a girl of such humble upbringing as myself understand these principles? It was just now that fourth sister imparted them to me. Indeed, she is a well-bred young lady, knowledgeable in propriety. As she spoke, Lin Mei cast an envious glance at Lin Qianqing, remarking, if only I could learn even a fraction of fourth sister's grace. Revenge. Lin Mei was exacting her vengeance. Lin Qianqing sensed it clearly, but alas, she found herself utterly speechless. Ever since Aunt Kong's comments about the sort of man she was to marry, she felt as if her very lifeblood had been siphoned away. Her extremities cold, as though they were not her own. She could not fathom why her mother had stated that Lin Mei was to marry, only for it to suddenly be her fate. And those suitors were so utterly unreliable. Mayor. Upon seeing Lin Mei, Lin Buyuan's anger was replaced by affection. He beckoned her over with a smile. Just now, the seventh prince's guard left a booklet for you, which I forgot to give you. Oh, Lin Mei nodded, casually taking it and flipping through it, her brow furrowing in confusion. What is this? At this moment, Lin Buyan was exceedingly patient with Lin Mei, smiling as he explained. The prince said that when you wish to marry, you must choose wisely. He has listed the sons of noble families for you. It was only later, when Yu Chan delivered this booklet to him, that Lin Buyan felt a deep sense of relief for his prudent decision. He had given Lin Qianqing the list prepared by the Zhao family, while the prince had long since made arrangements. It seemed Lin Mei had truly caught his eye. Even if he could not marry her, he was still concerned about her future. What is there to choose from? Lin Mei quickly flipped through a few pages. Frowning as she questioned, Lin Buyan leaned in, puzzled, and soon discovered the contents of the booklet. It contained records of the scions of noble families within the capital, yet it notably emphasized their shortcomings alongside their backgrounds and wealth, leading one to believe that no girl would wish to wed any of them. To the very end, however, it recorded a paragon of perfection, a powerful and handsome man, seventh Prince Oyenhao. Lin Buyan's heart skipped a beat. What did the seventh prince mean by this? Could it be that he truly harbored feelings for Lin Mei? If she were to align herself with the seventh prince, as this thought crossed his mind, Lin Buyan could not help but laugh heartily. Mayor, the seventh prince certainly has an intriguing disposition. Should you wish to marry in the future, be sure to choose wisely. There are indeed commendable suitors here. Lin Buyan spoke with veiled implications. Who desires to marry? What a meddlesome fellow! Lin Mei waved her hand dismissively. Lin Buyan paid no heed to Lin Mei's impudent attitude. If even the seventh prince indulged her, why should he concern himself? All right, go on, he said affectionately, as if Lin Mei were his treasured daughter whom he had doted on since childhood. Just as Lin Mei turned to leave, her skirt was suddenly grasped by someone. Looking down, she saw Aunt Kong, her face a mix of tears and joy. Third miss, may I give that booklet to the fourth miss? Let her choose a suitable husband from it? Aunt Kong tentatively probed. This was the fourth miss's last chance. Master and Madam would surely not change their minds, and it would be better to select a good match from here. At least it would ensure a smoother life for the fourth miss in the future. Lin Mei glanced at Lin Qianqing, who was avoiding her gaze, her complexion ashen, and scoffed, "Shower, give the booklet to Aunt Kong." "Thank you, third miss." Thank you, thank you." Aunt Kong hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Overjoyed, Lin Mei left nonchalantly. Disinterested in the ensuing events, finding them rather tedious, upon returning to her room, Shower asked, "Miss, considering how Aunt Kong and the fourth miss have treated you, you are truly too kind." Lin Mei chuckled lightly. "Shower, you are far too naive. You think Yenhao is a good man?" "Huh?" Shower exclaimed in confusion, her eyes widening. Lin Mei playfully pinched her nose, saying, "Tell me, why did Zhao's family just present me with a plethora of good matches, only for Lin Buyan to hand that list to Lin Qianqing?" Shower gasped, her eyes round as saucers, exclaiming, "Could it be the prince? Who else could it be, if not some idle fellow?" Lin Mei shrugged, yawning, "He must have known about Zhao's family and Lin Buyuan's maneuvers." "What does the prince's provision of the list mean?" Shower inquired, perplexed, feeling a sense of unease. She had thought the prince had an interest in Miss and intended to court her, yet the list implied selecting a husband. What was the meaning behind this? Was it a mere jest at her expense? It was, of course, an arrangement to present Lin Qianqing with a husband. Lin Mei smiled enigmatically, recognizing that Yenhao was quite astute. Having anticipated the reactions of the future market. Huh? Shower realized she could not comprehend what her miss or the seventh prince was truly thinking. Lin Mei smiled and said, "Let us quietly await the unfolding drama." Shower's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Lin Mei, her heart racing with excitement. Her miss was truly remarkable. Who needed the second miss or fourth miss when they had such an extraordinary miss? "Shower," Lin Mei called. "Yes, Miss," Shower responded eagerly, awaiting her miss's profound insights. "Shall we begin our meal?" Lin Mei looked at Shower with a pitiful expression, her beautiful peach blossom eyes blinking innocently, resembling a wronged little fox. It was utterly pitiful, causing Shower's heart to ache. "Almost ready." Shower hurriedly dashed out. "Such a clever and adorable miss," she mused. "Even if she were to marry the seventh prince, I would still feel it was an injustice towards her." Chapter 39. How reasonable. The following afternoon, Lin Mei lounged by the window, basking lazily in the warm sunlight when Zhu Er hurried in. "Miss, young Master Zhu has arrived." Lin Mei languidly replied, "Just tell him I am asleep." She had no desire to meet anyone outside and was reluctant to move. Lin Mei slightly furrowed her brow and inquired, "Did he mention what he wanted?" "He said he has matters he must discuss with you personally." Zhu Er responded, equally displeased. Her miss had never properly cared for her health, and in winter, she was naturally averse to the cold. Young Master Zhu was truly persistent. Why did he insist on seeing her? Well, let him wait. Lin Mei yawned, feeling content to first enjoy a nap after her meal and sunbathing. Transforming her body was not an overnight endeavor, and experiencing weakness was a necessary part of the process. Zhu Er dutifully complied and approached Zhu Baozi, saying, "Young Master Zhu, my miss is fatigued and taking a nap. If I am fine, I will wait here for her." Zhu Baozi interrupted, speaking for himself. Zhu Er was taken aback by Zhu Baozi's unexpected decisiveness. After a moment's hesitation, she finally served him some snacks to pass the time. Zhu Baozi gazed at the shimmering sunlight dancing upon the ground in the courtyard. A myriad of emotions swirled within him. He found it perplexing how Lin Mei had undergone such a dramatic transformation in such a brief span of time. The Lin Mei he once sought to distance himself from now seemed unattainable. As if he yearned to draw near yet found himself increasingly distant. Although he had taken certain actions that appeared to have been accepted by Lin Mei, the chasm between them felt ever widening. "Young Master Zhu," a soft call interrupted Zhu Baozi's reverie. Turning to the sound, he saw Lin Qianqing timidly standing at the entrance, looking at him with a sense of grievance. A wave of irritation washed over Zhu Baozi. He had previously found Lin Qianqing's gentle demeanor quite appealing, yet now she appeared increasingly irksome. Who was she putting on such a pitiful display for? It was as though he had wronged her. "Fourth miss, do you need something?" Zhu Baozi inquired. "Young Master Zhu, my parents have arranged a marriage for me," Lin Qianqing murmured, her head bowed as she twisted the handkerchief in her grasp. "Then I extend my congratulations to you." "Fourth miss," Zhu Baozi replied, prompting her to look up in astonishment, her eyes wide with disbelief. Zhu Baozi wore a serious expression, devoid of any hint of regret or desire to retain her, causing Lin Qianqing's eyes to glisten with unshed tears. "Young Master Zhu, do you have nothing to say?" Zhu Baozi responded with a puzzled tone, "What should I say?" Lin Qianqing staggered back, disappointment etched upon her face as she shook her head, as though she no longer recognized him. What had become of Zhu Baozi? Just then, as Lin Mei entered, she caught sight of Lin Qianqing fleeing, hands over her mouth in tears. Lin Mei regarded the retreating figure curiously and asked her companion, "Shower, what was she doing in my courtyard?" Perhaps she came looking for young Master Zhu, Xiao speculated after a moment's thought. Lin Qianqing has always harbored feelings for Zhu Baozi. Even if she were to marry, it is likely she would prefer him. Lin Mei shrugged. Hasn't she always been so concerned with propriety? Is it proper for her to seek a man in my courtyard? Young Master Zhu, do you require something from me? Lin Mei asked directly as she approached Zhu Baozi. Are you leaving? Lin Mei inquired, her tone revealing curiosity as to whether Zhu Baozi intended to depart the capital. Yes, my primary purpose for coming here was. Zhu Baozi trailed off, yet both understood the implication. He had come to meet his betrothed, but alas, it had amounted to nothing, rendering further discussion unnecessary. Indeed, Lin Mei replied nonchalantly, her lack of urgency leaving Zhu Baozi feeling despondent. It was clear she had truly moved on from him. Then I shall take my leave, Zhu Baozi said, rising despite his reluctance to go. For no one was urging him to stay. By the way. Lin Mei suddenly recalled something and called out, what is it? Zhu Baozi's eyes brightened, hope rekindling in his heart, his pulse racing uncontrollably. Perhaps there was still a chance, after all. Lin Mei had once been willing to risk her life for him. Would you be interested in becoming a royal merchant? Lin Mei inquired with a smile. A royal merchant? Zhu Baozi was taken aback. Such a position involved procuring goods for the court, and the benefits were substantial. This was a lucrative opportunity not afforded to just anyone. To become a royal merchant required intricate connections with the court. Without a formidable background, one could hardly entertain the thought, though the Zhu family was not without its own business. They had yet to even approach the threshold of such an opportunity. If young Master Zhu is interested, we could collaborate, Lin Mei proposed with a cheerful demeanor. Third miss, do you have connections? Zhu Baozi felt his heart swell with excitement. Unable to contain his intrigue. Of course, Lin Mei replied with a slight smile. If you are interested, you should meet with the 7th prince in a couple of days for a thorough discussion. The 7th prince. Zhu Baozi felt a swirl of conflicting emotions. The 7th prince wielded military power, indeed a strong ally, making the prospect of becoming a royal merchant appear promising. Yet, Lin Mei's casual familiarity with the 7th prince stirred a pang of jealousy within him. Would the 7th prince even agree to this arrangement? Zhu Baozi questioned, torn between his desire for approval and his aversion to seeing Lin Mei so at ease with another man. I'll find out today. Lin Mei replied with a playful shrug. Thank you for your assistance, third miss, Zhu Baozi said, providing her with the address of his current residence, knowing he could not continue to dwell at the Marquis's estate. Once Zhu Baozi departed, Xiao asked, Miss, shall we seek out the 7th prince? Of course, Lin Mei replied, stroking her chin thoughtfully. Since the clothes and jewelry gifted by Oyen Hao were unsellable, she would need to find another way to earn money. Miss, the royal merchant endeavored at he may not be easy. Why invest so much effort? Xiao queried, perplexed. There's little money to be made. Lin Mei grumbled in frustration. Not enough to buy many delicious treats. Xiao blinked. Finding her logic compelling, though she couldn't shake a sense of unease. Chapter 40. Obedience. After changing her attire, Lin Mei set out with Xiao. Upon leaving her courtyard and arriving at the back garden, they were met with the sounds of weeping and comforting voices. What can be done? Wouldn't you agree? Unless you possess the ability to make men revolve around you. Initially, Lin Mei paid little mind. But as Lin Yixin in the pavilion glanced up and spotted her, she spoke with a mocking tone. Third sister, where are you off to? Out, Lin Mei replied casually. Lin Yixin gasped, covering her mouth in shock. Third sister, an unmarried young lady should not casually roam the streets. We are not those kind of women of the world. How can you be so careless? Oh, Lin Mei nodded, observing Lin Yixin's smug expression as if she had struck a blow. You seem quite knowledgeable about women of the world. Have you had experience? Lin Yixin's expression darkened and she retorted angrily, Lin Mei, what nonsense are you spouting? Lin Mei shrugged. Oh, so you haven tea. If you haven tea, then why react so strongly? It's not as if I struck a nerve. Lin Yixin's face flushed with indignation, her attempt to retort faltering as she realized she had no words. Third sister, you are indeed sharp-tongued. It's no wonder young Master Zhu favors you so he even forsook fourth sister for you, she huffed, simultaneously comforting Lin Qianqing with a pat on the back. What? Fourth sister believes that young Master Zhu would not marry you because of me? Lin Mei asked, her gaze fixed on Lin Qianqing with a teasing smile. Lin Qianqing's eyes flickered, remaining silent, yet her expression seemed to affirm Lin Yixin's claim. Lin Mei smiled subtly, whispering a few words to Xiao, who promptly turned to leave. After giving her instructions, Lin Mei ignored Lin Yixin and Lin Qianqing, turning to depart. Third sister, do you truly intend to leave the estate? Lin Yixin asked through gritted teeth. Her annoyance directed at Lin Qianqing for being so useless. As my leaving any of your concern? Lin Mei replied with amusement. Lin Yixin, Do you think you can control me? As your elder sister. I certainly can, Lin Yisan threatened. If you leave without permission, I shall inform mother. Lin Mei scoffed at her audacity, knowing Lin Yisan had long been disregarded by their mother and forgotten by their father. What gave her the right to command her now? Did she truly believe she could exert influence in the Yuan Marquis' residence? Go ahead, Lin Mei said, unfazed. Lin Mei, you think no one in the Marquis' estate can manage you? Lin Yisan commanded a nearby maid, go fetch mother. Just as the maid hurried off, Lin Buyan entered from outside, prompting immediate bows from Lin Yisan and Lin Qianqing. Father, they greeted in unison. Lin Buyan waved dismissively. Then turned to Lin Mei with a warm smile. My dear, are you and your sisters having a chat in the courtyard? No, father, I wish to leave the estate, but second sister disagrees, Lin Mei replied slowly. A hint of a smile on her lips. Father, Lin Yisan interjected quickly. It is inappropriate for third sister to venture out alone with only a maid. That if others see her, wouldn't they say our Yuan Marquis' residence fails to educate its daughters? Lin Mei recognized Lin Buyuan's concern for reputation, and Lin Yisan was equally aware. She would not concede on this front. Mayor, it is indeed unsuitable for you to leave alone, Lin Buyan frowned, taking advantage of Lin Buyuan's distraction. Lin Yisan shot a triumphant glance at Lin Mei, thinking she had the upper hand. Lin Mei remained unperturbed. Then I shall not go out. Lin Yisan's heart swelled with pride, believing she had bested Lin Mei. Go, tell Shirtu to inform the seventh prince that I shall not be visiting today. With that, Lin Mei turned to leave. Stop. Lin Buyan's urgent call immediately exuded the authority befitting the head of the family. Lin Mei turned, slightly raising an eyebrow, her displeasure evident as she gazed at Lin Buyan. He promptly lowered his outstretched hand, his fingers awkwardly rubbing against his side, and hastily softened his tone, smiling as he inquired. Mayor, are you going out to meet Prince Qi? Indeed, Lin Mei replied, nodding with a smile and shrugging her shoulders, but if it's inconvenient for me to go out, then so be it. How could it be inconvenient? You must go. Lin Buyan insisted eagerly. Have you prepared a carriage? I will have a servant ready it for you at once. Do hurry and go, lest the prince be kept waiting. Is it truly all right for me to go out? Lin Mei asked with a smile. Of course, there's no problem at all, Lin Buyan affirmed, not only insisting it was fine but also urging her on. Quickly now. Very well, then I shall take my leave, Lin Mei said cheerfully as she walked past, not even glancing at the pale-faced Lin Yisan. Lin Buyan personally escorted Lin Mei out, infuriating Lin Yisan, whose chest heaved violently, nearly causing her to spit blood. Lin Mei, how dare she? Why does she warrant such favoritism from father? Is it merely because her alluring appearance has captivated Prince Qi? Did you see that? Fourth sister, that young Master Zhu was easily seduced away. And you, alas, cannot compare to her. Lin Yisan gritted her teeth fiercely. Lin Qianqing lowered her head, timidly adding, this is not the behavior of a respectable young lady. Oh dear Miss Fourth, is my young lady not respectable then? Is it proper for you to speak ill of others behind their backs? Zhu chanced upon the scene, overhearing everything and retorting directly, impudence. Lin Yisan scolded furiously, how dare a servant defy a young lady? Someone come and slap her. Frustrated at her inability to deal with Lin Mei, she thought to take it out on Lin Mei's maid. A servant rushed over, attempting to seize Zhu, but Stone stepped in. Grabbing the approaching servant by the waistband and lifting him high, the servant cried out in fright as Stone exerted his strength, hurling him into the other servants arriving behind. Who dares? Stone stood firm, causing the servants to cower. Who would dare confront this naturally strong man? How audacious! A mere servant dares to disregard their master's orders. Lin Yisan seethed, her chest tight with indignation. The servants in Lin Mei's courtyard were as unruly as their mistress. Oh, Stone replied absent-mindedly, swaggering off amidst the complex gazes of the other servants. After all, the young lady had instructed them to walk with confidence within the estate. If they did not, they were not to consider themselves her people. Chapter 41. As Lin Mei entered the private room of the tea house, she was taken aback to see Yenhao seated within. You arrived quite early, she exclaimed, having just sent word to summon him. How had he managed to arrive before her? Well, with nothing else to do, I thought I would come early, he replied nonchalantly. Please take a seat and have some hot tea. It's quite chilly outside. Yenhao casually dismissed the excitement that had propelled him to rush over upon receiving Lin Mei's invitation. Lin Mei settled down, sipping her hot tea leisurely as she began to nibble on some pastries. Although her pace was slow, the pastries on her plate disappeared at an alarming rate. Yenhao, seated at the table, maintained a constant smile, his mind racing with countless thoughts, pondering the true purpose behind Lin Mei's sudden invitation. Was it possible she had been missing him? Or perhaps she was pleased with him for delivering the list of names? He felt a surge of delight, though he masked it with a casual inquiry. Mayor, Did you ask me out for to arrange a position for Zhu Baozi as a royal merchant? Lin Mei interjected. Taking another sip of tea, her tone leisurely. What? Yanhao was taken aback, questioning the mention of Zhu Baozi. What was his role in this? Was Lin Mei's invitation solely to secure benefits for Zhu Baozi? The dark aura surrounding him prompted Yu Chun to discreetly shift to a corner, sensing an impending outburst from his master. You brought me out here just for Zhu Baozi? Yanhao's voice turned frigid, mirroring the wintry gusts outside. Indeed, Lin Mei replied, setting down her teacup and casting a glance at the suddenly tense Yanhao. What was his issue? Yanhao was a clever man. He was well aware of the Zhao family's movements and had calculated the reactions of those in the Marquis's household. He was indeed a suitable partner for collaboration. However, it seemed she had misjudged the situation. An emotionally unstable individual was not fit for partnership. His brow furrowed as he clenched his hands into fists on his lap, the knuckles cracking ominously. I could easily strangle that scoundrel Zhu Baozi. The murderous intent radiating from Yanhao caused Lin Mei to furrow her brow. If you are unwilling, then so be it. Saying this, she abruptly stood up. Wait, did I never said I was unwilling? Upon seeing Lin Mei's displeasure, all traces of his previous hostility vanished. Yanhao hurriedly rose to block her path, the stark contrast in his emotions prompting Yu Chun to silently avert his gaze toward the wall. He had heard nothing, seen nothing. That I will handle this matter, Yanhao quickly asserted, vowing to take care of Lin Mei's affairs. Observing Lin Mei's expression soften slightly, he cautiously asked, but what made you think of appointing him as a royal merchant? Was it truly because Lin Mei harbored special feelings for Zhu Baozi? Surely not. Helping the court procure goods will allow for some personal gains without drawing too much attention. Doesn't that present an excellent opportunity for power? Lin Mei inquired, gazing at Yanhao. You command a significant military force. Are you not concerned about being suspected? Yanhao's eyes brightened. Was Lin Mei considering his interests? Mayor, please sit. Let us discuss this further. He urged eagerly. This royal merchant position is undoubtedly profitable, yet it is also conspicuous, making it easy to attract scrutiny. Yanhao analyzed, simultaneously showcasing his foresight. This is precisely why I have avoided this realm thus far. Yu Chun, feeling the tension, inched further back until his back met the wall. He simply could not bear to witness the expression of his master. Seeking validation, how embarrassing. Fortunately, Lin Mei remained unfazed by this. Instead, contemplating her intentions, a royal merchant merely serves the court's procurement needs. It does not monopolize all goods. Why not seek out individuals to establish some shops and increase trade? Yanhao's eyes lit up. Mayor, are you suggesting with shops scattered everywhere across various trades, any disturbances could be detected immediately once safety lies in their own hands? Lin Mei stated, lightly tapping the table. Establishing such a vast network of resources is no easy feat. Yanhao acknowledged that it was indeed an excellent idea, but to expand such an operation would require considerable time and effort. What do you mean by no easy feat? Lin Mei questioned. Simply send trusted individuals to acquire shops across different trades, ensuring no overlap. You could also create two factions within the same industry to foster competition among them. Yanhao stared at Lin Mei in astonishment. There is no need for your subordinates to conduct investigations personally. Engaging the shopkeepers and staff to assess the business activities will reveal a location situation. By observing the quantity of grain sold, one can approximate the population. The ratio of coarse to fine grains indicates wealth distribution. Similarly, the same principle applies to other goods, providing insight into the number of noble ladies and literati. One could even ascertain troop deployments from the fabric and blacksmith shops. Lin Mei spoke casually, leaving Yanhao agape, nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief. This requires minimal manpower. As long as you have sufficient funds, it is manageable. Lin Mei leisurely sipped her tea, continuing, all that is needed is to compile the monthly accounts and analyze them. After this, she resumed enjoying the exquisite pastries on her plate, while Yanhao appeared struck by lightning, staring at her intently, utterly captivated that if Lin Mei's strategy were executed, it would not merely be a collection of simple accounts. He would possess an intimate understanding of all dynamics within his domain, igniting a sensation of impending dominion. Mayor, executing this plan will likely involve significant entanglements. Yanhao spoke hoarsely. He desperately wished to maintain composure. Yet, how could he remain calm in the face of such implications? At this point, Lin Mei smiled brightly. Regardless of the circumstances, maintaining a trump card in hand is paramount. It ensures one is not beholden to others. Yanhao was enchanted by Lin Mei's smile, feeling as though he had been swept away. The woman he admired was indeed no mere empty-headed beauty. Her strategy was simply brilliant. Mayor, Are you not concerned that Zhu Baozi might harbor resentment upon discovering your true intentions? Yanhao asked, his anxiety palpable. He needed to ensure that Lin Mei had no lingering feelings for Zhu Baozi to feel at ease. If the royal merchants profit and I control the Zhu family, what grievance could he possibly have against me? Lin Mei questioned, perplexed. I am merely seizing this opportunity to engage in a few simple tasks. Yu Chun nearly choked on his own saliva. Simple tasks? Easy. Well, it seemed his master had indeed found someone as exceptional as himself. Chapter 42. Yanhao laughed heartily. Mayor, you are truly remarkable. However, he added, I cannot be the one to recommend Zhu Baozi as the royal merchant. Yanhao was beginning to understand how to proceed. Indeed, he and Lin Mei were cut from the same cloth. The initial funds may not be substantial, and expanding this venture will require a gradual approach. As Yanhao contemplated his finances, he suddenly realized that the wealth he once believed he possessed was, in fact, quite meager. Initial funds? Lin Mei gazed at Yanhao with a perplexed expression, inquiring, why should you bear the expenses yourself? Yanhao looked at Lin Mei in astonishment. Mayor, although I am a prince, my available silver is not abundant. If we proceed as you suggest, acquiring all those shops will demand a significant sum, and I doubt that even any noble family could muster such resources. Lin Mei laughed and asked, is it truly so peaceful everywhere? Are there no bandits or marauders, no threats from foreign tribes? Yanhao's eyes widened in surprise. Mayor, do you mean to use someone else's money to conduct your own business? Isn't that inappropriate? Lin Mei tilted her head slightly, curiously questioning Yanhao. Yu Chun was left dumbfounded. What on earth was going on in Miss Lin's mind? It was simply terrifying. If the business were to succeed, the entire nation could be in her grasp, and the initial investment of such immense power would come from someone else's silver, meaning she would contribute not a single coin while seizing all the grassroots power. Yu Chun felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine. He deeply sensed that his master, the prince, seemed less intimidating than Miss Lin. Anyone who dared to claim the prince was a demon general would receive a scornful spit from him. Those ignorant souls simply did not recognize Miss Lin. Compared to her, his master seemed utterly insignificant. Indeed. Yanhao nodded repeatedly, increasingly convinced that Mayor was precisely to his liking. Mayor, how did you conceive of this plan? He inquired, harboring a hint of anticipation. Could it be that Mayor sought to expand his influence? Prompting such a bold move, as I mentioned previously, I desire a life of ease, Lin Mei replied leisurely. Only when my allies are strong can I live comfortably. Yanhao puffed out his chest slightly, laughing heartily. Rest assured, Mayor, as your ally, I shall not disappoint you regarding the division of profits from this venture. How about 20%? Yanhao proposed. The idea originated with Lin Mei, and he was not so shameless as to deny her remuneration. That is acceptable, Lin Mei nodded. Without requiring her to manage the business, simply receiving money with a 20% profit was quite generous of Yanhao. Thank you for the gifts, Lin Mei smiled gently, expressing her gratitude. Her radiant smile resembled the warm sunlight, illuminating Yanhao's heart and enveloping him in warmth. If you like them, I shall continue to send more. Encouraged, Yanhao began to consider what other items for women he might have in his residence. If not from his own estate, he could always procure them from the palace. That would be easy enough. I do appreciate them, but, Lin Mei lowered her gaze shyly, many of those are crafted in the palace. If I were to wear them, it might not be appropriate. Yanhao slapped his forehead in realization, nodding. Indeed, I had not considered that. Such items are indeed inconvenient for everyday wear. Very well, I understand. He smiled, content as long as Lin Mei did not refuse his gifts. Also, thank you for your assistance with the roster. Lin Mei offered a soft smile of thanks. You need not be so formal with me. It is only right that I stand up for you, given how harshly the Yuan Marquis treats you. As your friend, Yanhao declared with a wave of his hand, exuding generosity. The prince is indeed magnanimous. Allow me to raise a cup in your honor with tea instead of wine, Lin Mei said cheerfully as she lifted her teacup. Yanhao raised his teacup as well, sharing a drink with Lin Mei. Observing his master so mesmerized, Yu Chun felt a deep concern. Did his master truly understand just how formidable Miss Lin was? The two continued to feast and converse until dusk, when Yanhao casually invited Lin Mei to enjoy a special dish. He certainly did not intend to monopolize Lin Mei's time until dinner. They were simply kindred spirits, losing track of time in their conversations. I apologize for being so petty, Lin Mei smiled at concubine Kong. The roster was a gift from the 7th prince, and I initially thought to suggest that he choose a household from it. However, she believes I am trying to harm her, so let her find someone who can assist her instead. Miss, that is not the case, concubine Kong attempted to explain, but Lin Mei offered her no opportunity. casting a cold glance at her. I wish to rest now. Do not disturb me. Concubine Kong stood anxiously for a moment, stamping her foot in frustration before seeking out Lin Qianqing. Xiu'er began to style Lin Mei's hair, saying, Miss, do you think this business venture is too risky? Can the seventh prince be trusted? At present. He is a clever man, Lin Mei replied, her eyes turning cold as she smiled faintly. Trust is a concept that simply does not exist in a post-apocalyptic world. She hoped Yenhao would not let her down. To leave the marquis residence, one would naturally require substantial silver. Her collaboration with him would be mutually beneficial. He would surely understand how to make the right choice, provided he was not foolish. Of course. If Yenhao were to prove foolish, she would also assist him in making the right decision. While she might falter in other matters, she was quite adept at being ruthless. Just then, Xiu'er knocked and entered. Miss Concubine Kong and the fourth miss have arrived. Allow them to enter. Lin Mei waved her hand, and Xiu'er stepped aside. Concubine Kong led in Lin Qianqing, whose eyes were red and clearly had been crying. Third miss, Concubine Kong said with a fawning smile. Today, the fourth miss was misled, resulting in some inappropriate behavior. You see, she has come to apologize. She subtly nudged Lin Qianqing forward. Lin Qianqing stood defiantly, swaying slightly as she was pushed but keeping her head bowed in silence. It appeared the fourth miss felt no guilt for her actions. What have I done wrong? Lin Qianqing retorted defiantly. Clearly, it was you who attracted unwanted attention, causing men to take notice. Why should I be the one to marry in the end? Chapter 43. Lack of wit. Fourth miss. Concubine Kong gasped, nervously tugging at Lin Qianqing's sleeve. Let us not quarrel with Lin Mei at this moment. Why not? Lin Mei smiled, her gaze shimmering in the candlelight. Simply because my father decreed that you should marry while I should not. You are being unreasonable. Lin Qianqing could not believe Lin Mei's audacity in uttering such words. Unreasonable? Indeed, I am being unreasonable. So what? If you possess the ability, go and find someone who is reasonable to speak to. Why come to my courtyard? Lin Mei showed no sign of politeness. I refuse to marry anyone from that roster. If I must marry, it shall be to young Master Zhu. Lin Qianqing's cheeks flushed with anger, glaring at Lin Mei as though she wished to bore holes through her with her gaze. Marry Zhu Baozi? Lin Mei chuckled, amusedly appraising Lin Qianqing. Do you truly believe Zhu Baozi would marry you? He has repeatedly stated he will not. Young Master Zhu has been deceived by you, Lin Qianqing retorted angrily. If only he could see your true nature, he would not continue to be ensnared by you. To make things clear, is it? Lin Mei burst into laughter. I can assure you that even if you laid everything bare before him, he would not take you as his bride. Nonsense. Lin Qianqing shouted in indignation. Young Master Zhu is certainly not a man who cannot discern right from wrong. Indeed, he is a gentleman. However, I suspect that a businessman of his caliber cannot resist the lure of great profit. For instance, I could facilitate his rise as the royal merchant with the seventh prince's assistance, the cost being not marrying you. The final words fell from Lin Mei's lips with a rhythmic cadence, and she watched as Lin Qianqing's flushed cheeks drained of color, turning pale as a sheet. You. Lin Qianqing stammered, at a loss for how to retort. What is it? Are you suggesting that the seventh prince has also fallen under my spell? Well, if that is the case, I possess such capability. If you can, then by all means do so. Lin Mei smiled sweetly at Lin Qianqing. You mustn't. Lin Qianqing trembled with rage. Indeed, I shall be shameless. What is face worth? A mere few coins a pound? Lin Mei grinned, relishing the chaos she was causing, as Lin Qianqing's complexion fluctuated from blue to white. If you have the ability, procure a royal merchant for Zhu Baozi. If you can make him marry you, then do so. If not, spare me your empty words. You will not have a good ending. Lin Qianqing spat as she fled in tears. Concubine Kong, her expression grim, hurried after her while Xiu'er fumed. You will not have a good ending either. We are not the sort to merely talk without action. Do not mind her, Lin Mei said, waving her hand to signal Xiu'er and the others to prepare hot water for bathing in bed. As for Lin Qianqing's tears, well, what concern was that of hers? A poor ending must be created, even if only through curses. Ha. How old was Lin Qianqing? Did she still believe in such childish tricks? The following morning, when Lin Qianqing paid her respects to Madame Zhao, her eyes were swollen. What has happened to you? Come here, let me see, Madame Zhao exclaimed, beckoning Lin Qianqing closer. Lin Qianqing took small steps forward, and upon seeing Madame Zhao's tender expression, her eyes reddened once more. Oh dear, what has transpired? Who has bullied you? Speak to your mother. Zhao's heart swelled with maternal tenderness as she expressed her deep discontent. Mother, I do not wish to marry an unfamiliar man, Lin Qianqing lamented, her voice tinged with tears. Alas. Zhao sighed heavily. This matter rests in your father's hands. I cannot alter it. Ultimately, you must strive to select a good family. Tears cascaded down Lin Qianqing's cheeks as she pleaded, Mother, I yearn to marry young Master Zhu. But isn't young Master Zhu enamored with Lin Mei? Zhao sighed in resignation. I shall cast aside my dignity and speak with him once more. Zhao's selfless devotion deeply moved Lin Qianqing. Yet her heart grew increasingly burdened as she wept, Mother, young Master Zhu will not take me as his bride. Why not? Zhao inquired, astonished. Could it be that he still harbors feelings for Mei? Lin Qianqing shook her head, eyes reddened with sorrow. It is all because of third sister's insistence that young Master Zhu become a royal merchant. A royal merchant? Zhao expressed genuine surprise. Does she possess such capabilities? Certainly not, but she is acquainted with the seventh prince, who has promised to assist her. The mention of this alliance only deepened Lin Qianqing's despair, as she lamented, even with the seventh prince's support. Mother, it may be difficult for you to intervene on my behalf. Zhao sighed heavily, implying, what power do we possess compared to that of a prince? Lin Qianqing continued to sob softly. Zhao attempted to comfort her, yet inwardly chastised her for her lack of intelligence, as she had already hinted at the need for third sister's intervention. Lin Yixin stepped forward, suggesting, Mother, could we not seek eldest sister's assistance? Upon hearing this, Lin Qianqing paused, her tears, her swollen eyes filled with hope as they turned to Zhao. Zhao frowned in hesitation. Your eldest sister is merely a concubine of the fifth prince, and his influence at court pales in comparison to that of the seventh prince. But the fifth prince is favored by the crown prince, Lin Qianqing interjected eagerly. His affection for eldest sister guarantees his consent. This was her last glimmer of hope, and she could not let it slip away. Indeed, Mother, Lin Yixin chimed in, if young Master Zhu becomes a royal merchant through us, he would become our ally, and the fifth prince would further rely on our family, benefiting us all. More importantly, it would resolve fourth sister's marriage predicament. Zhao furrowed her brow, feigning indecision before finally conceding, very well. Thank you, Mother, Lin Qianqing exclaimed with joy, bowing deeply, as if the clouds had parted to reveal clear skies. Exiting Zhao's courtyard, Lin Qianqing fervently expressed her gratitude to Lin Yixin. Second sister, I owe you my deepest thanks. Nonsense, it is merely a mother's love, Lin Yixin replied with a gentle smile, though her expression gradually cooled as she watched Lin Qianqing depart joyfully. Was Lin Qianqing truly so lacking in discernment? Their mother was subtly guiding her to plead with eldest sister for assistance. Should anything go awry in the future, it could easily be claimed that Lin Qianqing had implored their mother to relent. Thus, the responsibility would not rest with their mother. Of course, this arrangement also served Lin Yixin's interests. A mere suggestion would help her mother achieve her goals while earning Lin Qianqing's gratitude, reinforcing her position as aligned with their mother. What did it matter if Lin Mei had gained the favor of the seventh prince? The seventh prince was known for his obstinacy and had garnered the ire of many within the court. Had he not wielded military power, he would have likely been ousted from the seat of authority long ago. Lin Mei was equally impetuous. Should she not have waited until the royal merchant situation was secured before making it public? The foolishness of it all was astounding. She was indeed thankful for Lin Mei's forthrightness, which provided her an opportunity to leverage the situation. Chapter 44. A meeting of minds. Zhu Baozi gazed in astonishment at the approaching O Yanhao. A tumult of emotion swirling within him. Had Mei truly persuaded O Yanhao to come? Suppressing the disquieting feelings rising within, Zhu Baozi entered the main hall and bowed. This humble subject pays his respects to your highness. Zhu Baozi offered a slight smile to the arrogant O Yanhao, saying, I am grateful for your highness's kindness, but I dare not trouble you. The refusal prompted a frown from O Yanhao. You do not wish for my assistance? Thank you, your highness, Zhu Baozi reiterated with another bow, though the rejection in his words starkly contrasted with his formalities. Very well, do not regret it. O Yanhao scoffed, rising to leave, watching O Yanhao storm away in anger. Zhu Baozi bowed respectfully. Once O Yanhao was out of sight, Zhu Baozi straightened. He would not accept O Yanhao's help if he wished to be with Lin Mei. If he became a royal merchant, would that not bring him closer to Lin Mei? After the servants departed, Yu Chun looked at the prince with concern. Your highness, why did Zhu Baozi refuse you? Why do you think? O Yanhao raised an eyebrow. Could it be that he harbors feelings for Miss Lin San, and thus declines your favor? Yu Chun speculated. If that were the case, Zhu Baozi was indeed deeply infatuated with Lin Mei, willing to forfeit easily attainable benefits for her sake. That is but a minor part of the reason, O Yanhao sneered. As a merchant, and an heir yet to fully grasp the reins of his family's power, do you truly believe he would relinquish such a prime opportunity? Yu Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. Your highness, who is it? Who else could it be? It is the crown prince's arrangement for fifth brother, O Yanhao replied with a cold snort. Fifth brother is aligned with the crown prince. who naturally ensures that I succeed as a royal merchant. Your Highness, are you not at all surprised? Yuchun queried, puzzled by his master's lack of shock. Why should I be surprised? Oh, Yanhao looked at Yuchun quizzically. Did we not discuss this with Mei? Discussed? Yuchun was taken aback by his master's apparent nonchalance. Did you not hear what I said to Mei that day? We talked about setting up shops and controlling resources. And assisting you in becoming a royal merchant. Yuchun was flabbergasted. He had distinctly heard no such plans. Yanhao regarded Yuchun as if he were a simpleton. Did I not mention that pursuing the royal merchant title would attract attention? While it could generate profits, the ambition was too grand. Moreover, Mei had already suggested a strategy, acquiring shops that would bear no relation to Zhu Baozi, thus avoiding scrutiny. What did you hear? Oh, Yanhao inquired. His brow furrowing. Was it not made clear? What was clear? Yuchun was on the verge of pulling his hair out. Why is it fifth prince who collaborates with Zhu Baozi? Yuchun was increasingly baffled. Why would the crown prince and fifth prince meddle in this? Of course they aim to implicate the crown prince, Oh Yanhao asserted. If I do not expose the crown prince, who will shield my endeavors? Seeing Yuchun's perplexed expression, Oh Yanhao chuckled. Are you wondering why the crown prince and fifth brother are aware of this royal merchant matter? Yuchun nodded fervently. Finally, the prince was addressing the crux of the issue. It's simple, Oh Yanhao declared with pride. Naturally, Mei must have done something within the marquis's residence to connect with the eldest daughter of an Yuan marquis. That is fifth brother's concubine, and if fifth brother knows, the crown prince would certainly be aware. The opportunity to earn money and gain support was too enticing for the crown prince to overlook, tapping his fingers on the table with satisfaction. Oh Yanhao exclaimed, how well do Mei and I collaborate? Yuchun was utterly dumbfounded, stammering, Your Highness, you and Miss Lin San have already discussed this. When did this happen? I had no idea. The issue was that his master had not met with Lin San alone again. What is there to discuss? Oh Yanhao beamed, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. That is the tacit understanding between Mei and me. Do you comprehend? A meeting of minds, Yuchun replied, shaking his head in disbelief. Within the Yuan marquis's residence, Zhao smiled warmly as she patted Lin Qianqing's delicate hand. Very well. I have entrusted eldest sister with the matter concerning young Master Zhu to fifth prince. Tomorrow I shall send someone to invite young Master Zhu to our residence. Should you be inclined, you may converse with him. Thank you, mother, Lin Qianqing exclaimed with unbridled joy. Once Lin Qianqing departed, Zhao's smile turned to a sneer as she inquired of Ji Mama. What news from Yan? The crown prince is delighted with the fifth prince's idea. The fifth prince has also been increasingly close to her these past few days, Ji Mama replied with a smile. Zhao nodded with satisfaction. If she thrives in the prince's residence, I, as her mother, can rest easy. My only reliance lies in my children. When one's own offspring have achieved great prowess, would they still concern themselves with a mere Lin Mei? Were it not for the need to maintain discretion, she would be tempted to witness the disappointment etched upon Lin Mei's face. It must be quite the sight, this insignificant concubine, having ensnared the affections of a prince. Seems to believe herself extraordinary. Does she truly aspire to wield power within the manor? It is evident she has never seen the world. Chapter 45. Astuteness. The following day, as noon approached, Lin Mei sauntered from her quarters. Enveloped in a luxurious fur coat, the soft, fluffy collar obscured half her visage, enveloping her in warmth and inducing a languorous demeanor. Under the sunlight, her enchanting peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly, reminiscent of a leisurely fox on a stroll. Sister, are you venturing out again? Just as she was indulging in her serene moment, Lin Xian approached, covering her mouth with a light chuckle. Is it yet another invitation from the seventh prince? Is that a problem? Lin Mei retorted with amusement. Must I report to you about my outings? Naturally, you need not, Lin Xian replied with a relaxed smile. However, considering you have failed to achieve what you sought from the seventh prince, I wonder if you might reconsider your impression of him. Perhaps he is not as captivated by you as you believe. Lin Mei laughed and raised an eyebrow. At least I have someone who brings me garments and jewels without fail. Which is far better than how second sister merely receives her meager allowance each month, struggling to make ends meet. Lin Xian's expression shifted instantly. Her teeth clenched in indignation. Indeed, sister possesses remarkable talents, captivating the seventh prince to obey your every whim. Are you envious? Lin Mei replied, adjusting her fur cloak. That if you possess such abilities, you too could earn his compliance. Lin Mei, do you truly believe your triumphs will last? Lin Xian chastised under her breath as she turned away from Lin Mei. The sound of Lin Mei's derisive laughter echoed behind her, igniting Lin Xian's fury. In an instant, she pivoted and strode towards Lin Mei. Must you always create such turmoil, provoking our mother's ire? I am a person of principle. I do not initiate conflict unless provoked. Should you cross me, be prepared to face dire consequences, Lin Mei remarked. A slow smile curving her lips, enchanting yet chilling. Could you not be more filial? Lin Xian demanded, trembling with rage. Filial? Lin Mei's smile grew radiant. You discern whether your intentions stem from genuine filial piety or self-interest. That is for you to judge. And spare me your moralizing. Have you seen what became of Lin Qianqing? Your fate will not be much different. Take your time, one step at a time. With that, Lin Mei turned her back on the pallid Lin Xian and departed without a glance. Once Lin Mei's figure had vanished, Lin Xian staggered, barely managing to steady herself against a nearby tree trunk to avoid collapsing. In that fleeting moment, she felt an overwhelming chill emanate from Lin Mei, a sensation that constricted her heart as if gripped by an unseen force, rendering it nearly motionless. After a few hurried breaths, she regained her composure. Clenching her fist, she struck the tree trunk in frustration, sneering, "What have you to be proud of, Lin Mei? Mother has already concluded discussions with Zhu Baozhe, with the help of eldest sister. Zhu Baozhe will ultimately marry Lin Xian. In the end, you will have gained nothing. All your grandiose threats are mere fabrications." But with that, Lin Xian spat disdainfully and hurried toward the Zhao family's courtyard. Before she could enter, she was abruptly knocked to the ground. Hadn't mother summoned Zhu Baozhe to discuss Lin Qianqing's marriage? Why then did Lin Qianqing flee in tears? Could it be that a chilling thought crossed Lin Xian's mind? Momentarily overshadowing her pain at the entrance of the Yuan Marquis' residence, Lin Mei was halted by a voice. Zhu Baozhe, feeling a pang of anxiety after calling out to her, wondered if she would be unwilling to converse with him since he had not complied with the seventh prince's request. Zhu Gongzi, is there something you need? Lin Mei inquired, her smile betraying no hint of displeasure. About that matter concerning the emperor's merchant. Zhu Baozhe hesitated, laden with unvoiced thoughts and feelings he could not articulate to Lin Mei. Lin Mei waved her hand dismissively. It is of no consequence. I merely mentioned it in passing that if Zhu Gongzi has found a more suitable partner for collaboration, then by all means pursue that. That is not. Zhu Baozhe felt increasingly uncomfortable, particularly as he sensed the distance growing between them. I simply wish to stand on my own merit, to earn your respect. Yet he never got the chance to finish his thought. As Lin Mei interrupted him with a cheerful declaration, a gentleman should indeed harbor great ambitions. That is commendable. However, I must take my leave, for my appointment with the seventh prince is approaching. With that, she departed, leaving Zhu Baozhe no time to react. Once inside the carriage, Xior observed Lin Mei's serene demeanor, remarking, Miss Zhu Gongzi truly is fickle. He initially agreed to seek the seventh princess' approval for you. Yet now he has pledged himself to the fifth prince. Precisely his capriciousness allows matters to proceed so smoothly, Lin Mei replied, reclining against the soft cushions of the carriage, a warm stove burning within, creating an atmosphere of utter comfort. The trifling interests of the emperor's merchant do not pique my interest. With a faint smile, she noted, to avoid future coercion and to live freely, one must possess formidable strength. Xior sighed in relief, finding solace in her mistress's contentment. But he seems Zhu Gongzi has not consented to marry Fourth Mississippi. Had he done so, it would have been a surprise, Lin Mei replied, her eyes half closed, lazily stating, he has never favored Lin Qianqing, and now, burdened by his guilt over failing to honor Oyenhao's request, he harbors further reservations towards me. The fifth prince's influence does not extend to dictating whom Zhu Baozhe may wed. And besides, the fifth prince lacks such substantial power. This time, she had undoubtedly disappointed several women within the marquis. Their disappointment only served to amuse her further. For their sake, they might as well continue to feel let down. Before long, the carriage arrived at the royal residence, where Oyenhao greeted her with enthusiasm. Mayor, come in quickly. It's quite chilly out here. Yu Chan rolled his eyes in disbelief, admiring his master's audacity in fabricating such falsehoods. Observing Lin Mei's lavish fur coat and the warmth emanating from the carriage, he thought, chilly? Look at her hands, they are practically frozen. Come inside and warm up. Oyenhao, seizing the moment, took hold of Lin Mei's delicate hand, ushering her inside. Yu Chun silently covered his face, appalled at his lord's shamelessness. Is this how one takes advantage of others? Does he not fear Lin Mei's wrath? He finally understood that Oyenhao's earlier comment about the cold was merely a ruse to facilitate this encounter. Chapter 46. A transformation? Mayor, I have failed in my duty. I could not secure Zhu Baozhe's position as the emperor's merchant. Oyenhao lamented, distressed. I was too angry at the time. I should have discussed it with him further. Pray do not hold my ire, he pleaded. In response to Oyenhao's sorrowful apology, Lin Mei offered a subtle smile. Release my hand. Reluctantly, Oyenhao let go, his fingers lingering on her soft warmth, observing his forlorn expression. Akin to that of a large, dejected dog, Lin Mei stifled a chuckle. Has Oyenhao transformed into someone entirely different? Wasn't he once known as the reckless and fearsome general in the eyes of the enemy? Who is this audacious rogue now? I merely feared your hands were cold, Oyenhao mumbled, slightly abashed. Yuchan, standing nearby, turned away, thinking that such a transparent excuse would have been better left unspoken. Once the servants laid out the meal, the room was filled with sumptuous dishes, leaving only Lin Mei and Oyenhao gazing at the feast before her. Lin Mei inquired with a smile, "Did you summon me merely to prattle on about such trivialities? Spare me your excuses. I do not believe you are genuinely perplexed about the emperor's merchant." Oyenhao sighed deeply, shaking off his jovial demeanor, and looked at Lin Mei with utmost seriousness, lowering his voice. "I did not invite you here for that purpose, indeed?" Lin Mei nodded, pondering if something had shifted. With great sincerity, Oyenhao continued, "I simply wished to treat you to a meal." Lin Mei's lips twitched as she regarded the beaming Oyenhao across from her. If she were to slap him outright, would that render her without a capable ally? I have never encountered someone so in sync with me. You see, our casual exchanges immediately lead to perfect collaboration. Ensnaring the crown prince, Oyenhao remarked cheerily, rubbing his hands together, "It is truly fate. Did we not clarify those matters clearly?" Lin Mei questioned, baffled that I understood perfectly. "But look, Yuchun failed to grasp it," Oyenhao declared triumphantly. In another room, Yuchun abruptly sneezed, rubbing his nose, and dismissively waved his hand at his concerned subordinates. "I am not ill that it must be that the prince has spoken ill of him again." Lin Mei found herself at a loss for words regarding Oyenhao's comments. She had spoken to him directly, so why should his personal attendant need to understand? "Mayor, come and taste the culinary skills of my household chef." Oyenhao urged Lin Mei to indulge in the dishes laid before her. With delightful delicacies before her, Lin Mei naturally chose not to dwell on trivial matters, picking up her chopsticks and relishing the feast. Observing her enjoyment, Oyenhao continually served her more dishes and soup. "The funds at my disposal are insufficient to acquire such a vast establishment." Oyenhao displayed no concern over revealing his less than affluent status. Even if he possessed wealth, he would still profess to be impoverished. How could he let the opportunity to accompany Lin Mei slip away? Oyenhao silently praised his own ingenuity, raiding a household. "After all, is the quickest means to acquire wealth. Very well, I shall make arrangements," he said with a smile, leading her outside. "Fear not, I shall protect you." Witnessing Oyenhao patting his chest confidently, Lin Mei smiled softly. Finding the notion of being protected somewhat novel, after their meal, Oyenhao took her on a tour of his royal residence. Upon learning of this, Yuchun shook his head in resignation, pondering what there was to see in the depths of winter. Yet, Oyenhao was far cleverer than Yuchun. He directly showcased his strengths by bringing Lin Mei to his training grounds, demonstrating his robust physique honed through martial arts since childhood. He then led her into his study, engaging in a detailed discussion of battlefield layouts and the domestic situation, revealing his vast knowledge and strategic prowess. In essence, Oyenhao aimed to convey to Lin Mei that he was a well-rounded man of both intellect and strength. Choosing him would be a wise decision. "Take these pastries away, you all enjoy them," Lin Mei instructed, knowing that Oyenhao had promised to deliver her favorite treats daily. Having eaten to her fill today, she found herself unable to consume more. "Miss Concubine Kong has come again," Zhuo reported with a pout. "She says I'm asleep." Lin Mei smiled wryly, thinking, does she believe that she can simply see her whenever she wishes? Zhuo joyfully dashed out, having long held disdain for those individuals. "Concubine Kong, my lady is asleep. Any matters can be discussed tomorrow." "Asleep?" Concubine Kong observed the brightly lit room and forced a stiff smile. "Very well, I shall not disturb the third Mississippi mother. Why must you seek her out?" Lin Qianqing questioned with dissatisfaction. "She is nothing but a shameless wretch." Though she had not intended to insult, Lin Mei's actions were intolerable, even prompting Lin Qianqing, who prided herself on her decorum, to lose her temper. "Do not concern yourself with who she is. Your marriage still requires her assistance." Concubine Kong was far more astute than Lin Qianqing. "If Zhu Baozi will not marry you, do you intend to wed one of the men selected by the madam?" "Why must I marry at all?" Lin Qianqing had yet to comprehend this pressing question. "Because the master demands it of you," Concubine Kong sighed. "Is there any room for negotiation in the master's orders?" Lin Qianqing sought to retort but was interrupted by Concubine Kong. "My foolish daughter, you now have two choices. Either be sent to the countryside to marry someone at random, or select a noble scion from the list provided by the seventh prince. Think carefully about which option is preferable. If you speak a few good words to Lin Mei, your later years will be worry-free." Concubine Kong tenderly grasped Lin Qianqing's hand, with Lin Mei backed by the seventh prince. Even the master must tread lightly should you gain the support of your husband's family. It would be a fortunate turn of events. Chapter 47. A call to quell the rebellion after court adjourned. The crown prince hastily approached Yenhao, patting him on the shoulder. Yenhao reacted with lightning speed, seizing the crown prince's wrist and applying pressure. Ouch! Let go, it hurts! The crown prince's eyes brimmed with tears from the pain. His bones nearly crushed. Oh, it is His Highness the Crown Prince. Yenhao replied leisurely, not loosening his grip in the slightest. I must inform you, Your Highness, that I am a warrior accustomed to slaying enemies on the battlefield. Do please refrain from approaching me suddenly. It is merely instinct. Yenhao smiled innocently. Release me. Let go, the crown prince shouted in a panic. Very well. Yenhao released his grip, and the crown prince swiftly retreated several steps. Distancing himself from this dangerous individual. Your Highness, would you like me to summon the imperial physician to examine you? Such a precious body must not be harmed, Yenhao remarked with a sardonic smile. The crown prince, intimidated by Yenhao's gaze, hastily concealed his injured arm behind his back. Yenhao erupted into hearty laughter, leaving the crown prince's face flushed with embarrassment, who coldly retorted, Old Seven, you truly are quite carefree. Do you not feel remorse for losing such a splendid opportunity to profit? My royal brother ought to be grateful to you for delivering such a boon into my hands. After all, we are brothers. Thank you. The crown prince spoke with pride, lifting his hand to pat Yenhao on the shoulder again. However, the movement sent a jolt of pain through him, reminding him of the earlier encounter. And he reluctantly lowered his arm. Nevertheless, the crown prince continued to regard Yenhao with smug satisfaction. Humph, merely a royal merchant. Yenhao waved dismissively. I should thank His Highness for assisting me. Ditto? I assisted you? The crown prince sneered. Come, Old Seven, enlighten me on how I aided you. As for assistance, Yenhao's audacity was remarkable. Having lost, he still claimed to have received help. What a farce! The benefits a royal merchant could gain hardly needed elaboration. He had long sought this opportunity but had yet to find a suitable person. Who could have imagined that in his moment of drowsiness, Yenhao would present him with a pillow? Of course it was assistance. That Zhu Baozi has long harbored designs on my beloved. By relocating him, he will no longer have any interaction with her. Does that not help? Yenhao smiled. I truly appreciate Your Highness's facilitation. Old Seven, you truly would forsake everything for a beauty. The crown prince remarked with a hint of envy. I wonder what sort of enchanting beauty could captivate you so utterly, if given the chance. I would like to meet her. Let go, let go. The crown prince struggled against the hand that had seized his neck. Old Seven, release me. At that moment, Yanqing arrived and upon seeing the situation, quickly rushed over to pull Yenhao away. Release me? Yenhao's lips curled into a bloodthirsty smile. Your Highness, I am unfamiliar with decorum. I simply know that when I am displeased, I will make the one who displeases me even more so. This is the crown prince. Old Seven, do you intend to commit treason by choking His Highness? Yanqing scolded vehemently. What of treason? If you have the ability, come and kill me. After all, if I am dead, who will safeguard the borders and maintain stability? Yenhao leaned closer to the crown prince, whose complexion had taken on an unnatural rosy hue, and coldly stated, Your Highness, do not provoke me, for I cannot foresee what I might do. With that, he relaxed his grip, and the crown prince collapsed to the ground, gasping for air and coughing uncontrollably. Your Highness, are you all right? Yanqing asked with concern. That he is utterly outrageous. The crown prince pointed at the nonchalantly departing Yenhao. Trembling with anger, Your Highness, please rise. The ground is cold. Yanqing assisted the crown prince to his feet, advising, Seventh Prince has always been this way. You have known this for quite some time. Humph, what is there to be arrogant about? Merely being skilled in battle? The crown prince spat, defiantly stating, if he performs well in the matter of the royal merchant, it is only right to curb his arrogance. Your Highness, one must not go too far in dealing with this royal merchant. Yanqing cautioned that I possess my own discretion. The crown prince replied with an unexpected smile. Old Five, do you think Old Seven's sudden request to quell the southern tribes is out of anger for not obtaining the royal merchant's favor? That must be it. Yanqing agreed. A brute only knows to kill enemies to vent his frustrations. The crown prince expressed disdain for Yenhao's actions, but what sort of person did he favor? It seems to be the third miss of the Yuan Marquette. Yanqing murmured. Is she not your consort sister? The crown prince inquired with interest. Is she truly stunning? I have seen her once. She is indeed breathtaking. Yanqing admitted candidly. In that case, I shall seek an opportunity to meet her. The crown prince stroked his chin, contemplating. Meanwhile, within the Yuan Marquette, Shior was packing supplies. The foreign tribes are causing unrest. You must exercise utmost caution. Should we bring some medicinal supplies for emergencies? No need, Lin Mei instructed calmly. Just pack a few changes of clothes and some loose silver. Bringing too much will only serve as a burden. Miss, perhaps we should allow Shirtu to accompany you, Xior suggested, still worried about Lin Mei venturing out alone. Summon Shirtu here, Lin Mei commanded. Shortly after, Shirtu entered and saluted. Shirtu, as I leave the market, I need you to remember one thing. Secure the doors and tend to your own affairs. Should anyone dare to bully those in our courtyard, do not hold back. Give them a thorough beating. Yes, Miss, Shirtu replied in his deep voice. Zhuor laughed joyfully nearby, while Xior appeared somewhat anxious, although Shirtu possessed great strength. The many guards within the manor posed a significant challenge. If Shirtu were to confront them head-on, he would surely suffer the consequences. Here, this is for you, Lin Mei said as she produced a porcelain vial, distributing one pill to each. Let those troublemakers stay out of our courtyard. Otherwise they shall bear the consequences. Zhuor's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly inquired, Miss, what have you concocted? Merely a substance to repel mosquitoes. Lin Mei replied nonchalantly, Is it time for lunch? What delicious fare shall we have today? Zhuor, hurry and serve it, Xior instructed, then added with concern, Miss, perhaps we should prepare some snacks for you to eat on the way. You will face hardships accompanying the 7th prince to quell the foreign insurrection. Lin Mei, who had previously complained about the burdensome luggage, nodded emphatically, it is essential to bring it. Pack it in a large box. A few days later, at the entrance of the Anyuan Marquis' residence, Xior anxiously cautioned Lin Mei, Miss, you must be vigilant. If you encounter danger, flee at once. Lin Mei smiled reassuringly, I am not a child. Do not worry. It had been a long time since anyone had expressed such concerned admonitions towards her, and she found it quite pleasant. Mayor, take care of yourself, Zhao Shi implored, her heart brimming with joy. Lin Mei had suffered greatly in matters involving the royal merchant, and now Zhao Shi regarded her with newfound favor. Third Miss, Concubine Kong emerged from the manor, dragging the reluctant Lin Qianqing along. Upon reaching Lin Mei, Concubine Kong discreetly shoved Lin Qianqing forward. With gritted teeth, Lin Qianqing knelt before Lin Mei, pleading, Third sister, please grant me that roster. The failed royal merchant affair has nothing to do with me. It was all Zhu Bao's fault. Please do not blame me, third sister. Lin Qianqing's voice was loud enough to attract the attention of passers-by. Lin Mei furrowed her brow, observing Lin Qianqing's reckless demeanor. Today, Lin Qianqing was truly desperate, for her aunt had warned that if she did not choose a husband from the roster provided by the 7th prince, her future would be fraught with hardship. Third sister, you cannot ruin my life due to another man's actions. Tears streamed down Lin Qianqing's face as she beseeched, please, third sister, have pity on me, under the scrutiny of many. And with departure imminent, Lin Mei found herself cornered. This is the roster you sought. Do not regret it later. Lin Mei snapped through clenched teeth. Sure, give it to her. Thank you, third sister, Lin Qianqing exclaimed, rising to her feet with a triumphant smirk. Just a single kneel, and as her aunt had predicted, Lin Mei had been forced into compliance. Once she secured a suitable husband and family, she would no longer need to heed Lin Mei's whims. Fuming, Lin Mei climbed into the carriage and departed. Master, the fourth miss merely wishes to choose someone quickly and marry. Concubine Kong hastily interjected, providing an excuse for Lin Qianqing. Humph! Lin Buyan snorted, turning to leave. He naturally wished for Lin Qianqing to marry soon. The girl was a source of embarrassment. She never seemed to think before acting. It was utterly foolish. Lin Mei's carriage met up with Yanhao outside the city gates, and they journeyed together. Yet, after barely traveling 3 miles, Yanhao's subordinates suddenly discovered their lord was missing, with only his steed accompanying the group. What are you staring at? Keep moving, Yu Chun barked, and the subordinates immediately ceased their glances. Obediently continuing on, Yu Chun wore a serious expression, though inwardly he felt like crying. Could their lord not exercise a modicum of restraint? Why on earth had he chosen to enter the carriage of Lin San, miss? That was a lady's carriage. Yanhao paid no heed to Yu Chen's thoughts, instead inquiring of Lin Mei, I heard Lin Qianqing has acted foolishly once again. Indeed, Lin Mei replied with a slight smile, leisurely savoring the snacks Xior had provided. Does your roster contain any worthy candidates? Lin Mei raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Me? Yanhao pointed to himself, then suddenly realized the absurdity of his statement. I am not a thing. No, wait. Mayor, you are bullying me. Lin Mei nearly choked on her snack and shot Yanhao an exasperated glance. Speak properly. At your age, is this how you conduct yourself? You are a renowned general. Are you not? Or is that merely a rumor? Such tales are meant for others. You are different. Yanhao seized every opportunity to foster their connection. What is the situation over there? Lin Mei shifted the topic. The southern tribes have always been restless, and they have been harassing the borders of late. The garrison has been unable to eradicate them, Yenhao stated dismissively to ask the situation urgent. Lin Mei inquired leisurely. They merely disturb the common folk, robbing them suddenly, and their arrows are poisoned. Those struck will become weak and feeble. While it is not fatal, they lose all combat effectiveness, Yenhao succinctly described the situation. No wonder you seem unconcerned, taking your time on the journey, Lin Mei acknowledged, with no pressing matters on the road. Upon reaching the southern border town and assessing the situation, Yenhao frowned. After all this time, you still do not know their stronghold. Your Highness, it is not a matter of our incompetence. The terrain in the mountains is complex. Once they hide within, our soldiers are easily ambushed. The garrison is equally helpless. A soldier explained. Then let us first scout the terrain, Yenhao decided, as he had no better plan. They could not locate the enemy, so where could they launch an attack? Yenhao assigned personnel and instructed Lin Mei to remain within the town. Before setting off to explore, Lin Mei glanced at the garrison soldiers and smiled. I wonder where the injured are. Miss, are you a doctor? The soldiers had been puzzled about the sudden appearance of such a delicate lady beside their lord. Now it made sense. Yes, Lin Mei nodded. The soldiers' eyes brightened, and they hurriedly led her to examine the poisoned soldiers. After inspecting, Lin Mei stood and declared, this poison is not difficult to neutralize. The soldiers looked on in excitement. Clasping their fists, Miss, what do you require? I shall have someone prepare it at once. The medicinal herbs are not in the town, Lin Mei replied with a smile. I must venture outside the city to procure them. But, Your Highness, the soldier hesitated, remembering Yenhao's orders. Do not worry. I will be fine, Lin Mei insisted. Prepare a horse for me. Miss, this is absolutely out of the question. The soldier was unwilling to defy Yenhao's command. Shall you simply watch these soldiers grow weak and powerless? Lin Mei challenged. But your safety. It would be better to bring more men to protect the miss, the soldier suggested before he could finish. He suddenly felt a lightness at his waist. Lin Mei had swiftly unsheathed the sword hanging there. He could hardly comprehend what had transpired before hearing a soft clang as the sword returned to its scabbard. Do you think I need protection? Lin Mei inquired with a teasing smile. The soldier's gaze fell upon the large stone that had been effortlessly cleaved in two by her blade, and he slowly shook his head in disbelief. Once Lin Mei rode away, the soldier could not help but exclaim, those around the lord are truly extraordinary individuals. Unfazed by the opinions of those in town, Lin Mei galloped out of the city. Heading swiftly in a particular direction soon, she entered the mountains, assessing the tracks along the way with unwavering determination. She navigated the complex terrain with the ease of someone returning home, turning and proceeding without a hint of hesitation. By afternoon, Lin Mei reined in her horse before a small mountain village bustling with activity. The inhabitants hastily rang the bells in alarm, the sound echoing chaotically as they armed themselves with bows and arrows. The sharp tips aimed directly at Lin Mei. Casting her gaze over the gathered men, Lin Mei inquired, are you the bandits who robbed the common folk? Enough with the chatter. Shoot! A gruff voice commanded. And a volley of arrows was loosed. Lin Mei kicked her stirrups, urging her horse to flee, leaving the flurry of arrows in her wake. The expressions of the villagers darkened, but they had no choice but to follow orders. From the rear mountain a man emerged, his robust frame indicating that even in winter, the trees were lush. In summer, the foliage would be so dense that the village would be concealed from view. Big brother! A burly man shouted excitedly, his face aglow in stark contrast to the pallor of those within the village. I saw a beauty. The man laughed heartily, his lewd remarks revealing his intentions to capture her as a prize for his brother. Oh, little six, good eye. If she is truly beautiful, there shall be a generous reward. Rest assured, big brother, I will not disappoint you. Little Six grinned eagerly. Have you heard? There are troops dispatched from the court. Do you know who they are? Big brother inquired. Not yet, but what do we have to worry about? No matter how many come, they will only meet their end in our mountains. We have nothing to fear, Little Six boasted proudly. Indeed, the elder brother nodded, exuding a palpable confidence in the items he held. As they animatedly plotted their next venture to procure more goods, unbeknownst to them, an intruder had stealthily entered their treasury. Lin Mei gazed at the heaps of gold and silver treasures, her eyes gleaming brighter than the jewels surrounding her. The bandits were remarkably straightforward, for within were tangible treasures, solid gold, silver ingots, jade and pearls, practical commodities that could be readily exchanged for goods. Items requiring the discerning eye of an expert, such as antiques or paintings, were conspicuously absent. Lin Mei's footsteps were as silent as a cunning little fox, making not a sound as her small hands brushed against the gold ingots and silver bars, her gaze tender, akin to that of a mother admiring her child after swiftly assessing the contents. Her mind whirred like a high-speed computer, calculating how much food could be purchased and how many meals could be enjoyed at the finest taverns. Upon arriving at that figure, the beautiful peach blossom eyes of Lin Mei curved into crescent moons. Her smile radiant. Indeed, this journey proved fruitful. Not only were there these riches, but also the bounties of the mountains. Having indulged her desires, she boldly pushed open the storeroom door and strutted into the courtyard. The patrolling goons, upon spotting her, hastily sounded the gong and shouted. Surrounding Lin Mei, the elder brother, hastily donning his robe, rushed out, while the sixth, still groggy from sleep, approached and immediately pointed at Lin Mei, exclaiming, "Elder brother, it is this woman?" "Oh?" The elder brother's gaze seemed glued to Lin Mei, his mouth watering at the sight. "Truly a ravishing beauty, little beauty, what is this? Unable to wait, you've delivered yourself to me?" Ignoring the repugnant undertones, Lin Mei inquired, "Are those from the village below not your people?" "Those are not humans. They are merely dogs we send to hunt for us," the elder brother replied, entranced by Lin Mei. Captivated by her every smile and frown, yearning to whisk her away into his abode to relish in his desires. "Little beauty, if you were to accompany me, I would ensure you live in luxury." Lin Mei chuckled softly. "Indeed, you are a fool." The elder brother's words trailed off, abruptly silenced, as his entire body succumbed to paralysis, his tongue losing control. Collapsing helplessly to the ground, he heard the clatter of weapons falling. And his men likewise fell, powerless. Lin Mei sauntered closer, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "Your establishment is truly remarkable, brimming with such rare poisons, always using poison to control others. How does it feel to be ensnared by it yourself?" She stepped onto the elder brother's chest, her eyes cold as ice. "Dare to harbor lecherous thoughts towards me? You seek death." With a firm press, pain surged through the elder brother, his mouth agape as his numb tongue uttered a pained whimper. Lin Mei stomped twice to vent her frustration. Then, under the watchful eyes of the immobilized bandits, Lin Mei proceeded to conduct her own brand of banditry, looting. Every valuable item in the room was boxed and transported to the storeroom. Her deftness and precision left the bandits in awe, far surpassing their own skills. Even their well-hidden stash of private funds was unearthed. One by one, the bandits turned pale, their minds consumed by a singular thought. Had they encountered the very ancestor of bandits? Once everything was collected, Lin Mei surveyed the storeroom with satisfaction. Fortunately, her resourcefulness in the apocalypse had not waned. She locked the door and turned to the bandit leader as he watched Lin Mei approach. Illuminated by the pale moonlight, his heart inexplicably raced, as if each step she took weighed heavily upon it. "Are you here to kill me?" The elder brother, his tongue stiff, suddenly found his voice, articulating his innermost fear. Lin Mei smiled gently, her beauty radiant, yet her words plunged him into an abyss of despair. "Kill you? That would be a waste." Chapter 50. By the way, that scoundrel, the sixth, had scurried back to the elder brother to curry favor. "Well, with him gone, the three of us can relax. What is there to relax without a woman?" The door to the secret passage creaked, drawing the attention of the three within. Each of them was pierced by a slender wooden stake at the neck. Collapsing to the ground, meeting the same fate as the bandits, Lin Mei leisurely emerged from the passage, opened the door, and called out to the bustling villagers, "Summon your leader." The villagers were taken aback. Some stood frozen, others bewildered, while a few hastened to find someone. Soon a man in his 30s approached, surveying Lin Mei with a respectful demeanor, asking, "Who might you be, miss?" "I am from the government," Lin Mei replied with a smile. "Your village has been plundering the citizens of the city and disturbing the borderlands. The court has dispatched troops to quell the chaos." Her declaration was akin to cold water splashed into hot oil, igniting a fervor among them. The leading man raised his hand, commanding silence as he stepped forward. "Your presence here suggests those men have been apprehended by the authorities, correct?" Lin Mei nodded slightly. "Our clan has always been self-sufficient. Though our lives are hard, we have never trespassed upon your borders. This time, we were entirely coerced. They poisoned our kin, and if we do not comply, our family will not receive the antidote." The man took full responsibility. As his companions lamented, "Chief," Lin Mei smiled, stepping down to say, "People have already been captured. What more must you surrender?" The man was momentarily taken aback as Lin Mei approached him, inquiring, "What is your name?" "Tian Yuan," he introduced himself. "Have you always resided nearby?" Lin Mei asked curiously. "Our homeland is no longer habitable, so we sought other places to migrate but encountered them along the way," Tian Yuan explained helplessly. "They drugged us and we must take the antidote every 3 days, or we will succumb to the poison." "That explains it," Lin Mei nodded. "But why did you come here? This place is mountainous, suitable for settling? Or do you wish to enter the city?" It would make sense if you sought refuge from a nation, no. Tianyuan shook his head. Our clan possesses an ancient record that speaks of a hidden paradise nearby. But later, for unknown reasons, poisonous plants proliferated, prompting our ancestors to move away. We came this time to see if those poisonous plants have diminished. Perhaps in winter, we could venture inside. Lin Mei's eyes sparkled with interest as she focused intently on Tianyuan. You speak of a hidden paradise? Yes, but it is filled with poisonous plants. Tianyuan replied helplessly. Poisonous plants are no concern, Lin Mei beamed, for she had been searching for potent toxins to enhance her abilities. Do you have a general direction? Tianyuan nodded. I have a map, but the area is overgrown with poisonous plants and shrouded in toxic mist, making it nearly impossible to approach. Lin Mei's excitement grew. It has formed a toxic mist, how splendid! If you can assist my clan in detoxifying, I, Tianyuan, will lead my people to serve you, he promptly pledged. Very well, it is settled, Lin Mei smiled. From her initial exploration, witnessing the organized pursuit of their enemies, she discerned that despite their hardships, they were still led by someone competent. Moreover, with Tianyuan as a responsible leader, she had no fear of betrayal, should it occur. She had ways to mitigate the damage. Your Highness, at this rate, when will we find them? Yuchan furrowed his brow. Do we need to prepare anything? He trusted his lord implicitly and inquired after a day and night. Everyone is weary. Let us rest and re-enter the mountains tomorrow. Yanhao waved his hand dismissively. Yuchan felt a surge of gratitude. Their lord was always considerate of his subordinates, and to serve under him was a blessing. Your Highness! You truly live up to your reputation as the ghost general who strikes fear into the hearts of the enemy. The soldiers guarding the city erupted in laughter upon seeing Yanhao. Yanhao paused, sensing something amiss. What is it? Then he remembered, where is Mayor? That lady said she went outside the city to find detoxifying ingredients. She left yesterday before the soldier could finish. Yanhao seized him by the collar. Mayor left the city. Did I not instruct you to keep a close watch on her? He questioned furiously. This subordinate were the bandits killed or captured? Yanhao pressed. I in the morning, they were all left outside the city, the soldier hastily replied. Those were found by another troop. Without further delay, Yanhao dashed off. The other struggled to keep pace with his swift strides. With only Yuchan managing to follow, anxiously whispering, Your Highness, it was Miss Lind, she captured them. Yanhao instructed that it should be said that these bandits were captured by another team, and that Meyer's whereabouts were currently unknown. Thus, one must not be too conspicuous. Understood, Yuchan promptly replied. What happened to the Brotherhood in the military? Concern for subordinates is merely incidental. Upon arriving at the prison, Yuchan soon realized the situation was more troublesome than he had anticipated. Those individuals were utterly unable to speak. Yanhao kicked open the prison door, and upon seeing the furious Yanhao, the jailer was so startled that he forgot to salute, standing there in a daze. Like a gust of wind, Yanhao rushed inside, commanding Yuchan with a terse, Stay here. Yes, Yuchan responded, remaining in place. Several jailers looked on with admiration, although they could not see the depths of the dark cell. They craned their necks to catch a glimpse. Yuchan cleared his throat to remind them, and only then did the jailers straighten up. Ceasing their wandering gazes after a moment, the jailers began to murmur restlessly. The prince is truly anxious to interrogate the prisoners. Indeed, did you not see how grim the prince's expression was just now? These bandits have disrupted the lives of the common people and robbed passing travelers. How could the prince not be enraged? Yuchan suddenly felt a tickle in his throat, an urge to cough. His lord indeed cared for the people, but at this moment, the prince was likely preoccupied with worry for Miss Lin San. After a brief interval, Yanhao emerged from the cell and said to Yuchan, Let us go. Once outside the prison, Yuchan urged, Your Highness, you have not rested. Perhaps you remain in the city. Yanhao interrupted, swiftly mounting his horse. Your Highness, you intend to go alone? Yuchan asked in astonishment. Secure the city, Yanhao replied, and without further ado, he departed at a gallop. Yuchan understood that once his lord had made a decision, it was unalterable, and thus he could only acquiesce in the mountains. Tianyuan anxiously blocked Lin Mei's path, saying, Miss Lin, you cannot proceed any further. Isn't the paradise your ancestors spoke of just ahead? Lin Mei queried with curiosity. Yes, but look, there is already mist over there. Tianyuan pointed ahead, and the tribespeople following him shrank back in trepidation. As expected, in the morning light, a faint mist lingered ahead. A thin veil. You wait here, Lin Mei declared, and without hesitation, she stepped into the mist-enshrouded woods. Tianyuan, in a state of agitation, paced in place, yet dared not take a step forward. Previously, several tribesmen had wandered in and fallen gravely ill. Fortunately, they had sensed something amiss and retreated immediately. Otherwise, they might have perished within, as it not perilous for Miss Lin to enter. Tianyuan fretted. Meanwhile, Lin Mei was deeply inhaling the air, her expression one of rapture. Squinting her eyes, she reveled in the sensation, feeling as if every cell in her body was joyfully dancing. The rich toxic air was an exceptional place for cultivating her abilities. For others, it was a deadly poison forest. But for Lin Mei, it was undoubtedly a sacred ground for enhancing her powers. With light-footed grace, she advanced further, her abilities melding with the toxic air, gradually forming a cycle with each breath she took. At first, Lin Mei strolled leisurely, but soon her pace quickened. It was as if she had employed lightness in her steps, each stride covering much greater distance, with the resonance of her abilities and the toxic air. Lin Mei's form became increasingly swift, culminating in a blur within the woods, her speed so remarkable that even the small birds did not perceive her presence. She halted at the spot where the toxins were most concentrated. Gazing at the layers of entwined vines without a moment's hesitation, she parted them and stepped through. After traversing a cavern barely wide enough for two people to walk side by side, she finally emerged into a breathtaking expanse. It truly was a paradise. Lin Mei descended effortlessly from a height of over 3 men, feeling the frozen ground beneath her fingers, a smile of excitement blooming on her face. This land was ideal for cultivation. Glancing into the distance, she spotted numerous remnants of former human habitation. Although the houses had collapsed, it was evident that life here had once been quite pleasant. Self-sufficiency posed no issue, especially with the presence of a babbling stream. After exploring the area, Lin Mei swiftly gathered various herbs that could counteract toxins, including the antidote for the drugs the bandits had administered to Tianyuan's people. When it came to poisons, Lin Mei could confidently assert that no one understood them better than she did. Her strikes were precise, her measurements exact. Have all my belongings been moved? Lin Mei inquired. As per your instructions, we left some in the mountain stronghold. But the rest has all been brought to you, Tianyuan replied. We will build a dedicated warehouse for your use. Lin Mei nodded in satisfaction. Although some wealth remained in the stronghold, it was unavoidable. They had to pay their dues. Will you be all right living here? Lin Mei asked. Rest assured, Miss Lin, our people have always preferred to avoid contact with outsiders. Moreover, we have transported all the clothing and provisions from the stronghold. Once the houses are built and the crops are sown, we will be set. Tianyuan smiled. They were quite content with such an isolated place. That is good to hear, Lin Mei affirmed, imparting methods to avoid the effects of the external toxins to Tianyuan before taking her leave. As she made her way back to the stronghold, Lin Mei felt an elation that nearly radiated from her face. That valley was vast, nearly equivalent to a village. Most importantly, the land was fertile, with flowing water. What did that signify? Food. Regardless of what transpired outside, it represented a final refuge. Henceforth, there would be no fear of hunger. No matter what occurred outside, there would always be sustenance. No longer would she have to endure the wretched, moldy food reminiscent of the apocalypse. Lin Mei instinctively prepared to retaliate. Yenhao, upon recognizing who had approached, she relaxed her grip, only to be drawn into his embrace. Where have you been? Are you unharmed? Yenhao held Lin Mei tightly, his long-held anxiety finally dissipating. Lin Mei stammered, feeling somewhat at a loss, her ears attuned to the rapid beating of Yenhao's heart, even in the frigid weather. She could feel the warmth radiating from him. Did I not instruct you to wait for me in the city? Why did you venture out on your own? Yenhao scolded, exasperated. He had rushed about, searching tirelessly, fearful that Lin Mei might encounter danger. Only upon seeing her did the tension ease from his body. Even considering the injured in the city, you must not take risks, he admonished, his breath uneven. If you were to come to harm because of them, I would rather let them perish. Lin Mei's eyes widened in surprise, her heart cracking as if something had shattered within. Why bear such a heavy burden of blame? She uttered without thinking, what does blame matter? Yenhao retorted without a moment's pause, exhaling a deep sigh afterward. You nearly frightened me to death. Chapter 52. Heartache. Unexpectedly, Lin Mei felt a subtle acidity in her nose. Lifting her head, she gazed at Yenhao's chiseled jawline, blinking in confusion. What are you worried about? She asked, puzzled. I am not in any danger. Do you think you are invincible? Yenhao was at an utter loss for anger. Reaching out to tap Lin Mei lightly on the head, he watched as she bewilderedly covered her head with one hand. Her enchanting eyes filled with innocent confusion, and his heart melted. All his ire vanished. And Yenhao gently rubbed Lin Mei's head, softening his tone as he asked, did that hurt? A little blow and it won't hurt anymore. Lin Mei rolled her eyes. Did he take her for a fool? She swiftly pushed Oyenhao away. It's merely a few bandits. There's nothing to worry about, she replied casually. Having survived the apocalypse, she had encountered lifeless zombies, so finding these living beings was truly not a challenge. Do you even understand how worried I am? Oyenhao was so exasperated he could hardly find words, merely glaring at Lin Mei. Lin Mei blinked, surprised. Someone was concerned for her? What a peculiar feeling. With her curiosity piqued, she straightforwardly asked, "Why are you worried about me?" After years of martial training and countless battles between life and death, this was the first time Oyenhao felt as if he might choke on his own blood. He stared at Lin Mei, gritting his teeth as he declared, "I truly want to strangle you." Lin Mei frowned, a hint of displeasure flickering in her eyes when it came to threats to her safety. Retaliation was instinctive for her. Yet, the icy gaze that had once instilled fear in the base's ability users merely elicited a sigh of resignation from Oyenhao. Unlike those ability users, he did not turn to flee. Instead, he reached out to pinch Lin Mei's cheek. A deep sense of affection mingled with profound helplessness filled Oyenhao's voice as he earnestly queried, "Have you really not sensed at all that I like you?" Lin Mei stared at Oyenhao in astonishment. Her surprise only fueled Oyenhao's frustration. What kind of expression was that? "I've been so obvious and you still don't realize?" He suddenly felt the frustration of speaking to a wall. Lin Mei contemplated seriously. Oyenhao nearly fainted from exasperation. She was actually thinking about it earnestly. Unable to contain himself, he seized Lin Mei's shoulders. "After all this time you haven't felt that I like you?" Lin Mei honestly shook her head. Oyenhao felt defeated, pondering whether it was his inability to express himself or Lin Mei's utter lack of perception. "Why do I engage with you so frequently?" Oyenhao asked weakly. To seize power and carve out a place for oneself, Lin Mei replied matter-of-factly, "Surviving. Surely that is the most fundamental need. Affection, such as love, is a luxury that feels too distant for her. Akin to the stars in the night sky, visible yet unattainable. Whether one aspires to be an emperor or a leisurely prince, lacking power and a final retreat will ultimately lead to being devoured by others," Lin Mei remarked. Oyenhao gazed at Lin Mei, the emotions in his eyes gradually settling into clarity. Suddenly, he smiled, reaching out to embrace Lin Mei, softly whispering, "You are right." Upon returning to the city, they encountered the delighted Yuchan and the relieved city guards. Observing the busy Lin Mei, Oyenhao maintained a serious demeanor. Of course, others could not perceive it, only sensing his perpetual sternness. Only Yuchan noticed the unusual tension in his lord and quietly inquired, "My lord, has something happened to Miss Lin? Under what circumstances does one feel anxious and unsettled?" Oyenhao posed the question to Yuchan, yet his gaze never wavered from Lin Mei's diligent figure. He watched her patiently concocting medicine, explaining to the doctor the proportions of herbs and how to monitor the reactions of the poisoned individuals. Lin Mei spoke of every detail, yet she refrained from personally attending to those afflicted. Isolating herself from the crowd, unwilling to forge deep connections, anxious and unsettled. Yuchan scratched his head, suggesting nervous? In danger? Oyenhao nodded, seemingly pinpointing the crux of the issue. Indeed, having grown up in the Marquis's residence, neglected and bullied, she naturally would not understand. Only focused on survival. Realizing this, Oyenhao felt a deep ache in his heart but bore no complaints. It was in such an environment that Mei Er's character had been shaped. It mattered not. As long as she no longer felt anxious, she would naturally come to understand his intentions here. As they detoxified the injured soldiers, the poison, while not life-threatening, proved quite troublesome to clear, requiring several attempts and considerable time. By the time Oyenhao and his companions finished their tasks, spring had already arrived, prompting them to set off immediately. The journey back was relatively uneventful, almost reminiscent of a leisurely outing. Oyenhao even took the time to inform Lin Mei about the shops he had discreetly purchased in the towns they passed. Pointing them out one by one. Lin Mei looked at him in surprise, interrupting, "There's no need to tell me. These are your trump cards. You should, however," Oyenhao interjected with a light laugh. "But I want to share this with you. Such vital survival tools should be." Lin Mei attempted to persuade him further. "Would you betray me?" Oyenhao inquired, his gaze piercing into Lin Mei's eyes. His candor, devoid of reservation, stirred unexpected emotions within her. Oyenhao's lips curled into a gentle smile, but before he could articulate his next thought, Lin Mei smiled, uttering words that pierced his heart. "However, if this secret were to be revealed, I would become the prime suspect. The trust established today could turn into profound harm tomorrow." Chapter 53. Showing off. Oyenhao could scarcely articulate the tumult of emotions within him. How deeply insecure must Mei Er be to envision all matters in the bleakest light. Reflecting on Lin Mei's living conditions and her experiences in the Marquis's residence, He understood the roots of her thoughts. Oyenhao fell into silence, while Lin Mei wore a light smile, exuding an alluring charm. As if the prior exchange had not originated from her, she detested uncertainty. Any danger must be eradicated in its infancy. She had made her stance clear. Oyenhao should have comprehended it. The carriage continued its unhurried journey along the bustling streets outside. To spare Oyenhao any awkwardness, Lin Mei turned her head to gaze out of the half-open window, suddenly sensing a warmth approaching. Before she could move away, Oyenhao enveloped her in his embrace. Pointing to a tea-house outside, that I have acquired this one as well. The former proprietor remains in charge. Lin Mei turned in astonishment, puzzled by Oyenhao's actions. Did he not grasp her earlier words? You, Lin Mei began, but before she could finish, a piece of pastry was shoved into her mouth. Oyenhao chuckled, a hint of playfulness in his tone. I merely wished to inform you. Even if the secret were to leak, I would never suspect you, for you are my accomplice. You need not harm even yourself. Oyenhao's words made Lin Mei forget her favorite treat, instead staring at him as if trying to see through him. Those who had exposed her secrets were once her companions, allies in their escape, individuals she had fought alongside and protected, only to find herself a bargaining chip for their stable existence. Oyenhao closely observed Lin Mei's reaction. Noting the shock in her eyes, the momentary daze, even forgetting to chew. However, this anomaly lasted but an instant. Soon, Lin Mei resumed eating the pastry, a flicker of derision flashing in her gaze. Indeed, betrayal is an inescapable reality. Even blood relatives cannot guarantee unwavering loyalty, let alone others. Oyenhao smiled, his eyes glimmering with mischief. Lin Mei shot him a glance, aware that he was being overly verbose. My situation differs. I trust myself. Oyenhao fixed his gaze on Lin Mei's eyes, enunciating each word. I believe in my judgment of others. Manor would never betray me. Lin Mei smiled, raising an eyebrow. Are you attempting to bind me with morality? This notion intrigued him. Oyenhao chuckled. Yet I think you would not yield to external rumors or your reputation. Lin Mei huffed softly, affirming, I have said I trust my own judgment, not for any other reason. Oyenhao, with a challenging glint, asked, What? Am I to gamble on myself and you're afraid? Do you fear you cannot handle me? Even if I suspected you, could you not escape? Oyenhao chuckled, watching Lin Mei's face shift with emotion. Stroking his chin contemplatively, posing, if my assertion is incorrect, is your desire to keep me from doubting you because my position in your heart differs? Suddenly, Yu Chun outside the carriage heard a muffled grunt from his lord, followed swiftly by Lin Mei's sharp command. Stop the carriage. Yu Chun hurriedly brought the carriage to a halt, and before it had even steadied, Lin Mei leapt down and strode into the neighboring inn. There sat his lord by the carriage, rubbing his slightly reddened forehead, unmistakably marked by a blow, radiating a sunny smile. Surely, his lord couldn't be. Perhaps he was overthinking it. My lord, what happened to your forehead? Yu Chun asked cautiously. Manor hit me, Oyenhao replied, his tone brimming with pride. Indeed, a physician was required. Oyenhao shot a glance at Yu Chun, scoffing, fool. This indicated he had seen through Manor's thoughts, bringing him closer to her. Previously, he thought simply treating Manor well sufficed, but it turned out that approach was ineffective. Now that he understood her mindset, their bond would only deepen. Oyenhao exited the carriage and entered the inn. Yu Chun muttered softly, getting hit yet still so cheerful. Who's the fool here? Yes, yes, carry those inside and set them down gently. These are the fourth Miss's belongings. Be careful at such precious items. Can your worthless life afford to replace them if damaged? This triumphant demeanor outshone the vibrant spring scenery. Third Miss, your departure has left me quite anxious. I am utterly distracted while packing for the fourth Miss. Look, there are so many items and I have yet to finish. Concubine Kong waved her handkerchief, her expression brimming with unmasked pride, almost as if she wished to announce it to the world. Ostensibly concerned for her, she was, in fact, flaunting these fine treasures. Lin Mei smiled lightly, elegantly approaching and circling the large box placed on the ground. What exquisite items are these? Concubine Kong had been waiting for Lin Mei to ask that question, quickly stepping forward, scolding the maid. Can't you see the third Miss wants to see? Hurry and open it for her. The maid hurriedly opened the box, revealing a beautifully carved miniature plum tree made of jade. This is a gift for the fourth Miss, as she dislikes mundane objects. Hence, the young marquis sent this plum tree for her enjoyment, Concubine Kong said with a beaming smile, suddenly covering her mouth as if recalling something. Oh dear, how could I forget to mention? The fourth Miss's engagement has been settled with the young Marquis of Pingyong Market. Concubine Kong continued gleefully. The Pingyong Marquis has only this one legitimate son. After seeing the fourth Miss's portrait, he took quite a liking to her. After the betrothal was announced, He has been sending gifts to win her favor. Concubine Kong's delight was palpable. Her smile unable to be contained, Lin Mei smiled gently. Inquiring, "Are you certain the young Marquis of Pingyong is a suitable match?" Chapter 54. Adorning the bride naturally, Aunt Kong nodded, having heard that the young lord of the Pingyong market possesses an exceedingly amiable disposition. Our Marquisite's fourth miss is also well educated and reasonable. The two truly seem to be a match made in heaven. Is that so? Lin Mei inquired with a smile, noting that the list provided by the seventh prince includes numerous esteemed families. Shouldn't we consider them more carefully? No, this one is quite satisfactory. The fourth miss is not greedy. As long as the family is respectable, a good life is all that matters. Aunt Kong seized every opportunity to praise Lin Qianqing. Once Lin Mei had vanished from sight, Aunt Kong raised her handkerchief and beckoned to the servants. "Hurry, take it to the fourth Mrs. Courtyard. But do so gently." Lin Qianqing's expression revealed no joy as she muttered, "The gifts from the seventh prince far exceed this in value. Why would she envy my belongings?" "Ah, that is quite different." Aunt Kong shook her head in disapproval, stating, "The seventh prince is a royal. Naturally, he possesses many fine items and can send whatever he pleases." Noticing Lin Qianqing's displeasure, Aunt Kong could not help but chuckle, squeezing Lin Qianqing's hand as she settled beside her. "My foolish miss, the seventh prince has an abundance of treasures, and giving them away is no great matter. To whom he gives them, he is indifferent. Do you truly believe that the seventh prince would marry a concubine from a marquise? Even a secondary consort would not qualify." Aunt Kong smiled, comforting Lin Qianqing. "She is now on good terms with the seventh prince. Let us not forget that she cannot enter the royal residence. Such a person, what good family's son would desire her in the future? Even if someone does, they would likely wish to use her to connect with the seventh prince. You think that after Lin Mei loses her value, they would continue to treat her kindly?" Aunt Kong gestured toward the room filled with gifts, speaking triumphantly. "You are different. Just look at how much thought this young lord has put into you. Knowing that you are an elegant person who dislikes mundane items, he has chosen these refined gifts with great care." Upon hearing Aunt Kong's words, Lin Qianqing's expression finally brightened a bit. Indeed, this young lord is quite thoughtful. Initially dissatisfied with this marriage, she now reflected that it is not so bad after all. At least, he is attentive to her. I wonder if Lin Mei will be envious upon seeing this jade carving? Zhuer shot a glare at Zhuer's silence. Zhuer pouted, feeling bullied by her sister. She was merely concerned for the Mississippi. "Everything is going smoothly. Nothing amiss," Lin Mei remarked with a smile. "Have any troubles arisen in the residence?" "None." Zhuer replied, "for there is Sure Tu here. Those people fear him." Sure Tu immediately pounded his chest, indicating that with him around, all is well. Lin Mei nodded, pleased to see that all was well in the residence. "Miss, that fourth miss has been rather pleased with herself lately." Zhuer interrupted, cutting off Zhuer's complaint. "Are you saying she has found a young lord?" Lin Mei raised an eyebrow, inquiring while sniffing the air. "What is cooking on the stove?" Zhuer was so furious she stomped her feet. "Miss, Lin Qianqing has been bullying you so. You all fetch you something to eat. The freshly fried crispy fish is just perfect right now." Zhuer's reaction made Lin Mei unable to suppress a smile as she watched Zhuer leave. Zhuer remains as endearing as ever. "Miss Zhuer is simply childlike." Zhuer sighed and shook her head. In the past, they lived poorly and Zhuer was timid, but now she is spoiled by the miss and has become overly lively, quite charming, Lin Mei remarked as Zhuer returned with the golden brown crispy fish. Sure Tu caught the scent, sniffing eagerly as his stomach growled. "The cook has also stewed some pork knuckle for you," Zhuer added with a smile. Upon hearing this, Sure Tu promptly dashed to the small kitchen in the courtyard. If he were to eat the crispy fish, he would never be satisfied. Zhuer shook her head in amusement, noting that Sure Tu needs a hearty meal of meat to feel full. Lin Mei deeply resonated with this sentiment. When food is available, one should eat heartily and not waste it. To be able to enjoy decent meals is indeed a blessing. After a night's rest, the next day, Lin Mei arose only when the sun was high. Savoring a hearty meal while leisurely basking in the courtyard, Lin Yisin and Lin Qianqing approached, chatting and laughing, with their maidservants carrying several brocade boxes behind them. "Third sister," Lin Yisin called out cheerfully upon seeing Lin Mei. "In a few days fourth sister will be married. What will you give her as a wedding gift?" Lin Mei smiled broadly, her charm captivating. "I shall wish you both eternal love and companionship until old age." Lin Qianqing blushed shyly, saying, "Thank you third sister. We certainly will." Lin Yisin was not about to let Lin Mei off easily, reminding her, "Third sister, you cannot merely speak words. You must present something to fourth sister as well." "Present something?" Lin Mei laughed, saying, "What do I possess in this courtyard? I am utterly impoverished." Lin Yisin waved her handkerchief dismissively, shaking her head with a knowing look. "Surely not. Third sister, you have quite a bit of silver on hand. Among us sisters, you are the wealthiest. Not to mention the gifts from the seventh prince. There must be many. A casual gift to fourth sister would merely express your goodwill as her elder sister. Lin Eason's eyes sparkled with a hint of sarcasm. Are you perhaps dissatisfied that fourth sister has found such a suitable match? A suitable match? Lin Mei raised her brow with a light laugh. Glancing at Lin Qianqing's cheeks flushed slightly, wanting to refute, but Lin Eason spoke first. Is it not a suitable match? Just look, more exquisite and elegant jewelry has been sent to fourth sister. It seems he truly is a suitable match, Lin Mei casually replied, but in Lin Eason's eyes this was a sign of jealousy indeed. It is all thanks to third sister's assistance. Lin Eason exaggeratedly laughed. By the way, third sister, what will you actually present to fourth sister as her adornment? Adornments? Lin Mei laughed, asking, I do have silver notes, but they were earned at the cost of my life. That if fourth sister does not mind the bad omen, I shall gladly offer them. Mentioning the origin of those silver notes made Lin Qianqing's heart tighten, shaking her head vigorously. No, there is no need for third sister to give me silver. You truly do not want any? Lin Mei smiled, her eyes sparkling, her radiant appearance infuriating Lin Eason. Clearly, they held the upper hand, so why was Lin Mei not feeling disheartened? It is too sentimental to mention silver among sisters. Why not have third sister casually gift some jewelry or clothing to fourth sister? It would still hold meaning, would it not? Lin Eason was determined not to leave without extracting something from Lin Mei. With that, Lin Mei turned to leave second sister. This isn't quite right. Lin Qianqing expressed her hesitation, though her eyes sparkled with delight, pretending to persuade Lin Eason. Third sister does not wish to adorn me. So let it be. How can that be? Lin Eason chuckled softly, covering her mouth. She is your sister. It would be remiss not to adorn you. Originally, you could have married young Master Zhu, but now you are forced to marry the young lord. While the young lord is indeed a fine match, you must have felt some discontent deep down. Her adorning you would be akin to compensating for that. Lin Eason spoke with righteous conviction. Fine, then I shall accept third sister's gift, Lin Qianqing said, blushing and understanding. I shall not blame third sister that we are sisters. There is no need for such calculations. Exactly, Lin Eason nodded in satisfaction. As long as Lin Mei is unhappy, she is content. She had been living quite well, but Lin Mei's sudden emergence had displeased their mother, making her tread carefully in front of her. In Lin Mei's room, Xiaoer gazed in astonishment at the items on the table, exclaiming, Miss, you are adorning Lin Qianqing. Lin Mei stroked her chin, nodding with satisfaction. Go deliver it. But miss, these items are so precious. How can they be given to others? Xiaoer protested, questioning if she was worthy of such gifts. Lin Mei flicked her fingers dismissively. Precisely because they are fine items, they should be given as adornments. Xiaoer did not question further, promptly gathering the items and carrying them to Lin Qianqing's courtyard. Lin Mei squinted her eyes, chuckling softly. I truly wonder if Lin Qianqing can handle this gift of adornment. Chapter 55. Submitting. Granny Ji recounted all that transpired in the courtyard to Madame Zhao, chuckling as she remarked, The second miss is quite considerate, showing favor towards you, madam. She may lack other talents, but she is quite adept at reading people, Madame Zhao replied leisurely, stroking her prayer beads. This is beneficial. It clarifies who holds authority, thus avoiding unnecessary troubles. Madame Zhao rose. Let us go visit the master. Saying this, she led Granny Ji to Lin Buyuan's study, but before they arrived, they encountered him in the courtyard. Master, Madame Zhao greeted him. Lin Buyuan replied dismissively, ready to turn away. Zhao, seeking to instigate conversation, endeavored to broach the topic. The master appears to be in high spirits. Is there some joyful news? The seventh prince has triumphed in eradicating bandits, and his majesty is most elated. Lin Buyuan replied with a beaming smile. Is this not an extraordinary piece of news? Indeed. This is truly a splendid matter, Zhao declared, placing her palms together in a gesture of prayer, expressing gratitude that the common folk were spared from turmoil. After saying this, she strode away towards Lin Mei's courtyard. Jima, in a hushed tone, whispered into Zhao's ear, Madam, that little wretch is surely in for a misfortune now. Zhao snorted coldly, fixing her gaze in the direction Lin Buyuan had departed. Jima, did you see? The master initially intended to visit Lin Mei's courtyard. She has ingratiated herself with the seventh prince, causing the master to regard her with new eyes. Perceiving Zhao's ire, Jima hastily interjected, Madam, you arrived just in time. It has fortuitously swayed the master's intentions. You speak true. Zhao's lips curled into a triumphant smile, for the master's desire to express paternal affection towards Lin Mei would now likely serve as a lesson in propriety for her. A wretch born of the lower echelons remains just that, a creature devoid of decorum. Lin Buyan struck the door of Lin Mei's courtyard with force. Hearing the commotion, Shirtu sprang forth like an iron tower, blocking the entrance and glaring at Lin Buyan. "Stand aside." Lin Buyan, already brimming with anger, felt his fury intensify upon seeing Shirtu's defiance. Shirtu remained silent and unmoving. "Shirtu, what is the matter?" Zhuer, alerted by the noise, stepped outside and timidly inquired, "Master, do you seek Miss for some urgent matter?" "Allow me to inform her first." Lin Buyan seethed at the notion that he, as the head of the family, had to wait for a maid to announce him to his own daughter. "Let me in. I will go in myself," he bellowed. Shirtu, as if deaf, stood resolutely in place. "You dare defy me?" Lin Buyan's anger surged. Bring him down. Without administering a lesson to this insolent fellow, he would never learn who truly rules the in Yuanhou residence. "Who dares?" Lin Mei's cold voice pierced through. As she emerged from within, her face cloaked in frost. Upon seeing her, Shirtu stepped aside but remained close, wary of any potential threat to Lin Mei. "Is this your attitude towards your father?" Lin Buyan demanded furiously. "Father, I have long made it clear that this courtyard is not a place for just anyone to enter," Lin Mei replied with a light laugh. Approaching the entrance, "What is this? Has your courtyard become a royal inner chamber?" Lin Buyan scoffed, deeming Lin Mei's behavior utterly lacking in decorum. "I am merely concerned for your well-being, fearing you might encounter danger." As she spoke, Lin Mei smiled brightly, beckoning to Zhuer. "Go, fetch a chicken." "Yes," Zhuer responded, darting to the small kitchen to retrieve a lively rooster, which she tossed at the entrance. The rooster, which had been flailing vigorously in Zhuer's hands, staggered a few steps before collapsing to the ground, its legs twitching momentarily before succumbing to stillness. "Oh, it's nothing of consequence," Lin Mei remarked cheerfully. "I simply cherish tranquility and wish not to be disturbed by chaotic elements. Thus, I have scattered some pest-repellent concoctions around. Father, Shirtu's refusal to let you in is for your own good. Do not misjudge those with good intentions," Lin Mei said, her smile radiant while Lin Buyan's face darkened like a soot-covered pot. "You," Lin Buyan stammered, taken aback by the scene before him. "What are you doing with such things in the residence?" "To prevent disturbances from pests," Lin Mei replied sweetly. "Would you like me to prepare a couple of packets for you?" She further added, with feigned filial piety, "Of course, do be careful not to expose yourself to it, lest you suffer immediate and dire consequences." Lin Buyan's face turned an even deeper shade of anger. "Are you threatening me?" he barked. "Lin Mei, this in Yuanhou residence is not a place for your whims." He pointed an accusatory finger at her. "Withdraw this nonsense at once, or what will father do?" Lin Mei retorted nonchalantly, "Come in and strike me." As she spoke, her gaze casually swept over the lifeless rooster on the ground, causing Lin Buyan's heart to quiver with apprehension. "You dare to bring such chaos into this household?" Lin Buyan struggled to maintain his authority as the head of the family. Yet Lin Mei would not grant him that opportunity. "I have merely arranged things in my own courtyard. If no one trespasses without permission, what harm could arise?" Lin Mei provocatively questioned. "Or does father believe this in Yuanhou residence can no longer accommodate me? If so, it's no matter. I can pack and leave at any time." "Zhuer, gather our belongings. We are moving," Lin Mei commanded nonchalantly. "Nonsense. When did I say you could move out?" Lin Buyan frowned, scolding her softly. He was not yet senile. "What has caused you to become so unruly?" "I merely worried for your safety." Lin Buyan's tone softened considerably, adopting a fatherly demeanor as he expressed concern for Lin Mei. He found the very thought of her courtyard unnerving. Who could anticipate when the poison might be touched? However, she still had the sense to send you a bridal gift. Concubine Kong, filled with pride, gazed at the valuable items recently delivered by Xiaoer, convinced that Lin Mei had indeed acquiesced. Chapter 56. The wedding today, the in Yuanhou residence was adorned with festive decorations, bustling with guests. Bright red double happiness characters were affixed everywhere, and crimson silk hung high. Lin Buyan, in high spirits, greeted the guests with warmth, weaving through the crowd without a hint of fatigue. Inside her chamber, Lin Qianqing fidgeted, her fingers interlaced anxiously beside her. Her devoted maid beamed with joy, exclaiming, "Miss, you are simply stunning." "Not at all." Lin Qianqing shyly averted her gaze, gently chiding the maid. As she spoke, her eyes nervously darted toward the outside, straining to hear the jubilant clamor from the front courtyard. "Are there many people?" "Indeed, Mississippi, word of your wedding has drawn quite a crowd. Many high-ranking officials and noble families have sent representatives," the maid replied cheerfully, affirming that Lin Qianqing's marriage indeed held prestige. "It is all due to father's connections in the court," Lin Qianqing modestly remarked. "It is also because you are marrying the young lord of the Pingyang Marquette," the maid complimented with a smile. Lin Qianqing chose not to elaborate further, merely smiling softly. She did not wish to boast, but the truth was undeniable that it seemed she had chosen her husband wisely. As the noble families poured into the Yuanho residence, Lin Buyan found himself overwhelmed, bustling about as sweat glistened on his forehead, yet he wore a beaming smile normally. One would expect to congratulate the Pingyang Marquis on such an occasion. Given that it was their son who was marrying that is a colleague of the Pingyang Marquis, he should have been at their estate instead. However, the majority of the guests had chosen to come to his Yuanho residence, which spoke volumes about his elevated status in their eyes. The Yuanho, the young lady is in the inner courtyard. Let our ladies visit her, a guest suggested. Upon hearing this, Lin Buyan quickly nodded. Yes, I was remiss. Come, allow each lady to visit the inner courtyard and meet the young lady. The ladies followed the maid into the inner courtyard. Lin Qianqing's maid stepped outside to assess the situation and was taken aback by the throng of well-dressed noblewomen and their daughters streaming in from the front, each one adorned in splendid attire and lavish jewels. It was evident they had come to offer their congratulations. The maid hurriedly greeted them, smiling brightly. I have seen all the esteemed ladies with the auspicious time drawing near. She urged, if you wish to see our young lady, please make haste, with so many wishing to meet her. It was indeed a testament to the fourth Miss S standing. Otherwise, why would these ladies come in person to greet the new bride? The auspicious moment is fast approaching. Indeed, one lady remarked, as if just realizing the time. Would it be inappropriate to go now? Nonsense, we must not delay the auspicious hour for the new bride that we've come this far. Let us pay our respects to the other madams and young ladies of the market. Lin Qianqing's maid stood dumbfounded as these ladies chatted amongst themselves, before joyously turning to leave. As they walked away, they inquired, by the way, where does the third miss reside? We would like to pay her a visit. The leading maid paused, hesitating before truthfully responding. The third Miss' courtyard does not permit others to enter. Oh, it's fine, we can wait in the courtyard. After all, today is the fourth Miss' wedding. Surely the third miss will emerge from her courtyard at some point. The group left in high spirits, leaving Lin Qianqing's maid standing alone, bewildered and fuming. Her mistress was about to be wed. Why create trouble for her? Are there many people outside? Lin Qianqing fidgeted, her hands nervously rubbing together. There are indeed many. Miss, the maid, forcing a smile, exclaimed, the auspicious hour is drawing near, miss. Let us make our preparations. No sooner had she spoken than a matron rushed in from outside, announcing, the bridal sedan of the Pingyang Marquis' residence is nearly here. Quickly, please escort the young lady outside to bid farewell to the master and mistress before she enters the sedan. The maid and the matron supported Lin Qianqing, who was clad in her wedding attire. As they made their way out, word had already reached Lin Buyan and the Zhao family, who awaited Lin Qianqing's farewell in the inner courtyard. As Lin Qianqing passed through the yard, she noticed a gathering of noble ladies and young misses awaiting her in the pavilion. She paused momentarily, her steps faltering. Miss, what are you doing? The sedan is almost here. The matron inquired, perplexed. Everyone has come to congratulate me. I cannot possibly ignore them, can I? Lin Qianqing replied, and with that she approached the ladies. Upon hearing this, the maid's expression shifted dramatically. Those ladies were not there for her at all. They were entirely there to curry favor with the third miss. Yet, there was no time to intervene. For Lin Qianqing had already walked over and greeted them politely. Thank you all for coming. I apologize for the inadequate hospitality, and I hope for your understanding. The ladies in the pavilion, who had been eagerly awaiting Lin Mei, were momentarily taken aback by Lin Qianqing's interruption. Fortunately, being astute, they quickly regained their composure and began to engage in small talk with Lin Qianqing. We initially intended to visit the fourth miss, but as the auspicious hour approaches, we daren't delay her, they remarked. Fourth miss, you are about to bid farewell to your parents, are you not? We shall not take up any more of your time. Their thoughtful consideration warmed Lin Qianqing's heart, and she nodded gratefully. Thank you all. I shall take my leave to bid farewell to my parents. Very well, please proceed. Fourth Mississippi, seeing that nothing untoward had transpired, the maid finally breathed a sigh of relief, silently thanking her good fortune, and urged, Miss, let us be quick. Indeed, Lin Qianqing replied, turning to leave. Just as she was about to step out of the courtyard, she suddenly heard a commotion behind her. Instinctively turning her head, she saw the previously composed ladies in the pavilion rising in unison, eagerly stepping out to greet her. Third Miss, Lin San Miss. Their enthusiastic demeanor was in stark contrast to their earlier attitude towards her. A flicker of realization struck Lin Qianqing, and she grasped the maid's arm tightly, causing the maid to gasp in pain. Miss! Disregarding the maid's discomfort, Lin Qianqing sharply questioned, are they here to see me or to see Lin Mei? To see you? Lin Qianqing scoffed, I believe they are merely using my wedding as an opportunity to get acquainted with Lin Mei. Miss. The maid, frightened by Lin Qianqing's distorted expression, momentarily forgot her pain. How has she become so fearsome? Chapter 57. Scheming and sowing discord. Sister, why are you still here? Father and mother are waiting, Lin Yisan urged as she approached. All right, second sister, I shall go at once. Lin Qianqing swallowed her resentment, reminding herself that she was soon to be married and that it was not worth her while to quarrel with Lin Mei. Delaying her important affair would be a significant misstep. Those people, Lin Yisan, ever the troublemaker, noticed the ladies surrounding Lin Mei, lavishing her with praise, and curiously inquired, "What are they doing?" Her words lifted Lin Qianqing's spirits. And with a haughty sniff she replied, "Let us go, second sister, we must not keep father and mother waiting." Just as Lin Qianqing was about to turn, Lin Yisan gasped, causing her to stumble slightly. Second sister. What is it? Lin Qianqing asked, annoyed, for a fall would surely tarnish her wedding attire. A most inauspicious omen. I believe I spotted young Master Zhus that not him over there. Lin Yisan pointed to a figure in the corner of the courtyard. Lin Qianqing looked up to see the man she had once yearned to marry, and she felt a wave of disorientation wash over her. They could have been a loving couple, yet now. The vibrant red decorations and the joyous sounds that had once filled her with anticipation and shyness now felt bitterly ironic. Had it not been for Lin Mei, would she have had to marry another? She noticed Zhu Baozi lingering in the shadows, scanning the crowd as if searching for someone. Lin Yisan smirked internally but maintained a cordial facade. Young Master Zhu must be here to see you. I shall fetch him. Wait, second sister. Lin Qianqing attempted to stop her, but Lin Yisan dashed off too swiftly to be restrained, seemingly resolute in her intention to summon Zhu Baozi. Lin Qianqing had not yet moved on from Zhu Baozi. Despite her protests against Lin Yisan's actions, if Zhu Baozi were to arrive, she would only retreat further into the shadows. If she truly wished to be seen openly, why hide? Lin Yisan's internal musings were masked by a cheerful demeanor as she smiled. You two should have a word. We will wait for you up ahead. As Lin Yisan departed, dragging the reluctant maid with her, Lin Qianqing lowered her head slightly, feeling a flush of heat on her cheeks. She seemed to have 1,000 words to say, yet when faced with Zhu Baozi, she found herself at a loss. Congratulations, Zhu Baozi uttered, shattering all the romantic notions Lin Qianqing had conjured in her mind. She looked up in disbelief. Young Master Zhu, you are congratulating me? Lin Qianqing's eyes widened in shock. She had never expected those words to come from him. He should have expressed reluctance or regret. Perhaps even sorrow, but never congratulations. Lin Qianqing searched Zhu Baozi's face for any sign of concealed awkwardness, hoping to glean that he still cherished their past feelings. Yet there was nothing, only a disinterested air. As if he were eager to leave for some pressing matter. Following his gaze, Lin Qianqing's heart sank. He was looking in the direction of Lin Mei, where the voices of the ladies calling out her name could be heard. It was impossible not to know who was there. Young Master Zhu, are you here to extend your congratulations to me? Lin Qianqing's expression hardened, her tone clipped. His dismissive attitude only fueled her ire further. With an audible huff, she allowed herself to act in a manner she would typically scorn. If young Master Zhu wishes to see my sister, by all means, go ahead. However, given the current affairs of the imperial merchant, I doubt my sister is inclined to see you just yet. She concluded, if she is to suffer, let others not find joy in it. With that, Lin Qianqing stormed off, her footsteps heavy not far ahead. Lin Yisan awaited the irate Lin Qianqing, feigning surprise as she inquired, have you finished so quickly? One cannot delay the auspicious hour, Lin Qianqing retorted, hastily passing by her sister. Lin Yisan's heart leapt with delight. It appeared Lin Qianqing was quite vexed. Surely, this time Lin Qianqing's hatred for Lin Mei had intensified. Once Lin Qianqing became the lady of the Pingyang Marquis' residence and gained control over the household, it would surely make Lin Mei's life more difficult. If Lin Mei suffered, it would bring joy to their mother, and with a happy mother, Lin Yisan's life would improve as well. Upon returning home, Lin Qianqing bid farewell to Lin Buyan and Zhao Shi, and she also took her leave of Lin Yan, the secondary consort of Prince Wu, who had come especially to see her off. Where is Manor? Why has she not arrived yet? Zhao Shi frowned. Mother, as I passed through the courtyard, third sister was engaged in conversation with those noble ladies. She likely will not have time to bid farewell. Lin Qianqing replied petulantly, I shall not wait for her. This will not do. Lin Buyan interjected discontentedly, quickly, summon the third miss. Father, third sister has finally found an opportunity to converse with others. Let us not hinder her chance to ascend the social ladder for my trivial matter. Lin Qianqing stated bluntly, showing no hint of delicacy. Lin Buyan frowned, about to protest, but was interrupted by Zhao Shi. My dear, Qianqing has a point. We must not delay the auspicious hour. The bridal sedan is nearly here. Very well, we shall not wait. Lin Buyan ultimately relented. After all, this was a family affair, and outsiders were none the wiser. Suddenly, the sound of firecrackers erupted outside, signaling the arrival of the bridal sedan. Everyone gathered at the doorway to witness the spectacle. Lin Qianqing entered the sedan, with musicians playing in the front, while behind her followed the procession of her dowry. The long line stirred envy among the onlookers. After all, she was the daughter of a marquis, and her dowry was indeed a sight to behold. Seated within the sedan, Lin Qianqing discreetly lifted a corner of her veil and peered through the swaying curtain. She observed the crowd along the street. Their faces filled with envy as they pointed at her sedan and her dowry, filling her heart with sweetness akin to honey. What did it matter if Zhu Baozi was preoccupied with Lin Mei? She was to marry the young Marquis of Pingyang, a far cry from a mere merchant. With this thought, Lin Qianqing straightened her back, reveling in the fact that she had outshone Lin Mei. Chapter 58. Glory. As the bridal sedan arrived at the Pingyang Marquis's residence, the young Marquis, Shi Xiangming, approached and kicked the door of the sedan. Supported by the joyous matron, Lin Qianqing stepped inside. Clutching the red silk while disoriented by the veil, she stumbled into the inner sanctum, bowing to heaven and earth, then to the high hall. The couple exchanged vows before being ushered into the bridal chamber. At that moment, the exuberant Pingyang Marquis, who had been welcoming guests, was radiating joy. His colleagues in the court jested, "My lord, not only has the young Marquis married a beautiful wife, but the dowry is also remarkably substantial." The Pingyang Marquis replied, "Our daughter-in-law is dearly cherished by the Anyuan Marquis, so naturally, she has brought a generous dowry." He then commanded, "Do not forget to allocate all of the young madam's dowry to her own treasury, and ensure she counts it clearly by tomorrow." The Pingyang Marquis made it clear that despite the considerable dowry brought by Lin Qianqing, the Pingyang residence was governed by decorum and would not touch a single item from their daughter-in-law's dowry. The matron in charge of the inner quarters promptly took her orders to meticulously inventory the items, ensuring no mistakes were made. Any oversight could bring shame upon the Pingyang residence. After a while, the matron rushed out of the inner chamber, her face pale with urgency, and whispered to the Pingyang Marquis, "My lord, there is an imperial gift among the young madam's dowry." "What?" The Pingyang Marquis was taken aback, hastily dismissing the gathered guests as he hurried into the inner chamber to find his wife Lin Qianqing, seated in the bridal chamber, was startled when the door swung open forcefully. "My lord, madam, young master." The maid attending Lin Qianqing quickly bowed, but before she could finish, Lin Qianqing's veil was lifted. She gazed blankly at the simple yet unfamiliar man before her. Though he lacked the handsome features of Zhu Baozi, he appeared earnest and honest, which aligned with the description in the registry. Somewhat ineffectual, what was meant to be a moment of sweet anticipation had turned into something entirely different. Confused, Lin Qianqing looked to the Pingyang Marquis and his wife, questioning why her in-laws had entered her bridal chamber. "You Shi Xiangming stammered, unable to articulate a complete thought. The Pingyang Marquis, growing impatient, directly asked, "Qianqing, is there a lotus flower jade among your dowry?" Lin Qianqing looked at them with bewilderment, slowly shaking her head. "Father, I do not know what you are referring to." The Pingyang Marquis, remaining composed, quickly described it. "It is carved from colorful jade, depicting a lifelike lotus and koida." "Yes, I have that," Lin Qianqing suddenly recalled. The item was indeed quite valuable, evident from its exquisite craftsmanship that made it appear almost alive. "This was a gift from my third sister to me." Lin Qianqing's expression changed abruptly as she anxiously inquired, "Is there a problem with that item?" "No problem at all, of course not." The Pingyang Marquis laughed heartily. "It was a tribute from a foreign nation to His Majesty, and His Majesty bestowed it upon the 7th prince. I told you our daughter-in-law is a lucky star. Look, she arrives with such a treasure." The Pingyang Marquis's wife also chimed in joyfully. The acquisition of a daughter-in-law who brought an imperial gift was a testament to the Lin family's regard for Lin Qianqing. However, despite their appreciation, they dared not keep such a gift within their residence. Did they think they were all 7th princes? To bestow an imperial gift at will would be a grave disrespect to His Majesty. Lin Qianqing felt a sinking sensation in her heart, a foreboding that something was amiss. Indeed, it was not a good omen. She felt a knot of anxiety tightening within her and mustered a forced smile. Attempting to negotiate, "Father, with guests here to congratulate us today, might this cause unnecessary trouble?" "Oh, this is no trouble at all," the Pingyang Marquis countered. "To witness an imperial gift is a tremendous blessing. Now hurry along." He issued his command without room for dissent, leading his wife to the front hall. The hall was already adorned with an incense table, and the exquisite jade sculpture was prominently displayed. The previously boisterous guests fell silent, gazing enviously at the jade carving and whispering amongst themselves. Lin Qianqing gritted her teeth, ultimately following her husband out. The Pingyong Marquis led the group in kneeling in reverence. They carefully placed the jade sculpture into a box lined with soft cushions and silks, instructing others to carry it with utmost care as they proceeded towards the Anyuan Marquis' residence. This procession comprised either high-ranking officials or noble families, who were accustomed to traveling by carriage or sedan chair. Walking through the streets like this was quite unprecedented. Moreover, the sight of the newlyweds clad in bright red wedding attire would undoubtedly draw attention. The onlookers pointed and whispered about this unusual parade. While the Pingyong Marquis strode confidently, his demeanor radiant, Lin Qianqing followed at a small pace, wishing desperately to blend into the crowd and avoid being seen. Yet, as the new bride and the owner of this lavish dowry, the Pingyong Marquis had specifically highlighted her, insisting she walk at the forefront. How utterly mortifying! Upon receiving the news, the Anyuan Marquis rushed out to greet them, startled. Pingyong Marquis, what is this? The Pingyong Marquis laughed before speaking. My dear in-laws, you are exceedingly gracious to have prepared such a precious gift for Qianqing. Excuse me? The Anyuan Marquis was perplexed, struggling to comprehend the situation. An imperial gift? From your third sister? The Anyuan Marquis quickly realized that only Lin Mei from the Anyuan residence could possibly offer such a gift. Indeed, Lin Qianqing confirmed, her voice strained. Lin Mei would not let this go. Chapter 59. As long as you are happy, what is this all about? The Anyuan Marquis was astonished, unsure why the Pingyong Marquis had orchestrated such a grand display. Suddenly, he remembered that imperial gifts were to be housed in the family residence, not handed out casually. He had been so caught off guard by the unexpected situation that he had not processed it fully. Come, please enter quickly, the Anyuan Marquis urged, inviting everyone inside. The family members of the officials gathered to see the commotion. The Pingyong Marquis respectfully presented the jade sculpture to the Anyuan Marquis, exhaling a sigh of relief. After exchanging pleasantries for some time, both the Pingyong Marquis and the Anyuan Marquis felt a sense of pride. Yet, amidst the flattery of those around them, Lin Qianqing found every compliment felt like a sharp needle piercing her ears. The envious smiles of the onlookers burned into her vision like a searing flame. The Pingyong Marquis' wife smiled, inquiring, I wonder if the third miss is at home, so we may thank her in person. Why should her mother-in-law thank Lin Mei? Lin Qianqing stared incredulously at the Pingyong Marquis' wife, questioning why she, as the daughter-in-law, received less regard than Lin Mei. Of course she is, the Anyuan Marquis replied with a smile. Turning to Zhao Shi promptly sent a maid to fetch Lin Mei. Their sisters usually enjoyed a strong bond, but now that Qianqing was married, it seemed Lin Mei was the one receiving the most attention. Zhao Shi laughed, saying without a doubt, the third miss simply wanted to show her affection for her sister by gifting such a precious item. The Anyuan Marquis nodded approvingly at Zhao Shi's words. Appreciating her remarks, it was unthinkable to casually give away an imperial gift. They would smooth over the situation with a show of sisterly affection, ensuring it did not tarnish the reputation of the Anyuan residence. Indeed, such is the depth of sisterly love, the Pingyong Marquis' wife affirmed, echoing the sentiment that as in-laws, they shared mutual fortunes and misfortunes. They would frame the giving of the imperial gift as a gesture of sisterly affection, allowing everyone to focus on their familial ties and overlook the implications of the situation. Seeing her mother and mother-in-law standing firmly with Lin Mei, Lin Qianqing's heart sank. Look, she has arrived, Zhao Shi called out. Waving toward the entrance, Mayor, come forth. Lin Mei felt a headache coming on at the sight of so many people. Crowded gatherings often led to infections. Who knew when it might turn into a zombie apocalypse? Irritated, she surveyed the crowd, having just managed to escape the incessant chatter of the ladies in the inner courtyard. What is it? Lin Mei frowned, questioning the gathering. You see, how could you offer that imperial gift to your sister as a dowry? Zhao Shi admonished, disregarding Lin Mei's impatience. Adopting a motherly demeanor as she smiled gently, Lin Mei glanced at the meticulously arranged jade sculpture and scoffed. Isn't it just my second sister gifting it to my fourth sister? Mother knows well that in my courtyard, I rarely have enough for regular expenses. How could I spare any for dowries? Last time I managed to acquire some silver by risking my life for the seventh prince's trial. My second sister deemed that silver inauspicious. I had no choice but to use this item as a dowry. As soon as Lin Mei finished speaking, the hall fell into an eerie silence. The previously jubilant atmosphere had plummeted to an icy stillness. What sisterly love! Just moments ago, the Anyuan Marquis and Zhao Shi had been painting a rosy picture, and now their expressions were pained. What is it? Do you not appreciate the dowry I provided? Lin Mei inquired innocently, seemingly oblivious to the tense atmosphere. Did you not adore it when I presented it to you? My maid informed me you were quite enamored with it. Lin Mei shrugged, letting out a resigned sigh. Why are you so fickle? Faced with Lin Mei's accusations, Lin Qianqing could no longer contain herself and directly questioned, "Third sister, why did you give me this imperial gift as a dowry? Do you not realize that this is a grave disrespect to His Majesty? Do you wish for my father to face punishment due to your ignorance of decorum? Must my family be unjustly implicated by your actions?" Lin Qianqing's moral indignation nearly provoked the Pingyang Marquis to strike her. They had already managed to conceal the matter through other means, allowing everyone to laugh it off as though nothing had occurred. The mutual affection between the families was a positive development, was it not? Why must Lin Qianqing insist on tearing down that veil? The act of transferring imperial gifts would naturally be overlooked by His Majesty. If pursued earnestly, it could lead to considerable complications. Has it not said that Lin Qianqing is well educated and sensible? How can she be so short-sighted and thoughtless? At that moment Lin Mei called out, "Xiu'er, go collect the items. After all, they are imperial gifts, and if broken, they lose their value." A wave of silence swept through the crowd. Could imperial gifts really be assessed by their monetary worth? Did Lin Mei intend to sell the exquisite jade carving? Third sister, in the future, refrain from casually displaying such items. It may implicate your own family. Lin Qianqing sighed, offering counsel to Lin Mei. "These are my belongings, and I shall gift them to whomever I please. Who has the right to interfere?" Lin Mei frowned, speaking coldly. Such brazen and shameless words drew the attention of the surrounding guests. Leaving them in disbelief, was Lin Mei truly out of her mind? Could imperial gifts be treated with such disregard? "Third sister, you still enjoy jesting." Lin Qianqing laughed lightly, concealing her amusement behind a handkerchief. "Looking at your attire and adornments, how do they not rival those of our other sisters? I dare say, even our eldest sister may not possess items as precious as yours." Upon hearing this, others recalled Lin Mei's earlier words regarding her lack of adequate gifts and the forced addition of embellishments. Was Lin Mei merely spouting nonsense? After all, the eldest daughter of the Yuan Marquis was the consort of the fifth prince, and her attire was indeed less splendid than Lin Mei's. Lin Buyuan's expression softened as he glanced at Lin Qianqing with newfound warmth. Ultimately, it was Qianqing who remained sensible, mindful not to undermine the Yuan Marquis' household. When has mayor ever jested? A cold voice cut through the air, freezing the moment. All eyes turned to Yenhao, who strode in with an air of frostiness. His gaze swept over the crowd, and none dared meet his sharp eyes. Instinctively lowering their heads, "This item was gifted to Mayor by me. She shall dispose of it as she wishes." With a decisive gesture, Yenhao flung the exquisite jade carving to the ground, shattering it into pieces. Even if it made a sound upon impact, others had no say in the matter. As long as Mayor was pleased, that was all that mattered. Chapter 60. Troubled silence reigned. It was a stillness to the extreme, where even breathing was hushed to the softest sound. In that instant, it felt as though no one was present. All stood in stunned silence. An imperial gift. The emperor's grace and favor. Shattered just like that. The crowd stared at Yenhao as if he were some monstrous apparition. They were aware of the seventh prince's arrogance, but could it truly reach such heights? Even a seasoned warrior should be mindful of propriety, should they not? Suddenly, a loud voice broke the eerie stillness. "Who permitted you to smash it?" Lin Mei charged forward, fury radiating from her. The onlookers silently cheered. They were furious yet powerless. How could one so nonchalantly destroy the emperor's gift? Had he no respect for the emperor at all? They all turned their hopes toward Lin Mei, eager to see her stand up for what was right. "Do you have any idea how much that was worth? You've squandered it. Are you not concerned about your family's reputation?" Lin Mei demanded, her voice laced with anger. The crowd fell silent. Why did it feel as though they could hear their own hearts shattering? "Mayor, the once arrogant Yenhao now resembled a chastised child, retreating slightly. "What do you mean? I?" Lin Mei could not abide the thought of wasting something valuable, her voice rising in indignation. "Do you realize how much that could have bought? How many meals could that have provided?" Yenhao, ever astute, quickly grasped the crux of Lin Mei's words. "Mayor, no one outside would dare to purchase such an imperial gift." Lin Mei's expression darkened at once. If it couldn't be sold, why was it given to her in the first place? "Just a piece of junk taking up space, however. I can buy it." Yenhao hastily interjected, clarity washing over him at that moment. "I will appraise it now and bring you the silver note tomorrow. What do you say?" The clouds began to part. Lin Mei's demeanor softened. "Well, that is more acceptable. That broken jade carving, take it back?" The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Could items from the palace truly be treated so casually? Not only palace goods but even those from noble families were not so trifled with. Yet, coming from Yenhao's lips, none felt he was merely boasting after all. His military accomplishments spoke volumes, and for the sake of those achievements, The emperor turned a blind eye to his antics. An unexpected envy arose within the crowd. They envied Lin Mei's fortune, that the seventh prince regarded her with such favor. One could only wonder what merits Lin Mei possessed in her previous life to have earned such luck. No, Lin Mei firmly refused. Alas, her words shattered their perceptions once again. If it cannot be sold for money, what a bother! Yenhao laughed heartily. How about this? I own a restaurant, if you like it. It's yours? Really? Lin Mei's eyes sparkled. A restaurant? Delicious food, conveniently available at all times. This was quite a treasure. All right, she replied without hesitation, showing no semblance of politeness towards Yenhao. Lin Qianqing scoffed lightly, concealing her vibrant lips with a handkerchief. Third sister, do you truly have the audacity to accept the seventh prince's restaurant? Why should I not? Lin Mei questioned, puzzled. Isn't it a gift to me? Just because it is a gift, you must accept it? Lin Qianqing inquired, astounded by Lin Mei's shamelessness. Why can I not accept it? Lin Mei shot back, confusion evident in her expression. Do you not understand the principle of not receiving unearned rewards, third sister? Lin Qianqing pressed on. The series of provocations had caused Lin Mei to forget her current surroundings, to forget that she was meant to embody the grace of a well-bred lady and a bashful newlywed. Very well, I shall not take it. Lin Mei shrugged nonchalantly. However, the problem remained. What of Yenhao? That simply would not do. If I say it is a gift, then it is a gift. Yenhao insisted vehemently. He could not afford to miss such an opportunity to be closer to Manor. Unmerited rewards are not to be accepted. Lin Mei reiterated. Yenhao scoffed, retorting, Is my life not worth a restaurant? If you had not tested the medicine for me, I would have long since perished. His cold gaze swept over Lin Qianqing, causing her heart to shudder. She instinctively lowered her eyes, avoiding his piercing gaze. Take it, it's yours. Yenhao's cold laughter echoed. Let me see who dares to speak against this. Lin Mei lowered her head. Her hands clenched into fists within her wide sleeves, jealousy gnawing at her as she clenched her teeth until they ached. No, Lin Mei spoke without a moment's hesitation. Why would I not? Do not let the ramblings of a bored individual sway your decision. Yenhao grew agitated. That loquacious Lin Qianqing was truly infuriating. Whether you take it or not, I will not change my mind. I simply did not consider all angles earlier. Lin Mei shrugged again. Mayor Yenhao was growing desperate, wondering if a swift reprimand of Lin Qianqing might sway Lin Mei's decision. All because of her thoughtless words? Lin Qianqing seethed with frustration. Lin Mei might very well accuse her unjustly. You truly are a petty person. Seventh prince, am I not allowed to speak the truth? Lin Qianqing argued boldly. Yenhao frowned, thinking her a fool for not recognizing her peril. It has nothing to do with her. Lin Mei dismissed. Then why? Yenhao pressed. Managing a restaurant sounds too troublesome. Lin Mei frowned. She wished to earn money but detested complications. Upon hearing her words, the crowd twitched at the corners of their mouths. She received a restaurant as a gift, yet she found managing it a bother? Was she truly flaunting her fortune? Suddenly, they felt a surge of resentment toward her. However, the most unbearable aspect was why Lin Mei appeared so pleased after accepting it, while Yenhao beamed with delight. Had they indulged in too much wine, succumbing to hallucinations? Chapter 61. Ignorance of etiquette. Lin Buyan found himself at a loss for words. This scene, which should have been one of joyous camaraderie, had devolved into an atmosphere of palpable awkwardness. Third sister, with father, mother, and so many elders present, are you truly leaving like this? Lin Qianqing demanded, her voice laced with indignation. Such a lack of decorum. In the face of Lin Qianqing's interrogation, Lin Mei smiled. Her enchanting peach blossom eyes curving into delicate crescents. They hold greater status than Yenhao. One simple question silenced the assembly, leaving them too intimidated to utter a word. The seventh prince, a man of military might, stood among them, eagerly currying favor with Lin Mei. Who would dare question her authority? Not only that, but it seemed no one even dared to cast a disapproving glance in her direction. He is my guest, should I not entertain him? Lin Mei raised an eyebrow, her smile disarming, leaving Lin Qianqing flustered and speechless. Third sister. Fourth sister is merely overly concerned for you with your impending marriage. Opportunities to converse will dwindle, hence her desire to speak with you now, Lin Yisan interjected, attempting to smooth over the tension while seizing the chance to shine. Unfortunately, it was a fool's errand. Lin Mei would be unlikely to grant her such an opportunity. Engaging in conversation? Lin Mei scoffed. I can count on one hand the number of words I've exchanged with my sisters over the past decade. My courtyard has never been graced by visitors. Cherish it? Care for it? Her gaze flickered mischievously, a smirk playing on her lips as she regarded the awkwardly silent Lin Yisan's second sister. You truly possess a remarkable talent for fabricating truths, after thoroughly embarrassing them. Lin Mei turned on her heel and departed with grace. The reactions and expressions of the Lin family were of no concern to her. The room fell into a brief silence, and Lin Buyuan felt as if he had been dealt several stinging slaps. The humiliation burning on his cheeks, he had made a colossal fool of himself this time. Suddenly Zhao Shi broke the uncomfortable silence. That girl Mayor has quite the stubborn disposition. Sharp-tongued yet soft-hearted. She is, in truth, fond of her sister. Young ladies are often difficult to read. The Duchess of Pingyang chimed in with a smile, understanding the need for familial solidarity. Thankfully, their remarks allowed others to follow suit. And laughter resumed as if nothing untoward had transpired. Lin Yisan pulled Lin Qianqing aside, whispering urgently, "Even if you feel like crying, you must endure. Today is your day of joy. Remember, you will soon leave the Anyuan Marquis' residence, gradually becoming the mistress of the Pingyang Marquis' household. Once you have secured your husband and established your support, you will have the means to manage her as you wish." Lin Yisan sowed seeds of resentment in Lin Qianqing's heart. Believing that the more hatred she nurtured, the worse Lin Mei's fate would be. "I understand, second sister," Lin Qianqing murmured, her eyes reddening in acquiescence. After a few more words of encouragement, Lin Yisan left to mingle with other young ladies of the gentry. Seizing the opportunity to forge useful connections rather than waste time on Lin Qianqing. Feeling stifled in her corner, Lin Qianqing turned and, seizing an opportune moment, slipped outside to the courtyard. As she strolled languidly, she happened upon Lin Mei bidding farewell to Oyenhao. It appeared that Oyenhao was still engaged in conversation with Lin Mei, who initially responded with casual indifference but soon displayed impatience. Raising her hand to deliver a playful slap to his forehead, Lin Qianqing gasped in shock. Was Lin Mei courting disaster? Yet what astonished her further was Oyenhao's reaction. Far from anger, he grasped Lin Mei's hand. His expression filled with concern as he inquired if her hand hurt. Lin Qianqing stumbled, barely catching herself on a nearby tree, her complexion paling in disbelief. Why did the seventh prince dote on Lin Mei so? Just as she attempted to move away, Lin Qianqing was suddenly blocked by her. Lin Mei furrowed her brow, pivoting to sidestep the obstacle. However, as she turned left, Lin Qianqing mirrored her. When she shifted right, so did Lin Qianqing. Lin Mei, with her fiery temper, halted abruptly and mockingly retorted, "Haven't you heard that a good dog does not obstruct the path? Are you even worthy of being compared to a good dog?" Her words were far too gentle, for Lin Mei had no intention of repenting. "What does it matter to you?" Lin Mei chuckled. "It sounds as if it directly concerns you." Lin Qianqing's countenance darkened instantly. "As an unmarried young lady, why do you constantly associate with the seventh prince? How will you ever marry? How I fare is of no concern to you." Lin Mei shot back. "Do you not forget? Had it not been for me, you would have been wed to the suitor your mother so kindly chose for you." Lin Mei continued, unrelenting as she observed Lin Qianqing's sullen expression. "Even a dog shows gratitude when given a morsel. You gobble up the favor and then turn your back. Truly, you are beneath contempt. I am looking out for your best interests. Do not be ungrateful." Lin Qianqing's chest heaved with indignation. She had never encountered such shamelessness. "Who do you think you are? Do you think you have the right to care for me? What can you provide? A wealthy, powerful and handsome husband? Or perhaps land and security for my life? You can offer nothing but empty words while meddling in my affairs. Do you fancy yourself a deity? If you wish to be one, feel free to find a stone and knock yourself out. Perhaps then you might ascend." You are being unreasonable." Lin Qianqing's fury nearly brought her to tears. "Blocking my path and then accusing me. Who is truly being unreasonable here?" "Oh right, you have no idea what reason is." Lin Mei smiled sweetly. "Because you have lived your life in utter disregard for reason." It was baffling who had granted her the audacity to believe she could dictate the lives of others. "I am looking out for your best interests. Do not be ungrateful." Lin Qianqing's face flushed with anger. "Do I need your concern? I am financially secure with a shop. Whatever I desire, Oyenhao provides. When you surpass me, then you may come and care for me." Lin Mei chuckled, unhurriedly replying, "Otherwise I would hardly consider your actions as genuine concern. You are envious of my life, yearning for what you cannot have, and thus wish to drag me down to your level. Yet, how unfortunate for you." Lin Mei observed the tumultuous emotions flitting across Lin Qianqing's face. Shaking her head in disapproval, "I am no fool. I will not fall for your tricks. No amount of eloquent language can disguise your sordid mentality. I am content in my happiness. I do not require your meddling. Even if you continue to meddle, I shall lead my carefree life, while you remain mired in your subservient existence." With that, Lin Mei brushed past the seething Lin Qianqing, striding away with confidence. Lin Qianqing gasped for breath. Feeling as if she might suffocate from rage, the world around her began to darken, and she felt her body weaken, teetering on the brink of collapse, desperately flailing her arms in search of support. She found nothing but the empty path. Reluctantly, she surrendered to gravity, yet instead of the anticipated pain, she fell into a broad embrace. Startled, Lin Qianqing looked up to see Zhu Gongzi. Be careful, Zhu Baozi whispered, preparing to release her. Zhu Gongzi, did you hear everything just now? Lin Qianqing grasped his hand tightly, determined to expose Lin Mei's facade and reveal her true, contemptible nature, unworthy of Zhu Baozi's affections. That I did. Zhu Baozi affirmed. Joy surged within Lin Qianqing, but her elation was short-lived as Zhu Baozi's next words plunged her into despair. You are indeed being unreasonable. How Lin Mei chooses to live is none of your concern. Do you have the right to dictate her life? Zhu Gongzi, is it merely because she is beautiful that you choose to remain blind to reason? Lin Qianqing was incensed, utterly dismayed that Zhu Baozi could be so superficial. He had disappointed her deeply. Zhu Baozi attempted to extricate his hand, frowning as he asked, could you please release my hand? Realizing her grip on him, Lin Qianqing hastily let go, standing awkwardly to the side. Once freed, Zhu Baozi turned to leave, but Lin Qianqing, unwilling to relent, pressed on. Zhu Gongzi, have I struck a nerve? With a disdainful snort, Zhu Baozi retorted, were it not for Lin Mei's assistance, how could you possibly have secured a place in the Pingyang Marquis's residence? You received a favor and then turned to accuse her. Lin Qianqing, you are truly shameless. Stung by the harsh rebuke from someone she held dear, Lin Qianqing swayed, unable to accept such condemnation. How could he say such things about her? She could only watch in stunned silence as Zhu Baozi strode away, her heart feeling as though it had been torn asunder. Lin Qianqing hurriedly composed herself, lowering her head to silently follow behind the lady of Pingyang Marquis. On the return journey, Lin Buyan naturally instructed the bearers to carry the sedan chair for her. Now that she was married, her husband was simple-hearted and her in-laws kind. As long as she managed their affairs well, wouldn't the Pingyang market be under her control? In time, she would live a life far better than Lin Mei's, inciting envy in her heart. As Lin Qianqing pondered this, she cast a discreet glance at the honest-looking Shi Xiangming, the man who would soon become her husband. The thought sent a flush of warmth to her cheeks, tinged with shyness. When Shi Xiangming approached, Lin Qianqing instinctively lowered her head even further, although her aunt had informed her of what might transpire on their wedding night. A sense of anxiety and apprehension still lingered. Her aunt had mentioned that she was to help her husband undress, but how could she possibly carry out such an embarrassing task? Fidgeting with her fingers, Lin Qianqing's mind wrestled with the dilemma of whether to act or remain passive. Before she could arrive at a conclusion, her chin was suddenly seized and lifted, locking eyes with Shi Xiangming. Feeling the dull ache on her chin, Lin Qianqing parted her crimson lips and pitifully uttered, "It hurts." A sharp slap sent her sprawling onto the bed, tears streaming from her eyes in response to the pain. "Why did you hit me?" Lin Qianqing questioned in bewilderment. "Why? What were you doing with that man? Clinging to him and reluctant to part? What is this? Just married and already seeking to stray?" As Shi Xiangming spoke, another slap followed. The sting made Lin Qianqing cry out in distress, her carefully arranged hair cascading in disarray. Realizing her husband had misunderstood her, she hurriedly explained, "Husband, it is not as you think that I nearly fell. And young Master Zhu merely came to assist me." "Assist you? Why were you holding on to him? Why did you speak so much? Have you no shame? What about the honor of the Pingyang Marquis?" Shi Xiangming harshly yanked at Lin Qianqing's hair, disregarding her cries of pain, and retaliated with several more slaps. "Wretched woman, shameless creature." Having been raised under the indulgent care of Aunt Kong, Lin Qianqing had never endured such humiliation, and she cried out in agony. The more she cried, the harsher Shi Xiangming's blows became, though now they were directed at her body rather than her face. Helpless to escape or evade, Lin Qianqing could only plead in anguish, uttering countless words of entreaty. Unfortunately, Shi Xiangming remained relentless, venting his fury upon her. Tears streamed down Lin Qianqing's delicate face, her pitiful cries evoking sympathy, reminiscent of how Zhu Baozi had once been drawn to her fragility. Yet, to Shi Xiangming, this very vulnerability only served to provoke his violent tendencies. With a tearing sound, her wedding attire was reduced to tatters, the crimson candles shedding droplets of hot wax, flickering gently alongside Lin Qianqing's wails. Meanwhile, within the Anyuan market, after Lin Buyan had seen off all the guests, he strode toward Lin Mei's courtyard and banged on the door. "Xior, open the door," he called, only to be met with a cheerful response. "Sir, my young lady has already gone to bed. If you have matters to discuss, please return tomorrow." "How dare she?" Lin Buyan fumed, his anger causing him to stomp his feet. Whose home is this anyway? Since when does a father need to consider his daughter's wishes? Hearing Lin Buyuan's complaints, Xiao'er did not shy away but instead stepped aside, gesturing for him to enter. Sir, please come in. Lin Buyuan, leg raised as if to enter, hesitated and asked, is the poison in the courtyard still present? Of course, Xiao'er replied. Lin Buyuan's expression darkened instantly, furiously questioning, do you wish for me to walk into my own demise? Xiao'er trembling responded, I am merely a servant. If you wish to enter, how could I dare to stop you? What a well-bred maid you are, raising an unruly servant. Lin Buyuan angrily commanded the attendants behind him, bring her out and beat her to a pulp. Unfortunately, not a single person moved forward. What nonsense. They knew full well that entering that courtyard was a death sentence. They must have lost their minds to think of doing so. A bunch of useless fools. Frustrated by the lack of action, Lin Buyuan scoffed and yelled towards the courtyard, Lin Mei, you've brought shame upon the family today. Don't expect to have it easy in this household from now on, with no other recourse. He stormed away in a huff. Madame Ji soon learned of the commotion and hurried to inform Xiao'er. Holding her prayer beads, Xiao'er leisurely remarked, today, Lin Mei truly acted out of line. Spouting nonsense that made us the laughingstock of others. Madam, it is indeed her folly. You are the understanding matriarch. The mess Lin Mei created, isn't it you who has to clean it up? Madame Ji said with a smile. What kind of decorum is it to cause such a ruckus in front of so many people? Xiao'er replied with dissatisfaction. Have the supplements been delivered to the Lord? Rest assured, madam, they were sent long ago, Madame Ji quickly affirmed. Alas, after a long day, the Lord hasn't eaten anything. We mustn't let him tire himself out. Xiao'er sighed lightly, her concern evident. Madam, it is you who worry for the Lord. Madame Ji noted, isn't that as it should be? The Lord works so hard outside. Who else should I be mindful of? Xiao'er responded, and Madame Ji seized the moment to advise, you have been busy with the 4th Mrs. Wedding. You must be weary. Allow me to assist you with your washing. Very well, Xiao'er agreed, rising to head to the side room. Once inside, she closed the door and lowered her voice to ask, is that the Lord at the entrance? Yes, madam, Madame Ji replied with a smile. The Lord arrived a short while ago and is listening by the window. That is good. After bathing and changing, Xiao'er resolved to show Lin Buyuan who truly cared for him within this household. When she emerged, it was no surprise to find Lin Buyuan already present in the room. Xiao'er looked at him in astonishment. My lord, why have you come to my chamber? Am I not allowed to rest here? Lin Buyuan retorted, irritation evident in his tone. What kind of talk is this? Naturally, I would welcome it, Xiao'er replied, signaling Madame Ji to leave. Xiao'er then approached to attend to Lin Buyuan, assisting him with his garments while saying, isn't today the day Lin Qianqing is married? I thought you would be with Aunt Kong to keep her company. The mere mention of Aunt Kong darkened Lin Buyuan's expression further. He had just stormed out from Lin Mei's courtyard, only to be intercepted by Aunt Kong, who unleashed a torrent of grievances upon him. She lamented how Lin Qianqing had been wronged, how Lin Mei had disrespected the Onion Market in public, and how she had embarrassed him in front of outsiders. Did she need to tell him these things? Did he not already know? And even if he did, what could he do? Not to mention the toxicity of Lin Mei's courtyard that kept ordinary people at bay. Even if he entered, what could he achieve? Hadn't he seen how the 7th prince had reacted today? He had gone to great lengths to curry favor with Lin Mei, even sending gifts and people to her, anxious that she might refuse. Given that the 7th prince was so eager to please Lin Mei, how could he dare reprimand her? All he could do was carefully preserve his own reputation, uttering a few harsh words outside Lin Mei's courtyard, and that was all he could muster. Aunt Kong's incessant complaints had left Lin Buyuan thoroughly vexed as he arrived at Xiao'er's courtyard, only to be greeted with words that warmed his heart. She doesn't need me to accompany her. Lin Buyuan found himself increasingly favorable toward Xiao'er. Once, he had thought her overly jealous and unkind to the other concubines. But now it seemed entirely different. Why do you look at me like that, my lord? Is there something wrong with my face? Xiao'er asked in confusion, touching her own visage. No, I simply feel that since you began your religious practices, you have transformed entirely. You used to dislike the younger concubines, Lin Buyuan remarked wistfully. I was too young then, too enamored with you, always wanting to claim more of your attention. Xiao'er sighed softly, realizing after all these years that as your wife, my foremost duty is to bring you joy. What you like, I should also embrace. Xiao'er's understanding words genuinely delighted Lin Buyuan. You truly are becoming increasingly perceptive. It is only right, Xiao'er replied, lowering her head slightly, a glimmer of cold irony flickering in her eyes. Did he think she was unaware of his propensity for taking concubines, endlessly seeking new ones? What more could she expect from such a man? It was better to grasp what she could hold on to, focusing on her own children instead. Lin Buyun was utterly unreliable. All right, you must be tired as well. Rest first. I shall wash up, Lin Buyun declared, rising to head to the side room after all these years. The rare concern he showed did not evoke Zhao Shi's gratitude, but rather deep-seated derision. Clearly, she had instigated matters before Aunt Kong, leading her to weep to Lin Buyun as expected. Such antics only served to irritate him further. Both Aunt Kong and Lin Mei had become sources of annoyance for Lin Buyun, which, to Zhao Shi's advantage, was a significant boon that in the entire Anyuan marquisate. She alone was the dutiful and considerate daughter, destined to reap the most benefits in the future. Zhao's family, in a state of blissful anticipation, plotted the days ahead, calculating when it might be possible to dispatch the detestable Lin Mei from their household. Currently, Lin Mei was drawing close to the seventh prince, rendering any action on her part unfeasible. However, once the seventh prince's fervor waned, she would swiftly arrange for Lin Mei's marriage. Would it be better to marry her off, or to concoct some excuse to send her to a nunnery to cultivate her character and pray for the family? She would decide based on her mood at that time. After a day filled with exertion, everyone succumbed to a deep slumber. The following day, Lin Qianqing was jolted awake by someone tugging at her hair painfully. How long do you intend to sleep? Do you not know you must pay respects to your parents? Shi Xiangming reprimanded her sharply. Startled, Lin Qianqing instinctively curled deeper into her bed, but alas, even a slight movement aggravated her wounds, causing her to emit a muffled groan and burst into tears. Why are you crying? It's early morning and you're bringing bad luck. Shi Xiangming's ire was palpable, his once ordinary features now contorted into a terrifying visage, which made Lin Qianqing instantly stifle her sobs and widen her eyes, striving to prevent any further tears that might provoke him. Quickly get dressed, Shi Xiangming commanded before pushing the door open and exiting to the outer chamber. Trembling, Lin Qianqing slowly rose, her body marked with bruises from bites and strikes, compounded by the brutal treatment she had endured on her wedding night, leaving her utterly despondent at that moment. A maidservant entered to assist Lin Qianqing in getting up. Lin Qianqing hoped to elicit a gasp of shock from the maid with her visible injuries. To her dismay, the maidservants completely ignored the marks on her body, treating her as if nothing were amiss while they busied themselves around her. Seemingly oblivious to her pain, madam, if you delay any further, you shall miss the opportunity to pay your respects to the lord and lady, one maidservant reminded her sternly, her expression devoid of any warmth, clearly indicating disapproval. After all, she was the young mistress of the Pingyang marquisate. How could a mere maid dare to scold her? Do you not see that I am unwell? Lin Qianqing retorted angrily. The maid glanced at her nonchalantly and replied, if the young mistress served the young master properly, she would not be unwell. It was the young mistress who angered the young master first. Otherwise, how could she have received such a deserved lesson? What? Lin Qianqing thought she must be imagining things due to her pain. How dare a maid speak to her in such a manner? With no semblance of respect? Get out! She shouted, shoving the maid away in a frenzy. Having been bullied by Shi Xiangming the night before was one thing, but now even a lowly maid dared to trample upon her dignity. How could she endure it? The commotion summoned Shi Xiangming back into the room, who inquired what is going on. Now fearful of Shi Xiangming, Lin Qianqing shivered at the sight of him. Young master, the young mistress does not like being served by the maid. The maid bowed. What do you mean she doesn't like being served? If she dislikes it, then she should do it herself. Shi Xiangming scoffed. Hurry up, or you will be late in paying respects to your parents. And you will regret it. Upon hearing this, Lin Qianqing felt utterly despondent. Her husband and the maid were conspiring against her. How was she to survive in such circumstances? Suddenly, she burst into tears, wailing, which only served to deepen Shi Xiangming's frown. He rushed toward her, kicking her in the abdomen while cursing, I'll make you stop crying. Crying first thing in the morning, you bring misfortune. Punches and kicks were not enough. He grabbed anything within reach to hurl at her. Lin Qianqing flinched and shrieked in pain, but in the confines of the small room, where could she possibly hide? The maid hastily intervened. Young master, be careful. You might hurt yourself. Blinded by pain, Lin Qianqing felt as if her vision was dimming, her body's agony fading into oblivion as she sought to escape. Alas, Shi Xiangming blocked the only exit. What is happening here? The matron of the Pingyang marquisate stormed in, her voice echoing with authority. Mother-in-law. Upon seeing her kindly mother-in-law, Lin Qianqing felt as if she had found a lifeline. Save me. Stop this at once. The Pingyang marquis followed closely, admonishing Shi Xiangming. Only then did he cease, glaring at Lin Qianqing with fierce disdain. Terrified, she pressed herself against the side of the Pingyang marquis's wife. What is the meaning of this? Quickly tidy up the room. The matron sighed heavily, patting Lin Qianqing's hand. Come Qianqing, let us move to the side room. Once settled, the matron urged Lin Qianqing not to stand too far away, while the Marquis glared at Shi Xiangming. What is all this nonsense first thing in the morning? Father, I just wanted her to hurry and pay respects to you and mother. But she insists on dawdling and wasting time, Shi Xiangming replied defiantly. Qianqing, you were in the wrong here. Xiangming has done nothing wrong, the matron scolded Lin Qianqing. Regardless of whether you are a new bride. Do you not pay respects to your parents morning and evening? That is not it, mother-in-law. Lin Qianqing hurried to defend herself. Last night, Xiangming silence. The matron barked. Is your husband's name something you can call out freely? Do you even understand the rules? Lin Qianqing trembled in fear, quickly correcting herself. Last night my husband struck me, which is why I was slow to rise. It was not intentional delay, struck you. What have you done to deserve such treatment from Xiangming? He is usually of good temperament, the matron inquired with a furrowed brow. Lin Qianqing sensed something amiss in her mother-in-law's words but could not quite grasp it, so she simply shook her head. I do not know, daughter-in-law. Mother, you saw her yesterday, pulling and tugging with a man. Should such a shameless woman not be punished? Shi Xiangming retorted with disdain. If not for the seventh prince's intervention regarding the marriage, such a wanton creature would have already faced severe consequences. Did she lose her virtue? The matron asked hurriedly. Thankfully, she has not, Shi Xiangming replied. But her behavior is indeed frivolous. Let us address this gradually. The matron sighed with relief. Lin Qianqing listened in stunned silence, finally realizing the absurdity of the situation. No one seemed concerned about her injuries or her pain. They were preoccupied with trivial matters. Mother, I did not engage in any inappropriate behavior with a man. It was merely. Lin Qianqing resolved to clarify her position, as she was a well-educated young lady, not a reckless girl like Lin Mei. It was merely that I was about to fall, and he happened to catch me. To be quiet. The matron scolded, uninterested in Lin Qianqing's explanation. As a young lady of a prominent family, cannot you walk or stand properly? How have you learned your manners in this household over the years? It seems you are merely trying to rely on my son. The matron huffed. Do not think we are unaware of the disgraceful things you have done in the past. If not for the seventh prince's interest, would we have taken in such a shameless person? Her tirade grew more fervent. Let me make this clear. Since you have married my son, you must understand the rules. Cast aside your shameful habits. Be a proper young mistress of the Pingyang market. Your past indiscretion shall not be held against you, but should you bring further disgrace upon this family, be prepared to face the consequences. The matron's admonition left Lin Qianqing utterly bewildered. How had the situation spiraled into this? She was the one who had been struck, yet she was now being reprimanded, as if she were at fault. Enough Xiangming, let this matter go for now, as long as she can amend her ways, the matron concluded generously. Yes, mother, Shi Xiangming replied respectfully. Serve tea to your parents, Shi Xiangming instructed as the maid brought in the tea. And Lin Qianqing presented it to the Marquis and his wife. The Marquis remained silent while the matron, after receiving the cup, offered a few words of guidance. Qianqing, I shall not dwell on your past behavior. But now that you have entered our family, you must abide by our customs. Supporting your husband, raising children, and honoring your in-laws are fundamental responsibilities for a woman. You can manage that, I trust. I have no other demands of you aside from that. I simply hope you fulfill your duties. The matron's tone was filled with kindness, yet this kindness felt insipid to Lin Qianqing. While Lin Qianqing was momentarily lost in thought, Shi Xiangming impatiently inquired. Did you hear what mother said? Yes, I heard, Lin Qianqing quickly replied. Then why do you not respond? Do you not understand decorum? Shi Xiangming scorned her lack of manners. Lin Qianqing felt utterly despondent. How had it come to this? Enough, enough, she has just entered our family. We will teach her gradually, the matron said with kindness. Quickly thank your mother, Shi Xiangming urged. Thank you, mother, Lin Qianqing responded hastily. After the tea had been served, Lin Qianqing was permitted to address them as father and mother. Once the Marquis and his wife departed, the room was finally tidied up. Shi Xiangming glared at Lin Qianqing with a sullen expression, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Lin Qianqing, what an audacious demeanor you possess. Requiring my parents to pay their respects in my courtyard while you await your greeting. You truly display a lack of understanding of basic filial piety. I have never encountered such a boorish individual. After delivering his remarks, Shi Xiangming strode away, leaving Lin Qianqing in a daze within the room. Just yesterday, she had been the epitome of an educated and refined young lady. So how had she devolved into someone so lacking in decorum after marrying Shi Xiangming? If she were deemed uncouth and lacking in manners, then what of Shi Xiangming's violent behavior towards her? While Lin Qianqing was embroiled in chaos and turmoil, on the other side at the Anyuan Marquis' residence, Lin Mei had just risen and finished her breakfast. Sure, I'm stepping out for a while, Lin Mei announced as she donned her attire and left the Anyuan Marquis estate, directly seeking out an agent to scout for a residence in the capital. She desired something expedient, preferably a place that required no renovations, modest in size yet comfortable, not too noisy, but also not too distant from the bustling streets lined with taverns, following Lin Mei's specifications. The agent commenced the search for suitable properties. Once she had managed her affairs, Lin Mei leisurely wandered the streets. Unlike her indifference towards jewelry and clothing, she gravitated towards stalls selling delectable snacks. The vendors on either side presented a variety of treats, and Lin Mei paid no heed to whether the patrons were common folk. Dressed in her silken garments, she blended seamlessly into the crowd of those clad in coarse fabrics. As long as she could procure some snacks to savor, that was all that mattered. After an enjoyable morning of exploration, lunchtime soon approached. Lin Mei sought out the most popular tavern and awaited a table. This particular establishment was exceedingly busy, and by this hour all tables were occupied. Previously, she would have thought nothing of sharing a table with strangers. During the end times, who cared about such matters as seating arrangements when mere sustenance was at stake? However, now that she sensed an improvement in her living conditions, she was unwilling to compromise her comfort. She had endured enough indignities during the end times, while Lin Mei stood at the entrance. Oblivious to the fact that someone had set their sights on her, a solitary woman with striking beauty leaned against a pillar in a seemingly nonchalant manner, appearing anything but a respectable lady. Instead, she resembled one of the courtesans waiting for patrons. "Oh, my dear lady, are you waiting for your brother here?" Upon hearing the first remark, Lin Mei initially failed to recognize the lewdness of the man's intent and, maintaining her composure, shook her head earnestly. "I am not waiting for you." She was merely awaiting a table. After all, the aroma wafting from the tavern was too enticing, and the thought of savoring a meal soon consumed her thoughts. Consequently, her response was somewhat delayed. Chapter 62. Establishing independence. Only after the man's words registered did Lin Mei realize she had been subjected to harassment. Who dared to insult her so brazenly? Before she could react, the man's hand stretched toward her was abruptly seized by another, who let out a cry akin to that of a slaughtered pig. A moment later, he was hurled onto the street and subjected to a severe beating. "How dare you touch someone from my household? You must be tired of living." Oyenhao struck mercilessly, relying solely on brute strength, devoid of any internal energy. "How dare this scoundrel lay a hand on Mayor?" Your Highness, Your Highness." Yu Chun hastily approached to intervene, fearing that things might escalate to a fatal conclusion. "Enough, Oyenhao," Lin Mei interjected calmly. The man, who had previously been beyond Yu Chen's restraint, halted at Lin Mei's command. Executing the action with remarkable agility, as if trained, Yu Chun averted his gaze, unable to bear the sight. "You ruffian, how dare you accost a lady in public?" Oyenhao rebuked furiously. "You would deserve death for your transgressions." The man curled on the ground could only emit pitiful whimpers, while those nearby found great satisfaction in witnessing his comeuppance. This man had long been a bully, and today he had finally met his match. "Enough, let the authorities handle this," Lin Mei declared with a wave of her hand. Oyenhao nodded in agreement and instructed Yu Chun, "Take him to the magistrate." As the crowd dispersed upon realizing there was no further spectacle to behold, Oyenhao turned to Lin Mei with a smile. "Mayor, are you here to dine? Why not step inside?" Little did they know that as Lin Mei leaned against the entrance, the warm sunlight enveloped her, casting an ethereal glow that made her resemble a celestial being from a painting. Any man who failed to steal a glance at her would surely be blind. Lin Mei regarded Oyenhao with a bemused expression, tilting her head slightly towards the fully occupied tavern. "Where would I go in?" Oyenhao chuckled, casually taking her hand and leading her upstairs. Upon entering a comfortable and elegantly decorated private room, it was evident that it was reserved for esteemed guests. "You have a private room here?" Lin Mei inquired. "Having status has its advantages," Oyenhao replied with a smile. "This popular tavern has a table for us. From now on, this private room shall be yours. If I come to dine, may I accompany you?" Lin Mei raised an eyebrow, perplexed. "What do you mean?" Her beautiful brows furrowed ever so slightly, and a hint of confusion flickered in her enchanting eyes, which only served to quicken Oyenhao's heartbeat. "What I meant to say is that I intend to gift you this tavern." He managed to suppress his impulse, striving to maintain composure, clearing his throat. He turned to show her around, hoping to mask the fervor in his gaze. He was well aware of the ravenous look he bore, akin to a starving wolf. "Look, from here you can see the street. Yet the windows are thick enough to muffle the noise," Oyenhao explained, noting the effort that had gone into the room's arrangement. Lin Mei took a look around and asked, "Are you truly willing to part with this? What is there to hesitate about in gifting you something?" Yenhao responded with a smile that he would gladly give her anything, but he refrained from voicing this thought, fearing it might startle her. Lin Mei did not pursue the topic further, and Yenhao was unhurried, confident that his feelings would eventually be perceived by her. Amidst the unfamiliar haze of emotions, Yenhao chose not to linger on anyone concerned, while Lin Mei secretly exhaled in relief. Just then, a server knocked on the door to deliver the dishes. Mayor, these are the signature dishes of this tavern. After we finish our meal, we should meet the proprietor and the accountant. Yenhao said, attentively serving her food. Lin Mei looked at him and smiled, asking, "You are so kind to me. What if I am unable to reciprocate your kindness?" "You needn't worry about that," Yenhao replied with a chuckle. "If I cannot win your affection, it is merely my inadequacy." Lin Mei widened her eyes in surprise, staring at him after such a lengthy acquaintance. She suddenly found Yenhao quite manly. "Then let us wait and see." She shrugged, reveling in this carefree state that required no inner turmoil. Yenhao grinned, growing increasingly attentive in serving her. Although Lin Mei did not explicitly express her feelings, her actions indicated that he still had a chance. As long as she did not refuse, there was hope. Yenhao was astute in this regard. With the major matter settled in his heart, Yenhao inquired, "What brings you to the market today? Are you shopping? I could accompany you." "Just looking for a house," Lin Mei nodded. She was unfamiliar with the architectural styles of this era, and having someone to assist her in making decisions would be beneficial. "What do you need a house for?" Yenhao asked, puzzled. "To move out. The Anyuan Marquis's residence is too chaotic. Even if no one dares to enter my courtyard, there are always flies buzzing around the entrance, which is quite bothersome. You needn't buy a house yourself," Yenhao remarked. "Do not forget about the reward from the last bandit extermination. Your assistance in detoxification will surely earn you a commendation from the emperor. We can convert part of that into a residence." Yenhao pondered for a moment before suggesting, "What do you think? Can it be exchanged?" Lin Mei regarded Yenhao curiously, having never heard of such a reward being exchangeable. It was not as if one could trade points for prizes. "Leave it to me," Yenhao assured her confidently. After they finished their lunch and took a brief respite, Yu Chun entered to report that the man had been delivered to the magistrate, requesting strict punishment. "Please refrain from such public displays of violence next time," Lin Mei advised Yenhao. He nodded repeatedly. "Yes, I certainly won't do that again." Yu Chun sighed in relief, realizing that Lin Mei's counsel was effective. The prince would never heed anyone else's words. It was advantageous for the prince to remain close to Lin Mei, as it would prevent him from causing unnecessary trouble. Engaging in a public brawl could lead to scandalous gossip. "If you must fight again, find a secluded spot. No one will witness it," Lin Mei instructed Yenhao. Yu Chun nearly choked on his own saliva. Yes, Yenhao nodded earnestly, acknowledging Lin Mei's wisdom. "Besides, is it truly worth your effort to deal with such a scoundrel personally?" Lin Mei was truly exasperated with Yenhao. Why must he resort to such public displays of aggression instead of dealing with matters discreetly within the confines of a prison? Was he not weary? Why did he believe that allowing the prince to be with Miss Lin San at home would avoid causing a ruckus? Yu Chun silently questioned himself. Indeed, it did avoid trouble, but was it not even more terrifying? It was not that he was merely angry at the thought of Yenhao trying to take liberties with her. He was furious and couldn't think of anything else. Yenhao defended himself, claiming that he was not usually so impulsive. He preferred to find a suitable reason to confront his adversary openly. "That is good," Lin Mei smiled reassuringly. She feared that Yenhao's impulsiveness would lead him to act recklessly. Even a prince could feel isolated at times. Moreover, with great power came the risk of inciting resentment. However, beneath her concern, Lin Mei felt a warmth in her heart knowing that his impulsiveness was triggered by her presence. That sensation was rather pleasant. Observing her prince and Lin Mei exchanging smiles, both appearing harmonious and congenial, Yu Chun suddenly realized that his master's arrogance would likely escalate to unprecedented levels henceforth. Yenhao surveyed the tavern's condition with Lin Mei, introducing her to the steward and ensuring that the monthly profits would henceforth be delivered to Miss Lin. The mundane matters could be handled by the staff. Anything beyond their capability could be brought to the attention of the steward of the prince's residence, Yenhao instructed. The steward understood immediately that aside from a change of ownership, everything else would remain unchanged. No, not quite. This Miss Lin would wield any power without bearing any obligations. It was even less troublesome than when the prince himself was in charge. The steward and the accountant repeatedly expressed their agreement. With the prince so devoted to Miss Lin, it would be foolish not to curry favor with her. Yenhao patted his chest, assuring Lin Mei that he would take her to view their new residence the following day. Regarding the brokers, he would speak to them to ensure they were compensated for their efforts. Did he not understand that his master had always been attentive to such matters? This prince's residence had merely been a favor from the emperor. It was simply designated as such, thankfully. The prince's reputation deterred anyone from providing him with unsatisfactory accommodations. Now, a master who did not even care about his own residence was expected to find a suitable one for Miss Lin San? Should they start looking now? Should they consult multiple brokers or inquire elsewhere? Yu Chen asked anxiously. There was no time to waste. Miss Lin San needed to see a house by tomorrow, for they had yet to find even a single tile. Delaying her matters would surely provoke the prince's wrath. What are you inquiring about? Yenhao gestured toward a nearby residence. That one that Yu Chen stumbled back in shock, exclaiming, Your Highness, that house is already occupied. And by a minister from the crown prince's faction. And so what? Yenhao scoffed disdainfully. Yu Chen glanced at the house and cautiously asked, Your Highness, are you planning to confront the crown prince's faction? It is still too early for that. Yenhao waved his hand dismissively. Then what are your intentions? Yu Chen disapproved. Do you not think it would be quite convenient for Mayor to reside there? Yenhao mused contentedly, contemplating the idea of creating a door in the wall, enabling him to deliver her favorite dishes promptly. Yu Chen fell silent, suddenly feeling an urge to punch someone. What should he do? Very well, it is settled then that I shall make a trip to the palace, Yenhao declared, summoning his horse to ride into the palace. Your Highness, at this hour? Yes, I have received an imperial decree to facilitate the move. Mayor will be able to see it tomorrow, Yenhao stated casually as he galloped away. Yu Chen silently watched his master's graceful figure vanish, leaning helplessly against the wall. That a passing servant noticed Yu Chen's displeased expression and cautiously inquired, What is the matter? Nothing, I have a headache, Yu Chen replied weakly. Shall I fetch a doctor for you? The servant exclaimed at no need. Yu Chen waved his hand at it is not a matter of needing a doctor. It is about needing a new master. What had happened to his wise and cold-hearted prince? Why, upon encountering Miss Lin San, had his master's intellect seemed so delightfully diminished? Yenhao entered the imperial study. And within a quarter of an hour, he had obtained the imperial decree. The officials receiving the decree were thrown into chaos. They were to move immediately. What sort of absurd decision was this? With such a large family, not only would packing be a challenge, but completing the move in one night was impossible. Unable to complete it? You are welcome to defy the decree, was the unyielding response. Consequently, the streets witnessed an unusual procession of carriages, filled with belongings hastily thrown aboard, resembling a band of robbers. Upon learning of this, the crown prince was outraged and rushed to stop Yenhao just as he was leaving the palace. Yenhao, what is the meaning of this? The crown prince demanded angrily. What do you mean? Yenhao retorted, Do not feign ignorance. What are your intentions? People are living comfortably, so why compel them to move? The crown prince questioned, incensed, particularly since the individual in question was one he had personally elevated. The emperor has bestowed that residence upon another. If you have grievances, take them up with the emperor. Yenhao replied with a cold smirk, making it clear that he was not to be held accountable. That if it were not for your exploits, do you think the emperor would have issued such a decree? The crown prince was well aware of the underlying implications. Yenhao, do not presume that your accomplishments grant you the freedom to act without restraint. Great merit does not equate to immunity. The crown prince threatened coldly, Whether it is a good thing or not is not for you to decide, Your Highness. Feel free to consult the emperor about it. Yenhao replied cheerfully. Or perhaps you would like to inform the emperor that I plan to rebel and have him execute my entire family? Perhaps he could even implicate you in the process. Yenhao unabashedly proclaimed. That residence is not yours to command. The crown prince see that he detested Yenhao's audacious demeanor, as if he dismissed everything with disdain. Go speak to the emperor. Do not obstruct my path, Yenhao said, pushing past the crown prince and striding away without a hint of courtesy. Fuming, the crown prince stormed straight to the imperial study. Father, why is it that a residence can be vacated at your whim? Although the crown prince was not entirely foolish, he knew he needed a justification for his complaint, especially as a high-ranking official. How could they be forced to move so hastily? I have granted them another residence, the emperor replied leisurely, engrossed in reviewing memorials, not even lifting his gaze. I would not presume to question that. The crown prince quickly responded, startled. Leave? The emperor barked, causing the crown prince to retreat with his tail between his legs. As for the minister's residence, well, they had a new place to stay, so why should he provoke the emperor's ire? The crown prince, who had been seething moments prior, now departed as if nothing had transpired. The following day, Lin Mei arrived to view the house, which had already been cleaned, needing only her preferred furnishings and some decoration. Aside from this residence, I have also placed some gold and silver rewards in the storeroom, Yenhao informed her, handing her a ledger. Lin Mei perused it and nodded. I will decorate it and move in a couple of days. Very well, Yenhao nodded repeatedly, delighted to finally be neighbors with Mayor Shi Xiangming was exceedingly courteous, bringing gifts that pleased Lin Buyuan, and he addressed him as father. Lin Qianqing, meanwhile, returned to her former courtyard before marriage, sharing intimate words with concubine Kong. Auntie. As soon as the maids withdrew, Lin Qianqing's eyes turned red, tears streaming down her cheeks. Oh my dear fourth miss, whatever is the matter? Concubine Kong exclaimed, her heart aching at the sight. Look, you found a good family. They will treat you well, and you can live comfortably, which is far better than marrying someone random, is it not? Concubine Kong feared her daughter would feel wronged. Shi Xiangming had been selected from a long list of suitors as a fine match. However, it was normal for a young bride to miss her home and mother. Concubine Kong comforted Lin Qianqing, believing she understood. That is not the case. Lin Qianqing shook her head vigorously. Shi Xiangming is not a good person, she declared, rolling up her sleeve to reveal the bruises that horrified concubine Kong. He hit me. Lin Qianqing sobbed, finally finding someone to stand up for her on the very night of our wedding. He struck me. I have been living in hell these past few days. How can this be? Concubine Kong was furious, seizing Lin Qianqing's arm. Let us go to your father and mother to seek justice. Lin Qianqing nodded, finally having someone to advocate for her. She quickly rose to follow concubine Kong. However, upon seeing the lavish spread laid out before them, concubine Kong had lost her appetite entirely. Instead, she pulled Lin Qianqing down to kneel on the ground, crying out, Master and mistress, please advocate for the fourth miss. Lin Buan, having just taken a sip of wine, nearly choked as concubine Kong's sudden outburst startled him. Shi Xiangming hurriedly patted Lin Buyuan's back gently, saying, Father, please be careful. This filial demeanor undoubtedly set a standard among sons-in-law. Zhao Shi looked at Aunt Kong in confusion and signaled to the nearby Granny Ji, if there is something to be said, please do so standing. Is this any way to behave? Granny Ji twisted her ample figure to pull Aunt Kong, but despite her efforts, she could not budge her. Aunt Kong was resolutely kneeling, declaring, Master and Madam, if you do not take a stand for fourth miss, I will die right here. Aunt Kong's attitude was remarkably steadfast. What is the meaning of this? Lin Buyuan exclaimed, finally ceasing his cough, and slammed his hand on the table. Kong Shi, do not be ridiculous. Get up at once. Zhao Shi's face darkened as she reprimanded her. Do you not understand what kind of life fourth miss is enduring after her marriage? Aunt Kong was undeterred by Lin Buyuan and Zhao Shi. Nothing was more important to her than her daughter. Look, it has only been a few days, and fourth miss is already in such a state. Aunt Kong tugged at Lin Qianqing's sleeve, revealing the mottled bruises beneath. While he may not have cared much for his offspring, it did not mean his children could be abused by others. As the saying goes, one must consider the owner when striking a dog. To beat Lin Qianqing so indiscriminately was akin to slapping his own face. It was he who had inflicted the blows. Lin Qianqing pointed at Shi Xiangming, vehemently accusing him after enduring for so many days. She finally had the chance to speak out, with someone to advocate for her. Father, you misunderstand. Shi Xiangming immediately responded respectfully. As a son-in-law, I merely corrected her past misdeeds with a little punishment, hoping she will refrain from committing such unfilial acts in the future. Unfilial? Lin Buyuan gasped, realizing the gravity of such an accusation. If word got out that his daughter had been unfilial, how could he ever show his face in public again? No, father, I did nothing wrong. Lin Qianqing wept, finally able to release her pent-up emotions. While she cried, Shi Xiangming stated plainly, on the day of the wedding, when my fellow in-laws and I were leaving, we saw her lying in a man's embrace. Zhao Shi looked at Lin Qianqing in shock, unable to fathom such behavior. No, father, it was not like that, Lin Qianqing quickly defended. I was merely about to fall, and young Master Zhu happened to pass by and helped me. It was a misunderstanding. Lin Buyuan let out a sigh of relief. Xiangming, see, this is merely a misunderstanding. You should, father, if a helping hand counts as a misunderstanding, then why did she grasp that man's hand in return? And why did she linger in his embrace, chatting away? Even after he left, she followed him with longing eyes. Shi Xiangming's logic was irrefutable. Is this a mere accident of falling and being helped? Moreover, at that moment not only I saw it, but also my parents. Ignoring Lin Buyuan's ashen expression, Shi Xiangming recounted the entire situation. Father, you say she just married me, yet she is already entangled with another man. Behaving in such a shameless and unfilial manner, shouldn't she learn her lesson? His reasoning left Lin Buyuan speechless. Zhao Shi then questioned Lin Qianqing sternly. Is this true? Lin Qianqing shook her head frantically. No, but the situation was that I do not care what the situation was at the time. Did you do those things or not? Zhao Shi demanded, faced with Zhao Shi's harsh inquiry and her father's disapproving glare. Lin Qianqing felt an overwhelming sense of despair, biting her lip and nodding slightly. Such a shameful creature. Lin Buyan scolded furiously, turning to Shi Xiangming with an apologetic smile. Xiangming, this girl has not been properly guided by her father. You will have to take extra care in the future. Very well, Lin Buyan laughed heartily, patting Shi Xiangming's shoulder. Come, let us drink. The son-in-law raised his cup politely to drink with Lin Buyan. Her daughter had been beaten. And was this to be the end of it? However, Aunt Kong glanced at Lin Buyan and Zhao Shi, both showing no intention of defending Lin Qianqing. As for Lin Yisan, she merely buried her head in her food, seemingly indifferent to the events unfolding around her. Aunt Kong was desperately trying to devise a strategy when a maid at the door greeted. Third Mississippi Lin Mei lightly acknowledged with a hum and walked in. Showing no reaction to the crowd gathered, directly taking her seat, she always made an appearance at the homecoming feast. Picking up her chopsticks, she began to eat, eager to finish and leave. Third Miss, please persuade the master. Aunt Kong implored, having exhausted all other avenues. Lin Mei looked at her in confusion. What should I persuade him about? Aunt Kong hurriedly recounted the situation, explaining, it was merely fourth Miss who fell and was assisted by young Master Zhu. And now she has been beaten so severely. You must advocate for fourth Miss. Lin Mei burst into laughter, pointing at herself. You want me to advocate? With an Yuan Ho and his wife sitting here. You do not want them to take a stand, yet you come to me? Is there something wrong with your head? But, Master, he does not care, Aunt Kong stammered. Fourth Miss has been beaten like this. And you will not intervene? How can you be so heartless? Lin Mei could not help but laugh, asking, I am heartless. With my father and mother present, they do not intervene. If you say father does not care, does that not mean he is also heartless? Lin Buyuan's expression darkened. Moreover, as an unacknowledged daughter, nearly forgotten in my own courtyard, how can I take care of her when I cannot even manage my own affairs? Lin Mei said with a smile. But you now. Aunt Kong disregarded past grievances. Those matters were irrelevant to her. Now that her daughter was being bullied, she absolutely would not allow it to stand. Now that I have Oyenhao backing me. Right? Lin Mei said with a smile. Had it not been for Oyenhao supporting me, your daughter would have long been married off to another place, not remaining in the capital that I have helped you to this extent. Yet you do not feel grateful. Instead, you accuse me of being heartless. Even a beast knows gratitude. You truly are mother and daughter. Your temperament is alike, even inferior to a beast. Lin Mei, were it not for you, how would I have reached this point? Lin Qianqing could no longer contain herself, leaping up and pointing at Lin Mei, cursing. You forced me to marry such a man. All he does is beat me. You pushed me into the fire. Lin Qianqing's eyes blazed with fury, wishing to tear Lin Mei apart. Who was it that knelt outside the gate begging me to let her choose a husband? Lin Mei slowly curled her lips into a smile, watching as the color drained from Lin Qianqing's face. You had your pick of suitors. This one was chosen by you. Who else can you blame? Moreover, Shi Xiangming has not done anything excessive. Had you not been entangled with another man, would he have been angry enough to strike you? You should reflect on your own conduct before placing the blame on others. If not you, then who should he strike? I believe Shi Xiangming is a reasonable man. If it were another, you would have been drowned in a pigpen by now. Lin Mei looked at Shi Xiangming, who smiled innocently. In my opinion, he has shown restraint because of Oyenhao. Otherwise, he would have dealt with you much more harshly. Lin Mei's words left Lin Qianqing trembling with rage. Lin Mei, how dare you say such things? How dare I? You accuse me of being entangled with other men. What about you and the seventh prince? How does that count? Lin Qianqing retorted vehemently. I share a bond of affection with young Master Zhu. What is so shameful about that? Lin Qianqing's loud declaration darkened Shi Xiangming's expression, revealing her true character. You speak of affection yet marry Shi Xiangming? Lin Qianqing scoffed. Upon hearing this, she quickly turned to Shi Xiangming, exclaiming, no, it is not like that. All of that happened after we were married. Did you not just say that after the wedding you were in each other's arms? Oh wait, no, it was just a helping hand. Lin Mei continued to dig deeper. Third Miss, what are you doing? Aunt Kong grew anxious, realizing the master and madam clearly did not want to intervene. If Lin Mei continued, Lin Qianqing's situation would only worsen. What am I doing? Lin Mei laughed at Aunt Kong. You can scold me, but I cannot speak the truth. This in Yuanho's residence is truly amusing. Lin Mei stood up, addressing Lin Buyuan. This entire family has issues. Lin Mei, what nonsense are you spouting? Lin Buyuan thundered, nonsense. I am merely exposing the hypocrisy of the so-called head of the family, the insincerity of the master, the disgusting nature of the aunt, the selfishness of the sister, and the shamelessness of the younger sister. Is this not a family with issues? If you think this family is so terrible, then get out. Lin Bu interrupted, his face pale with anger as he slammed the table. Before Shi Xiangming, Lin Mei audaciously disregarded him. Regardless of whether Lin Mei had the support of the seventh prince, she could not expect leniency from him. Accomplished, Lin Mei felt a surge of joy within. This was precisely her aim after all in this era. It was no trivial matter for an unmarried young woman to step outside her family's door. If her father were to cast her out, she would possess a most legitimate reason. Third sister, how can you defy father so boldly? Lin Qianqing admonished Lin Mei. Her brows knitted in disapproval. Do you not understand the virtues of a woman? Lin Mei was genuinely astonished. She had never witnessed Lin Qianqing daring to meddle at such a moment. I am aware of the virtues, Lin Mei replied with a smile. That in the home, one follows the father. Upon marriage, one follows the husband, and upon the husband's death, one follows the son. Is that not correct? She faltered in her speech, the accurate phrasing eluding her. Lin Qianqing attempted to correct her, but Lin Mei interjected. No need to enlighten me. I have no intention of adhering to the virtues. With a dismissive wave, Lin Mei continued, I shall live as I please, regardless of others' opinions. What concern is it of mine? As Lin Qianqing opened her mouth to counter, Lin Mei cheerfully inquired, by the way, fourth sister, you seem so well versed in the virtues. It appears they are ingrained in your very bones. As a woman, such fundamental principles are indeed essential to know and uphold. Lin Qianqing took pride in this, looking down upon Lin Mei for her lack of decorum. Oh, I see. Lin Mei nodded in sudden understanding. Then curiously asked, if you are so knowledgeable, why do you come to your maternal home to complain? Since you are married, you are no longer connected to your family. Whatever your husband wishes to do with you is his prerogative. Do you not understand the principle of placing the husband above all? Has this not always been your guiding principle? Lin Mei questioned, perplexed. Furthermore, your husband has not committed any egregious acts. It is you who first strayed from the path of a virtuous wife. A little discipline is not unwarranted, is it? Lin Qianqing smiled sweetly, observing Lin Mei, whose face flushed crimson, trembling slightly as if she had been dealt a series of stinging slaps. After delivering her remarks, Lin Mei turned to leave. Let the Lin family create whatever ruckus they wished. She had no time to concern herself with their affairs. Having gathered her belongings, Lin Mei departed the Yuan Marquis residence with Xiu'er and the others. As Lin Mei settled into her new abode, Yanhao appeared in the courtyard, startling her. Where did you spring from? Over there, Yanhao indicated with a gesture. You climbed over the wall? Lin Mei frowned. Is it really appropriate for a dignified prince to scale walls instead of using the front door? I opened a door in the courtyard that connects our two residences, facilitating future visits. Yanhao declared proudly. Lin Mei regarded him and asked, wouldn't it be better if I simply sealed my main entrance and used yours instead? Yanhao struck his palm with his fist, exclaiming, indeed. Why did I not think of that? It is an excellent idea. This way my guards can also ensure your safety, preventing any intruders from recklessly entering your residence. Lin Mei was taken aback. Was he not perceiving her sarcasm? That sounds splendid. Let us proceed with that. Yanhao, resolute in his decision, immediately set about implementing it. Lin Mei raised her hand and playfully swatted the back of Yanhao's head, saying, be quiet with that. She turned and entered the house. Yanhao rubbed his head, lamenting that he had failed to outwit her. Mayor, what do you intend to do? I can assist you. He hurriedly pursued her inside, as the essentials were already in place. Yet the specifics required Lin Mei's guidance. He could lend a hand, and by helping, he might just manage to secure a meal or have his own cook deliver food if they worked until dark. Perhaps he could secure a place to stay? Yanhao delightedly plotted in his mind. He successfully lingered long enough to share a meal and busied himself until nightfall, hoping to find a place to rest. Lin Mei pointed at the surrounding wall and with a feigned smile asked, did you not claim there was a door? As Yuchan patrolled near the newly opened door, he spotted his prince glaring at the small entrance. Teeth gritted, Your Highness? Yuchan hurried forward, inquiring, what troubles you? Tell me, if our residence were to flood, could I not take refuge next door? Yanhao stroked his chin thoughtfully. Yuchan paused, then replied, Your Highness, if you were to demolish the prince's residence and rebuild it, you could certainly borrow a place next door, correct? Yanhao's eyes lit up and he clapped his hands together, exclaiming, Yuchan, you are quite clever. Yuchan was on the verge of tears. He had merely been jesting. Within the Pingyang Marquis residence, Lin Qianqing sat trembling in her chamber, stealing glances at the uncommunicative Shi Xiangming. His face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, and what were once ordinary features now appeared menacing. Akin to a silent bear brewing with emotion, young master, a maid entered, holding a sturdy rattan cane. The moment Lin Qianqing's eyes fell upon the cane, she recoiled as if scalded, springing from her seat and desperately seeking refuge within the confines of the small room. Yet, the space was limited, and where could she possibly hide? Shi Xiangming accepted the cane, and the maid exited, their actions synchronized as if they were oblivious to Lin Qianqing's distress. Once the door was securely closed, Shi Xiangming turned to the cornered Lin Qianqing, coldly commanding, "Come here." Lin Qianqing shook her head vigorously. She was not foolish enough to realize that approaching him would only lead to a brutal beating. Shi Xiangming frowned, evidently displeased by her disobedience. "Did you not hear what I said?" Lin Qianqing dared not utter a word, instead attempting to press herself deeper into the corner, hoping to render herself invisible to Shi Xiangming. Unfortunately, such a feat was impossible. In a swift motion, Shi Xiangming rose, striding over to her, raising his arm and struck her fiercely. The sound of the blow resonated, and Lin Qianqing cried out in pain. The impact left her arm feeling as though it had been shattered. Searing with agony, tears welling up in her eyes. To this point, do you still fail to reflect upon your actions? Wretched woman. With every word punctuated by a strike, Lin Qianqing cried out in anguish. Attempting to evade the blows, but having initially trapped herself in the corner, there was no escape. She could only shield her head with her arms, enduring Shi Xiangming's relentless assault. Finally, Shi Xiangming, breathless, ceased his onslaught. Observing Lin Qianqing, who was now weeping silently, devoid of strength, "Did I wonder how your parents raised such a person?" Shi Xiangming's disdain for Lin Qianqing grew with each glance, regarding her as a shameless wretch. The humiliating words struck her more painfully than the physical blows. With swollen eyes, Lin Qianqing longed to defend herself, yet the pain rendered her voice a mere whimper. "You shall learn what it means to have decorum." Shi Xiangming scoffed, turning to leave. In the solitude of the room, Lin Qianqing curled up in the corner, clutching her knees, her form a small trembling ball. Occasionally, she would let out a soft sob, her body shivering in response. But what had her mother said? The Lin family did not have divorced women. Zhao Shi, twisting her prayer beads, asserted unyieldingly, "This husband is one you chose for yourself. Do you now wish to renege? Qianqing, what of your upbringing? Have you forgotten all the lessons imparted to you?" Zhao Shi continued, her tone reproachful. "It is no wonder your husband must discipline you. You have truly disappointed me." Zhao Shi remained unchanged. Yet to Lin Qianqing she appeared a stranger. Where had that loving mother from her youth gone? Why had she become so cold and unfeeling? "Mother, I have done nothing wrong. Shi Xiangming is a madman. He strikes me." In just a few short days of marriage, she could no longer endure. If she remained in the Pingyang marquis residence, she would surely go mad. If you had not entangled yourself with Zhu Baozi, would your husband have struck you? No man would tolerate his wife mingling with other men. Zhao Shi lectured without mercy. "How have I trained you? Have you forgotten everything?" Zhao Shi sighed, lamenting, "It is clear that your birth mother was a concubine. No wonder you cannot be taught, no matter the effort." Zhao Shi's piercing words left Lin Qianqing in shock. She had never imagined her once kind mother could utter such cruel statements. "That I tell you, you are now married to Shi Xiangming. Living or dying, you belong to him. The Lin family has no claim on you anymore. Consider this. If you continue to cause a scene, it is the Lin family that will suffer embarrassment. If father loses face, your aunt will not fare well either." Before departing, Zhao Shi casually took her hand and remarked, "I know you are a sensible child. In the future, be sure to serve your husband and parents-in-law well." Turning to Shi Xiangming, she humbly added, "I leave Qianqing in your care. Should she err in any way, do not hesitate to discipline her." This was indeed a push towards a dire fate for her. Lin Qianqing, clutching her painfully aching body, sobbed incessantly, feeling a chill that penetrated her very core, trembling uncontrollably, oblivious to the sound of the door creaking open. "Qianqing, what troubles you?" inquired the lady of Pingyang as she entered. Her brow furrowed in concern. "Quickly, assist the young mistress to the bed." The maids hurriedly helped Lin Qianqing to her bed and rushed to fetch medicine. "What on earth has that boy done to you?" The lady of Pingyang sighed in exasperation. Just as Lin Qianqing's tears had begun to abate, they surged forth once more, cascading down as she finally glimpsed a sliver of hope amidst her despair. "Even if you are at fault, one cannot strike so harshly. Is this not tantamount to a death sentence?" The lady of Pingyang's subsequent statement extinguished the flicker of hope that had just ignited within Lin Qianqing. "Make sure to brew the medicine. Let us not risk her life." After instructing the maids, she turned to Lin Qianqing and reassured her, "Do not fear, Qianqing. Your union was orchestrated by the seventh prince, and we shall certainly not allow you to perish within our household. I shall speak with Xiangming. He must learn to exercise restraint. The lady of Pingyang's words, delivered with certainty, left Lin Qianqing wide-eyed in terror. Next time? Exercise restraint. Am I to endure this hellish existence daily henceforth? Lin Qianqing summoned every ounce of strength to call out, but her frail body limited her voice to a mere whisper. The lady of Pingyang frowned and with a swift motion, pushed Lin Qianqing back onto the bed, scolding, "Child, how can you be so ungrateful? If you had done nothing wrong, how could Xiangming have struck you? Stop this nonsense." Just as the lady of Pingyang finished speaking, the door creaked again and Shi Xiangming entered. She immediately fixed him with a stern gaze, reprimanding, "Xiangming, this is your fault. After all, she is your wife. How could you lay such a heavy hand upon her? It is one thing to discipline a new bride, but it must be done gradually. What if you had struck her to death? You truly lack a sense of moderation." In the face of the lady of Pingyang's admonishment, Shi Xiangming obediently listened and replied, "Yes, mother, I shall remember that in the future. I will be more measured in my discipline." Lin Qianqing's eyes widened in realization. This entire family was quite deranged. "Indeed, mother speaks wisely," he acquiesced, displaying remarkable filial piety, as he seemed to follow his mother's every word, confronted by such a mother and son. Lin Qianqing felt her vision darken and finally, in her desire to escape this brutal reality, her eyes rolled back and she lost consciousness. Meanwhile, Yanhao was eagerly arranging accommodations for Lin Mei that he procured numerous items for her to review, allowing her to keep what she favored and return what she did not. This approach proved efficient, sparing Lin Mei the need to venture out to procure necessities herself. "Mayor, is there anything else you find lacking?" Yanhao inquired enthusiastically. "No, that will suffice," Lin Mei responded, expressing minimal desire for elaborate arrangements, prioritizing comfort instead. The primary concern was the household staff, guards, and a cook. Lin Mei emphasized the importance of the cook. Since she had no intention of hosting guests, 2 cooks would suffice, one dedicated to her meals and the other to serve the servants. "You needn't worry about this. I will handle it," Yanhao assured her. Taking full responsibility. On the other hand, Lin Buyan was seething with rage over Lin Mei's departure from the Anyuan marquis. He had never heard of an unmarried young lady seeking her own residence and establishing independence. Was this not a resounding slap in his face before everyone? She truly moved out. He paced furiously in his chamber. Zhao Shi sat nearby, calmly stringing her prayer beads, unfazed. "Speak up," Lin Buyan turned to her. Exasperated by her indifference in the face of his distress. "What do you wish me to say, my lord?" Zhao Shi replied, her tone lacking urgency. "She has moved out. The 7th prince has arranged a residence for her. And with such a powerful ally, she can easily do so." Mentioning the 7th prince twisted Lin Buyan's features in resentment as he bit down on his teeth in frustration. "So having a powerful patron makes one exempt from familial ties?" Zhao Shi continued to string her beads, unfazed, stirring the pot further. "Having a powerful patron is indeed significant, especially when that patron is the esteemed 7th prince. He undoubtedly possesses greater influence and resources than our Anyuan marquis. Look at her, merely moving out, securing a residence adjacent to the royal palace, and furnishing it with ease, while goods continue to flow. Do we have such privileges in our market?" Zhao Shi questioned. "Despicable!" Lin Buyan exclaimed, his anger boiling over. "Like mother, like daughter," Zhao Shi remarked lazily. "Humph, none of them are good," Lin Buyan spat, storming out and slamming the door with a resounding bang, while Zhao Shi merely smirked. Closing her eyes and continuing to string her beads, Lin Mei settled into her new residence, while Yanhao transitioned his office from his royal palace to Lin Mei's abode. Initially, he sought excuses. But soon his audacity grew, and he began to treat her home as his own, joking and behaving as if it were a mere extension of his palace. Lin Mei had long since given up on the idea of reforming such a shameless individual. Unless he were to be eliminated, all other attempts would be futile. Scolding fell on deaf ears, and he clung to her like an adhesive plaster. His brazen behavior made Yu Chun question whether the prince had been swapped for an impostor. Where had the valiant prince, who once struck terror into the hearts of enemies on the battlefield, vanished to? "What are you pondering?" Yanhao interrupted Yu Chen's thoughts with a tap of his document. I was considering the upcoming palace banquet," Yu Chen replied, knowing better than to voice his true thoughts. "Are you not attending?" he asked, recalling how Yanhao typically avoided such gatherings. According to the prince, they were filled with tedious individuals discussing trivial matters. Why should he subject himself to becoming one of them? "I shall attend this time," Yanhao declared. Yu Chun was taken aback. "You will go?" he asked, astonished. "This time is different. I am not attending for the sake of the banquet itself," Yanhao replied, waving his hand dismissively. "Then what is your purpose?" Yu Chun inquired, puzzled. "To take Mayor along. Lin Buyan and his family will undoubtedly not include her. Oh Yenhao explained, stroking his chin thoughtfully. My lord, you intend to bring Miss Lin to the banquet? Understood, I will make arrangements, Yu Chun responded. Attending the banquet is of little consequence. Oh Yenhao scoffed at. I aim to convey to certain individuals that Mayor is mine and not someone they can bully at will. After hearing this, Yu Chun contemplated carefully and suddenly remarked, my lord, the crux of your statement lies within those 3 words, does it not? My person. Oh Yenhao chuckled, praising Yu Chun. I see you have become quite astute of late. Yu Chun fell silent. Anyone with eyes could see the princess' recent behavior, however. He hesitated to voice his concerns, knowing that matters of the prince's heart were not for him to meddle in. Best to leave the prince to his own devices and wallow in his frustrations. Before long, the palace banquet commenced, attended by prominent officials and noble families along with their kin after spring arrived. The palace traditionally hosted flower-viewing banquets during the day and moon-gazing events at night, providing opportunities for the younger generation to mingle. Naturally, Zhao Shi brought Lin Yixin along. After greeting familiar ladies and their daughters, Zhao Shi encountered Lin Yan. She immediately took her daughter's hand, chattering about her well-being. Lin Yan responded with a smile, embodying the ideal of maternal love and filial piety, inciting envy in others. Mother, do take care of yourself in the household. I am unable to be by your side, so you must ensure your well-being, Lin Yan urged, her concern evident. Sister, do be sure to look after mother, she advised her younger sibling. Yes, elder sister, Lin Yixin quickly replied. Having played the part of the background character, now that only you remain in the family, elder sister, it falls upon you to care for mother. Lin Yan continued. Do not worry, elder sister. I will take good care of mother. Lin Yixin assured, coming across as a dutiful daughter. However, internally she berated, I am not a servant. Why must I tend to her? All right, go wander over there for a bit. I have something to discuss with your elder sister. Zhao Shi instructed, sending Lin Yixin away. Once Lin Yixin had distanced herself, Lin Yan remarked, it seems she is still dutiful. Filial piety is conditional. The Zhao family regards Lin Yixin with disdain, merely desiring to leverage my connections to secure her a suitable match. It is fortunate that she possesses some sense. Lin Yan chuckled. Indeed, that is her redeeming quality. Once she reaches the appropriate age, we shall find her a family to marry into. A truly distinguished family is certainly out of the question for her. The daughter of that shameless seductress is already a source of enough irritation. Securing her a normal family would be satisfactory, let alone a good one. That would be too much to hope for. Perhaps she should serve her mother for a few more years. Lin Yan continued, but what is all this commotion about Lin Mei lately? Has she moved out? Do not mention that shameless wretch. Zhao said, her chest tightening with anger. She is just like her mother, wandering about seducing men. This time I did not bring her along, fearing she would bring us disgrace. The mere mention of Lin Mei made Zhao's blood boil. Enough, mother, let us not speak of her, Lin Yan urged. Come, I shall introduce you to other ladies. After all, she is a concubine of the 5th prince, holding a higher status than her father, who has no real power in court. Lin Yan guided her mother to engage with the other noble ladies, while Zhao strode proudly, her smile unwavering. Look, this is truly my daughter, always thinking of how to assist her parents. As dusk approached and the banquet was about to commence, Zhao conversed with Lin Buyuan regarding the afternoon's events. Thanks to Yan, those ladies who usually ignore us were quite amiable today. Indeed, our daughter is the prince's consort, Lin Buyuan replied, feeling immensely proud of having such a daughter. Father, mother, Lin Qianqing approached, greeting Lin Buyuan and Zhao, explaining that she was late due to feeling unwell. Fortunately, we have not yet begun, Zhao nodded. Xiangming has arrived. Let us go, the younger generation is over there. Lin Buyuan's attention shifted to Shi Xiangming as he led him away. Zhao did not linger with Lin Qianqing but continued to seek out the acquaintances she had just made, eager to foster those connections. Lin Qianqing stood in place, feeling the chill in the air as the sun disappeared. The cold seeped into her bones, leaving her hands and feet icy. When the banquet commenced, everyone took their seats according to their rank. The important concubines of the harem settled down, and when the emperor arrived, all rose in salute. The emperor glanced aside, furrowing his brow. Has the 7th prince not come again, your majesty? The 7th prince has never favored such gatherings. He is likely at the training grounds, a nearby eunuch replied, providing an explanation and an escape for the emperor. That rascal only thinks of training. The emperor chided with a smile. Very well, do not wait for him. Zhao observed the hall full of guests and casually remarked, what does it matter how powerful one's backing is? One still needs support from one's family. Look at those who do not listen. They cannot even seize the opportunity to make an appearance. Lin Yixin, seated nearby, clenched her hidden hands tightly, her expression obediently echoing, Mother is right, has she not been obedient all these years? Must she be constantly chastised? Learn from your elder sister. See how she now enjoys wealth and luxury. What young lady would not envy her? Zhao beamed with pride when discussing her daughter, Linian. Indeed, Lin Yisan replied dutifully, aligning herself with Zhao's sentiments. For only by doing so could she ensure a smoother future. The palace maids began serving the first course of the banquet in a flowing manner. At that moment, a brazen voice rang out from the palace entrance. I told you this timing was perfect. Look, they've just begun serving. All eyes turned towards the entrance to see Yanhao stride in confidently. His simple attire exuded elegance, accentuating his tall figure, and while it appeared unpretentious, it radiated a certain commanding charm. However, his usually intimidating eyes were now filled with a charming smile. Beside him was the stunning Lin Mei, clad in a fiery red gown that unfurled like flames. Dazzling and almost painful to behold, yet impossible to look away from, her alluring peach blossom eyes sparkled with a languid brilliance, reminiscent of stars in the night sky, drawing everyone irresistibly into her unabashedly passionate beauty. Though the hall was filled with beautiful women, Lin Mei's entrance eclipsed them all, akin to sunlight overshadowing lesser lights. As everyone bowed in reverence, Yanhao waved his hand dismissively. No need for that. You rascal, what time do you call this? The emperor scolded from his dragon throne, though his tone remained forgiving towards his capable seventh son. The flower viewing was not to my taste, Yanhao casually replied. But the dishes from the imperial kitchen are indeed delicious and worth sampling. Since when did you become such a glutton? The emperor remarked, glancing at Lin Mei beside him. Time and again, Yanhao had defended her, indicating her significance in his life. Recently, Yanhao chuckled. Enough, sit down. The emperor chuckled in return. Even if Yanhao had not attended, his place would have been reserved. However, no extra seat would be kept for someone like Lin Mei. Mayor, come here, sit by your mother, Zhao called, rising eagerly and beckoning Lin Mei. The small table beside Zhao was occupied by Lin Yisan, leaving no room for another. Except for the prince's larger table, the others were just sufficient for one person. Adding another would mean sitting uncomfortably, akin to a servant's position. Yet, at that moment, no one could fault Zhao for inviting Lin Mei over. To exclude her would only heighten her embarrassment. However, the recent news of Lin Mei moving out of the Anyuan Marquis's residence and establishing her own household had spread throughout the capital. Many were intrigued, as it was unexpected for Lin Mei to assert independence while still leveraging the Anyuan Marquis's name to attend the palace banquet. Was this truly independence? Perhaps she regretted it. No need, Lin Mei replied with a smile, firmly declining. Now that I have severed ties with the Anyuan Marquis's residence, how could I sit together? This statement, made before everyone, completely severed her connection to the Anyuan Marquis's household. Zhao's face turned awkward as she glanced at Lin Buyuan across the table. Lin Buyuan's expression darkened as he chastised. Why did you call her? She is no longer my daughter. Indeed, Zhao quickly nodded. Lowering her head, the bothersome individual had finally been cast out. Mayor, come, let us sit. Yanhao, as if nothing had happened, took Lin Mei's hand and led her to his seat. The prince's table was naturally larger than those of ordinary ministers, easily accommodating to. Yet, even after seating himself, Yanhao shifted over, making room for Lin Mei, positioning her as more important than himself. Zhao's expression darkened with anger. Indeed, she was just like her mother, a seductress of men. The minor interruption did not disrupt the banquet. Dishes continued to arrive, and Lin Mei began to eat. Yanhao always served her first, waiting to see if she took more than one bite before he would eat. If she sampled a dish and moved on, he would then take his turn. He reserved what she liked for her, while he consumed what she did not care for. Yanhao's actions drew the attention of the court, and the guests were astonished to see the usually ruthless seventh prince display such tenderness. Lin Qianqing watched Lin Mei with envy, pondering why Lin Mei had the ability to captivate men one after another. Was she already entangled with the seventh prince? Such a disgraceful behavior. Zhao, gritting her teeth, muttered lowly as she ate. Lin Yisan, seated nearby, overheard Zhao's remarks. She lifted her gaze to Lin Mei, who was blissfully absorbed in her meal, and slowly inquired, "Third sister, where are you staying these days?" Lin Qianqing could no longer contain herself and spoke up. "Second sister. Third sister has already secured her own residence outside, reportedly forcing someone else out and taking over." Lin Mei burst into laughter, nearly choking. Lin Qianqing's naivety was truly touching. How had she reached such an age while remaining so oblivious? "Slow down." Yanhao gently patted Lin Mei's back, helping her catch her breath. "I just find it amusing." Lin Mei waved her hand, taking a sip of tea that Yanhao offered. "Third sister, do you find this amusing? Forcing someone out of their home, making them move overnight. Do you truly take pleasure in such bullying?" Lin Qianqing retorted, unable to tolerate Lin Mei's arrogance. Lin Mei laughed, asking Lin Qianqing, "Do you know that residence was granted to me by the emperor? Do you think the emperor is a bully?" Lin Qianqing gasped in shock before she could respond. Pingyang Marquis and his wife, along with Shi Xiangming, all rose from their seats and knelt before her in apology. Lin Buyan and his family were a moment too late. Yet they all rose to their knees. In stark contrast, Lin Qianqing sat there in a daze, unsure of how to respond. She merely wished to seek justice for the person who had been forced to relocate. Yet how had it come to this? "What are you still sitting there for?" Lin Buyan, filled with rage, longed to slap Lin Qianqing. What was in her mind? Only then did Lin Qianqing scramble to her feet. Trembling as she knelt on the ground, the emperor spoke in a grave tone. On that day, when the seventh prince quelled the bandits, Lin Mei aided the local soldiers with great merit. I have granted her a residence as a token of appreciation. A mere residence, how could it possibly outweigh the lives of those soldiers? Do you think my decision is erroneous? The emperor's inquiry sent a chill of fear through the Duke of Pingyang and the Lin family, causing them to break into a cold sweat. The others in the hall also knelt, showering praises upon the emperor's wisdom. This minor incident was soon put behind them. No one at the banquet dared to mention it again, and the emperor graciously refrained from doing so as well. After indulging in food and drink, Lin Mei sat for a while before departing with Yenhao. Naturally, the emperor and the consorts had already left. So upon seeing Lin Mei's departure, Lin Buyan hastened after them. "Lin Mei, stop right there." Lin Buyan caught up with Lin Mei, questioning her, "What do you mean by this? Are you intent on harming everyone in the Lin residence?" Lin Mei laughed lightly. "What have I done? You better clarify before you speak." Lin Buyan retorted that Yenhao cannot abide anyone bullying Lin. It was Lin Qianqing who nearly provoked the emperor's wrath. "You spouted nonsense in the hall, yet instead of confronting Lin Qianqing, you come here to speak of Mayor. Do you take me for a fool?" "Your Highness, I meant no disrespect," Lin Buyan hurriedly explained. "Not daring to offend Yenhao. If you meant no harm, then what brings you here?" Yenhao scoffed. "Have you been accustomed to bullying Mayor? Now you come without understanding the situation to question her? Lord Lin, your arrogance is truly astounding. If you seek to flaunt your authority, come to the battlefield with me. There you will find ample opportunity to do so." Yenhao offered with a hint of goodwill. Lin Buyan quickly waved his hands, attempting to explain, but unfortunately, Yenhao had no time for such trifles. Grasping Lin Mei's hand, he coldly stated to Lin Buyan, "Any matters can be discussed with me later. As for Mayor, I will take charge with that." He turned and left, exuding an air of confidence and power. Lin Buyan discreetly wiped away his sweat, and once Yenhao had gone a distance, he muttered under his breath, "You ungrateful girl, now that you've attached yourself to the prince, you abandon your family. What a disgrace!" Lin Buyan turned to leave. Meanwhile, in the carriage, Yenhao laughed heartily, reflecting on how impressively he had conducted himself just now. Surely, it was quite imposing. I wonder if Mayor felt the same? After some time, Yenhao managed to suppress his mirth and glanced at Lin Mei, curious to see her reaction to the earlier events. Upon observing her, he noticed she seemed lost in thought. Unable to contain his curiosity, Yenhao asked, "Mayor, what occupies your mind? What is so perplexing?" He genuinely hadn't considered the matter. He had come to confront her. Yet she had countered with a remark about not being easily bullied. What connection did these two statements hold? Lin Mei tilted her head, blinking her eyes in confusion and asking, "What does that have to do with anything?" Her long fan-like eyelashes fluttered, akin to the delicate paws of a little fox, scratching at his heart, causing a ticklish sensation. Mayor Yenhao leaned in unconsciously, yearning to kiss her enchanting, glimmering peach blossom eyes, which were simply too beautiful. Ouch! Yenhao covered his forehead, collapsing onto the side. He felt vexed. Why was Mayor hitting him so mercilessly? Yet wasn't it said that hitting was a form of affection? Being struck was not so bad after all. Yenhao chuckled foolishly. Lin Mei regarded him as if he were a lunatic. Was there something wrong with his mind? Upon reaching the entrance of the residence, Lin Mei dismounted from the carriage, taking just a couple of steps. Yet Yenhao insisted on following. Lin Mei cast a silent glance at the carriage that rolled away. Did it not require the doorman to open the gate? Was it supposed to fly over the wall into the royal residence? Finally arriving at Lin Mei's chamber door, Yenhao gazed at her with lingering reluctance. Lin Mei tilted her head to look back at him. At this hour it was indeed time for rest. Sighing internally, Yenhao reluctantly bid farewell. "Mayor, you should rest now. I will take my leave." Feeling a bit dispirited, he turned to depart. Just as he turned, he suddenly heard Lin Mei's cheerful voice from behind. "Thank you." Yenhao spun around, delighting in the sight of Lin Mei's radiant smile just as the door began to close. Overjoyed, he lunged forward, but Lin Mei was quicker, shutting the door before he could enter. He pressed against the door yet felt no disappointment. Instead, he smiled and extended his long fingers, placing them on the door. No need for thanks. It is my pleasure. Oh, Yenhao declared loudly, grinning foolishly. Mayor, take care and rest well. I shall see you tomorrow. I will come to invite you for a meal. He shouted once more, turning and stepping away with lightheartedness, almost skipping in his joy when Yu Chun arrived. He happened to see Oh Yenhao deep in thought by the wall, leading him to inquire, Your Highness, do you have matters to discuss? Yu Chun, your timing is impeccable, Oh Yenhao replied, eager to share his thoughts. What is it, Your Highness? Yu Chun asked cautiously. Tell me, if this wall were to be torn down, would that not unite the two households as one? Oh Yenhao had always thought this was a splendid idea. Yu Chun stared at his prince in disbelief, but he cleared his throat and explained. Your Highness, the merging of the two households does not depend on the wall. It fundamentally relies on the agreement of the courtyard's owner. Would you not agree? Oh Yenhao stroked his chin, nodding, you do have a point. In truth, whether the wall remains or falls is of little consequence. His words caused Yu Chun to breathe a sigh of relief, but the next statement made him feel that perhaps his prince had lost touch with reality. I could simply move over to that side, Your Highness. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Yu Chun bowed respectfully. It was quite late, and he truly felt he had wasted his time discussing such trivial matters with his master. Do not be angry, my lord, Zhao Shi interjected. This is not the first or second time. You must not have only just realized this, right? Zhao Shi's words were ostensibly meant to soothe, yet they effectively stoked Lin Buyuan's ire once more. Is it merely because the seventh prince is backing her now? What is so remarkable about that? My lord, the seventh prince does wield real power. Zhao Shi sighed lightly, as if casually bringing up the fact that their daughter was the fifth prince's consort. Their family's background was not lacking, it was simply that Lin Mei was unable to see it. Lin Buyuan furrowed his brow, contemplating deeply before stating, very well, from now on, we shall wholeheartedly serve the crown prince. He had always maintained a neutral stance, not wishing to engage in the factional struggles within the court, but now he could no longer endure it. In a couple of days, you shall visit the fifth prince's residence to see Yan. Lin Buyuan finally relented. Understood, my lord, Zhao Shi responded, her heart secretly elated. Once they established a connection with the crown prince through the fifth prince, aligning themselves with his faction, then the Lin family would prioritize her daughter. And her position would surely become more secure. After she had finished drinking, Lin Qianqing finally understood that there was only this one water pouch for an entire day, to be why the time she was carried out from the woodshed 3 days later. Her entire being was numb, bordering on foolishness, dazed. She allowed the maidservants to wash her body and apply medicine, staring blankly at the ceiling before drifting back into a muddled sleep. It was unclear how long she had slept, but she felt an uncomfortable chill and heat coursing through her body. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself enveloped in a soft, languid state, but the most terrifying aspect was the stark change in her surroundings. The unfamiliar environment, with its rudimentary furniture and weathered walls, instilled in Lin Qianqing a profound sense of fear of the unknown. Struggling to sit up halfway, she attempted to get off the bed, but her weakened body lacked the strength to support her. Her legs buckled, and she fell to the ground, knocking over a nearby stool with a loud crash. Finally, there was movement outside the door, and a coarse, impatient woman entered, frowning as she scolded, Young madam, what are you doing? Approaching her, the woman roughly placed Lin Qianqing back onto the bed. The sudden tug caused Lin Qianqing to wince in pain. Young madam, you are still injured. Take care of yourself and do not move around recklessly, the woman admonished impatiently, clearly more concerned with avoiding trouble than with Lin Qianqing's well-being. Where is this place? Lin Qianqing had no energy to argue with the woman's attitude. Her primary concern was her current environment. Why am I here? She asked in terror, a dreadful premonition gnawing at her, though she was reluctant to acknowledge it. Longing for someone to dispel that horrifying thought, the woman cast Lin Qianqing a strange glance, as if she were asking a question she already knew the answer to. Young madam, you committed such a grave mistake that nearly led to the annihilation of the Pingyang Marquisate. Where else could you possibly be? I didn't. Lin Qianqing shook her head vigorously, denying it with all her might. It was the young master's mercy that, considering you are connected to the seventh prince, he spared your life. The woman was filled with exasperation towards Lin Qianqing. If the Pingyang market had indeed faced extermination, they, the servants, would not escape unscathed either. This young madam truly was a harbinger of disaster. You cannot treat me this way. I am the young madam. My father is the Marquis of Anin. You cannot do this to me. A thunderclap of realization detonated within Lin Qianqing's heart, and she shouted in panic. Enough, young madam. You nearly brought ruin not only to the Pingyang Marquisate but also to your own family, the Marquis of Anyuan, didn't you? The woman looked down on Lin Qianqing, who was clearly lacking in common sense. Who would want to associate with someone so reckless that they could bring about death? With a sharp reprimand, the woman declared, "Just stay here quietly with that." She turned and left. The door slammed shut with a resounding bang, severing the last thread of sanity in Lin Qianqing's mind, causing her to weep bitterly. How had she fallen from being a pampered young lady to someone despised by all? No matter how loudly she cried, her sobs could not escape the confines of the small courtyard in the Anyuan Market. Aunt Kong would naturally remain unaware as for whether Zhao Shi knew. It was uncertain, however, even if Zhao Shi were informed. She had no time to concern herself with Lin Qianqing's troubles. She had been in contact with Lin Yan for several days and finally had the opportunity to invite the fifth prince to their residence. Naturally, she was preparing a feast, eager to establish a connection with the fifth prince. While Zhao Shi busied herself with preparations, Lin Mei glanced at Yanhao, who lay sprawled on a chair like a dead dog, and asked, "Can a prince be this leisurely?" "Alas, my status as a prince is not valued at all," Yanhao quickly replied, seizing the opportunity to approach her. "Mare, why not take care of me? I am strong and easy to maintain." Lin Mei threw the book in her hand at Yanhao's face, retorting, "Get lost." Yanhao removed the book from his face, grinning at Lin Mei. "Not going to?" Lin Mei narrowed her eyes and hissed. "Scoundrel. A scoundrel is still a scoundrel," Yanhao thought with deep lament as he sensed Lin Mei's rising irritation. Initially, that night had gone well. Why had she suddenly turned against him? Indeed, to maintain a long-term relationship, one must keep a close watch, allowing Mayor to grow accustomed to his presence. The Marquis of Anyuan was to host the fifth prince. "The fifth prince is genuinely interested in helping us," Lin Mei remarked. "You should be grateful to meet." Yanhao's eyes sparkled. "How do you wish to be thanked? Perhaps with your body?" Lin Mei fell silent, scrutinizing Yanhao, deeply suspicious that the cold, malevolent gaze she had encountered during the drug trial belonged to him. Had he been swapped out midway, or was he like her, also transmigrated? "Shouldn't you be busy with your own affairs?" Lin Mei asked through gritted teeth. Was he still capable of maintaining a semblance of dignity? "I am a general. I always have battles to fight." Meanwhile, the fifth prince, Yiqing, had finally arrived at the Anyuan Market with Lin Yan, receiving a warm welcome. After a hearty meal, Lin Buyan and Yiqing engaged in tea and conversation, with Lin Yan and Zhao Shi accompanying them. Lin Buyan expressed his intention to ally with Yiqing, who smiled and replied, "This matter requires discussion with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince." "However." "What do you mean, however?" Lin Buyan pressed eagerly. Yiqing merely smiled in silence. Lin Buyan grew anxious. "Fifth prince, what do you mean? Please enlighten me." Zhao Shi quickly exchanged glances with Lin Yan, prompting Lin Yan to sweetly address Yiqing. "Your Highness, please speak directly to my father. He is quite straightforward and may not grasp the subtleties. We would be grateful for your guidance." Yiqing cast a glance at Lin Yan, nodding slightly before finally reminding them. "The Crown Prince is currently in need of capable individuals, and of course, he hopes for many talents to come to his side. However, that they must possess merit, at the very least, to bring benefits to His Highness." Yiqing's words were quite diplomatic, inquiring about Lin Buyan's qualifications for such an alliance. If he wished to ally with the Crown Prince, it was acceptable, but what capital did he possess to do so? Was it inherent talent, or perhaps influence? This left Lin Buyan's expression quite grim, unsure of how to respond. Fortunately, Lin Yan cleverly shifted the topic to light-hearted anecdotes, covering up the awkwardness. Lin Buyan's mood deteriorated further, his reactions becoming increasingly sluggish. Yiqing, known for his good temper, pretended not to notice. Once Yiqing departed, Lin Buyan could no longer hold back his frustration. What does the fifth prince truly mean? Does he look down on our Anyuan Market? He fumed. "Father, the prince has not said anything incorrect," Lin Yan interjected. "What do you mean?" Lin Buyan's temper flared. Glaring at Lin Yan, he directed his ire toward her, igniting Zhao Shi's anger. "Master, why are you taking your frustrations out on Yan? You were the one who proposed to ally with the Crown Prince, and Yan has been working diligently to facilitate this." Zhao Shi glared at Lin Buyan, exasperated. Among his daughters, the others merely caused him trouble, while Yan was genuinely helping him, and yet he dared to scold her. This was her precious daughter, and he must not allow anyone to bully her. Moreover, the fifth prince's remarks were not unfounded. Zhao Shi continued, unwavering, "You have no influence in the court, and our family lacks substantial assets. The only thing we have is this hereditary market." "You..." Lin Buyan glared at Zhao Shi in exasperation. Even if the truth were as she stated, she should not express it so bluntly. Where could he hide his face? "Father, we are family. There is no need for discord," Lin Yan quickly interjected. fully aware that her mother was venting her dissatisfaction at her father's undue favoritism toward his concubine. The primary goal was to secure an alliance with the crown prince, ensuring that when the crown prince ascended, her father's title might be elevated. Lin Yan smiled, envisioning a bright future. Moreover, the prince genuinely wishes to assist us. Which is why he speaks candidly. It is not an insult but rather an invitation for us to find a reason to be accepted by the crown prince. Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, Lin Buiyuan's anger dissipated significantly, and he nodded slightly. The question is, what does the crown prince truly need? They were devoid of wealth and lacked talented individuals. This would require finding an opportunity. Lin Yan now finds herself at a loss. Slowly seeking opportunities, for there will inevitably be chances. Barbarians? Lin Mei gazes at Yenhao with a peculiar look. Are you implying that the barbarians harass the borders every year? Indeed, Yenhao nods as spring fades into early summer. The outsiders from the barbarian lands begin their assaults on the borders, necessitating our annual dispatch of troops to quell them. After Yenhao spoke, he noticed the absence of Lin Mei's response. Confused, he raised his gaze only to find Lin Mei staring at him as if he were a fool. This left Yenhao feeling quite uncomfortable. Mayor, why do you look at me like that? Are you all mad? If you do not decisively defeat the barbarians, but instead allow them to persist year after year, only to grow stronger and launch further attacks. Do you not see how irrational that is? Lin Mei questioned, her voice laced with incredulity. Do you all find it amusing to engage in this futile game every year? The only response from Yenhao was a bitter smile. It's not that I do not wish to annihilate them, but their numbers are vast, and completely eradicating them is no simple task. The resources and manpower required for such an endeavor are considerable. Furthermore, Yenhao's unspoken words lingered in the air. Lin Mei smiled faintly. Furthermore, your father likely does not wish for you to become an excessively accomplished prince who overshadows him. Yenhao was taken aback, then chuckled. Mayor, you never fail to surprise me. I merely speak the truth. Lin Mei sighed. Every emperor desires capable offspring, but only as long as he can maintain control over them. Once those offspring grow and begin to covet the throne, the emperor's peace of mind is inevitably disturbed. I truly understand why he chose this crown prince. Lin Mei scoffed. Because he is so inept. That wouldn't it make your father feel old? Yenhao shook his head in resignation. You, after all, are speaking of the emperor. Such words could be deemed a grave disrespect. Lin Mei raised an eyebrow. And what if I say it anyway? Yenhao laughed. Who would dare to report it? Execution. Lin Mei's laughter crinkled her enchanting almond-shaped eyes. Her dazzling smile sent Yenhao's heart fluttering. He could hardly resist the urge to rush over and steal a kiss. And a couple of days. I must prepare for the battlefield. Yenhao admonished himself to remain rational and not act impulsively. It would be disastrous if he acted upon his desires and repulsed Mayor instead. I will join you. Lin Mei's declaration filled Yenhao with delight, prompting him to respond without hesitation. Excellent, as anticipated. News arrived a few days later that the barbarians were attacking the borders. The emperor, upon reading the memorial, was incensed. Those barbarians truly have no bounds. My lords, what do you propose we do about this matter? Your Majesty, I believe we should go to war, dispatch the 7th prince to deliver them a sound defeat, ensuring they never dare to trespass our borders again. One minister boldly suggested. Yet the 7th prince has been engaged in countless battles. And the barbarians still invade us year after year, another minister countered. Each year we squander resources and manpower, yielding no results. Are we to simply allow the barbarians to continue their incursions? If we cannot eradicate them entirely, why should we persist in exhausting our people and finances on military campaigns? It would be wiser to pursue peace. How do you propose we achieve that? Perhaps we should consider offering a princess in marriage to the barbarians. Demonstrating our nation's magnanimity, avoiding confrontation while ensuring the safety of our citizens, the debate between the pro-war and pro-peace factions erupted in the court, each side presenting their arguments, neither able to sway the other. Eventually, the emperor, overwhelmed, commanded silence. The previously raucous ministers fell silent, awaiting his decision. What are your thoughts? The emperor's gaze swept over his sons. The crown prince immediately stood, declaring, Father, I too advocate for peace. Preserving our nation's tranquility without shedding a drop of blood is the wisest course of action. 5th brother, what do you think? The emperor turned to Yenhao. The 5th prince Yenhao stood and with a slight bow stated, Your Majesty, I believe that any resolution that can quell the conflict with minimal casualties is the best course. His underlying message also indicated a preference for peace. Yenhao scoffed, Father, have you forgotten? We no longer have a princess available for marriage. The other princesses are married off, and the youngest is merely 11 years old. How could she possibly be sent to marry? This is not insurmountable. We could select a young lady from a noble family, bestow upon her the title of princess, and arrange a marriage, the crown prince interjected. Demonstrating his cleverness, the emperor nodded, glancing at the ministers below. Those with daughters averted their gazes, fearful of being chosen for such a fate. They were not mad enough to send their beloved daughters to the barbarians. Uncertain of what awaited them ultimately, they could not decide whose daughter to send for marriage. Leaving the matter for future discussion, my lord, what has transpired? Zhao Shi noticed Lin Buyuan's unusual agitation, seemingly more desperate to ally with the crown prince than in recent days, during today's court session. A memorial was presented regarding the barbarian incursions, the debate over peace and war raged on, and in the end, His Majesty acquiesced to the crown prince's suggestion for peace. Lin Buyuan sighed. Thus, His Majesty clearly favors the crown prince. We must swiftly establish a connection with him, otherwise it may become increasingly difficult in the future. Lin Buyuan had his own plans, recognizing that the crown prince was favored because he was chosen by the emperor. Zhao Shi nodded. However, we have yet to provide any assistance to the crown prince. We cannot offer him any benefits. Why should he favor us? Indeed, Lin Buyuan sighed, the idea of a marriage alliance was proposed by the crown prince. If only we could lend a hand. Marriage alliance? Zhao Shi inquired, puzzled, but are there any princesses left in the palace to marry? The emperor's intention is to select a young lady from a noble family and grant her the title of princess. Lin Buyuan's words were interrupted by Zhao Shi, who, no longer fiddling with her prayer beads, exclaimed with delight, my lord, is this not the perfect opportunity? What opportunity? Lin Buyuan asked, confused. Do we not have a daughter? Zhao Shi replied, Isn't Lin Yisan still unmarried? Is that appropriate? Lin Buyuan felt a stirring of interest, yet still harbored doubts. However, he was undeniably tempted by the prospect. The benefits were immense. Still, he worried about how others would perceive him. How will they perceive it? Zhao Shi shook her head, my lord. For the sake of the nation, we are even willing to offer our own daughter. Shouldn't your noble act be praised and celebrated? Lin Buyuan's eyes brightened, and he struck his palm in realization, exclaiming, of course. This is not a matter of selling my daughter for personal gain. Rather, it is a sacrifice for the greater good of the country. In order to save the citizens at the border and prevent unnecessary loss of life among our soldiers, how virtuous am I? I shall inform His Majesty of this matter tomorrow. Now that Lin Buyuan had come to this realization, he could hardly wait for the next morning's court session. My lord, you should first seek out the crown prince. If you do not have his approval, how will he know you wish to ally with him? Zhao Shi advised. Lin Buyuan nodded. Yes, I will first find Yan. You are indeed wise, my lord. Zhao Shi discreetly praised him. You are the best. Not only have you given me such wonderful children, but you always support me. Lin Buyuan expressed his gratitude. My lord, such words are unnecessary. We are husband and wife. Zhao Shi smiled warmly. Please hurry along, lest others seize the opportunity before you. Lin Buyuan quickly departed to seek Yanhao, hoping he would introduce him to the crown prince. Meanwhile, the crown prince was in high spirits, having successfully suppressed Yanhao in court. There was no better moment for him. Is that not my dear younger brother? The crown prince greeted, waving enthusiastically upon spotting Yanhao at the tavern. Yanhao glanced up at the jovial crown prince, ignoring him entirely as he turned to leave. However, two guards suddenly blocked his path. Bowing as they said, Your Highness, the prince requests your presence upstairs. With a cold snort, Yanhao trudged up the stairs. Upon entering the private room, he plopped down onto a chair, irritation evident on his face as he asked, Your Highness, is there something you need? Seventh brother, why such a foul mood? It was merely that father did not accept your proposal today in court. There is no need to take it so hard. After all, you have not been able to resolve the barbarian issue for so many years, the crown prince teased, laughing heartily as he took the opportunity to mock Yanhao. Seventh brother, you must learn to reflect on these matters. Politics in court requires wisdom. It cannot simply be resolved through brute force as on the battlefield. You still have much to learn. Do not think that a few victories make you exceptional. The crown prince scolded him fiercely. For years, he had been overshadowed by Yanhao, and now he finally felt a sense of relief. Faced with such provocation from the crown prince, Yanhao merely responded with a cold smile. Inquiring, Your Highness, it seems you have forgotten something. Is it not premature to revel in your triumph? What? The crown prince retorted with a sneer. What have I forgotten? Spare me your bluster. You have lost this time. Your Highness, do not forget that there is currently no princess available for marriage. None of the noble families are willing to offer their daughters. Yanhao mocked. With no one volunteering, will you compel the emperor to issue an edict? Would that not invite resentment? Yanhao observed the crown prince's discomfort, eliciting a cold laugh. For the greater good of the nation, it is only natural to fulfill one's duty as a subject. Soldiers may go to battle and risk their lives. Should not a woman also be willing to marry for the country's sake? The Crown Prince immediately countered, "Humph, a dignified man avoids battle while expecting a woman to make sacrifices. The sons of a nation hiding behind a woman to enjoy peace. How utterly laughable and disgraceful." Yenhao's words incited the Crown Prince to pound the table in anger. At that moment, someone reported that the fifth prince sought an audience. "What does he want?" the Crown Prince impatiently questioned. Still fuming instantly, the Crown Prince's anger turned to delight as he looked triumphantly at Yenhao. "Do you see? Old Seventh, who said no one was willing. Here is someone ready to contribute his daughter for the greater good of the nation." With that, the Crown Prince laughed heartily and departed. Reveling in the prospect of besting Yenhao for the first time ever, he swiftly made his way to Lin Mei's residence, feeling more at home there than in his own abode. Upon entering Lin Mei's courtyard, he called out, "Mayor, I have brought you some pastries." "What?" Lin Mei yawned, having just awakened from a nap. "Are they delicious?" "Absolutely delicious," Yenhao replied eagerly, placing them on the table and asking Xiao to pour tea. "Drink some water before you eat them." Lin Mei nodded, sipping half a cup of tea before picking up a pastry. As she took a bite, she heard Yenhao anxiously ask, "How is it? Is it tasty?" The subtle sweetness blossomed on her tongue. The flaky pastry was not overly rich but rather infused with the fragrant essence of osmanthus, mingled with delicate red bean paste, making it exceedingly delightful. "Not bad," Lin Mei said, her eyes narrowing in enjoyment as she nodded in satisfaction. "Very good." Yenhao, relieved, smiled. "I shall buy more for you tomorrow." Although he was not particularly fond of such sweet treats, he wanted to enjoy them alongside Lin Mei. Lin Mei nodded, not pondering any further. "Didn't they mention a foreign marriage? Is it true that someone is indeed going to marry?" Yenhao said. Subtly observing Lin Mei's expression, swallowing her pastry, Lin Mei casually inquired, "Lin Yisen?" Yenhao looked at her in surprise. "Mayor, you are remarkably astute." Lin Mei's expression darkened. "Are you insulting me?" "I am praising you genuinely," Yenhao hurriedly clarified. "I hadn't even said anything, and you guessed it." Lin Mei shot him a glance. "If it had nothing to do with me, would you even mention it?" Moreover, not long ago, Lin Buyan sought to align himself with the Crown Princess faction. Now, this was an excellent opportunity for him to alleviate the Crown Princess burdens. How could Lin Buyan possibly let such a chance slip away? Even if he hesitated, there was still a Zhao family within the Yuan Marquis' residence. Lin Mei scoffed. "Lin Yisen has been raised for so long. It seems her time to be of use has finally come. Zhao only took her in to spite their mother." Lin Yisen, still oblivious to the situation, flattered Zhao, but what good would come of it in the end? "Mayor, you truly are brilliant." Yenhao marveled. "How could I have noticed you at first glance? It appears I possess a discerning eye." "I know whether I am clever or not," Lin Mei replied with a slight smile, her gaze turning cold as she admonished, "Remove your hand." Reluctantly, Yenhao released her small hand, sheepishly rubbing his nose. He had seized the moment to hold her hand while praising her, but alas, he had to let go after only a brief touch. Nevertheless, it was still a small victory. Yenhao's foolish demeanor caused Lin Mei to stifle a laugh in her heart. Contentedly managing affairs, he listened to Yu Chen's report. "Master, the soldiers are ready. The court advocates for a marriage alliance. Should we?" Yu Chen hesitated to ask if further preparations were needed, noting the emperor's apparent reluctance to send them into battle. "The emperor fears that the reputation of our princes will only grow," Yenhao stated. "Prepare for deployment at a moment's notice. The barbarians will not cease their attacks simply because of a marriage alliance. Father's thinking is truly naive. I wonder where the once mighty and enlightened emperor has gone. How has he become so suspicious and timid?" While Yenhao was preparing, the emperor, upon learning that Lin Buyuan's daughter was to marry, was genuinely delighted and promptly conferred a title upon her, praising Lin Buyuan grandly in court. Receiving the emperor's commendation, Lin Buyuan felt he finally stood tall among his peers. For many years, he had merely borne the title of a marquis without substantial power, often feeling diminished before his colleagues. Now, he could finally hold his head high. Just after leaving court, the imperial decree arrived at the Yuan Marquis' residence, where Lin Yisen, upon receiving it, stood dazed, clutching the decree in disbelief. "I am truly a princess now. A princess. I have become a princess." Lin Yisen felt as though she were in a dream. "Why are you still standing there like a fool?" Zhao mocked, observing Lin Yisen's bewilderment. Holding the decree, Lin Yisen asked dreamily, "Mother, am I really a princess? Is there any doubt?" "The decree is right in your hands," Zhao replied with a smile. Yes. Lin Yisen gripped the decree tightly, her face flushed with excitement. Enough, go rest now, Zhao said, her expression warm as she sent Lin Yixin away, then turned to Granny Ji, prepare some items. We must not appear empty-handed. Though the emperor would provide the dowry, they still needed to show some goodwill. Lin Yixin's face radiated joy as she felt lightheaded with disbelief. She had never imagined that she would transform from a mere concubine's daughter into a favored daughter of the emperor. This happiness came so suddenly that it felt unreal. After an exhilarating and restless night, Lin Yixin sought Zhao's permission the next day to visit Lin Mei. Zhao readily agreed. Arriving at Lin Mei's residence, Lin Yixin felt her excitement wane as she beheld the grand estate, even larger than that of the Yuan Marquis. Realizing her new status, Lin Yixin felt a surge of pride after dismounting. She commanded her servant to announce her presence. Knock, knock, knock. The sound was quite rude. A young servant quickly opened the door and asked, "Who are you looking for?" "Quickly tell your mistress that the princess has arrived. Let her come out to kneel and welcome." Lin Yixin's servant ordered imperiously. Upon hearing this, the young servant hurried inside to report. Lin Yixin stood at the door, envisioning Lin Mei's fearful demeanor as she knelt before her, and couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. All day, Lin Mei had been trying to please Zhao. Now she was a princess and would show Lin Mei her new status. What good was it to have the seventh prince as a supporter? Nothing could surpass her becoming a princess. Impudence. Lin Yixin's anger flared in the Yuan Marquis' residence. Lin Mei's arrogance could be tolerated, but now before her, Lin Mei dared to be insolent. How ridiculous! Bring her out. Lin Yixin commanded the servant. Open the door. I am coming in. Lin Yixin realized she had underestimated the situation. She should have brought more people. If she had enough followers, they could have forced Lin Mei out to kneel before her. However, she had come this far. She could not return empty-handed. The grandeur of the estate, with its superior decor compared to the Yuan Marquis' residence, further fueled her envy. After all, Lin Mei was merely leaning on the seventh prince. Her own residence had to surpass Lin Mei's. With this in mind, Lin Yixin entered the house, instructing the maids, "Quickly summon Lin Mei to see me." The maid shook her head. "That is not possible. Our young mistress has not yet risen and does not meet guests." "What?" Lin Yixin exclaimed, seeing the sun high in the sky. Lin Mei had not yet awoken. How long did she intend to sleep? "Tell her that the princess is here. She must come immediately." Lin Yixin reiterated her status, feeling triumphant. Now she was no longer the same as before. Lin Mei, a discarded concubine's daughter, could not possibly compare to her. Even the prince would have to wait here. The maid remained unyielding, unimpressed by Lin Yixin's airs, having come from the royal residence herself. How dare you?" Lin Yixin suddenly felt as though she had struck air with a clenched fist. How can these individuals behave in such a manner? Should they not fall to their knees in reverence upon seeing her? Chapter 65. The truth. Lin Yixin had waited for a full hour, and the impatience within her was reaching a boiling point when Lin Mei finally strolled leisurely out from the back courtyard. "What brings you here so early in the morning?" Lin Mei asked languidly. "In this weather, one should bask in the sun and enjoy some snacks. Now that is the epitome of a perfect life." Lin Yixin, fuming with anger, could hardly contain herself. Previously, in the Yuan Marquis residence, Lin Mei had meddled in her affairs, yet now their statuses had changed, and Lin Mei still dared to be so brazen before her. Truly audacious. How dare you show such disrespect before the princess? Should you not kneel and pay your respects? Lin Yixin admonished with authority, expecting Lin Mei to kneel and feared that if Lin Mei's pleas for mercy could amuse her, perhaps she would allow her to remain standing for a moment longer. "Princess?" Lin Mei chuckled, bemused by her sister's grandiosity. How vast must her heart be to disregard everything else and come here to flaunt her authority? "Have I ever offended you?" Lin Mei pondered deeply, trying to recall any grievance that could justify Lin Yixin's reckless display of superiority. Since Lin Mei had voiced her thoughts, Lin Yixin wasted no time in responding. She had never been courteous to Lin Mei before, and now, with the title of princess, her lack of courtesy was even more pronounced. "I have finally won my mother's favor, allowing her to forget about the concubine's matters and treat me sincerely. Yet you, on the other hand," as she brought this up, Lin Yixin's heart burned with indignation, and she questioned, "Why must you oppose our mother, making her remember the concubine and causing me distress?" At this moment, Lin Mei was entirely convinced that Lin Yixin's mind had been thoroughly befuddled. "Do you truly believe that Zhao would forget about the concubine?" Lin Mei scoffed. "From the moment she took you in and severed your bond with your biological mother, she has been enacting vengeance against your true mother. You do not feel aggrieved. Instead, you believe Zhao treats you well. Is your intellect truly so lacking?" Lin Mei derided, "And that deficiency is quite profound. I dare say it could accommodate a fish. It was the concubine who stole father away, which is why mother harbors resentment." Lin Yisan staunchly defended Zhao. Why look for fault elsewhere when the source of the problem is clear? Regardless, mother is the head of the household. Her actions are inherently justified. Lin Yisan firmly aligned herself with Zhao, asserting that whatever Zhao did was right. Such a person, Lin Mei could only smile dismissively. Enough, spare me your grandiloquent justifications. Do you not comprehend the truth of the matter? Are you truly not aware? You have consistently distorted the facts, refusing to admit the truth, simply because it serves your interests best. Is it not? Seeing Lin Yisan about to retort, Lin Mei quickly raised her hand to halt her. I have no time for this banter. State your purpose plainly. Let me inform you that I am now a princess. At this mention, despite the earlier disdainful attitude of Lin Mei inciting her ire, Lin Yisan felt a swell of pride from a cautious, favored concubine daughter to a lofty princess. Such an elevation in status was intoxicating. At times, she felt as if she were walking on clouds, the ground beneath her not entirely reeled. In response to Lin Yisan, who resembled a hen displaying her feathers, Lin Mei's reaction was entirely expected. Oh. The indifference in her tone struck a nerve with Lin Yisan, who then erupted. What do you mean, oh? Am I not a princess? Upon seeing me, should you not kneel in respect? Lin Mei surveyed Lin Yisan from head to toe, her eyes gleaming with derision, which only fueled Lin Yisan's fury. What are you staring at? I am merely contemplating what you have consumed to grow so tall without acquiring any sense. Lin Mei clapped her hands in astonishment, marveling at the miracle of human evolution. Lin Yisan struggled to grasp Lin Mei's meaning but understood well that it was not flattering. Impudent Lin Mei, you dare stand before the princess without offering your respects? I shall have you seized and executed, Lin Yisan declared, fully embracing her royal authority to such grandeur. I am utterly terrified, Lin Mei feigned shock, patting her chest dramatically. This exaggerated display only incensed Lin Yisan further. Lin Mei, how dare you? My title as princess is bestowed by His Majesty himself, and I possess the edict to prove it. Should you refuse to kneel, you insult the emperor. Lin Yisan raised her chin defiantly. Basking in her perceived superiority, Lin Mei snorted dismissively, contempt dripping from her words. Princess? Pray tell, where is your formal decree? Lin Yisan's expression faltered. What of your royal attire? Lin Yisan's demeanor darkened. When, pray tell, was your name inscribed in the royal annals? Lin Yisan's face turned pale. Surely not at all. Lin Mei's scornful laughter rang out. You brandish an edict and proclaim yourself a princess. How laughable. You may hold the title, but it is merely a facade. Who would kneel? Lin Mei's words caused Lin Yisan to sway slightly, as if struck by a blow. Mother would never do such a thing. You are merely envious of my mother's affection towards me. Lin Yisan retorted loudly, attempting to drown out Lin Mei's nonsensical ramblings with her elevated voice. Mother specifically instructed my elder sister to intercede for me. Mother truly cares for me. Very well, believe what you wish. Lin Mei dismissed, uninterested in debating the affairs of Lin Yisan and her mother. Do you have a matter to discuss? If you merely wish to leverage your title to demand my respect, I implore you to return once you are formally bestowed. Lin Mei issued a clear dismissal. What use is a mere edict without a proper coronation, with only an empty title of princess? What authority does she truly possess? Lin Mei could not fathom Lin Yisan's thought process. You shall wait and see. Soon you will witness the grand ceremony of my formal enthronement, Lin Yisan declared emphatically. And when that moment arrives, you will wish to curry favor with me. Yet I shall not recognize you. Thank you. I genuinely prefer not to know you. Please ensure you never cross my path again. Lin Mei responded hastily. Who would desire to be acquainted with such a dysfunctional family? However, there was no need to rush. The edict had been issued, and surely the coronation ceremony would arrive in due course. This was naturally a matter for the royal family to organize. No need for haste. Zhao with a comforting smile said, for now, focus on resting. The journey from the barbarian lands is long and arduous. Lin Yisan, glancing at her garments and jewelry, found herself dissatisfied. These clothes she could no longer wear. Soon she would be a princess. Such attire and adornments were unworthy of her elevated status. In no time, the entourage for the marriage alliance was prepared, bringing forth garments that left Lin Yisan perplexed. Why are they red? They resemble wedding attire. Is there a mistake? Lin Yisan queried, puzzled. The palace maid respectfully replied, Your Highness, there is no mistake. Please change quickly to avoid delaying the schedule. Understood. Upon hearing the potential delay, Lin Yisan ceased her inquiries and hurriedly changed into the garments, adorning herself with the embellishments she had long admired, gazing into the bronze mirror at her reflection. Lin Yisan smiled with satisfaction. After this coronation, she would be an officially recognized princess. There was no need to seek out Lin Mei. She could simply send someone to summon her for the proper respects. After bidding farewell to Lin Buyan and Zhao, Lin Buyan cautioned, "You must heed your mother's words and not disappoint His Majesty's favor." "Father, I understand." "Please do not worry," Lin Yisin replied, nodding with a smile. Zhao smiled tenderly. "Yisin, you are our beloved daughter, our pride. We are honored by you." Lin Yisin beamed. "I will certainly remember the teachings of father and mother." "Good child," Zhao sighed with emotion. "Now be on your way." As Lin Yisin exited the family home, the grand procession awaiting her at the gate left her in awe. What an impressive display, indeed worthy of welcoming a princess. Lin Yisin walked forward proudly. Her head held high, strutting like a proud hen supported by palace maids. She climbed into the carriage, and once the door was shut, the procession began to move. Lin Yisin sat within, maintaining a decorous and composed smile. However, as the carriage swayed and jolted for what felt like ages, she began to feel discomfort. "Are we not yet at the palace?" she finally inquired of the maid beside her. The maid looked surprised. "Your Highness, what business do you have at the palace? Isn't there to be a grand ceremony for my enthronement?" Lin Yisin felt that something was amiss and forced a smile. "Even if there is to be a parade. This journey seems excessively long. It would be unfortunate to miss the coronation ceremony." "Coronation ceremony?" The maid stared, bewildered. "I have not heard of such an event, Your Highness. There is no coronation ceremony. No coronation ceremony? Lin Yisin's voice suddenly rose in pitch, and her foreboding feelings intensified. Just a few days prior, His Majesty had conferred upon her the title of princess. How could there be no grand ceremony for her enthronement? What purpose does a princess serve if she is merely a title without the accompanying rites? Without a formal coronation and other ceremonies, she would not be acknowledged by the royal family. The maidservant shook her head, bewildered. How could she possibly know? "Then where are we headed?" Lin Yisin tugged at her resplendent crimson gown, the glaring red only deepening her unease, as if something she dreaded was about to unfold. "To be married? Who is to be wed?" Lin Yisin's voice escalated, nearly breaking. The maidservant, equally perplexed, responded, "To send the princess off to wed, of course, means the princess is to marry. Are you saying I am to be married? I am to become a princess. How can I be wed?" Lin Yisin's mind raced in panic, and she could no longer maintain her composure, crying out. The maidservant stared at Lin Yisin in astonishment. "Does the princess not realize that the reason you were named a princess is to form an alliance through marriage with the barbarians?" Lin Yisin's eyes widened in disbelief, incredulity lacing her voice. "Barbarians? An alliance? How could I be unaware? Surely, everyone knows this. How could the princess be oblivious?" The maidservant regarded her with a mixture of curiosity and concern. "Is she truly well? Did no one discuss this with her? Was it not agreed upon? And Yuan Ho?" The maidservant chuckled. "Did he not propose to His Majesty that you be made a princess and then marry a barbarian?" Lin Yisin froze, her face a canvas of disbelief as she stared at the maidservant, her expression shifting as she finally managed to utter, "Impossible. You must be deceiving me." The maidservant, seasoned in the ways of the palace and unfazed by Lin Yisin's outburst, retorted coldly, "What is there to deceive you about? The barbarians have encroached upon our borders, and His Majesty seeks peace by marrying off a princess. Yet, as there are no suitable princesses in the palace, a young lady from a noble family must be chosen to assume the title of princess." The maidservant continued at a measured pace, before His Majesty could decide which young lady to select. And Yuan Ho stepped forward and offered his daughter for this purpose. "That is why you have been conferred the title of princess, to facilitate this union." Her words struck Lin Yisin like a thunderbolt. Leaving her mind blank and devoid of sensation, she felt as though her entire being had gone soft, her spirit drifting outside her body, lost and unanchored, unable to grasp any semblance of reality. After a lengthy pause, she finally found her voice, hoarse and strained. "Are you implying that I was made a princess solely to marry a barbarian?" The maidservant nodded. "Indeed. Otherwise, why would His Majesty have conferred the title upon you without cause?" "What sort of princess am I?" Lin Yisin shouted, filled with sorrow and rage. "No coronation, no estate, no wealth or glory. I am merely a woman sent to appease the barbarians, akin to a concubine offered by a wealthy household. I am a daughter of the Yuan Ho's estate, yet I have been reduced to such a despicable fate. How could this happen?" The maidservant observed the shifting expressions on Lin Yisin's face and inquired curiously, "Did Yuan Ho not discuss this matter with your mother? Surely, she must have informed you." At the maidservant's question, tears streamed down Lin Yisin's face. She had always believed that by carefully pleasing her mother, she would eventually enjoy a good life. Never did she anticipate such a dismal outcome, reduced to a mere tool for appeasing the barbarians. How absurd! Her mother could not possibly be unaware, which meant they had conspired against her with their eyes wide open. Enraged, Lin Yixin leaped to her feet and rushed towards the carriage door. "Princess, we must take you to the barbarians. It is the emperor's decree, and we cannot defy it," the maidservant stated coldly. "That I advise you, Princess, to refrain from causing trouble. It would be for the best for everyone involved. Do you dare threaten me?" Lin Yixin glared at the maidservant. The maidservant laughed. "I act for the greater good. That if you insist on resisting, I shall have no choice but to bind you and take you along. You dare? I am a princess." Lin Yixin attempted to assert her newfound status, only to be met with the maidservant's disdainful expression. "Your sole purpose, Princess, is to marry the barbarians. Everything else is of no consequence. His Majesty will not concern himself with whether you arrive in a carriage or bound." As she spoke, the maidservant produced a length of rope from nearby. Lin Yixin turned to flee, but the maidservant, having anticipated her potential for defiance, swiftly subdued her, binding her tightly so that escape was impossible. The maidservant had been trained in martial arts specifically to accompany Lin Yixin on this journey. Knowing that she might resist, it mattered not whether Lin Yixin was aware or not. Their task was to ensure her safe arrival among the barbarians. "Do you dare bind me?" Lin Yixin gasped in shock, astonished that a mere maidservant would treat her thus. "You are committing an offense against the crown. I am a princess." "Princess, your role is to marry the barbarians. There is no need for you to concern yourself with anything else," the maidservant replied, her tone laced with mockery, leaving Lin Yixin speechless. Seeing Lin Yixin's furious glare, the maidservant chuckled. "Princess, I have served in the palace for many years and urge you to accept your fate. Think carefully about why you were conferred the title of princess without reason. Even if a great fortune were to fall from the sky, you must ponder whether you possess the means to claim it." The maidservant regarded Lin Yixin with scorn, shaking her head in disbelief. "In a capital filled with noble young ladies, why were you chosen as the sole princess? Do you believe you are superior to others? You are nondescript, unremarkable, and there are many with far better backgrounds than yours. What qualifies you to be a princess?" The maidservant's laughter rang out. "Did you not reflect upon this after receiving the imperial decree? Surely you did not become so elated that you failed to consider the implications." Upon seeing Lin Yixin's guilty, evasive gaze, the maidservant gasped. "You truly were just overjoyed. No wonder Yuan Ho was willing to offer his daughter. It seems the entire family is foolish." The carriage fell into an eerie silence, the only sound being the wheels clattering against the road. After a long moment, Lin Yixin weakly queried, "Anyone can become a princess? Then, as long as one can be married off to the barbarians, is that correct?" "Precisely," the maidservant affirmed. "That is why you have been made a princess. I have a younger sister who is far more beautiful than I. Should she be sent for an alliance, her impact would surely surpass mine." Lin Yixin hurriedly extolled her sister, Lin Mei's virtues. "She is exceedingly lovely, the kind of beauty that would captivate any man's heart." Lin Yixin spoke rapidly, fearful the maidservant would refuse. After all, the aim of such unions was to please the barbarian suitors, was it not? "I am not as good-looking as my sister," the maidservant chuckled, shaking her head. "Princess, you are truly naive. Do you believe that anyone can become a princess merely by marrying off to the barbarians? I do not wish to go through with an alliance. I do not wish to marry a barbarian," Lin Yixin shouted. "You have no choice in the matter." The maidservant was resolute in her determination to ensure Lin Yixin reached her destination. "Can so many of us fail to keep track of one princess?" The maidservant regarded Lin Yixin, barely able to muster the energy to mock her. Speaking with someone like Lin Yixin was a complete waste of effort. The procession of brides finally set forth. While the crown prince awaited good news. Yuan Ho anticipated favorable tidings from the frontier. If the barbarians retreated, he would be hailed as a national hero. Sacrificing his daughter would elevate his status considerably. Those who now sought to curry favor with him were merely anticipating his rise in fortune, but he would not hold past grievances against them once the crown prince ascended the throne. His own status would soar, allowing him to bask in glory. Lost in thought, Lin Buyuan looked up and spotted Lin Mei entering a bun shop. "These buns are simply delectable," Yenhao remarked with a smile directed at Lin Mei. "Aren't they delicious?" Lin Mei cradled the plump buns, savoring their soft, elastic texture, inhaling the sweet aroma of wheat. Before even tasting them, her mouth watered in anticipation. She took a hearty bite, and the succulent juices erupted within, flooding her mouth with savory goodness. It was simply divine. Observing Lin Mei's blissful expression, Yenhao's eyes crinkled with delight. "If you enjoy them, do indulge further." Lin Mei seized a bun and promptly offered it to him. Watching Yenhao with the bun in his mouth, his rugged exterior contrasted with an adorably innocent charm that melted her heart. Without a second thought, she reached out to touzle his hair. Much like one would a large dog after finishing, Lin Mei continued to lower her head and eat her steamed buns, completely oblivious to the fact that Yen Hao, seated across from her, was utterly stunned. Yu Chun waited for a moment, then with a sense of helplessness, stepped forward and quietly reminded Yen Hao, "Your Highness, please do not bite into the bun so foolishly." "All right, let's buy more." "I've never had such a thing before." Yen Hao smiled and inquired, "When you are frying, I'll come over to mooch a meal that I in just a few casual exchanges." Yen Hao had once again found an opportunity to dine for free. Feeling that his skills had become increasingly adept as they exited the bun shop, they encountered Lin Bo Yuan waiting at the entrance. Lin Bo Yuan had a plethora of words accumulated, ready to unleash them fiercely when Lin Mei paid her respects. Upon seeing Lin Mei emerge, his gaze flickered over her before he turned away, departing as if nothing had happened, showing no intent to greet her. The fact that his father did not pay his respects was simply outrageous. "Lin Mei, stop right there," Lin Bo Yuan barked, positioning himself in front of Lin Mei. "How can you not pay your respects to your father? Is there no sense of propriety left?" Lin Bo Yuan deliberately raised his voice, drawing the attention of those around them to the situation. This uncouth individual deserved public reproach. A disgraceful and unfilial wretch should be scorned by all. Lin Mei smiled and, addressing Lin Bo Yuan who obstructed her path, replied, "Your Highness is present. Would it not be more appropriate for you to pay your respects?" Lin Bo Yuan's expression stiffened. Lin Mei's failure to bow could merely be attributed to ignorance of etiquette. A matter that could be rectified with a lesson, however. Witnessing his son's lack of reverence towards the prince was tantamount to a disregard for the royal family, a serious matter indeed. Lin Bo Yuan hastily attempted to bow, but was stopped by Lin Mei. "The prince is quite low-key. This time you shall be spared." Lin Mei spoke in a voice low enough that the onlookers were unaware of her words. Merely observing as the previously pompous Lin Bo Yuan suddenly deflated. "Are you aware that your second sister has been conferred the title of princess?" Lin Bo Yuan suddenly asked. "You have distanced yourself from the Yuan Marquis' residence. Otherwise you would now be a princess, living outside without a proper title. What respectable young lady would do such a thing?" Lin Bo Yuan sneered, his meaning unmistakable. Lin Mei's actions were shameless, eloping with a man without any formal recognition. Had she remained in the Yuan Marquis' residence, she would have been a princess, bestowed by His Majesty. The onlookers at this distance finally recognized that the center of this commotion was the Yuan Marquis, and that the one who had left the Marquis' residence alone was none other than Lin Mei. Hearing that Lin Mei had a close relationship with the seventh prince, they speculated that the figure beside her must indeed be Prince Yen Hao. This spectacle became all the more interesting. The gathered citizens were merely spectators, reveling in the drama. As the more tumultuous the affair, the more they delighted in it, for they had no stakes in the matter. "I am truly fortunate to have moved out. Otherwise I would have been sold off by a father like you, who seeks to profit from his daughter." Lin Mei scoffed out. "A princess by title? Is she a princess or merely a tool for marriage? What a fine father, willingly sending his own daughter into the flames." "Enough!" Lin Bo Yuan shouted in anger. "That is a noble act for the country and its people, sacrificing oneself to maintain peace and prevent war. Reducing death and slaughter, this is righteousness. Truly righteous indeed. Why don't you personally offer yourself up then? Use your own daughter to perform a noble deed. You truly possess a remarkable talent for calculating your own gains. The one who suffers is Lin Exine, while you reap the benefits. Do you not have any shame left?" Lin Mei felt a strong urge to spit in Lin Bo Yuan's face. It was no longer merely a question of pride. Lin Bo Yuan was beneath contempt. To spare the citizens from the ravages of war, sacrificing a daughter was nothing to him. Lin Bo Yuan spoke with such lofty ideals. Lin Mei could not help but laugh in anger. "Of course it means nothing. Sacrificing a daughter has no bearing on you. The one who suffers misfortune is she, while you gain titles and promotions. Her actions, if seen as noble, would be selfish if she did not comply." Lin Mei raised an eyebrow, smiling as she asked, "Before she was married off, did you ever inform her that being made a princess meant offering herself to the barbarian's bed? Trading her body for a moment's tranquility?" "Silence!" Lin Bo Yuan snapped. "You shameless wretch. What nonsense are you spouting? Are such words fit for a girl who has yet to marry? Are we not allowed to speak? Must it only be you who acts?" Lin Mei mocked. "Indeed, how impressive. That I truly do not understand. We have no shortage of brave men in our land. Why must we, when others invade our borders, resort to sending women to appease them? Do not mistake your own cowardice for that of our valiant soldiers. How many warriors possess the spirit of manhood, ready to defend our homeland and families at the cost of their lives?" Lin Mei's icy reprimand pinned Lin Bo Yuan in place, leaving him speechless. Lin Mei turned to leave, and Yanhao interjected coldly, "My subordinates have long been prepared to fight the barbarians to the death. As men we should charge onto the battlefield, shedding blood and slaying enemies, rather than hiding behind women to secure a fleeting peace. It is not as if we lack soldiers. Why not confront the barbarians directly? Do you see us as cowards? If anyone dares to harm my wife and children, I would rather perish alongside them." The crowd was filled with righteous indignation, clearly favoring a military response rather than a marriage alliance. However, amidst these pro-war sentiments, there were other voices. Were it not for the marriage alliance, how could one seize the opportunity for their daughter to become a princess, thereby gaining titles and promotions? All eyes fell upon Lin Boyuan, piercing him like needles, causing him great discomfort. He wished to defend himself but realized he was outnumbered by the multitude. Lin Boyuan could only fling his sleeves and adopt an air of indifference. Striding away as for the mockery and ridicule behind him, he pretended not to hear. At least, the crown prince was grateful to him. Upon returning home, Lin Mei shared the buns with Tu and the others, then casually inspected the flowers and plants in the courtyard. Due to her unique abilities, her small garden was filled with toxic flora. After surveying the area and confirming all was well, Lin Mei turned, fixing her gaze upon the figure trailing behind her. "What do you want?" "Nothing." Yanhao smiled. "Then why are you following me?" Lin Mei frowned, feeling the presence behind her made her want to attack. A habit formed in the apocalypse dictated that she could not trust anyone with her back. Only with Yanhao behind her did she manage to restrain her instinct to strike. Otherwise, he would have met his demise countless times. "Mayor, what you said on the street, was it for my sake?" Yanhao stepped forward, cornering Lin Mei and gazing down at her with intense eyes. Lin Mei felt uncomfortable under his scrutiny, her heart racing, and she averted her gaze. "That is merely the truth. Does the marriage alliance truly work? Would anyone forsake the interests of their entire clan for a single woman?" Lin Mei would not concede, yet Yanhao's mood remained unaffected, for how could he miss the unusual blush blooming on the earlobe half hidden in her dark hair? Indeed, Mayor was right. Thus we shall soon set out. Yanhao leaned in slightly, close enough to catch the faint scent of flowers and herbs emanating from her. It was not the cloying fragrance of cosmetics, but rather a refreshing floral aroma. Indeed, Mayor was pure, tending to her flowers and thus acquiring this delightful scent. Feeling the warm breath against her neck, Lin Mei instinctively pushed Yanhao away, frowning. "Why are you so close when speaking? It makes me uncomfortable and gives me the urge to hit someone." "I was merely speaking casually." Yanhao offered a flimsy excuse. "By the way, if there is anything you need to take, let me know so we can prepare together." Yanhao glanced at the sunny sky outside, feeling somewhat speechless. Was it not already late? Mayor was shy, and he understood. Yu Chun noticed that his prince seemed remarkably efficient in handling matters today. After everything was settled, Yanhao instructed, "Tomorrow find a few more pots of flowers and plants for Mayor's courtyard." "From the outer courtyard?" Yu Chun inquired. "The courtyard where Mayor resides." Yanhao clarified. "Sir, the plants in that little courtyard were all chosen by Miss Lin herself," Yu Chun remarked. "No wonder the flora in that courtyard is so delightful. It turns out Mayor selected them herself." Yanhao said with a smile. "Indeed, she has a discerning eye." Yu Chun pondered for a moment before hesitantly adding, "Sir, perhaps it would be better for Miss Lin to move out as soon as possible." "Why?" Yanhao asked, puzzled. "Those flowers and plants are fine in small quantities, but each type carries some degree of toxicity. If there are too many, it might be detrimental to Miss Lin," Yu Chun explained. Before he could finish, a gust of wind swept past, and with a loud bang, the door flew open, causing him to trail off. Moving out would be better. As for his prince, he had likely already dashed into Miss Lin's courtyard. "Be careful!" As Yanhao leaped into Lin Mei's courtyard, he saw her holding a leaf, squeezing out its juice. Lin Mei stared blankly as Yanhao seized her wrist, swiftly producing a handkerchief to wipe her hands. "What are you doing?" Lin Mei was bewildered by Yanhao's sudden concern. "Are these plants toxic? Do you feel unwell?" "Never mind, I'll go fetch a doctor," Yanhao asked twice, still feeling uneasy. "It would be better to have the doctor take a look. I am fine." Lin Mei smiled, asserting that no poison could ever best her. "You can't just say you're fine and leave it at that. This poison at times. The poison cannot harm me, have you forgotten?" Lin Mei's words reminded Yanhao of how they had met, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. "Why did you jump in here?" Lin Mei inquired, not bothering to use the door but rather climbing over the wall. "I just wanted to take a look." As he said this, Yanhao cast a worried glance at the flowers and plants in the courtyard. "Is everything truly fine?" Following Yanhao's gaze, Lin Mei suddenly seemed to comprehend his concern. Feeling inexplicably cheerful, she suggested, since you're here, why not stay for dinner? Oh Yenhao stood frozen in place. Did he really just hear that? Not eating. If you're not going to eat, then forget it. Lin Mei raised an eyebrow at his inaction. Eat. Oh Yenhao quickly responded, rushing into the room grinning with unabashed joy. Silly boy, Lin Mei teased, and Oh Yenhao, far from being annoyed, simply smiled even more foolishly. A few days later, an urgent report reached the emperor. The barbarians had gathered their forces to invade, shocking the court. This time the ministers fervently condemned the barbarians. The emperor, upon seeing them merely spouting empty words, furrowed his brow and asked, "Seventh prince, what do you have to say?" Oh Yenhao stepped forward with a slight smile, offering the emperor a single statement. There's nothing to say. The emperor was nearly choked by this remark. It was evident that the seventh prince spoke in anger. These barbarians cannot be reasoned with. Your Majesty, I believe we should send troops to subdue them. Last time, those who advocated for peace were now silent, while all the other ministers looked at Oh Yenhao with hopeful eyes. Yet Oh Yenhao remained completely detached, clearly uninterested in the matter. Chapter 66. Trouble afoot. The emperor wanted to command Oh Yenhao to lead the troops, but having rejected Oh Yenhao's proposal last time, he found it difficult to voice such a request now. The court ministers erupted into heated discussion, the previous advocates for peace now silent. This time, no one offered a differing opinion. Everyone was in favor of war. Naturally, they hoped that the one to lead the troops would be Oh Yenhao. Regrettably, Oh Yenhao continued to act as if he were uninvolved, watching them fervently debate. The silence from the main figure left more and more ministers tight-lipped. Soon, the court was enveloped in silence, as if no one were present. All eyes fixated on Oh Yenhao. Strangely, the very person who had become the focal point, Oh Yenhao, remained completely unaware, standing there impassively. The emperor on the dragon throne began to lose his patience. This seventh prince was simply not responsive. The crown prince, observing Oh Yenhao's nonchalance, felt a surge of anger and could not help but exclaim, "Seventh brother, why don't you speak up? Have you gone mute? Speak of what?" Oh Yenhao inquired leisurely. A stark contrast to the earlier heated discussions. What had seemed like the eve of battle had transformed into a leisurely outing in the sun in Oh Yenhao's presence. This stark contrast ignited the crown prince's fury, and he sternly rebuked, "Did you not hear that the barbarians are invading? Don't you even think of a strategy? A strategy?" Oh Yenhao glanced at the crown prince with boredom. Didn't we just send a princess for a marriage alliance? What, was that ineffective? His casual remark struck the proponents of peace hard, the sound of the slap echoing loudly. The proponents of peace lowered their heads, pretending not to exist. Those barbarians are ungrateful. We sent a princess to marry them, and they still dare to invade. What do you propose we do? The crown prince tossed this question at Oh Yenhao. Oh Yenhao shifted his shoulders to relieve the fatigue from standing too long, then replied unhurriedly, "That's simple. Just as your highness suggests, send another princess over." Upon hearing Oh Yenhao's words, the entire court was left at a loss for how to react. Was the seventh prince trying to anger them into oblivion? The crown prince's face turned pale, then flushed with rage. "What do you mean by that? Are you deliberately targeting me?" The implication was clear. Perhaps the barbarians found the last envoy unsatisfactory and wanted a change. Since we are advocating for peace, we should negotiate properly. If one princess doesn't work, let us see what cities we can offer them, and whether they find those acceptable. That if one city isn't enough, then offer two. If two aren't enough, then three. Enough. The emperor slammed his hand on the dragon throne, rebuking fiercely. His widened eyes radiated imperial authority, causing the ministers in the hall to kneel in fear. While Oh Yenhao stood proudly unafraid, meeting the emperor's gaze with unabashed arrogance, showing no sign of retreat. Oh Yenhao. The emperor enunciated each syllable of his name. A hint of pride curled at the corners of Oh Yenhao's lips as he stood tall. Like a pine tree that could not be bent by 1,000 years of storms, the atmosphere in the Golden Hall was charged with tension, everyone holding their breath, minimizing their presence. The only one daring to confront the emperor in the Golden Hall was likely the seventh prince. Oh Yenhao. Meanwhile in the estate, Xiaoer observed the simple bundle and sighed. "Miss, aren't you going to prepare a few more things? This is enough. If it's not, I'll buy more on the way. We're just going to battle, not embarking on a journey. When I fought zombies, I didn't have any supplies at all. With Oh Yenhao's main army, provisions and supplies will naturally be escorted by dedicated personnel. There's no need to worry about shortages. Even if there were, I could procure more from other places. No cause for concern." Mayor. Upon hearing Oh Yenhao's excited voice, Xiaoer wisely withdrew. Once inside, Oh Yenhao smiled at Lin Mei and declared, "We will march in 3 days." The emperor agreed. Lin Mei asked if he disagreed. He would have to cede territory, that would be akin to cutting off his flesh. It would be strange for him to refuse to send troops. Yanhao knew his father's temperament well, suspicious and overly cautious. He feared someone might seize his throne. Such a person would never tolerate losing territory. It was obvious that he would ultimately send him off to war. Mayor, you might have to suffer a bit on the journey. Yanhao frowned, expressing his concern. They couldn't travel by carriage as it would be too slow. So they would need to ride horses, which would be more arduous for someone accustomed to riding. It was nothing to fear, however. Looking at Mayor's delicate skin, he feared her legs would suffer from prolonged riding. I am fine. Lin Mei began to assure him she would be all right, but Yanhao interjected with a suggestion. Why don't you ride with me? With my protection you will surely be safe. What should have been a touching sentiment left Lin Mei feeling a strong urge to strike him upon seeing Yanhao's grin. Couldn't that guy hide his scheming expression a little better? Yanhao attempted to persuade Lin Mei to share a mount, but the outcome was him being unceremoniously ejected. Covered in bruises, frustrated, he paced outside, wondering why Mayor wouldn't ride with him. What a wonderful opportunity for companionship. While Yanhao sulked, someone else was even more troubled. The crown prince. He exploded in a fit of rage, smashing numerous items in his room. The shards littered the floor, leaving the nearby eunuchs trembling in fear, cautiously huddling in a corner, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. Damn Yanhao! One day I will have his head, the crown prince shouted, venting his pent-up frustration. The eunuchs quickly urged, Your Highness, be careful, the walls have ears, what is there to fear? The crown prince sneered, In my East Palace, who would dare to speak of it? Besides, the emperor has grown weary of him as well. How dare he confront the emperor in court? I see the seventh prince is living on borrowed time, the crown prince mocked, believing that simply leading a few troops would make him indispensable. Has he never heard the saying a high-achieving rabbit will be cooked? He fails to realize that his military power already puts him on the emperor's watch list today. He even dared to stand up to the emperor in the Golden Hall. He truly seeks his own demise, Your Highness. What if the seventh prince wins this time? A eunuch asked nervously. What is there to fear? The crown prince replied dismissively. Hasn't he won victories before? When has the emperor ever shown him special favor? It seems the emperor is quite indulgent towards Yanhao, but in reality, he has long harbored disdain for him. Yet that Yanhao remains oblivious. Truly foolish, since he wishes to act as the emperor's pawn. Let him do so, however. The fate of a cunning rabbit is to be cooked once it is no longer useful. I shall see how tragically he meets his end. With this thought, the crown prince felt much better, as if the frustration he had suffered during the morning court session had finally dissipated. While the crown prince was unbothered, Lin Buyuan was anxiously pacing at home. My lord, what troubles you? Zhao Shi asked, observing Lin Buyuan's restless circling. Unable to contain her curiosity. The barbarians are attacking again. Lin Buyuan sighed deeply. Come if you must. My lord is no military general. Nor is there any need for a campaign. What is there to fear? Zhao inquired, perplexed by Lin Buyuan's evident anxiety. What do you understand? Lin Buyuan retorted, Exine has been sent, yet there has been no effect whatsoever. What if His Royal Highness holds us accountable? You are unaware, but during the morning court today, the seventh prince was quite audacious, standing his ground against His Majesty without yielding an inch. The mere recollection sent a chill down Lin Buyuan's spine. If Exine could sway the barbaric tribes, it would indeed be a significant achievement for us. Who would have thought her presence would yield no results? If His Majesty were to blame the Crown Prince, and the Crown Prince were to find fault with our efforts, our Yuan Marquis residence would surely face dire consequences. The more Lin Buyuan pondered, the more anxious he became. In this situation, he stood to gain nothing, yet ended up offending everyone. Truly, what a stroke of misfortune! Upon hearing this, Zhao found Lin Buyuan's reasoning sound and suggested, Why not, my lord, pay a visit to the fifth prince and inquire about his stance? At last, Lin Buyuan ceased his restless pacing and nodded in agreement. A splendid idea. Without hesitation, he made his way to the fifth prince's residence. Upon arrival, he discovered that the fifth prince was not at home. Lin Yan, aware of her father's purpose, smiled reassuringly. Father, rest assured. The fifth prince will certainly not hold you accountable for this matter. Really? Lin Buyuan still felt a twinge of unease. Have no worries, regardless of the outcome. Our Yuan Marquis residence has exerted effort, and the results not aligning with our expectations is beyond our control, Lin Yan replied with a smile. The fifth prince holds me dear. When Exine was married off, I wept several times and he consoled me throughout. Our Yuan Marquis residence has lost a daughter and is the true victim. How could anyone possibly blame us? Lin Yan's words brought a measure of solace to Lin Buyan. As long as the fifth prince bore no grudge, all would be well. Once they were alone, Lin Yan scoffed, truly useless. Mother has wasted so many years raising her that if this alliance could persuade the barbarians to withdraw their troops, our Yuan Marquis residence would have accomplished a great feat, enhancing my standing before the prince. That it's all because of Lin Yisen. She is utterly foolish, she cannot even manage such a trivial matter after all these years. Regardless of the turmoil, 3 days later, Yanhao led his army into battle. The journey was silent, as he initially worried for Lin Mei, fearing she might struggle with the long journey. However, after a few days, he realized her adaptability was remarkable. She showed no signs of distress. That Yanhao finally breathed a sigh of relief, but felt a tinge of disappointment with Mei not needing his assistance. It seemed he had no opportunity to demonstrate himself. His gloomy demeanor left Yu Chun speechless, unsure of how to respond. Without even engaging in battle, the prince already wore such a despondent expression, as if he lacked confidence in defeating the barbaric tribes. Your Highness, what troubles you? Yu Chun finally interjected. Once you step onto the battlefield, your magnificent presence will surely earn Lin's admiration. Should you still worry that her affections may lie elsewhere? Yanhao's eyes brightened, and he clapped his hands, exclaiming, indeed. Well said, young man. After all, he was a feared general, and his striking demeanor and commanding presence would undoubtedly captivate Mei. Seeing Yanhao regain his composure, Yu Chun felt reassured. Otherwise, if the soldiers witnessed their commander always appearing so lackluster, it would undoubtedly dampen their morale. As Lin Mei displayed no signs of discomfort, Yanhao allowed the army to continue their march. They soon reached the border town, where the troops set up camp outside the city with everything in order. Lin Mei entered her tent, which was quite comfortable, vastly superior to her previous conditions in the apocalypse. Miss Lin, should you require anything, please do not hesitate to ask, Yu Chun said, instructing the soldiers at the entrance to heed Lin Mei's commands. Thank you, this is quite satisfactory, Lin Mei replied, pleased with her clean and tidy quarters. After organizing her few belongings and wiping the dust from her face, she strolled around the camp, intending to familiarize herself with her new surroundings. After a brief exploration, Lin Mei nodded slightly. This camp had been managed by Yanhao for many years. Frequently engaging in battles with the barbarians, it was almost akin to his private domain. The orderly environment attested to his excellent management skills. Despite his seemingly unreliable demeanor, he had his merits. A smile unconsciously graced Lin Mei's lips as she continued her stroll. Noticing an open tent with no one inside, Yanhao curiously inquired, where is Mei? Miss Lin mentioned she was taking a walk, a soldier at the entrance reported. Just as the soldier finished, another young soldier asked, Marshal, should we summon Miss Ruyan? Ruyan, oh no. Yanhao suddenly recalled her existence and panicked. Where is Ruyan now? He urgently questioned. Still before the soldier could finish, Yanhao dashed out, already knowing she was in her usual spot. He rushed forward, hoping to relocate Ruyan before Mei arrived. He fervently wished they would not cross paths. However, fate had other plans. Upon his arrival, he overheard Ruyan speaking softly, you are also one of the prince's people. You must serve him well. Yanhao gasped, his heart nearly bursting from the shock. Standing opposite Ruyan, Lin Mei looked up, her gaze piercing through Ruyan and landing squarely on his face, her eyes cold and sharp as daggers. You are the prince's woman? Lin Mei smiled sweetly, a smile so enchanting it could turn the world upside down. Even Ruyan, accustomed to various men, felt her heart flutter, struggling to regain her composure as she stammered. Yes, no. The sudden voice from behind startled Ruyan, causing her to turn around in surprise and leap into Yanhao's arms, exclaiming, my lord. Yanhao acted swiftly, pushing Ruyan away before she could fully embrace him. My lord, Ruyan cried out, tumbling to the ground, her eyes shimmering with tears as she gazed up at him, appearing utterly wrong. To her astonishment, Yanhao did not spare her a glance, instead hastening towards the breathtaking woman. Eager to explain himself as if he were a child caught in mischief, Mei, please let me explain. Lin Mei regarded him coolly. Speak. Her directness rendered Yanhao momentarily speechless, unable to utter a single word. Noticing his dazed expression, Lin Mei raised an eyebrow. What? Nothing to say? No. It's not like that, he stammered. Ruyan escaped from the land of fireworks. She was captured by the barbarians and I merely rescued her. Lin Mei's expression remained impassive as she regarded him, her eyes devoid of emotion. I swear, Mei, it's all true. Yanhao's heart raced, beating loudly in his chest. I did not lie. Lin Mei maintained her calm demeanor. I believe you. A sigh of relief washed over Yanhao, and he laughed foolishly. As long as you trust me, may I ask 2 questions? Lin Mei inquired, a slight smile gracing her lips. Of course, ask away, as long as it does not involve any doubts about Ruyan and me. Lin Mei's smile widened as she asked, why has she been living in the military camp, and why does she claim to be yours? With that, Lin Mei shot a disdainful glance at Yenhao. A scoff escaping her lips as she turned to leave. To her surprise, she collided with Ruyan, who stumbled and fell into her embrace, exclaiming, my lord, I feel so much pain. Get away. Yenhao pushed Ruyan aside. Allowing her to fall to the ground, he grew anxious, but Ruyan's arms and legs were scraped and bruised by the rough ground. My lord. Ruyan's tear-filled eyes gazed up at him, her delicate features crumpling in sorrow as she watched him walk away. The sight was heart-wrenching, her tears began to fall and she sobbed pitifully, prompting nearby soldiers to intervene. Miss Ruyan, are you injured? Let the military doctor take a look, one soldier urged, wringing his hands nervously. My lord. Ruyan seemed oblivious to her own pain. Her gaze fixed on Yenhao's retreating figure. Such a tragic sight evoked deep sympathy from those around her. In the entire military camp, not even this delicate beauty could distract the men, who usually found even a so more appealing. Meanwhile, Yenhao pursued Lin Mei to her tent, instructing the soldiers at the entrance to keep their distance and ensure no one approached. Mei, I am truly innocent, he explained earnestly. Lin Mei smiled, succinctly conveying her intent. Leave her whereabouts are of no concern to me. I merely wish to rest. Lin Mei concluded her statement, gesturing toward the door behind Yenhao. Insisting, do not make me repeat myself. Under Lin Mei's intense gaze, Yenhao resembled a wilted crop, reluctantly retreating. If it were an ordinary woman, it might be manageable, but what if she were the beloved confidant of a marshal? Quickly send her away. Yenhao waved his hand impatiently, inadvertently stirring trouble. What should have been a fine day was entirely spoiled by Ruyan. Look, just as they arrived, Manor ignored him. What kind of situation is this? Having dismissed everyone, Yenhao wandered within the tent. When Yu Chun arrived with news, he found the prince's hair in disarray, suggesting that it had likely been pulled by his own hands. Yu Chen's lips twitched slightly as he approached. Your Highness, everything regarding the military has been arranged. We may mobilize at any moment. When it came to serious matters, Yenhao had no choice but to set aside personal affairs to discuss military strategies. All the generals gathered, and as Yenhao took his seat at the head, he was about to speak when the tent flap opened, and Lin Mei entered. Why was I not called to discuss military affairs? Manor. Yenhao sprang to his feet with such swiftness that the other generals looked on in astonishment. When had their marshal become so unstable? Manor, you must. Yenhao hesitated. He knew Lin Mei possessed great capability and martial skills. However, the battlefield was no ordinary place. It was fraught with danger, where blades could strike indiscriminately. What if she were to be harmed? Very well. Come, sit here. Yenhao beckoned, assigning Lin Mei a seat directly beside him. The generals were taken aback. Who was this woman to sit alongside the prince as an equal? Yenhao began to analyze military situations and devise tactics for the following day. The generals, suppressing their confusion, joined in the discussions about the impending battle. Once everything was settled, Lin Mei interjected, you haven't mentioned what I am to do. You will stay by my side tomorrow, Yenhao replied. Are you jesting? Am I merely to be a spectator on the battlefield? Lin Mei disregarded Yenhao's arrangement entirely. Initially, the generals had been displeased by her presence in the tent. Now with her blatant defiance, how could they acquiesce? Matters of war were no trivial matter for these generals. Miss, could you kindly refrain from interrupting? We are discussing serious affairs, not taking a stroll among lanterns, one forthright general stated. Yenhao reprimanded, General Li, be silent. Marshal, warfare is no child's play. We cannot permit a disruptive presence. General Li, still retaining some decorum, refrained from completing his thought, but the implication was clear to all present that a young woman accompanying men to the military camp could hardly be a respectable lady. One could only wonder which brothel she hailed from. Though she was indeed beautiful, beauty meant nothing on the battlefield. Silence. Yenhao bellowed, Manor is my friend. Show some respect. General Li was taken aback. He had not anticipated the marshal's fierce reaction over a mere courtesan. Wasn't Ruyan still residing in the tent? Why had a new companion suddenly appeared? On the battlefield, Manor will be under my protection. You need not concern yourselves with her. Focus solely on your duties. Yenhao waved his hand dismissively, sending them away. Manor, do not jest with your own safety just to spite me. Yenhao began, but Lin Mei interrupted. Do you think I am jesting? Lin Mei's beautiful, almond-shaped eyes narrowed dangerously. Even her allure could be menacing. Yenhao felt a chill run down his spine and instinctively took a step back. Manor, that is not what I meant. Is it not? Lin Mei scoffed. Step aside. Yenhao instinctively moved aside but then reconsidered, quickly blocking her path again, urgently explaining, Manor, I am concerned for you. Perhaps you should be more concerned for yourself, especially with so many distractions in the camp. Oh, not let your mind wander on the battlefield. Lin Mei concluded, pushing Yan Hao aside. He stood firm, refusing to yield. Are you denying me rest? Lin Mei arched an eyebrow. Earlier resolute. Yan Hao hastily shifted aside. Manor, allow me to finish before you rest. That if I do not listen, does that mean I cannot rest? Lin Mei challenged. Fine, I shall not take a break then. Knowing well that Lin Mei was not one to be trifled with, he found himself quite fond of her fiery spirit, especially since their standoff was preventing her from leaving. Ultimately, Yan Hao relented, allowing Lin Mei to depart. Back in her tent, Lin Mei, incensed, tore a handkerchief in frustration, cursing inwardly. Fool! Idiot! She flung herself onto the bed, resolutely refusing to think of a certain imbecile Yu Chan. Having completed his arrangements, entered to report but was taken aback by the prince's exhausted demeanor, as if he had endured a 3-day battle. This was peculiar. He recalled that after the last fight, the prince had been bloodied yet spirited. What is the matter, your highness? Yu Chun inquired. Manor is displeased with me. Yan Hao mumbled, I have done nothing wrong. Yu Chun, aware of the tense earlier events, had been present but left with the other generals, leaving him uninformed of subsequent happenings. Why not clarify matters with Miss Lin? He suggested. That is not an option. Yan Hao sighed wearily. Manor is upset. Upon seeing Ru Yan, she grew even more irate. Those fools claim she was useless and unfit for battle, which only fueled her anger. She refuses to listen to me. Yan Hao raked his fingers through his disheveled hair. Feeling utterly helpless, facing an army was far easier. He would rather confront 1,000 foes than contend with an angry Lin Mei in battle. He had a fighting chance, but against Lin Mei's ire, he felt utterly powerless. After a moment's contemplation, Yu Chun hesitantly asked, could it be that Miss Lin is jealous? Jealous of what? Yan Hao queried, perplexed. I want her by my side on the battlefield to protect her. Yu Chun cast a knowing glance at his prince. It was not without reason that Lin Mei was upset. His lord, being somewhat dense, needed a nudge. Your highness, if there were a man in Miss Lin's life that you were unaware of, how would you react? He prodded. Yan Hao's eyes sharpened, his teeth clenched. I would slay him. Slay whom? Yu Chun pressed. Certainly that scoundrel. Yan Hao replied matter-of-factly, such ambition. Yu Chun rolled his eyes inwardly. Your highness, given your current state, do you not think that Ru Yan's presence in the camp would vex Miss Lin? And yet you underestimate her feelings. It is no wonder she is upset. With a sigh, Yu Chun patiently explained. His lord's occasional brilliance was often overshadowed by his obliviousness, necessitating a gentle reminder. I assure you, there is nothing between me and Ru Yan. You know this, Yan Hao insisted, striving to clear his name. That is precisely because Miss Lin cares for you. Seeing you with another woman stirs her jealousy. Do you understand? Yu Chun pressed, unable to contain his frustration. Yan Hao's expression shifted from surprise to delight, then quickly morphed into disappointment and despondency as he shook his head. Manor has never expressed such feelings. The last time I mentioned it, she showed no indication. Yu Chun fell silent, inhaling deeply to calm his restless hands, resisting the urge to confront his superior. Not expressing does not equate to a lack of affection. Perhaps she has feelings you have not recognized. He analyzed. Yan Hao's eyes lit up with intrigue. Is that possible? Why not? Yu Chun replied, exasperated. When did you first realize your feelings for Miss Lin? When? This question truly befuddled Yan Hao. He could not recall. Yu Chun quickly excused himself, having said all he could. The next steps were up to the prince. Yan Hao pondered, several times tempted to rush into Lin Mei's tent, yet he refrained. She was still in a foul mood. He would wait a while before attempting to explain. At that moment, a visitor entered Lin Mei's tent. Seeing Ru Yan walk in, Lin Mei smiled. What brings you here? My lady, I will take my leave now. Please do not create trouble for the marshal. Ru Yan said, wiping her tears with a handkerchief. Though she appeared delicate and fragile, even in the rough environment of the camp, she retained an enchanting charm. Despite her background, there was no trace of debauchery. Instead, she exuded a sense of tender vulnerability. Her beauty, while not as striking as Lin Mei's, was nonetheless captivating. Although Lin Mei possesses a certain allure, her striking beauty is accompanied by an intensity that can be perceived as overwhelming or forceful, a trait that aligns with her character. In contrast, Ru Yan embodies the essence of a delicate and gentle woman, evoking a protective instinct in men at a mere glance. Facing Ru Yan, Lin Mei chuckled. What trouble have I caused him? The marshal is here for battle. Do not act foolishly. The battlefield is fraught with peril. Do not let your grievances with the marshal lead you to jeopardize him. Ru Yan admonished with righteous indignation. Lin Mei, truly exasperated, silently cursed that fool Yan Hao. If he were present, She would undoubtedly have struck him. "Do I need your unsolicited commentary on my affairs with him?" Lin Mei scoffed. "Let me tell you, even if I commanded him to die, he would do so willingly." Ru Yan gaped in shock. How can you be like this?" "What of it?" Lin Mei sneered, not convinced. "Then go confront Yan Hao and clear the air with him." At that moment, Yan Hao hurriedly entered, rushing to Lin Mei's side. "What is the matter, Mei Er? Why are you so upset?" "It's because of your dear confidant who insists I should not trouble you, lest it endanger your life," Lin Mei retorted tersely. Yan Hao quickly grasped Lin Mei's hand, rubbing it to soothe her. "Who said you would endanger me? Even if I were to lose my life, I would welcome it, Marshal?" Ru Yan stared at Yan Hao in disbelief. "What are you doing here? Were you not instructed to leave?" Yan Hao turned, finally noticing the presence of an unwelcome guest in the tent. "Marshal, I." Ru Yan's slender fingers covered her lips, casting a sorrowful glance at Yan Hao before running out in tears. "You just drove her away?" Lin Mei questioned Yan Hao. "I never intended to keep her," he replied, rubbing Lin Mei's small hand. In truth, he wished to embrace her and calm her down, but fearing she would reject such intimacy, he settled for this. "This girl certainly has a way with people," Lin Mei remarked coldly. Outside, faint voices expressing concern for Ru Yan could be heard, as it seemed she had stumbled on her way out and many were rushing to her aid. Yan Hao's expression darkened. Which imbeciles are responsible for this? He turned to leave, but Lin Mei stopped him. "Enough. Tomorrow we shall face the challenge. What purpose does it serve to dwell on this now? Let us rest today. It is but a day or two." Yan Hao looked at Lin Mei anxiously and cautiously asked, "Mei Er, are you not angry?" Lin Mei smiled, lifted her foot and kicked Yan Hao out, adding a curt, "Get lost, forget it. Mei Er can handle her own matters," he thought. Finally, Ru Yan, who had fallen not far away, looked at Yan Hao with tear-streaked cheeks, her expression pitiful, indicating her tears were in vain. Yan Hao did not even glance in her direction. Instead, the other soldiers lamented on Ru Yan's behalf. "No, the marshal has ordered me to leave. I must go." Ru Yan struggled to stand, determined to depart. "Oh dear, you've moved. Look, you've hurt yourself again. Indeed, it would be wise to stay a few more days. Heal properly first." Persuaded by the soldiers, Ru Yan reluctantly agreed to remain and recuperate. The next day, Yan Hao led his troops into battle. Clad in armor, he exuded a commanding presence atop his steed, instilling confidence in the soldiers. Having achieved numerous victories under his command, they feared nothing with their marshal by their side. However, a source of annoyance for the soldiers today was the presence of Lin Mei. Dressed in light attire rather than armor, resembling a young lady out for a leisurely outing, which left the soldiers discontented. Why bring a woman into battle? She is truly a calamity. As the two armies arranged themselves, there was no need for a battle cry. They were all familiar faces. Cheers erupted from their ranks, while the enemy's expressions darkened. Yan Hao was indeed their nemesis, having swiftly vanquished one of their generals. "A burden?" Lin Mei arched an eyebrow and laughed freely. "How do you know I am a burden rather than an asset?" Chapter 67. A reckless endeavor. Lin Mei's words elicited derision from General Li. "Her? Does Miss Lin possess the ability to strategize? No. Has she ever commanded troops in battle?" "Not once." General Li chuckled. "Then may I inquire what Miss Lin is capable of?" Without hesitation, Lin Mei replied, "Killing." Not only did General Li laugh, but the soldiers nearby wore expressions of knowing mockery. "Killing?" All of them had taken lives. On the battlefield, one either killed or awaited death. Lin Mei's countenance darkened, and she asked coldly, "Are you comparing me to Ru Yan?" Even General Li, known for his straightforwardness, recognized that Lin Mei was vying with Ru Yan. A woman's jealousy can be troublesome, and a military camp filled with brothers-in-arms, who could bear to watch their comrades perish due to a woman's whims? General Li frowned, deeming her an inconsiderate woman. Meanwhile, Yan Hao had already slain 3 of the enemy's generals, prompting the enemy to sound the horns of attack. With a swift motion, Yan Hao signaled for the drums to sound, and the soldiers surged forth. In an instant, the sounds of battle filled the air, the clash of swords ringing out incessantly. General Li fought fiercely, reaching Yan Hao's side. "Marshal, be cautious. Do not focus solely on Miss Lin and neglect your own safety." "I am aware," Yan Hao replied, swiftly dispatching an enemy soldier. "Where is Mei?" Just then, "Huh?" General Li turned, a cold sweat breaking out. "Where did she go?" "She was just beside me." Panic surged through General Li. If his negligence led to Lin Mei's demise on the battlefield, the marshal would undoubtedly hold him accountable. Yan Hao's heart raced. He scanned the surroundings and suddenly, his gaze locked onto a spot he could not tear away from. General Li followed his gaze, his mouth agape in shock. Where was she? Clad in her light attire, Lin Mei had already leaped from her horse, a curved blade in hand, gliding through the enemy ranks like a graceful butterfly. Wherever she passed, the enemy soldiers fell like ripe crops in autumn. The manner of their deaths was what left generally both astonished and terrified. Swiftly dispatched, after Lin Mei's passage, the heads of the enemy rolled to the ground like overripe melons. Generally swallowed hard. He began to grasp the true meaning of Lin Mei's earlier proclamation about killing. This was genuine killing. No unnecessary movements, all aimed at the most vulnerable part of the neck. They wore helmets and armor, but that small area was their Achilles heel. Yet, that tiny gap was not easily struck. Lin Mei, however, appeared to be effortlessly finding her mark, as if the enemy soldiers were deliberately presenting their necks to her blade. She generally could only stammer her name, unable to articulate a complete thought. Yenhao laughed triumphantly. Mei Er, I am coming. He urged his horse forward to catch up with Mei Er's prowess. He could not afford to lag behind. Could he? Yet, as time passed, Yenhao felt increasingly overshadowed. His speed in slaying enemies was commendable, but when compared to Lin Mei, he was undeniably slow. Lin Mei executed each movement with precision, maximizing speed and efficiency. Moreover, she did not merely target foot soldiers. She swiftly eliminated any obstacles in her path before charging toward the enemy commanders. Not a single one of Lin Mei's targets escaped unscathed. Ultimately, an eerie scene unfolded. As Lin Mei advanced, the enemy soldiers fled in panic, refusing to even engage her. Unfortunately, their speed could not match hers. Numerous enemy generals met their end at Lin Mei's hands. Marshal, the enemy is in retreat. There may be an ambush behind us. One of his soldiers cautioned. Very well, sound the retreat. Yenhao commanded that as the signal to retreat rang out, his soldiers felt a tinge of regret. It had been a long time since they had fought so exhilaratingly. On the contrary, the enemy troops seemed to hear a heavenly melody, experiencing a joy they had never known. They were still alive. Yenhao observed that Lin Mei was still pursuing the remaining 3 enemy generals. Those generals were utterly disheveled, abandoning their armor in disgrace, unwilling even to fight Lin Mei, instead relying on their soldiers to provide cover as they sought to escape. Despite Mei Er's formidable skills, sheer numbers could overwhelm her. Human endurance is ultimately limited. Sometimes attrition can lead to death. Lin Mei hesitated, seemingly deciding not to pursue any further, just as the enemy general exhaled a sigh of relief. Thankful to have preserved his life, suddenly, his head jolted, and he collapsed, oblivious to all weapons. Flags and shields were discarded as they fled, as if they were being pursued by a specter. Yet behind them there was no ghost, only a vengeful spirit seeking retribution. Yenhao observed as the barbarian army retreated like a receding tide, pondering that, perhaps for the first time since he had engaged with them, the enemy was fleeing with such remarkable haste. The desolate battlefield lay strewn with corpses, and amidst this grim tableau stood Lin Mei, surrounded by the fallen, her feet planted firmly upon the blood-soaked earth. Clutching her curved blade, she stood there, captivatingly beautiful yet terrifying in her presence. This stark contradiction struck Yenhao's heart like a bolt of lightning, causing it to tremble violently. Dismounting swiftly, Yenhao tread lightly towards Lin Mei, softly calling out, "Mayor." She turned, her enchanting peach blossom eyes tinged with a blood-red hue. Radiant like the winter plum blossom, absorbing all surrounding colors, rendering everything else in Yenhao's vision monochrome, as if he beheld only her beguiling smile. Mayor. Acting almost instinctively, Yenhao enveloped Lin Mei in his arms with such fervor. It felt as though he wished to merge her into his very being, never to let go. Lin Mei frowned slightly, pushing him away with a hint of discontent, remarking disdainfully, "You're filthy after all." He had just emerged from the battlefield, and it was rather odd to be clean. His excitement had rendered him rather grimy. While she had managed to avoid much bloodshed, he bore the stains of their victory. As she approached the tent, Lin Mei cast a disdainful glance at Yenhao, provoking a sheepish grin from him as he scratched the back of his head. Their side had triumphed, and the soldiers rejoiced with fervor. While chaos reigned among the barbarians, who were driven to the brink of madness, the mention of Lin Mei elicited terrified cries. She was no mere human. Even from a distance, protected by sturdy helmets. How had she severed a spear from the hands of a soldier and hurled its tip away? This was the most harrowing memory they had encountered since entering the battlefield. One person had thrown their ranks into disarray, causing them to flee in panic. She was not human. As Lin Mei luxuriated in a hot bath, stretching her limbs in comfort, the energy within her coursed through her veins, having accumulated over many days. Now finally unleashed in a blissful release, during the battle, she had glimpsed the enemies as mere zombies, her instincts honed from life and death struggles in the midst of the undead. Indeed, these foes were far easier to contend with than the second and third tier zombies. What a delight it had been. Meanwhile, Yenhao quickly cleaned himself up, announcing a victory celebration that evening in the camp. They would feast on meat and drink heartily, having thoroughly trounced the barbarians. Preparations were swiftly made as twilight approached, and the soldiers gathered at the entrance of Oyenhao's tent. Upon his emergence, he was taken aback by their presence. "Why are you all blocking my way?" "Marshal, we wish to invite Miss Lin to join us," replied General Li, his dark face slightly flushed. The disdain he once held for Lin Mei now pained him. Her curved blade was more formidable than any of theirs. In today's battle, she had led the charge while they merely cleaned up the remnants. All formations and strategies had become irrelevant. From the outset, the barbarians had aimed to eliminate Lin Mei, only to end up fleeing for their lives. Their orderly ranks had disintegrated, and they had simply followed in Lin Mei's wake to dispatch the panicked enemy. "Now you realize how formidable Mayor truly is," Oyenhao said, lifting his chin with pride. Yu Chun silently turned away, bemused by his lord's antics. General Li was expressing admiration for Lin Mei, yet here was Oyenhao, reveling in unearned glory. "Enough of this. You were so opposed to her joining the battle. And now you seek her out. She likely won't entertain your request. It seems I must intervene personally." With a proud strut akin to a peacock displaying its feathers, Oyenhao approached the adjacent tent. "Mayor," he called from outside, "everyone is inviting you to the celebration." As the tent flap opened, Lin Mei stood there, offering him a slight smile that rendered him momentarily breathless. How could she smile so beautifully? "I won't be going," she declared succinctly, a swift dismissal that left Oyenhao momentarily stunned. "Mayor, please don't be cross with them. They simply cannot fathom your prowess," he pleaded, attempting to defend General Li and the others, who stood behind him with forced smiles. In the military, respect is accorded to those with strength, regardless of their background. Clearly Lin Mei had earned their admiration through her valiant efforts in battle. "If only I could spar with her," they mused. Lin Mei chuckled softly, her gaze appraising Oyenhao, and with a cold smirk remarked, "Go find your Yu Yan." With that, she closed the door, leaving Oyenhao on the outside, scratching his head in confusion. General Li, unable to contain himself, blurted out, "Marshal, it seems Miss Lin is feeling jealous." "Indeed, she is far superior to Yu Yan," another chimed in. "Just remember, Marshal, don't let your gaze wander when you have a feast before you." Oyenhao was on the brink of exploding with fury, turning to bark, "What nonsense are you spouting? When have I ever been fickle? Get lost. Get lost." The group dispersed, still murmuring among themselves that he must be embarrassed. One suggested, "Surely we've struck a nerve." In a fit of rage, Oyenhao contemplated taking his sword to those insufferable chatterboxes. Were these truly his trusted generals? They had all become like gossipy old women. "Mayor," he called out, knocking on the tent door, but Lin Mei remained unresponsive. With a long sigh, he resolved to join the soldiers in celebration. After all, they had achieved victory, and he could not dampen their spirits as their commander. Upon arriving, he raised a few cups in toast and offered words of encouragement before excusing himself. As for Lin Mei's absence, aside from a few who understood the reason, the other soldiers found nothing peculiar. After all, she was a lady, and it was hardly appropriate for her to mingle amongst a throng of eminent. As Oyenhao wandered the camp, he suddenly halted and turned. "What are you following me for?" Yu Yan cautiously stepped out from the shadows, her voice low. "Marshal, I was worried about you." "Worried? What is there to worry about in my camp?" he replied, bemused. I am just concerned." Why?" Yu Yan stammered, nervously twisting her handkerchief. "Your life was saved by the Marshal for so long. I have hoped to see you again." Oyenhao's expression darkened. "Did I not tell you to leave, Marshal?" Yu Yan fell to her knees, tears streaming down her face. "Please do not send me away. I know my origins are humble, and I harbor no ill intentions. I only wish to serve you well. Please let me stay," Yu Yan pleaded, assuring him she would seek Lin Mei's approval and would never trouble him. Oyenhao frowned. What does Lin Mei have to do with this? Yu Yan knew that Lin Mei would not accept her, and she vowed to obtain Lin Mei's consent. Her incessant pleading began to wear on Oyenhao's patience. "Fine, you will remain in your tent and not emerge. We will discuss this after the barbarians are dealt with," he declared before hastily departing. However, just as he turned around a tent, he found Lin Mei standing there, her icy gaze fixed upon him. Oyenhao's heart skipped a beat as he hurried to her side, ingratiatingly smiling. "Mayor, what brings you here? If I weren't here, how else would I know that I am the villain who is forcing a weak woman to suffer?" Lin Mei's eyes swept disdainfully over the pitiful Yu Yan, a cold laugh escaping her lips. "Why, Lord, your romantic entanglements are truly extensive." "Wait, Mayor, please don't go," Oyenhao called after her, hastily pursuing her. "It is not as it seems. I truly do not wish to keep her here. If she leaves, it could tarnish your reputation." He attempted to explain, "We are at war. I have no time to deal with Yu Yan right now. But once the fighting is over, I will handle her." Lin Mei's laughter was bright yet unsettling, causing Oh Yenhao's heart to race with a sense of foreboding. What does it matter to me whether she stays or goes? My lord, you are overthinking this, that I am here merely to unwind and engage in battle. Whatever Yu Yan or anyone else does is of no concern to me. Her words drained the color from Oh Yenhao's face as he hurriedly insisted. Mayor, it is truly not as you believe. My relationship with her is purely platonic, ordinary relationship? Or is there a connection? Lin Mei let out a cold snort. Oh Yenhao truly wished to slap himself. No. There is no connection, none whatsoever. Stay away from me. If I see you again, I will hit you. Don't think I wouldn't dare. Lin Mei coldly shouted, turning on her heel to leave. Oh Yenhao was about to chase after her when Lin Mei suddenly turned around, fixing him with a piercing gaze, articulating each word. Don't come any closer. Don't make me dislike you. Oh Yenhao's steps faltered abruptly, as though nailed to the spot, too afraid to move. Lin Mei scoffed and walked away, watching Lin Mei's retreating figure. Oh Yenhao's expression was one of inner turmoil. Meanwhile, Ru Yan was anxiously pacing inside her tent when she suddenly heard a gentle voice from outside. Miss Ru Yan. Ah, they've arrived. Ru Yan hurried outside, inquiring about the situation with the soldiers. How is it with Brother Ma and the marshal? The young soldier replied helplessly. Miss Ru Yan, the marshal is rather displeased with you. Ru Yan swayed slightly, her face filled with self-reproach. It's all my fault. I should just leave. Seeing Ru Yan's despondent demeanor, the young soldier quickly urged. Miss Ru Yan, it's chaotic outside. How can you, a young lady, leave? Who knows if there are barbarian soldiers out there? What if you get hurt? Ru Yan bit her lip, sorrowfully declaring, my life was saved by the marshal. Today I absolutely cannot make things difficult for him. With that, she sniffled a couple of times, feigning strength as she said, it's better for me not to go out recently, to avoid displeasing Miss Lin, the young soldier advised. Miss Ru Yan. Miss Lin 1T come our way. If you don't go over, you 1T run into her. You need not be so cautious. You treat our soldiers so well, and everyone knows you have a kind heart. The soldier added, somewhat indignantly. Miss Lin is fine everywhere, except for her temperament. If anyone were to stay by the marshal's side, it would be best suited to you, Miss Ru Yan. With your gentle nature. Brother Ma, please don't say that. Ru Yan's cheeks flushed as she shyly replied. Given my background, I'm already very content to serve by the marshal's side. I wouldn't dare to think of anything else. Thank you for your kindness, Brother Ma. For the next few days I 1T go over, to prevent Miss Lin from venting her anger on the marshal and causing him displeasure. Ru Yan's understanding nature left the young soldier with much to ponder, and after urging her a few more times, he finally took his leave. It seemed she held some significance in Oh Yenhao's heart after all. In the following days, the barbarians seemed to be intimidated by Lin Mei's frenzied slaughter from the other day, and surprisingly, they did not launch any attacks, with the enemy refraining from battle. Oh Yenhao also chose not to initiate any assaults. Although no fighting ensued, the soldiers in the camp felt no relief. Rather, the atmosphere was tenser than ever, akin to an impending storm. The source of this tension was none other than their marshal, who had worn a face as dark as a pot bottom for days, causing everyone who encountered him to tremble. Who had provoked their marshal? Those in the know understood that Lin Mei had not seen the marshal for several days. Her meals were delivered to her tent, and she rarely emerged. The marshal had tried to visit her several times, only to be met with the cold shoulder. The longer Lin Mei remained out of sight, the more dismal Oh Yenhao's mood became, and with his worsening spirits, his countenance grew increasingly grim, heightening the tension in the camp. Fortunately, during her free time, Ru Yan would occasionally dance for the soldiers. Lightening the mood, she helped out in the kitchen, enjoying pleasant interactions with the soldiers, earning their goodwill. In comparison, they naturally held less fondness for Lin Mei, who was always at odds with their marshal. One evening after dinner, Ru Yan glanced at the untouched food beside her and exclaimed in surprise, why hasn't the marshal's meal been touched? The cook responsible for the meal sighed. The marshal has been unable to eat these past few days due to his foul mood. Ru Yan contemplated for a moment and suggested, why not make some porridge for the marshal? During a battle, he can't afford to go without food. We made it, but the marshal 1T drink it. The cook replied, distressed that he wasn't afraid of making porridge. He just feared the marshal wouldn't eat it. Ru Yan smiled. How about this? Once the porridge is ready, I will persuade the marshal to eat. That would be good, the cook agreed, promptly preparing the porridge. When the fragrant, thick porridge was finally ready, Ru Yan carried it to Oh Yenhao's tent. Upon reaching the entrance, the guard stationed there blocked her path. The marshal is not seeing anyone. Excuse me, I am here to deliver porridge to the marshal, Ru Yan said softly. The guard, aware that Oh Yenhao hadn't eaten properly in several days, still shook his head, adhering to his orders and preventing her from entering. Ru Yan gritted her teeth and knelt down. This action startled the guard, who nervously watched her. Yu Yan called out loudly, "Marshal, you are the one leading everyone against the barbarians. Your health is of utmost importance. To speak disrespectfully, you cannot be so willful as to neglect your meals. If you collapse, what will happen to the soldiers? If the barbarians attack, what will we do? Marshal, for the sake of everyone, for the soldiers of the entire army, please eat." Ru Yan's loud voice drew the attention of nearby soldiers, who nodded in agreement with her words. Yanhao abruptly threw open the tent flap, gazing at Ru Yan kneeling outside. The moment she saw him emerge, a joyful smile lit up her face as she held the food box high. "Marshal, please have something to eat." Yanhao's gaze shifted from Ru Yan to the food box she held aloft, then turned toward the adjacent tent. It was silent there as well, devoid of any sound. The emotions in Yanhao's eyes shifted several times before he said, "You may rise with that." He turned and re-entered the tent without a moment's hesitation. Ru Yan followed him inside, casting a furtive glance at Lin Mei's tent as she did, catching a glimpse of a small crack. Suspecting someone within was secretly watching as Ru Yan entered with the food box, that small crack vanished. Seeing Yanhao finally eat, the other soldiers felt a wave of relief wash over them and began to leave, occasionally remarking, "Ru Yan truly knows how to handle things." Yu Yan remained inside for over an hour before emerging, addressing the guard. "The marshal is asleep, do not disturb him." The crowd fell silent, no one daring to speak, especially as Lin Mei exited her tent at that moment. Upon seeing Lin Mei, Ru Yan graciously greeted her. "Miss Lin." Lin Mei glanced at Ru Yan without uttering a word. Turning to leave. Yu Yan, unperturbed, smiled politely and departed amidst the sympathetic gazes of the soldiers. The next day, the barbarian army came to challenge them, and Yanhao and his men donned their armor. General Li and the others loudly mocked the barbarian army. "How dare you, defeated soldiers, come to challenge us?" The barbarians remained silent, simply waving their hands, parting their ranks to reveal a pathway. Slowly, a prison cart was rolled forward, with a figure huddled inside. "Your princess is here. If you wish for her life, retreat at once," the barbarian general proclaimed loudly. General Li turned to Yanhao with a troubled expression, torn between the decision to save the hostage or not. Before Yanhao could speak, the barbarian general called out again, "We demand that woman from that day in exchange for your princess." Yanhao's fury ignited. "Nonsense, to exchange manor. You must be dreaming." Just as Yanhao prepared to spur his horse, a sudden neigh from behind his army caught his attention. Instinctively turning, he saw Lin Mei charging forward on horseback, racing towards the enemy without hesitation. The barbarians were prepared, unleashing a volley of arrows, but before they could reach their target, Lin Mei leaped from her mount like a shooting star. She soared through the air, swiftly beheading an archer at such close range. The archers were rendered useless. The barbarian general, panicking, shouted, "Quickly, kill her!" Lin Mei's reputation for slaughter had spread among the barbarians, making her akin to a vengeful spirit, instilling terror in their hearts upon landing among the barbarian ranks. Lin Mei was like a tiger unleashed in a rabbit's den, ruthlessly cutting down her foes with lightning speed. Before the barbarians could react, she reached the prison cart, severed the iron chains, kicked open the door, and pulled Lin Yisin from the cart. Navigating past the nearby horses, she placed Lin Yisin onto a steed and gave it a swift kick, prompting the horse to bolt away. Yanhao and his men charged in, helping Lin Yisin to safety while watching the fleeing barbarian soldiers with disdain. Lin Mei scoffed. "Cowards!" The soldiers around her were left speechless, unsure how to respond after witnessing Lin Mei's prowess. Anyone who remained would surely have a screw loose. Lin Yisin looked up, astonished as she beheld Lin Mei, noticing how much weight she had lost and the pallor of her face, her entire demeanor weary. "Why?" Lin Yisin suddenly asked. The question left Lin Mei perplexed. "Why what? Why is it me who must endure this, and not you?" Lin Yisin's accusatory words struck a nerve, rendering Lin Mei utterly speechless. To pose such a question, one must wonder how much folly resides in her mind. "Because my mind is sound, I need not pander to the Zhao family. I moved out long ago and thus am not a tool for the Zhao family to appease others." Lin Mei chuckled lightly, leisurely addressing Lin Yisin. "Do you have any idea how much suffering I have endured? Are you aware that those barbarians are hardly human? I am a princess. A princess. How could they treat me so?" Lin Yisin shouted frantically. "Do you understand how much pain I am in? Do you know?" Lin Mei, amused, gazed at Lin Yisin and replied, "Why are you shouting at me? I did not cast you out to be a princess. If there is a grievance, seek out those who wronged you instead of venting your fury at me." Lin Yisin, with eyes aflame, fixed her gaze on Lin Mei. "We share the same mother. Why is it that you seem untouched by any of this? Must I always tread carefully to please the Zhao family? Must I bear her beatings and scorn? Why must I be dutiful to her, only to be named princess in the end? Lin Yisan questioned. Since you had the means to leave to escape the Yuan Marquis' residence, why did you not take me with you? Do you have any idea how hard my life has been? Lin Mei was genuinely amused by the absurdity. Do you think that chopping wood, washing clothes, and eating scraps is a more fortunate existence than yours? While I starved and suffered at the hands of servants, you were basking in luxury beside the Zhao family, enjoying the privileges of a true young lady. Why didn't you lament your hardships then? Why didn't you consider aiding me? If you never supported me, what right do you have to demand I rescue you from the Yuan Marquis' residence? Did you not relish your position? Who was it that, upon receiving the imperial edict, rushed to my residence to flaunt their authority? You were ever so eager to please your mother, sowing discord at every turn, were you not? As long as I faced misfortune, the Zhao family rejoiced. Has that not always been your aim? Lin Mei inquired with a smile. What gives you the audacity to question me now? What have I done wrong? Is it a crime to strive for a better life? Of course not, came Lin Yisan's furious retort. But desiring a better life is not justification for stepping on others and causing their suffering. While others may be exploited by you, I lack any interest in sacrificing myself for your benefit. You heartless wretch. Lin Yisan spat, I am your own sister. A sister who has never shown concern for me. Allowing me to be bullied by those in the Yuan Marquis' residence, permitting my fiancé to be taken by Lin Qianqing, and letting Zhao abuse me. Truly, what a sister you are, Lin Mei replied with a grin. I have certainly gained insight. You ungrateful bastard. Lin Yisan ignored Lin Mei's words, convinced that all blame lay with others and that she was the most innocent and pitiable of all. A bastard. You say? Lin Mei laughed softly and continued, you have yet to encounter a true bastard. Lin Yisan was momentarily taken aback, her complexion paling as she gazed incredulously at Lin Mei. You. Lin Mei disregarded Lin Yisan's increasingly ghastly expression. Continuing, once Lin Qianqing was hastily married off for uttering words unbecoming of a lady. What do you suppose will become of you, now that you are a fallen flower? Do you think our father will treat you any differently? Lin Yisan trembled, her body shaking uncontrollably. To be kept like that would be a disgrace. I truly wonder if anyone would deign to marry you after all. Which noble family would accept a base-born daughter? Particularly one who has lost her virtue and been married off. Lin Mei's eyes sparkled with mischief as she observed Lin Yisan, who was trembling like a leaf. I eagerly anticipate your future. Dear sister. Lin Yisan felt a chill run through her limbs, taking 2 hesitant steps forward in an attempt to grasp Lin Mei's sleeve. Lin Mei swiftly retreated, evading Lin Yisan's grasp. Do not touch me. You are filthy. Mayor, I am your sister. You cannot treat me this way. You must save me. Lin Yisan's teeth chattered from the cold, as thoughts of her bleak future engulfed her in despair. What gives you the right to treat me this way? Surely you have pondered countless times how much better it would be if it were not you sent away, but me instead, when you so carelessly questioned why it was not you. I suspect it has been a lingering thought in your mind. Lin Mei smiled, a smile as frigid as a winter storm, chilling Lin Yisan's very blood. What gives me the obligation to save you? I am not unhinged. Why should I concern myself with someone who has never cared for me and has actively sought to undermine me, wishing for my ruin? Why should I save you? Lin Mei scoffed. Lin Yisan, you cannot hold me to a standard of virtue while demanding I meet your base expectations. Moreover, even if you wish to impose such demands, you must possess the ability to do so. Lacking that, you must simply bear the consequences of your own actions. Lin Mei regarded Lin Yisan coldly, observing her as she sobbed loudly and tore at her own hair. Appearing utterly deranged. It was a most unbecoming sight. To not understand the principle of accepting the consequences of one's choices is a true disgrace. To call her a wretch is to elevate her status. She is unworthy of being called human. As for Lin Yisan, weeping uncontrollably within the tent, what concern was it of Lin Mei's? Upon exiting the tent, it was no surprise to see the soldiers standing outside, their expressions all somewhat peculiar. Chapter 68. The situation. It was evident that they had overheard the earlier exchange. The tent offered no soundproofing, and hearing it was entirely normal. Mayor Yanhao stepped forward, wanting to say something, but Lin Mei, wearing a cold expression, huffed and turned away without acknowledging him. Yu Yan approached quietly from the side, gently advising, Marshal, everyone merely feels pity for Miss Lin. Having to endure such an elder sister. Yu Yan's sensible words somewhat eased Yanhao's discomfort. Mayor has suffered. Alas. This wine will not be excessive, but it allows Yanhao to drink to his heart's content. Yu Yan had someone bring wine, along with several small dishes, to Yanhao's tent. That night, Ru Yan did not leave the tent. When General Li arose in the morning and saw Ru Yan exiting Yanhao's tent, His jaw nearly dropped in astonishment, stuttering to the nearby Yu-chan, that is daughter Yu-yen. She just came out of the marshal's tent? Yu-chen's expression shifted slightly as he nodded. Yes, doesn't the marshal have feelings for Miss Lin? General Li inquired incredulously. Indeed, Yu-chen affirmed with a firm nod. Just mind your own business and don't create trouble for yourself. With that, Yu-chan hastened away toward Oh Yenhao's tent. After taking a few steps, he halted as Lin Mei emerged from the tent, while Ru Yen remained at the entrance. Yu-chan shielded his eyes with his hand, unwilling to witness the scene further, silently praying for his lord. Surely everything would turn out fine? Miss Lin, Ru Yen stepped forward, performing a respectful greeting. The marshal was intoxicated, and I merely assisted him, there was nothing more to it. Please do not misinterpret and wrongfully accuse the marshal. Lin Mei smiled. What is there to misinterpret? He has no connection to me. Upon hearing this, Yu-chen's hair stood on end. Would their lord be in trouble? Miss Lin at Yu-yen tried to say more, but Lin Mei paid her no heed and simply turned to leave. Yu-yen sighed softly in place, shaking her head in disappointment as she departed. Yu-chan entered the tent, greeted by the potent scent of alcohol, and observed Oh Yenhao looking refreshed, prompting him to head out and instruct the cooks to prepare a hangover remedy. As the cooks busily worked, they quietly murmured among themselves that Miss Lin really should not have provoked the marshal at this time. What if the barbarians launch a surprise attack? She is truly thoughtless. Yu-yen is much better. Enough nonsense. Yu-chan scolded, cutting off the cook's complaints. Is the marshal's business something you can casually gossip about? Chastised by Yu-chan, the cooks promptly fell silent and continued their work. Yu-chan brought the hangover remedy to Oh Yenhao's tent, while the other cooks exchanged glances, clearly displeased with Lin Mei. Following that night, Lin Mei largely ceased communication with Oh Yenhao. She would listen in during discussions of military matters but refrained from offering any opinions. Oh Yenhao attempted several times to explain himself to Lin Mei, yet she would turn away, providing no opportunity for dialogue, leaving him in a state of vexation. The army relentlessly pursued the enemy, plunging deeper into barbarian territory with Lin Mei, the reaper of foes, in their ranks. The soldiers advanced as if they were divine beings, driving the barbarian forces to flee at the mere sight of her. Never had a battle been so effortless, as they chased the enemy back to their homeland. As the army set up camp, the path ahead grew more treacherous. There exists but a single narrow path. Should the army attempt to traverse it, the barbarian forces could easily flank us from both sides, leading to our complete annihilation. This gorge serves as a formidable barrier, and I humbly propose that we divide our forces. One contingent can proceed through this route, while the other takes a circuitous path. Even if we encounter an ambush, we would not be entirely vulnerable. This strategy would thus mitigate the depletion of our strength. The barbarians could mobilize their entire nation to intercept us, but our forces are woefully insufficient. Even remaining united, we struggle. To split our forces would be tantamount to courting death with cliffs on either side. Should they choose to ambush us from the heights, they could easily eradicate us all. Perhaps we should consider altering our formations, allowing us to support one another in times of need. Within the military tent, the generals deliberated potential strategies, while Lin Mei listened with disinterest, as she possessed little understanding of military maneuvers. After a day of fruitless discussion, they dispersed, agreeing to reconvene the following day. Lin Mei was the first to leave. Oh Yenhao reached out, attempting to call her back, but alas, she departed too swiftly, denying him the chance. The other soldiers, witnessing the undercurrents between Oh Yenhao and Lin Mei, felt a sense of unease and refrained from speaking. What could they do? Any complications arising from the relationship between their commander and Miss Lin were best left unspoken. Lin Mei wandered through the camp. Summer had already set in, and this battle had persisted for quite some time. The days were still somewhat oppressive, but as dusk approached, the temperature became considerably more pleasant. Fortunately, it was only early summer, sparing her the discomfort of excessive perspiration. The camp had a special kitchen dedicated to her. Initially, others had expressed reservations, but now no one dared utter a word against it. She possessed the ability to slay enemies on the battlefield. Surely, she deserved her own kitchen. Arriving at her designated kitchen, she found dinner not yet prepared, prompting her to continue her stroll. A little more walking would allow her to enjoy a larger meal. Regrettably, she had not anticipated the rapid progression of the battle, which had resulted in her snacks being consumed. The cooks here were incapable of making pastries, which was somewhat disappointing. Nonetheless, the overall fare was satisfactory, and she could make do. Miss Lin, a gentle voice called. Lin Mei halted, regarding the bothersome figure before her with silence. Miss Lin, I have a few words to say, though I am uncertain if they ought to be spoken. Yu-yen hesitantly inquired. Lin Mei's lips curled slightly, as if she might smile, but the expression vanished too quickly for anyone to discern. Best not to speak them, however, since she had approached. She would not withdraw easily. Miss Lin, your martial prowess is remarkable. And you are exceptionally beautiful. The commander has always held affection for you. His thoughts consumed by you. Didn't you say you were unsure whether to speak or not? I've already told you it's best not to speak. Why persist? Lin Mei frowned slightly, questioning Ru Yan. Then why did you initially inquire about my opinion? Is this not hypocritical? Ru Yan was momentarily taken aback but maintained her composure. Miss Lin, I merely hope you might show a modicum of understanding towards the commander. We are currently engaged in battle. His mind cannot be distracted by trivial matters. On the battlefield, blades do not discern. Injuries can have dire consequences. Ru Yan pressed on. I know you harbor disdain for me. Miss Lin, rest assured, once this battle concludes, I shall depart and never again cross paths with the commander. Lin Mei laughed, genuinely amused by Ru Yan's audacity. That is a matter between you and Yan Hao. Do not bring it to me. I am here to fight, not to concern myself with anything else. Whether you stay or go is of no consequence to me. It is entirely Yan Hao's affair. Lin Mei made her intent clear to leave the conversation, attempting to bypass Ru Yan. Unexpectedly, Ru Yan knelt before her, pleading, Miss Lin, please do not place the commander in a difficult position. I assure you. There is nothing between us. Lin Mei turned, gazing at the pitiful Ru Yan kneeling on the ground, and chuckled softly. If you enjoy kneeling, then continue. Ru Yan looked up in surprise, never anticipating such a response. I wonder how long you can maintain this posture, Lin Mei remarked before striding away. Upon returning to her tent, her dinner was soon delivered. Just as she picked up her chopsticks, the tent flap was thrust open. And Yan Hao strode in. May did you make Ru Yan kneel? Lin Mei set down her chopsticks, merely glancing up at Yan Hao. That fleeting glance sent a shiver through the generals accompanying him, causing an involuntary shudder. These were seasoned warriors who had faced countless life and death situations, their fierce aura enough to intimidate the average person. Yet, under Lin Mei's gaze, an inexplicable chill enveloped them, as though a blade were poised at their throats, ready to claim their lives with but a slight movement. They had never felt such a close brush with death until this moment. Lin Mei, despite her youth and femininity, radiated an aura of ferocity. However, recalling her battlefield exploits, it became understandable. Have you come to interrogate me? Lin Mei raised an eyebrow, her demeanor unhurried. Yan Hao's formidable presence instantly softened. I merely wished to inquire if she had offended you in any way. Suddenly, the onlookers felt a blur before their eyes as Lin Mei stood before Yan Hao. Her curved blade pressed against his neck. A mere flick could sever his head from his body. The crowd was paralyzed, unsure of how to react as Yan Hao felt the cold steel against his skin. Goosebumps erupted across his body. Lin Mei smiled, a smile that could captivate nations, yet instilled terror in those who witnessed it. They would not forget how she had smiled while slaying the barbarian general, her beauty both mesmerizing and fearsome at that moment. She has not offended me. It is she who chooses to kneel. Some individuals have such preferences. What does it concern me? Why have you come to question me? Lin Mei's voice was soft and gentle, yet it carried an edge that made it impossible to relax. The blade, so sharp, left no trace upon Yan Hao's neck, a testament to Lin Mei's extraordinary control over her strength, garnering the attention of all present. This was the true extent of Lin Mei's prowess. She was indeed the reaper of foes. If she were to come before me to provoke, do not blame me for spilling blood. Lin Mei scoffed. My temper is not to be trifled with. As you well know. Yan Hao said nothing further and departed. The soldiers remained outside the tent, watching their once mighty commander retreat from Lin Mei's quarters, his demeanor far from dignified. In that moment, an odd sensation swept through them. It felt as though the true authority within the camp rested with Lin Mei, not their commander. Yan Hao, indifferent to the thoughts of his men, approached Ru Yan. Still kneeling, rise, ensure you do not appear before May again. Even in the camp, it is best to avoid her. If she sees you again, she may very well take your life. Yan Hao conveyed Lin Mei's message directly. Ru Yan stood, perhaps too long in her kneeling position, causing her to stumble slightly. Yan Hao instinctively reached out to steady her. Ru Yan's cheeks flushed as she softly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Commander. I shall certainly keep my distance from Miss Lin, ensuring her spirits remain high. The nearby soldiers exchanged sympathetic glances with Ru Yan. Ru Yan's temperament is truly commendable, they mused, even when faced with the prospect of death. She prioritizes the feelings of Miss Lin and the commander. She is indeed a good girl. In their view, aside from her less than ideal background, Ru Yan's character and virtues far exceeded those of Lin Mei. Well, Lin Mei does possess one redeeming quality, her prowess in battle. Yet, who would wish for a wife who is a harbinger of death? That is simply terrifying. This incident eventually quieted down, nonetheless, within the camp. Many continued to sympathize with Ru Yen. She proved obedient, restricting her activities to mending clothes for the soldiers and assisting with cooking. As for Yen Hao's meals, Ru Yen would prepare a separate portion for him. The cooks had long grown accustomed to such arrangements. It was evident to all that Ru Yen harbored feelings for their commander. Throughout the camp, aside from Lin Mei, everyone consumed the same meals. Yen Hao enforced strict regulations among the soldiers, treating all equally and ensuring no one received special favors. The occasional extra bowl of soup went unnoticed, as the other soldiers also enjoyed their share. What he remained unaware of was that his soup was personally prepared by Ru Yen in her private kitchen, while others received the common fare. The following day, discussions resumed regarding how to navigate the narrow gorge. Several soldiers engaged in heated debate. Yen Hao interjected. As for the supplies, the remaining soldiers shall stay behind to set up camp. We will lead the charge through the gorge, eliminate the enemy forces on the other side, and then allow the rest to follow. What need do we have for the supply handlers to accompany us? They would merely be a burden. If they rush ahead and deal with the barbarian forces stationed there, the path will be cleared. We can then send the supplies through without issue. Shall we divide our forces, Commander? General Li inquired. Yen Hao remained silent. Lin Mei spoke directly from the side, stating no need. The soldiers gazed at Lin Mei in astonishment. She pointed to the surrounding terrain map, explaining if they were to ambush us, they could only approach from the left. The right side is entirely inaccessible. I will stand guard on the right, and rest assured, no one will be able to ambush you. Her words elicited sharp intakes of breath from the soldiers. What did Lin Mei mean? This cannot be. Yen Hao immediately objected. Are you planning to face all the soldiers alone? Have you lost your mind? The soldiers shared the same sentiment. Although Lin Mei was exceptionally strong, the limits of human endurance were undeniable. She couldn't possibly fight without pause. Eventually, exhaustion would lead to her demise. Moreover, it was unlikely that the barbarians were unaware of Lin Mei's condition. I will manage my own affairs, Lin Mei coldly declared, her eyes fixed on Yen Hao. Devoid of emotion, rest assured, there will not be a single ambush from above. I'm not worried about the ambush from above. Yen Hao began, only to turn and bark at the other soldiers. Everyone out. The soldiers understood the implication. Their commander wished to speak privately with Lin Mei. They hurriedly retreated, and Lin Mei contemplated leaving. However, Yen Hao blocked her path, exclaiming, Mayor, stop this foolishness. Foolishness? Lin Mei scoffed, do you doubt my abilities? It's not that I doubt your abilities, Yen Hao replied, but with so many barbarian soldiers aware of your prowess, they will surely target you specifically. What if they employ a strategy of overwhelming numbers and exhaust you? He expressed with concern, how vast could the mountains be? Even if they wish to use such tactics, they must consider whether there is enough space to deploy their forces, Lin Mei retorted dismissively. Leave it to me, I assure you there will be no ambush and you will pass through safely. Mayor, you know that's not what I mean. Yen Hao felt at a loss for words. Clearly, he was simply concerned for her. Yet somehow, his intentions were misinterpreted. What do you mean then? Do you not wish for the army to pass safely? Lin Mei asked, puzzled. Of course I wish for the army to pass without incident, but you? Isn't that settled then? It's decided, Lin Mei declared, eager to conclude the conversation. However, Yen Hao was unwilling to relent. What decision? I finally have the opportunity to speak with you privately. I must clarify my thoughts. If I do not go, will you allocate a portion of your forces? Can you guarantee that those forces will be stronger than I? Lin Mei posed a question that left Yen Hao speechless. That's it then. Lin Mei stated resolutely, preparing to leave. Mayor, you. Yen Hao attempted to continue, but Lin Mei cut him off with a half-smile. Are you not the one who wishes to keep the supplies and others behind? Shouldn't you arrange that properly? For instance, what about Ru Yen? The mention of Ru Yen caused Yen Hao to feel as if he had been struck at his weak point, opening his mouth without knowing how to defend himself. He had repeatedly stated that he had no relationship with Ru Yen, yet Mayor simply wouldn't believe him. Exiting the tent, Lin Mei spotted several soldiers nearby. Upon meeting her gaze, they quickly averted their eyes. Pretending to look elsewhere, clearly, they had overheard the argument between her and Yen Hao. Nevertheless, Lin Mei paid them no mind and departed. She had made up her mind and would not alter her course. Yen Hao, left with no choice, arranged for a portion of the troops to remain behind to protect the supplies. Once they passed through the gorge and stabilized, he would have them join his ranks to prevent being ambushed and losing their provisions. With all matters settled, the next day, the army prepared to march. Ru Yen watched Yen Hao, mounted on a magnificent steed, exuding an air of authority, her face marred with worry, yet she feigned composure, saying, Marshal, I wish you swift success. Mdo Yenhao replied absently, clearly preoccupied. Sir, what are you looking for? Yu Chen inquired, noticing O Yenhao's restless gaze. Has Mayor not arrived yet? O Yenhao asked with concern. Miss Lin left half an hour ago. Yu Chen's words sent a chill down O Yenhao's spine. Mayor left early? Miss Lin said she would first go to clear the obstacles, Yu Chen added, causing O Yenhao to frown. He raised his hand and commanded, march. The army promptly set off, quickly disappearing from sight. Left behind in the camp were only the cooks and minor soldiers to guard the supplies. Yu Yen glanced around and suggested, should we not pack everything up? Once the marshal clears the enemy forces, he should return to fetch us promptly. If we are prepared, we can leave without delay and not inconvenience others at mealtime. Yu Yan's foresight was commendable. The minor soldiers swiftly began to tidy up. With no one else in the camp, they chatted as they worked. That Miss Lin is ferocious, on the battlefield. She is like a god of death, decapitating foes as easily as slicing through sweet potatoes. One blow for each. Indeed, that was just the small generals from the barbarians. If it had been the fierce Chi-He general, it would have been a different story. The Chi-He general? He is one of the 3 formidable generals of the barbarians, renowned for his invincibility in battle. If any of the Chi brothers were here, Miss Lin would find victory much harder to achieve. Fortunately, we have encountered none so far. As the minor soldiers expressed their relief, they continued to clean the military camp. Time passed, and as the sun reached its zenith, the camp remained quiet. However, the soldiers were not anxious. After all, once they crossed the gorge, further battles awaited them in the afternoon to clear the barbarian forces. Just as they finished cleaning the pots and pans, the sound of hooves suddenly echoed. The soldiers' faces lit up. The marshal has returned. Indeed, the marshal was swift. As the minor soldiers hurried out to greet the incoming figures, their expressions shifted dramatically, replaced by fear. It was a contingent of barbarian cavalry. Be cautious. Though the number was small, it was a troop of cavalry. The barbarian horsemen quickly approached, halting just outside the camp. Refusing to advance, the remaining soldiers were nearly paralyzed with fear. With the main force gone, their combat prowess was minimal. At that moment, someone shouted in alarm, "It's the Chi-He general," having just spoken of him. How had he appeared here? Now they had no chance of survival. The voice from within commanded, "If you wish to live, come out. I shall spare your miserable lives." The Chi-He general, a hulking figure with a bushy beard obscuring half his face, boomed, sending tremors through the hearts of the minor soldiers. The soldiers gripped their weapons tightly, palms slick with sweat. The Chi-He general laughed heartily. "Your marshal has been cornered. I advise you not to resist. Fetch the bows and crossbows." The soldiers knew they could not win in a direct confrontation, but the camp still held plenty of bows and crossbows. With those, they could hold out for a while. What? How could they be broken? The soldiers guarding the camp entrance were stunned. How could this happen? Those weapons were their last line of defense. The Chi-He general laughed uproariously and commanded, "Kill with their most threatening weapons destroyed." What reason did they have to fear? The barbarian cavalry spurred their horses forward. The minor soldiers within the camp were in a panic, but just then, a voice rang out from the previously silent camp, "Kill." To their astonishment, a hidden troop surged forth as if emerging from the ground, charging at the Chi-He general's cavalry. The two sides engaged in a fierce battle. Meanwhile, from the nearby woods, a figure dashed out. Upon seeing him, the soldiers cried out in relief, "Marshal Chi-He, I've been waiting for you for a long time." O Yenhao laughed heartily as he charged forward, swiftly engaging in combat with the Chi-He general. O Yenhao earned the title of Ghost General for good reason. By the time he had felled the Chi-He general, the other soldiers had dealt with the barbarian cavalry as well. After all, the odds had been stacked against them. The Chi-He general had mistakenly believed this to be a mere empty camp left to guard supplies, bringing only a small contingent with him, only to be overwhelmed by O Yenhao's forces. Marshal is magnificent. Marshal is wise. The minor soldiers, who had just moments ago been terrified, now cheered, exhilarated by their miraculous escape. O Yenhao, however, paid them no heed and walked straight toward Ruyan. It's ruined. Isn't that just what you wanted? O Yenhao's words left the surrounding soldiers bewildered. What did he mean? Ruyan gazed at O Yenhao in astonishment, asking blankly, "Marshal, what do you mean?" "What do I mean?" O Yenhao stepped closer, sneering, "Ruyan, you truly are a patient spy. Enduring for so long, aren't you tired?" Ruyan shook her head in sorrow, seemingly deeply disappointed. "Marshal, why do you speak of me in such a manner?" As Smoke expresses gratitude for being rescued from the clutches of savages, she declares that her life belongs to him. How could she possibly be a spy? O Yenhao laughs, a reckless smile that sends chills through her heart. "Do you think this prince is a fool? After saving you, you sought to remain by my side under the guise of gratitude. When I refused, you chose to stay in the barracks. And you still claim you are not a spy? Do you not have ulterior motives? With a sorrowful sigh, her eyes reddened, she responds, Commander, I have endured a life of solitude and suffering after escaping. I was captured by savages and contemplated ending my life, only to be unexpectedly saved by you. You are like a second set of parents to me. All I wish is to repay you, whether as a servant by your side or waiting in the barracks to serve you. I would gladly do so. My intentions are solely to express my gratitude. I harbor no other thoughts. As she speaks of her sincere gratitude, Oyenhao misinterprets her feelings, and she feels as if she is living in hell. 2 months ago, the savages had gathered intelligence about us. Was that not your doing? Although the most critical information remained undiscovered, they learned of our troop numbers, strength, and weaponry. That was not the work of Smoke. She cries in protest, but apart from you, who else is there? Oyenhao insists. Only you and the stable boy who tends the horses and maintains the weapons are intimately familiar with the details. You could easily extract such information with your probing. Indeed, they had inadvertently leaked some information, though it was not direct. Smoke was able to deduce it from the subtle hints. Has the prince determined that I am a spy? She asks with a bitter smile. How did those bows and crossbows become damaged? Oyenhao raises an eyebrow in inquiry. You deliberately waited until the army departed, then contacted the savages to sever our supply lines, leaving us with no retreat. Such a malicious intent cannot be anything but espionage. With the conversation reaching this critical point, Smoke drops her pretense, wipes her tears, and directly asks Oyenhao, when did you discover the truth? How could it be otherwise? Oyenhao scoffs. How could a girl from a pleasure district escape? Are the people from brothels simply idle? You escaped, yet were captured by the savages, only to have the opportunity to call for help. Do you think you are so precious, so enchanting? Why would the savages choose to abduct a mere woman when they could seize gold and grain instead? Are there no women in the land of savages? A girl fleeing from a pleasure district. Do you not find the lack of injuries on your body rather suspicious? And you bear none of the marks a girl in your position should suffer. Smoke trembles, at a loss for words in the face of Oyenhao's accusations. He sneers. To think such a clumsy scheme is being played out before me is truly laughable. Who told you that those who engage in battle are devoid of intelligence? Then why did you not expose me? Smoke is driven to the brink of madness. For so long she had laid in wait here. Was it merely to become a source of amusement for Oyenhao? Expose you? Why would I do that? Oyenhao chuckles. I intended to use this opportunity to eliminate the savages. If it were not for you, a spy, how could they so brazenly invade our lands? If the emperor were not pushed to the brink, how could he resolve to eradicate you? I have been holding back for years, and this time I can finally obliterate the savages. As he speaks, a smile lingers on his face, and his handsomeness, paired with such a reckless grin, becomes even more captivating. Yet, within that smile, Smoke perceives a profound intent to kill. A scent of blood. Was this also a trap set by you? Her heart sinks. She believed she had seized an opportunity to cut off Oyenhao's supply lines. Yet after they delved deep into savage territory, would they not be mere rabbits trapped in a snare? Easily slaughtered? Unbeknownst to her, Oyenhao had turned the trap against her. This trap was not of my own making, he declares, laughing heartily. It was a scheme devised in collaboration with Mayor. Smoke's eyes widen in astonishment. Her? Do you think Mayor would truly bear a grudge against me? Oyenhao dismissively surveys her. Look at yourself. You are no match for Mayor, so why pretend to be virtuous? Do you think me a fool easily deceived by appearances? You sought to sow discord from the very beginning, merely to remain by my side and glean more confidential information. When you later saw Mayor's formidable martial skills, you conceived the plan to sever the supply lines. You deliberately provoked her time and again, inciting her anger, leading her to confront the ambush herself. Thus, I would be distracted, focusing solely on her, and fail to notice more flaws, allowing your scheme to unfold more smoothly. Did you truly think Mayor would be swayed by your provocations? Oyenhao scoffs. If I had such a woman by my side, rest assured, Mayor would swiftly eliminate the threat. His triumphant laughter leaves the surrounding soldiers speechless. Such a formidable woman daring to harbor feelings. Truly, their commander is exceptional. You all perform for me? Smoke questions incredulously. If not, then what? Oyenhao retorts with amusement. Do you think I cannot clarify matters? Do you believe your safety is worth Mayor's misunderstanding of me? His meaning is clear. To prevent misunderstandings with Lin Mei, he would have no qualms about expelling Smoke. Her safety is of no concern to him. Moreover, it was not he who retained her in the barracks. She had chosen to stay of her own volition. It would be peculiar otherwise. A proper woman, even one wishing to repay a debt of gratitude, should seek another place to reside and find an opportunity to repay her kindness. Should she not? When did you begin planning this? Smoke inquires, oblivious to the prior discussions between Yenhao and Lin Mei. Must there even be a plan? Yenhao replies with unbridled pride. Mayor and I are so in tune that words are unnecessary. All that is required is for you to believe you have successfully instigated discord. As for plans, they were all discussed in the war tent during military deliberations. His pride only grows as he continues. This is the rapport he shares with Mayor. Smoke feels utterly despaired. She had not anticipated that she had failed from the very start. Not entirely, Yenhao counters with a smile. Thanks to you, I have found a reason to annihilate the savages. His words render Smoke's face as pale as a sheet. She is left speechless as Yenhao, being excessively cruel, seize her and take her away. He commands. As soldiers approach, Smoke coldly remarks, so you had long stationed people in the barracks, waiting to capture me along with those sent to cut off the supplies. Naturally, Yenhao nods. But have you considered that perhaps there are truly ambushes on the mountain? Smoke sheds her gentleness, her eyes now filled with venomous hatred as she glares at Yenhao. Ambushes? With Mayor's skills, why would you fear any ambush? Yenhao is wholly confident in Lin Mei. Besides, your forces lack the numbers to exhaust Mayor's stamina. Indeed, there are not enough to do so. However, Smoke finally discovers a means to retaliate against Yenhao, laughing as she speaks. There are indeed ambushes. But they are not aimed at you, they are meant for her. Yenhao's expression shifts dramatically. Seeing his reaction fuels Smoke's satisfaction. She feels a sense of vindication. Blame her for being too strong. Even if many must perish, she will be lured into a trap, and they will perish together. In a swift motion, Yenhao seizes Smoke by the throat, demanding, "What have you done? It is already finished. She should be dead." Despite the pain, Smoke manages to finish her sentence. Cause Yenhao discomfort brings her a fleeting sense of relief. "Lock her up," he bellows in anger, releasing her and swiftly mounting his horse. Racing away. Mayor, you must not come to harm. With a swift motion, the curved dagger in her hand cleaved through the air, dispatching two foes with a single strike. However, due to the force of inertia, their lifeless bodies fell heavily upon her. With a sudden kick, Lin Mei propelled herself down the gentle slope with greater speed. Yet, as she landed, her descent only accelerated. Something was amiss. This thought barely crossed Lin Mei's mind when the ground beneath her gave way, sending her plummeting downward. Yenhao, determined, ventured up the mountain in search of her. Yet the thick canopy of trees rendered it impractical for horseback riding. Furrowing his brow, he scoured the woods with an urgency born of desperation. After a painstaking search, he finally spotted a trace of blood and the remains of a barbarian. Following the trail of corpses, he eventually arrived at the gentle slope, carefully supporting himself against the trees. He descended, only to find a deep pit below, shrouded in darkness that obscured its depths. "May air!" Yenhao called out, his voice trembling with anxiety. He swallowed hard, the surroundings indicating that this was the site of their final struggle. "I am here." Lin Mei's voice resonated from below, robust and full of vitality. In that moment, Yenhao felt as though the world around him brightened, and with a surge of joy he exclaimed, "Wait for me, I will come to rescue you, Your Highness." Yuchan soon arrived with others, abruptly pulling Yenhao back. "Don't jump down. The area is rife with poisonous plants." With that he leapt down, the dagger he wielded carving a deep groove into the cliffside to slow his descent. As he reached the pit's bottom, quickly igniting a torch to illuminate the surroundings, he beheld sharp spikes all around, although they lay haphazardly strewn across the pit's floor. "May air!" Ignoring everything else, Yenhao hastened to find Lin Mei, who sat in a corner, some weeds clinging to her. She looked up at him and asked, "Why did you jump down?" "To take you back up," he replied without a moment's hesitation. Lin Mei raised her gaze to assess the height. She could ascend using her lightness skill, but carrying someone would pose a challenge. "Are you sure?" Lin Mei questioned, a hint of skepticism in her tone. It was then that Yenhao realized the height of the drop, scratching his head as he responded, "Yuchan and the others will look for ropes. Will you come back down soon?" Lin Mei asked with amusement. "Isn't that a bit redundant? Jumping down only to be pulled back up. What fun is that?" "I want to keep you company," Yenhao explained awkwardly. "I am just worried about your safety with the poisonous plants around. Of course, I do not doubt your abilities. I merely..." He stammered, anxious to avoid any misunderstanding. He knew Lin Mei's strong-willed nature. She would not take kindly to being perceived as weak. Before he could finish, he suddenly froze, his neck stiffly turned, producing a series of cracking sounds. As he sought confirmation that Lin Mei was indeed resting against his shoulder, he was merely checking if he was hallucinating. "You fool," Lin Mei muttered softly, her heart warming as if basked in the sun's gentle rays. "Yenhao, His body rigid, slowly moved his arm, tentatively draping it around Lin Mei's shoulders. He could feel her warmth but hesitated to make contact. No, I'm so tired, he exclaimed excitedly, grinning widely, only to suddenly remember something and hurriedly clarified. I swear, nothing happened between me and Ru Yan. I was merely playing along. Before he could finish, a sharp pain coursed through his arm. Lin Mei had pinched him. He dared not inquire why, merely gasping to alleviate the discomfort. Oh, you think you can sit here and talk to me if you had something to say? Lin Mei scoffed. I am quite selfish. Once provoked, if you dare to withdraw. She paused. There's only one way out. That is, to depart from this life. Upon hearing this, Yanhao grinned widely, calling her name repeatedly, Mei Er. His persistent calls irked Lin Mei, who, with a swift motion, smacked his forehead. Are you a parrot? Huh? What chicken? Yanhao was bewildered. What's with the fuss? Lin Mei had no desire to elaborate. I'm just happy. Yanhao beamed. Does this mean you have accepted me? Right? And you've promised a lifetime together, never to part until death. Embracing Lin Mei, his heart soared with joy. He had finally managed to hold her, and openly at that. She felt a bit slender, yet her flesh was delightful to the touch, firm and resilient. Not at all sagging. Ouch! He inhaled sharply, casting a pitiful glance at Lin Mei. Why did you hit me? Can't you keep your hands to yourself? Lin Mei shot him a glare. Do you think my arm is made of Play-Doh for you to squeeze? With a dejected Yanhao acquiesced. I'll try to refrain from squeezing too much next time. Just then a voice called from above. Your Highness, the rope has been lowered. You see it? For the first time, Yanhao found himself resenting Yu Chen's efficiency. Why so quick? If only I could spend a moment longer with Mei Er. Mei Er, I'm going to get the rope, he said, lighting a torch as he approached the source of the rope. Lin Mei watched his tall figure, a smile creeping across her lips, warmth filling her eyes. She had grown accustomed to the solitude of this dark place, never expecting a fool to come to her side, descending despite knowing she was unharmed. Well then, let us see how this goes, Lin Mei mused as she rose and walked over, grasping the rope. Yanhao pulled and shouted, wait a moment. Turning around, he saw Lin Mei approaching and quickly illuminated the path, anxiously advising, be careful. Yes, fine. Just as Lin Mei finished speaking, Yanhao began to wrap the rope around her waist, ensuring it was neither too loose nor too tight. After several checks, he declared, all right, you go first. Lin Mei regarded him curiously, asking, why don't you go up first? I'll watch you ascend, Yanhao replied instinctively. The warmth of his words enveloped Lin Mei's heart, and she nodded in agreement. Yu-chan, pull the rope, Yanhao called up, and Yu-chan promptly complied, with her feet gradually lifting off the ground. Lin Mei steadied herself, gazing at Yanhao, who remained focused on her as the rope swayed slightly. He shouted, slow down. The rope indeed slackened. Lin Mei felt a surge of joy. Once she reached the top, Yanhao used the rope as strength to follow her ascent. Upon returning to the camp, they found it had transformed from their departure point to a newly established site beyond the canyon. Fortunately, the barbarian raid was minimal, as they were preoccupied with their intent to eliminate Lin Mei and sever their supplies, allowing for a smooth passage. After preparing warm water and cleaning up, Yanhao noticed Lin Mei bore no visible injuries, though she was somewhat dirty. All right, Lin Mei nodded, retreating to the tent to tend to herself. With Lin Mei unharmed, Yanhao finally exhaled in relief. Yu-chan remarked gratefully, Miss Lin is truly fortunate. The surrounding thorns and weeds were laden with venom, yet she emerged unscathed. The barbarians seemed to have lost their minds. Yanhao scoffed, commanding, keep a close watch on Ru Yan. We shall interrogate her tomorrow. Understood, Yu-chan replied hastily. Before departing, Lin Mei enjoyed a comforting hot bath, feeling the surge of vitality within her. The barbarians had indeed employed a significant amount of poison, but what was a lethal pitfall to others had become an excellent opportunity for her to enhance her strength. She felt her bones grow sturdier and her abilities elevate. Would she one day reach the pinnacle of her powers? After her bath, Yanhao entered with food, sitting beside Lin Mei to share a meal. Once she finished, Lin Mei reached out and pinched his cheek. Yanhao was taken aback. Mei Er was exceedingly affectionate, and he found himself at a loss. You've been smiling. Isn't your face getting stiff? Since entering, his grin had never faded. Not at all, not stiff in the least, he replied hastily. Being with you makes me want to smile. Idiot. Lin Mei shot him a glance. Yanhao chuckled, it doesn't matter. Being near you, I wouldn't mind being an idiot. Lin Mei's eyes widened in surprise, her heart fluttering at this newfound charm. Her smile, already enchanting, became even more captivating, causing Yanhao's heart to race uncontrollably. I have something to ask you, Lin Mei said, her smile still lingering. Yes. He nodded vigorously, eager to share everything with her. What did you and Ru Yan do together all night? Lin Mei's question froze Yenhao's smile in place. No, I haven't done anything, Yenhao stammered. You merely spent an entire night doing nothing? How intriguing, Lin Mei remarked with a smirk, her gaze fixed on Yenhao, who inexplicably shivered and hastily clarified, I truly did nothing but drink. Pretended to be intoxicated, and then lay down to sleep. Beads of sweat formed on Yenhao's forehead as he spoke. I didn't ask you. My inquiry was directed towards her. Lin Mei responded with a smile. She also did nothing. Yenhao's eyes began to wander, his heart fluttering with uncertainty. Could she really have done nothing? Lin Mei questioned, her brow furrowing in confusion. Yenhao's throat bobbed nervously before he mumbled. She did do a few things. Lin Mei's gaze urged him to continue. She wiped my forehead, helped me adjust my blanket, poured me a glass of water, and such, he said, his voice tinged with guilt. He then added with a sense of righteousness. I absolutely did not drink the water she poured. I merely pretended to be asleep and ignored her. He felt compelled to assure Mayor that his sacrifices were for the sake of the nation, emphasizing that he had committed no transgressions against her. Once he had finished, Yenhao anxiously watched Lin Mei. To his surprise, she furrowed her brow and asked, that was all? Nothing else? Nothing else? Yenhao stared at Lin Mei in astonishment, wondering what more she could possibly want. Did she not search your belongings? Surely there are letters or documents in your tent? Lin Mei inquired, her curiosity piqued, as a spy would find it odd not to sift through his papers. Oh, you mean that? She did search. Yenhao sighed in relief. She searched? Why didn't you mention that sooner? Lin Mei pressed. I thought you were referring to something else, he mumbled softly, but their proximity ensured Lin Mei heard him. Something else? Lin Mei pondered for a moment before realizing, her expression turning amused as she looked at Yenhao. What were you thinking? Did you believe I would suspect you of engaging in something with her during the night? Yenhao did not clarify his stance, yet his expression betrayed his thoughts. I genuinely did not consider that possibility. I believed you would not engage with her, Lin Mei said, playfully hooking her finger around Yenhao's collar, narrowing her eyes dangerously as she added, you need to be clear about your situation. Since you have chosen to be with me, do not entertain any other affairs, or there will be consequences. That will never happen, Yenhao immediately assured her. I merely worried you might overthink things. Rest assured, I won't overthink, Lin Mei replied with a smile. I do not easily suspect. I only seek confirmation. Yenhao raised an eyebrow, leaning closer to Lin Mei, whispering in her ear, you will never have the opportunity to confirm anything. Lin Mei laughed, but her smile faltered. Who could tell her what the warm sensation on her ear was? Yenhao gently nibbled on her ear before swiftly retreating to avoid her wrath. Lin Mei stiffened, turning her head and raising her hand. Yenhao sprang to his feet, nimbly leaping away. His rapid movement startled the patrolling soldiers in the camp, who exchanged bewildered glances, wondering what had just transpired. After a brief moment of surprise, they resumed their patrol, later reporting the peculiar incident to Yu Chan. Yu Chan, at a loss for words, waved his hand dismissively at the soldiers. It's nothing, you'll get used to it. His words only deepened their astonishment at the absurdity of the situation. The following day, before Yenhao had even risen, soldiers burst into his tent, exclaiming, Marshal, it's bad news. What is it? Yenhao was startled awake, still groggy. Yen has vanished. The soldier exclaimed hurriedly, Marshal, weren't we supposed to investigate her? How can we let this go? The soldier questioned in confusion that it was intended for her to escape. Yenhao replied, turning away from the soldier, gesturing for him to leave. He had been too exhilarated the previous night, unable to contain himself, and had only fallen asleep at dawn, now feeling quite fatigued. The soldier retreated, understanding it was the marshal's wish. After leaving, the soldier returned to the place where Ru Yan had been held, only to find the shackles pried open, a remarkable feat indeed. Clearly, Ru Yan was no ordinary person. Meanwhile, Ru Yan fled until noon, finally stopping to rest. Leaning against a tree trunk, she exhaled deeply, glaring in the direction of Yenhao's tent, spitting in contempt, what a shameless scoundrel. Fortunately, I had a backup plan. Otherwise, I would have truly fallen into his trap. She was grateful for the traces she had left behind in her escape and the potent weapon she had concealed within her hairpin. While it might not suffice against many, it was more than adequate for dealing with a few guards. Yu Yan felt immense relief, all while mocking Yenhao. Did he genuinely believe himself to be unmatched in strategy? How utterly laughable on Yenhao's end. He advanced with unwavering momentum. What a so-called god of slaughter. Merely an excuse for those who fail. General Chidu scoffed. A bunch of useless imbeciles. General Chidu frowned, his face filled with disdain. If it weren't for them, how could my brother have perished there? It was absurd. Had the Khan not heeded Ru Yan's deceitful words, he would never have sent her as a spy. Now, after more than a year, They had accomplished nothing, instead suffering losses and even losing his brother to enemy hands. He vowed to avenge this grievance. Elder brother, the perimeter has been patrolled. General Chicha entered. Addressing his elder sibling, we await the arrival of Oyenhao's forces. We shall capture them all at once, General Chidu sneered, his face a mask of hatred. Indeed, General Chicha nodded solemnly. The three brothers had always fought side by side on the battlefield, but it seemed that this time, Ru Yan's treacherous scheme had led their third brother to intercept Oyenhao's supply lines. Why spare that wretched Ru Yan? Just kill her directly. It would bring great satisfaction. It would also serve as vengeance for our third brother. General Chicha declared angrily. What if the Khan protects her? General Chidu frowned, acknowledging the possibility that can be easily resolved. General Chidu chuckled darkly, lowering his voice as he said, we shall find an opportunity to eliminate her without anyone being the wiser. General Chicha finally showed a hint of a smile, nodding in agreement. Elder brother is wise. Be cautious tonight. Considering Oyenhao's marching pace, his army should arrive by tomorrow. General Chidu murmured, we must meticulously patrol the hillside to prevent their forces from infiltrating. Understood, be careful, General Chidu instructed. Contemplating how to deal with Oyenhao upon his arrival as night fell, General Chicha led over 1,000 elite soldiers into the forest on the hillside to set up an ambush. Once Oyenhao's forces entered the woods, they would be ensnared that if they did not meet total annihilation, at least a significant portion of their troops would perish. General Chicha felt his blood surge with excitement at the thought of quietly reaping lives through his careful arrangements. Who goes there? A soldier suddenly barked. Should Oyenhao have sent scouts to investigate, they would surely notice the illuminated woods, revealing a potential trap. Thus, only a single torch was lit within the forest, ensuring it would not be visible from outside. As for the perimeter, several hundred soldiers were scattered in the darkness, scouting for any signs of Oyenhao's men that if any were detected, they would execute them on the spot. Therefore, General Chicha had only a little over 100 men setting traps, but that number was more than sufficient. General, it seems there might be someone over there. The soldier who had spoken earlier pointed toward a nearby tree. General Chicha immediately ordered a torch to be raised for inspection, but found nothing but swaying branches. Where is anyone? It's merely the wind, General Chidu remarked, frowning. With so many of us here, if there were anyone, we would have noticed by now. Chided by General Chidu, the soldier felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing he had been overly anxious. After all, with over 800 soldiers patrolling the perimeter and their own group of more than 100, it was improbable that anyone could slip by unnoticed. He concluded he had simply been too on edge. In truth, you should trust your eyes, a soft ethereal voice sighed, causing General Chicha to nearly leap in surprise. He turned, glaring in the direction of the voice. The other soldiers raised their torches high, illuminating the area. Not far from them stood a slender woman perched on a branch, her delicate white hands resting against the rough, dark bark of the tree, creating a striking contrast akin to a smooth piece of jade resting upon a slab of obsidian. What astonished them most was the woman's attire. In the midst of the night, she wore a vivid red gown beneath the night sky. She appeared strikingly vivid, her fiery attire resembling flames burning fiercely beneath the heavy curtain of darkness. Yet, the intensity of those colors was entirely overshadowed by her exquisite beauty. Her delicate, enchanting visage was not concealed by the bold hues of her garments. Rather, it seemed only fitting that such a captivating face should be adorned in such rich and vibrant attire. In an instant, over 100 loyal guards found themselves entranced, completely bewitched by Lin Mei's beauty, forgetting entirely how this ethereal woman had silently appeared upon the tree so close to them. A harbinger of death? Lin Mei raised an elegant brow, a smile gracing her lips that was both enchanting and terrifying, truly a moniker befitting her. Regardless of how bewitching her smile was, how intoxicating her beauty, General Chicha felt an unsettling disquiet, a profound sense of wrongness. Kill her, he commanded immediately, rushing forward with his blade drawn. Lin Mei smiled faintly, vanishing from sight as if she were a wraith. The guards gasped in astonishment. Where did she go? Is she human or a specter? Of course she is human, General Chicha snapped. She merely moved too swiftly. Search diligently and refrain from letting your imaginations run wild. Suppressing the turmoil within him, he led his men in search of her. A sudden scream pierced the night, prompting General Chicha to whirl around in anger. What has happened, General? He has suddenly died. How did he die? Chicha strode forward, demanding answers. I don't know. A nearby guard stammered, panic evident in his voice. Wasn't anyone beside him? How could you not know? The general's words quickened, revealing an unrecognized panic within him. The trembling guard replied, I was right beside him. Beside him, and you didn't see anything? Chicha's voice rose in fury. The guard was on the verge of tears. I truly didn't see anything. He was walking right next to me and then that he just fell over dead. What could be more terrifying than that? Search! She must be nearby. Chicha shouted. Form groups of 3 and leave no room for her to escape. The guards quickly organized themselves into teams, ensuring that they remained close together, wary of when this harbinger of death might strike again. The slightest chance of encountering her could mean certain death, and no one dared to take that risk. A scream echoed through the night, sending General Chicha hurrying forward to discover 2 lifeless bodies sprawled on the ground. A deep gash across their necks had severed their heads. And aside from the blood pooling around them, they emitted no further sounds, not even a warning cry. Did you not see who killed your comrades? Chicha demanded of the lone survivor from that group. The guard stood frozen in terror, his face smeared with the dried blood of his fallen companions, chilled by the night breeze. I don't know. Really, his teeth chattered incessantly, producing a chilling sound amidst the eerie stillness of the night, accentuated by the strange corpses lying beside them. None of you saw anything? Chicha asked, attempting to mask his rising dread with anger. The guards, pale-faced, shook their heads. They truly had not witnessed anything. Chicha's legs trembled slightly, his hands beginning to shake. Half of his fear stemmed from fright, the other half from anger. If Lin Mei could kill one with such skill and speed, it was believable, but to have dispatched 2 without a single witness? This was no longer just a display of her inhuman capabilities, it was an affront, an insult. Right beneath his very nose, Lin Mei could extinguish lives at will, choosing when and how. Lin Mei, if you have the audacity, show yourself. What is this sneaking about? Are you a rat scurrying through the shadows? Chicha bellowed, his voice echoing through the trees, startling the birds into flight. The guards huddled together, fearful that Lin Mei might emerge from the shadows to claim their heads. Fueled by a flicker of anger, Chicha shouted again, his grip tightening around the hilt of his sword, readying himself for battle. A light laugh resonated through the night, sounding like a specter from the underworld, chilling the air with malice. The guards shivered, goosebumps rising on their skin as they instinctively drew closer together. Surely, there was safety in numbers? Lin Mei appeared on a branch before General Chicha, her smile alluring. Do you wish to face me head-on? What sort of hero ambushes from behind? That is no act of valor, Chicha retorted, tightening his grip on his weapon, unaware of how his muscles tensed with anxiety. I am no hero. Lin Mei shrugged nonchalantly. Besides, you sent your spies first. How comical to speak of heroism now. Chicha had no time for banter. He gestured to his guards, who nodded in understanding. Kill her, he commanded, charging forward with his men. Lin Mei leaped gracefully from the tree, her movements as light as a butterfly dancing among flowers. Blood sprayed as the guards fell like straw beneath her curved blade. A jolt of realization struck General Chicha. She was too formidable. This level of strength was beyond his capacity to combat. Even if he were to exhaust himself here, he was determined to vanquish Lin Mei. Lin Mei smiled subtly, glancing past the fallen guards toward Chi-Si. Do you truly believe you can defeat me? Humph, I will kill you eventually, Chicha growled. Lin Mei chuckled. I offer you a chance. Surrender and I shall spare your lives. Dream on. We would rather die than yield. Chicha barked without hesitation. Lin Mei sighed wistfully, as though genuinely regretful. Is this truly your choice? Very well. I shall ensure your deaths are worthy. With that, her blade whirled, delivering strikes imbued with immense power toward Lin Mei. Should one connect, she would undoubtedly be cleaved in 2, assuming of course that he could touch her. Chicha attacked swiftly, each strike slicing through the air. Yet all he met was emptiness. Lin Mei danced like a delicate butterfly, evading each blow with effortless grace, always slipping away just as his blade seemed poised to strike. In this apocalyptic world, her unique poison abilities made her unparalleled. No one knew that aside from consuming mutated flora and fauna, her powers had other facets. Besides enhancing her abilities to their peak, others remained oblivious to Lin Mei's true potential. Her body had been tempered by toxins, making it far beyond the reach of ordinary abilities, while others wielded external powers, earth, water, fire, and rare abilities like lightning. Lin Mei's prowess came from the very essence of her being, honed through relentless exposure to poison. If one were to draw a comparison, her skills surpassed mere martial prowess. She had transcended the realm of mastery. Thus, while General Chicha's rapid assaults seemed fierce, to Lin Mei they unfolded in slow motion, making it effortless for her to evade. You are far too arrogant, little girl. Chicha laughed maniacally. Even if we all perish here, I shall wear you down. He was determined not to let his brother's sacrifice be in vain. Lin Mei shook her head in amusement. Is this truly all the men you brought with you? Chicha's movements faltered as a nagging sensation he had long dismissed finally surfaced. Indeed, he had set out with 1,000 men, while over 100 were ensnared nearby. The rest were patrolling the periphery. Amidst such chaos, why had none of them made a sound? It was inconceivable they had not heard the commotion. Fear gripped General Chicha's heart, his hands trembling, even the weighty sword beginning to slip from his grasp. He stammered, staring at Lin Mei in horror. All he saw was her enchanting smile, so beautifully captivating. Yet an icy dread surged from the depths of his being, coursing through him, freezing his blood. What have you done? Naturally, I have done what needed to be done, Lin Mei chuckled lightly, her curved blade tracing a perfect arc through the air. A beauty akin to a vibrant dance. Yet this dance was imbued with a crimson hue. As the scent of blood swiftly permeated the forest, night would inevitably fade. The dawn would rise and morning would ultimately arrive. What? General Chi Nu exclaimed, disregarding his missed breakfast, and immediately led his troops into the woods to search. Even if traps were laid, it was impossible to accomplish such a feat in a single night. The question remained, with 1,000 loyal soldiers dispatched, how could there be not a single piece of information? What had happened to Chi-Cha? Could it be that Oyenhao's forces had attacked? Unlikely, highly unlikely. An army would not arrive so silently, General Chi Nu reassured himself. It couldn't be that just a few individuals from Oyenhao's side had extinguished Chi-Cha and his loyal soldiers. Could it? Such a notion was utterly ludicrous. Chapter 70. The traitor General Chi Nu consoled himself internally, yet he hastened toward the woods with his loyal soldiers. Their vicinity was filled with their own men. Even if Oyenhao had sent a few individuals, it would pose no threat. Chi-Cha could certainly handle it. With this thought, General Chi Nu rushed into the forest. Just as he reached the outskirts, a sudden exclamation rang out. General, you must see this. Turning swiftly, General Chi Nu gasped in shock and hastened to dismount for a closer inspection. Beneath a nearby tree lay one of Chi-Cha's loyal soldiers. But his body was already cold and rigid. The dead held no terror. Yet the frightening aspect was that there were no visible wounds on this individual. Search! General Chi Nu commanded. The loyal soldiers hurriedly began to search, and eventually discovered a faint scratch on the back of his neck, shallow yet ominously dark, poisoned. One soldier said anxiously. General Chi Nu's brow furrowed deeply as he instructed his soldiers, search the surroundings, there must be more. The soldiers scoured the area, and indeed, as they ventured deeper into the woods, the number of corpses increased, each marked with subtle scratches in inconspicuous places. The scratches were all located on the neck, near the blood vessels, indicating that someone had swiftly inflicted poisoned cuts upon these men, causing them to bleed out and collapse without a chance to call for help. The speed of the assailants' actions had gone unnoticed by those nearby. Who could have done this? The efficiency of their strikes sent waves of fear surging through General Chi Nu's heart. We must go, he urged, racing deeper into the forest, with the situation outside as it was. What had become of his brother? Finally reaching the depths of the forest, General Chi Nu found himself unable to proceed further. The ground beneath him was soaked with blood, and the sight of countless corpses sent shivers even through one accustomed to death. With each step, he felt as though he was treading through mire, but this mire was born not of water, but of blood. In his frantic search, he eventually located his brother's body, but his head was missing. General Chi Nu's eyes turned crimson with rage as he let out a heart-wrenching roar, startling the birds around him into flight. He then rallied his troops, preparing to confront Oyenhao. To General Chi Nu's surprise, he waited in vain for Oyenhao's army to arrive. The anger that had filled him began to cool during this prolonged wait, not due to a lack of fury, but because he had transitioned from impulsive rage to a calm analysis of who could have taken his brother's life. Could it be that Lin Mei had come herself? Just as this possibility crossed his mind, he dismissed it outright. A woman, no matter how formidable, could not stealthily eliminate over 1,000 men. Such a notion was absurd. Was it possible that Oyenhao possessed some hidden weapon? Just as General Chi Nu grappled with this enigma, news suddenly arrived from their rear that Oyenhao had attempted to assassinate the Khan, who had been injured and was now missing. Upon riding swiftly to the scene and inquiring about the situation, he learned that both Oyenhao and Lin Mei had infiltrated stealthily to carry out the assassination. General Chi Nu's fury erupted as he shouted, "Are you all dead? How could so many fail to protect the Khan?" The guards left behind quaked in fear, pleading their innocence, insisting they had maintained a vigilant watch, yet had seen no outsiders until it was too late. They had fought desperately to protect the Khan, allowing him to escape, albeit injured. General Chi Nu pondered for a moment before commanding, Oyenhao and his accomplices have certainly not fled. All routes must be sealed, even if they had wings. They cannot escape. They conducted a thorough search for Oyenhao and Lin Mei, leaving no stone unturned, almost turning over every nook and cranny. At that moment, a soldier rushed in with news. General, there are bloodstains by the creek. General Chi Nu immediately hastened to the location and indeed found bloodstains among the rocks by the creek, indicating that Yan Hao and his companion had passed through there. It appeared that Lin Mei had sustained a slight injury during the assassination attempt on the Khan. All soldiers dispersed to search, with General Chi Nu instructing them to avoid alarming the enemy. Eventually, they discovered traces of Lin Mei and Yan Hao in a cave. General Chi Nu approached cautiously, overhearing faint voices within. "How is the injury?" A concerned male voice asked. "I'm fine. I told you we should have moved directly." "Why wait? The longer we linger, the greater the risk," replied a dissatisfied female voice. Surely it was Lin Mei. "What risk? Don't forget that Ru Yan has made arrangements if she hadn't tipped us off in advance. How could we have eliminated the Qi brothers?" Yan Hao reassured Lin Mei. "What arrangements? She was supposed to distract the guards, yet she was still discovered," Lin Mei complained, lamenting that they could have killed the Khan outright. "It's fine, isn't Ru Yan accompanying us? She will signal us along the way." Yan Hao comforted her. "Once your injury is better, we can proceed. The Khan still has guards nearby. What if something goes awry?" Lin Mei expressed her concern, fearing they might contact their forces, which would complicate matters. "You can't push yourself too hard," he advised. Outside the cave, General Chi Nu was trembling with rage, signaling his soldiers to charge inside. Upon hearing the commotion, Yan Hao and Lin Mei immediately stood and fled deeper into the cave. Once General Chi Nu and his men rushed in, they discovered that the cave was riddled with numerous paths. Causing their forces to scatter, when they finally regrouped, they found that there was indeed another exit at the back of the cave, allowing Lin Mei and Yan Hao to escape. Furious, General Chi Nu kicked a nearby stone and demanded, "Have we found the Khan?" "Not yet." Realizing this, General Chi Nu hurriedly led his troops toward a certain location, where the tombs of past Khans were housed. That if he guessed correctly, the Khan would be there. Upon arriving at the site, they indeed found the Khan taking refuge within. That he had sustained severe injuries, worsening as he fled and was unable to move further. General Chi Nu quickly entered, assisting the Khan, who was accompanied only by 2 guards. Yet, there was one individual General Chi Nu least wanted to see, Ru Yan. After her injuries had been tended to, the Khan waved his hand, expressing gratitude. "It is thanks to Ru Yan that I am not dead at the hands of Yan Hao." At the mention of Ru Yan, General Chi Nu's brow furrowed as he drew his blade. "General Chi Nu, what are you doing?" The Khan, still shaken from the assassination attempt, was bewildered. Why Khan? Yan Hao and his accomplice were led here by Ru Yan. General Chi Nu raised his sword, pointing it directly at Ru Yan. Ru Yan, trembling, collapsed to her knees, tears in her eyes, her complexion pale as she cried out, "My Khan, I am wrong." "General Chi Nu, you must be mistaken," the Khan said, frowning in disbelief, unable to fathom that Ru Yan could be a traitor. "Why Khan? This woman is here to deceive you. You cannot trust her," General Chi Nu asserted firmly. Many soldiers had heard Yan Hao and Lin Mei explicitly declare that she was the traitor, that she had leaked your whereabouts and led the loyal soldiers away, allowing the assassination attempt to take place. General Chi Nu's voice was resolute as he fixed his gaze on Ru Yan. "Akin to a beast stalking its prey. My Khan, Ru Yan is absolutely innocent." Ru Yan immediately defended herself. "I am loyal to you. You know that." After hearing her plea, the Khan nodded and addressed General Chi Nu. "General Chi Nu, Ru Yan is not that kind of person. You have misunderstood her." "How could I be mistaken?" Yan Hao and Lin Mei themselves declared it. General Chi Nu retorted, his disdain for Ru Yan growing. He had never trusted her, and given the current events, he was even less inclined to let her off the hook. This woman, whatever she claimed, had garnered the Khan's undue affection, which struck him as utterly abnormal. "They are framing me," Ru Yan cried. "I infiltrated their ranks and they harbor resentment against me, seeking to eliminate me with your assistance." The Khan nodded vigorously. "General Chi Nu, Ru Yan makes a compelling argument. Do not fall for their schemes. My Khan." General Chi Nu stared in disbelief at the Khan, struggling to comprehend that he would say such a thing. For the sake of a woman, one disregards their own safety and allows such hazards to linger nearby. Is this not merely inviting trouble upon oneself? This woman must not be spared. Were it not for Ru Yan's influence, how could his 2 younger brothers have met their demise? Now the Khan has sustained grave injuries because of this woman. Yet she remains oblivious to the danger. Is she intent on perishing at Ru Yan's hands? General Chi Nu. The Khan thundered with righteous fury, yet he was met with utter defiance from him. "Seize Ru Yan and take her away." General Chi Nu issued his command without hesitation. "Chi Nu," the Khan bellowed, "is this insurrection? My Khan, please forgive me." General Chi Nu, sword in hand, charged towards Ru Yan, and the royal guards followed suit in a frenzy. I apologize, dear readers, for the brevity of today's update due to unforeseen circumstances. I sincerely express my regrets. Chapter 71. Such ambition, Chi Nu, are you plotting rebellion? The Khan exclaimed in astonishment, leaping from his bed. He positioned himself protectively in front of Ru Yan, blood seeping from his wound. His actions were not born from favoritism towards Ru Yan over his own life, but rather from the affront to his authority by General Chi Nu. How dare a general disregard his orders? My Khan! You must not. The air was thick with gasps of disbelief from those surrounding them. The Khan looked on in horror as the long blade pierced his side. Blood gushing forth. My Khan. General Chi Nu was equally astonished. He had indeed injured the Khan without awaiting any command. The guards surged forward, subduing General Chi Nu. The Khan's wound tore further, causing him to collapse to the ground. Prompting the bystanders to rush forward and lift him back onto the bed, General Chi Nu was swiftly imprisoned, and after a flurry of activity, the Khan's condition was finally stabilized. All the while, General Chi Nu inquired of the guards at the door, "How fares the Khan?" "My general, it is best you do not ask. The Khan is in a foul mood," one guard replied with resignation. General Chi Nu felt a deep sense of frustration. He had not intended for this to happen in that moment. He had aimed to apprehend Ru Yan, and those he had summoned were also intent on seizing her, resulting in a regrettable collision. Who could have anticipated that the Khan would so recklessly disregard his own injuries to shield Ru Yan? Throughout the night, General Chi Nu could find no rest. Plagued by worry and anxiety, he resolved to wait until the Khan's temper had cooled before seeking to explain himself. As dawn approached, exhaustion overtook him, and he finally succumbed to sleep. However, barely had he closed his eyes when he felt a sharp sting at his neck. Others might have dismissed it, but the ever-vigilant General Chi Nu immediately opened his eyes, yet found himself paralyzed, unable to move even a finger or utter a sound. Impressive indeed. Such keen awareness. Lin Mei crouched before him, a smile playing on her lips. Within arm's reach, he could easily snap her slender neck, but alas, he could not even twitch a finger. General Chi Nu, I presume? Lin Mei said cheerfully, "It is indeed a pleasure to meet you. I have heard tales of you and your brothers, often causing trouble along our borders, even beheading innocents and displaying their heads as trophies. Is that not so? Seizing upon any woman in sight to reward your soldiers. You are truly a compassionate general." Though her face bore a smile, the chilling undertones of her words were laced with malice. "Fear not, I shan't kill you," Lin Mei said with a light laugh. "Killing you would be far too merciful. You are most devoted to your Khan, are you not? I wonder if he would show you mercy for the crime of attempting to assassinate him." A chill ran down General Chi Nu's spine as an ominous premonition took hold. Regrettably, he could not voice his concerns, merely glaring at Lin Mei with a fierce intensity. Lin Mei, however, seemed unperturbed, continuing with her playful banter. "Rest assured. I have everything arranged. You see, having wounded the Khan, with a few planted words and a discovery of incriminating evidence from your residence, do you think your beloved Khan would still trust you or wish to keep you around? It was all your doing." General Chi Nu glared at Lin Mei with murderous intent, wishing he could tear her apart. Lin Mei patted her chest, feigning anxiety. "Oh dear, do not look at me like that. It is quite frightening." With a fade of fear, yet paired with her smile, it was infuriating beyond measure. "Indeed, it was I who orchestrated the initial collision and the subsequent provocation before the Khan." Seeing the bloodshot eyes of General Chi Nu, Lin Mei felt a surge of delight. The Khan is aging, and his sons have grown. They should be making their mark. You three brothers insist on monopolizing power to support the Khan. But what of his sons? Lin Mei expressed her dismay. "You truly lack foresight. Oh, do not glare so. Your eyes may pop out." She kindly advised, "Well, you may consider this your just end." Suddenly struck by inspiration, she remarked, Speaking of which, the latest news is that the Khan feels you have grown too arrogant, disregarding him entirely, and is plotting rebellion. Therefore, come dawn, the executioners will arrive for you. Are you pleased? The very one you have devoted yourself to will come to end your life?" Lin Mei's smile was radiant, while General Chi Nu felt rage boiling within him. "Do you wish to gnaw at my flesh? To flay my skin and feast upon my bones?" Lin Mei gazed into his furious eyes, her demeanor utterly relaxed. "Fear not. The families of those you killed likely share similar sentiments and would wish to do the same to you." Lin Mei rose with a smile and departed silently. Her movements were so deft that no one noticed her exit. Yet, if words were spoken, why did the guards remain oblivious? There were only two possibilities. Either the guards outside had been incapacitated by Lin Mei's poison, or they were in collusion with her. Regardless, he had been thoroughly ensnared. Now, rendered mute and powerless, who could come to his aid? In truth, he preferred to believe the guards were under Lin Mei's control, as that would allow for his situation to be discovered. granting him a slim chance of defense. Sleep was a distant memory. General Chi Nu was on the verge of madness from anxiety. Regrettably, he remained unaware of the nature of the drug Lin Mei had administered that he watched helplessly as dawn broke. His condition unchanged, unable to move his hands or speak, he could only blink in desperation until the guards entered. Accompanied by the Khan's attendants to announce his fate. The charge against him was that of treason, having amassed troops and incited rebellion. The other accusations he accepted, for he had devoted his life to serving the Khan. Only to meet such a tragic end. General Chi Nu longed to resist, yet he remained utterly immobilized, reduced to frantic blinking. Strangely, the one who came to pronounce his death sentence seemed aware of his plight yet chose to ignore it. In that moment, General Chi Nu understood the grim reality. This person was likely aligned with the Khan's SON. By eliminating him, military power would shift to others. General Chi Nu could not fathom the level of injustice in his demise. Not on the battlefield nor at the hands of an enemy, but by the very one he had served loyally all his life. Could there be a more ironic fate? Lin Mei, how astute. Indeed, her vengeance was thorough. As for his reflections, General Chi Nu could only internalize them, with no opportunity to voice his grievances. Following the execution of the treasonous General Chi Nu, unrest continued to plague the Khan's court. Lin Mei and Yanhao returned, this time with even greater efficiency, swiftly dispatching the Khan before anyone could react. Hearing the commotion, Ru Yan and others rushed in, but alas, it was too late. As they entered, Yanhao and Lin Mei bolted for the exit. Just as they passed Ru Yan, Lin Mei grasped her wrist. You must hurry, but before she could finish, Lin Mei seemed to realize something. Releasing her grip and cursing, "You traitor, I will not let you escape." With remarkable speed, Lin Mei darted past Ru Yan and fled alongside Yanhao. The royal guards were unable to apprehend them. Thus, Ru Yan's days grew increasingly grim. She was imprisoned and subjected to severe torture in an effort to extract a confession that I truly did not collude with Yanhao. I swear, Ru Yan cried. Her eyes swollen with tears, she had long ceased to care. The pain from her injuries was unbearable. For all those years, the Khan had doted on her. Even when she had been in Yanhao's camp, she had endured no hardship. The soldiers there had cared for her well. You did not conspire with Yanhao. Then why were they nearly able to take you away? The interrogator demanded furiously. They were merely putting on a show for you. Ru Yan sobbed softly, her voice barely above a whisper, for any loud sound would exacerbate her wounds. A show? Do you think you are of such significance that they would go to such lengths for you? The interrogator shouted. They despise me. Ru Yan felt utterly wronged, at a loss for how to express her injustice. In the final moments of loathing, there was ample time to deliver a fatal blow. Yet they refrained, even attempting to lure you away. What schemes do Yanhao and his cohorts harbor? Where has their grand army advanced? The interrogators relentlessly pressed Ru Yan, subjecting her to various tortures, each more harrowing than the last. It is a lament that such a captivating beauty met her demise within the confines of the torture chamber. The sons of the Khan hastily vied for power, yet only one swiftly emerged victorious. Upon assuming the role of Khan, he directly submitted a letter of surrender to Yanhao. The defeated party finally comprehended that the wretch had long since forged an agreement with Yanhao. However, it was too late for any utterance. The die had been cast. Further words held no significance. The emperor, in a splendid display of delight, lavished rewards upon his subjects. Yet, she yearned to uncover why Lin Buyan lingered at her doorstep. Lin Mei nodded slightly. Turning to Lin Buyan and stating, now that you have seen, is it not clear? This blatant rejection rendered Lin Buyan's expression awkward as he indignantly retorted, is it not permissible for a father to visit his daughter? Lin Mei, with a hint of amusement, replied, how could I forget that you once proclaimed I was not your daughter? Lin Buyan was taken aback by Lin Mei's mercilessness. At that moment, several individuals approached, carrying boxes, and bowed to Lin Mei. Miss Lin, shall we bring these inside now? Yes, please do. Lin Mei nodded slightly. Lin Buyan quickly discerned that these were splendid gifts from the emperor. The sheer number of boxes was staggering. Contemplating Lin Mei's newfound favor with the emperor, he pondered whether mending their relationship might yield better resources for himself in the court. It was common knowledge among the officials that he had sent his daughter to the barbarians, not only failing to achieve a marriage alliance but also allowing her to be toyed with by them. Now, he had become the subject of ridicule. Such blunt words struck Lin Buyan like a slap. Devoid of any subtlety, were you not the one who sought me out? What brings you all the way from the Anyuan Marquis mansion to my doorstep? Lin Mei was not inclined to be courteous. You unfilial daughter, Lin Buyan rebuked. Indeed, I am unfilial. What of it? Go ahead, strike me, Lin Mei taunted, successfully igniting Lin Buyan's fury. prompting him to leap forward in an attempt to hit her. Lin Mei effortlessly stepped back, causing Lin Buyan to stumble and fall to the ground. Observing her father sprawled on the floor, Lin Mei scoffed, "Father, even if you wish to apologize, such a grand gesture is unnecessary. Nevertheless, I appreciate your sincerity." "Lin Mei, you ungrateful wretch." Lin Buyan scrambled to his feet, pointing an accusatory finger at her. "I am the wretch? It seems you are my father, are you not? If I am a wretch, then what does that make you? An old wretch?" Lin Mei found her own words amusing, letting out a laugh. "Oh, I see now. You are indeed an old wretch. Otherwise, why would you wish to send your daughter to become a princess and offer her to the barbarians? If not to further your own ambitions, such a despicable act of selling one's daughter for glory could only be described as that of a wretch." Lin Mei shrugged playfully. "Father, you should feel pleased. At least I resemble you in that regard." Lin Buyan's face alternated between shades of blue and white, nearly spitting blood in his fury. "You wait. What? Do you intend to deal with me?" Lin Mei replied, tilting her chin slightly towards the neighboring residence, smiling at Lin Buyan. "Do take note of who resides beside me. Should you wish to strike me, first consult with Uyan how to see if he consents." Lin Mei's tone turned icy, each word resonating clearly in Lin Buyan's ear. "Go inquire about my actions outside before you dare speak to me thus." Lin Buyan was oblivious to the meaning behind Lin Mei's words. Yet the palpable aura of bloodlust compelled him to instinctively take a step back. Lin Mei's laughter was enchanting, but why did he feel an overwhelming chill and tremor within the depths of his heart? "Take care, I shan't see you out," Lin Mei declared, turning to enter her residence. The door slammed shut with a resounding thud, startling Lin Buyan back to reality. Only then did he realize that his legs felt weak and his hands trembled uncontrollably. Rubbing his hands vigorously, he noted with dismay that, despite the summer heat, they were icy cold. That he could only curse her in his heart for her shamelessness. Upon returning to the Anyuan Marquis mansion, Zhao Shi entered and inquired, "My lord, have you seen Mayor?" "Do not mention that ungrateful girl," Lin Buyan retorted angrily. "What is the matter?" Zhao Shi asked nonchalantly, still twisting her prayer beads. With a sigh, she continued, "It is also my fault. I did not raise her properly. She lost her mother at a young age and lacked proper guidance, which has led her to this state." "Humph," Lin Buyan scoffed, "this state? I have not seen any other illegitimate daughter behave in such a manner. She has even moved out to establish her own household and followed men into battle. What a disgrace!" The more Lin Buyan thought about it, the more he felt Lin Mei was out of line. However, he had not considered whether he would have sought to curry favor with Lin Mei, who was currently in the emperor's good graces. Had she not ventured into battle after all, she was still his daughter. How could there be lingering animosity between them? Zhao Shi advised, "My lord, speak with her calmly. That I have heard she has achieved merit this time. Perhaps you should inquire about arranging a marriage for her." "A marriage?" Lin Buyan was taken aback. He had not contemplated this. "Indeed, my lord, consider this. All the young ladies in our household are married. Yet Mayor remains unattached. The eldest, second eldest, and even her fourth sister have all wedded. If she continues to remain single, will she not become the subject of ridicule?" Zhao Shi remarked, "Whether she marries or not is my decision to make." The thought of Lin Mei's attitude left Lin Buyan seething. After all, he was her father, yet she treated him in such a manner. It was utterly unacceptable. My lord, young ladies often possess their own quirks. Zhao Shi chuckled lightly. "I must admit I have neglected her. Now that she has some abilities, she may be venting her grievances upon you." "She dares?" Lin Buyan exclaimed. "Does she not appreciate all that she has? What could she possibly complain about?" "The thoughts of a daughter are often intricate and convoluted," Zhao Shi smiled, appearing unfazed by Lin Mei's impudence, and continued to persuade Lin Buyan, "You should seize this opportunity while her reputation is favorable and find her a suitable match. Our daughter is the concubine of the fifth prince. Qianqing has married into the Marquis' family. Surely, Mayor cannot marry someone of lesser stature. Moreover, she has achieved merit in vanquishing the barbarians." Zhao Shi glanced meaningfully at Lin Buyan. "My lord, consider whose son in the court aligns with your interests." Lin Buyan's eyes lit up as he grasped Zhao Shi's intentions. She was suggesting he find a better patron in the court. Who would be suitable? Lin Buyan found himself in a quandary. "In my opinion, the best match would naturally be from the royal family." Zhao Shi smiled. "The royal family? You wish for her to wed the seventh prince?" Lin Buyan was well aware of Lin Mei's amicable relationship with Uyanhao. They had fought together against the barbarians. However, marrying Lin Mei to the seventh prince would fulfill her desires. The thought of making her happy left him feeling quite displeased. She cannot marry the seventh prince. Lin Buyan immediately dismissed the idea, fearing that if she were to marry him, she would become uncontrollable, disrupting the very heavens. Zhao Shi chuckled. leisurely twisting her prayer beads. My lord, the royal family is not limited to the 7th prince. There is also the 5th prince and the crown prince. However, the 5th prince is a man of refinement. I fear our daughter may not be able to temper her spirited nature in his presence. Zhao Shi glanced at Lin Buyan. What do you think of the crown prince? The crown prince already has a crown princess. Lin Buyan immediately shook his head. Furthermore, the position of a side consort was not something of their status. It is not necessary to have a title. As long as she enters the crown prince's residence, that suffices, Zhao Shi said slowly. Lin Buyan looked at Zhao Shi in astonishment, hesitantly asking, are you suggesting that Lin may become a concubine without a recognized status? Being a concubine in the royal family is no easy feat. The concubines of ordinary families already lead harrowing lives. Those in the royal family are even lower in status. Moreover, the royal family has access to countless beauties, making it exceedingly difficult for a royal concubine to rise above the rest. That as long as Lin Mei is beside the crown prince, that would be sufficient. My lord, with her beauty, do you not think the crown prince would be enamored with her? Zhao Shi inquired with a smile. Reflecting on how Lin Mei had inherited her mother's beauty, Lin Buyan reluctantly conceded that she indeed possessed a striking appearance. While affection may be granted, she was currently estranged from the Anyuan Marquis mansion. What if the crown prince were to favor her and she turned against them? Lin Buyan remained apprehensive. He currently held no significant position in the court. If the crown prince were to suppress him, would he not face disaster, endangering even his current standing? My esteemed sir, have you forgotten who Manor is currently closest to? Zhao Shi spoke leisurely, unperturbed. The 7th prince, Lin Buyan blurted out without a moment's hesitation. Indeed, the 7th prince is arrogant and self-important, wielding his military power with audacity, daring even to oppose his majesty. Do you truly believe the crown prince would harbor affections for the 7th prince? Zhao Shi chuckled, her smile laced with cunning. Given Mayor's prolonged association with the 7th prince, even if the crown prince were enamored with her beauty, he would inevitably exercise caution at the thought of the 7th prince. My lord, we are utilizing Manor to cultivate our relationship with the crown prince, not to become adversaries with him, Zhao Shi declared confidently. Lin Buyan nodded vigorously. Madam, your insight is remarkable. Zhao Shi lowered her gaze, her fingers deftly twisting the prayer beads. Wearing a benevolent smile, she would ensure that the 2 daughters of that lowly-born individual would not have it easy. The crown prince may hold a position of great power, yet he is also quite enamored with beauty, surrounded by countless enchanting women. Should Lin Mei enter the fray, she might enjoy a fleeting favor, but in time that even the most exquisite beauty can grow tiresome. Moreover, given Lin Mei's temperament, she would not possess the same ability to charm men as her mother, and would surely fall from grace swiftly. While Zhao Shi and Lin Buyan plotted against Lin Mei, the courtyard of Lin Yisan lay shrouded in desolation. Not once in these many days had anyone ventured to check on her. As she gazed at the meager meal presented to her, Lin Yisan glared at her maid and demanded, "Is this my dinner? It's so insipid, lacking in any meat or vegetables. How utterly pitiful." "Yes, miss," the maid nodded. "This is all the kitchen provided," slamming her hand on the table in fury. Lin Yisan exclaimed, "Is this truly all a dignified princess like myself is to eat?" The maid, startled, replied nervously, "Miss, I cannot make such decisions. It is all arranged by the kitchen. Have them replace it," Lin Yisan scolded. Angrily overturning her meal, the maid trembled, aware of the second Mrs. Foul mood these days, but never had she witnessed such an outburst of temper. Hastily, the maid called for the head servant to tidy up the room, while she herself rushed to the kitchen to fetch more suitable food. "Why are you back again?" the kitchen cook asked, puzzled. "Did you not take away the meals for your courtyard? What kind of food are you sending to my lady? She demands meat," the maid insisted assertively. "Meat?" The cook burst into laughter. "There isn't any left." Seeing the remnants of braised pork in the cook's bowl, the maid's anger flared. "You have it. Why does my lady not?" she questioned indignantly. "You are bullying me." The maid was on the verge of tears. The second miss was a princess, and such treatment was unacceptable. "A princess, you say?" The cook laughed heartily. "What a joke! That kind of princess?" His mockery made the maid's tears spill forth, but she felt utterly powerless. "Useless wretch!" Lin Yisan slapped the maid's face, momentarily stunning her and causing her to forget her tears. Lin Yisan flung open the door and stormed out. The maid, momentarily dazed, quickly grasped Lin Yisan's intentions and, disregarding her own pain, scrambled to follow. "Miss Mississippi," she called out loudly, but Lin Yisan ran too swiftly for her to keep up. Gritting her teeth, the maid turned to seek Zhao Shi. Bursting into Zhao Shi's courtyard, she cried out, Madam, help me!" The stout G-Mama abruptly blocked her path, saying, "Stop! Who allowed you to barge in here? The madam and the master are dining. You must wait." G-Mama, Please let me see the madam and master. There is an urgent matter concerning the second miss. The maid pleaded desperately that no matter how urgent, it must wait. You cannot disturb the master and madam at their meal. Can you bear the consequences? Mama reprimanded. Today, the master and madam were enjoying a harmonious moment together, and she would not allow a mere maid to interrupt. Let her in, came Zhao Shi's voice from within. Yes, madam, Mama replied, allowing the maid to enter. Once inside, the maid tearfully recounted, Master, madam, the kitchen is shortchanging the second Mrs. meals, and she is upset, causing a ruckus in the kitchen that I could not restrain her. I implore you to speak with her. Lin Buyan frowned and muttered, what a nuisance. Fine, you may go. He waved his hand dismissively, clearly reluctant to see Lin Yisan. Zhao Shi approached the kitchen and before even entering, heard the chaos within, shrieks and clamor that made her frown deeply. Upon entering, she was met with the sight of a disheveled kitchen, items strewn about, all the result of Lin Yisan's rampage. Exen, what are you doing? Zhao Shi scolded. Mother, is it wrong for me to seek some food? Lin Yisan retorted defiantly, having endured so much hardship in this barbaric land, she had nothing left to lose. If you wish for food, you could have sent a maid to fetch it. What kind of decorum is this, causing such a ruckus in the kitchen? Zhao Shi reprimanded, furrowing her brow. How are you all taking care of the mistress? Zhao Shi turned her ire on the cooks, demanding they prepare suitable meals for the second miss without delay. Lin Yisan regarded Zhao Shi's feigned concern with a cold smile. Who was it that had sent her to the barbaric lands in the first place? After years of ingratiating herself to Zhao Shi, she had been cast aside without hesitation for the sake of profit. Identity. What identity do I even have left? Lin Yisan scoffed. A sudden realization struck her. Everyone knows. Then they must all know about my time in the barbaric lands. How can I live on from here? A pawn without any value. What purpose did it serve to remain here? A waste of time. I in the Yuanhou residence, chaos reigned, and Lin Mei's household was far from tranquil as well. What is happening? Lin Mei stepped back, disdainfully eyeing the inebriated Yuanhou as she spoke. She stumbled, nearly losing her balance. Quickly, she moved forward to steady him, her brow furrowed with concern. How could you drink so much? Those fellows were celebrating my triumphant return, and I indulged a bit too much. Yuanhou replied, grinning as he leaned on her for support. I wanted everyone to recognize that this victory was thanks to Manor. The thought of his comrades praising Manor filled him with joy, even more than their praise for himself. Xiaoer, fetch some hangover soup, Lin Mei instructed. After helping Yuanhou to bed, she ensured he lay down properly, holding him up as he was quite heavy. Manor, you don't know how those officials in court remain oblivious to your prowess. When I mentioned you, they were all astonished. Yuanhou chuckled foolishly, spouting drunken nonsense. I know they feigned shock, but deep down they remain skeptical. However, in a few days, once news from the borders arrives, they'll realize I speak the truth. He said this with pride. Manor is truly remarkable. Truly remarkable. Lin Mei chuckled at Yuanhou's enthusiasm. What does it matter whether I am remarkable or not? What use are such empty accolades? Such a remarkable Manor belongs to me. Yuanhou declared proudly, gripping Lin Mei's hand as he laughed joyfully. Lin Mei entertained the drunken man, engaging him in light conversation. After Xiaoer prepared the hangover soup, Lin Mei helped Yuanhou drink it before settling him back down and covering him with a light blanket. Fortunately, it was summer, so there was no fear of him catching a chill. Once Yuanhou fell into a deep slumber, Lin Mei released her hold and settled onto the adjacent couch. The night passed without incident. The next morning, Yuanhou rose early and quietly approached Lin Mei, draping a thin blanket over her. He stood beside her, gazing at her with tenderness, but after a while, he left for court. As soon as Yuanhou departed, Lin Mei opened her eyes, yawned, and called for Xiaoer to tidy up the bed. Intending to catch a bit more sleep as Xiaoer arranged the bedding, she asked, Miss, did the prince disturb you while he was drunk last night? Disturb me? Not in the slightest, Lin Mei replied, rubbing her eyes, struggling to adjust to the early hour. I must admit, I am more suited to a leisurely life. What? Xiaoer turned surprised. He has been out fighting. The conditions cannot have always been favorable. If he led his troops to harsh lands, he would surely have needed strong liquor to keep warm. I've never heard of soldiers who cannot drink. They all learn to cope for survival. Lin Mei spoke slowly, still half asleep, as if she might drift off at any moment. So, the prince was pretending to be drunk last night? Xiaoer asked, her expression turning anxious. Miss, he wouldn't take advantage of you in that state. Would he? Not to worry. With his clumsy demeanor, he needs the courage of intoxication just to put his arms around me. What could he possibly do? Lin Mei scoffed. Upon hearing this, Xiaoer felt relieved and hurried to tidy up. Outside, Yu Qinyu, who had come to collect something, felt vexed. Should he still go in? His master's little charade had been exposed. Would it be inappropriate for him to enter now, however, considering Lin Mei's abilities? He doubted she would fail to notice his presence upon reaching this point. Yu Chun found himself compelled to knock on the door. When Xiao opened it, he stated, "I have come to retrieve the jade pendant left behind by the prince." Yanhao, adjusting his formal attire, adorned himself with the jade pendant. Observing his prince, Yu Chun felt an overwhelming sense of difficulty, unsure whether to divulge the information he had received. "What troubles you? Have you consumed something indigestible?" Yanhao inquired, perplexed by Yu Chun's expression of distress. Yu Chun felt dejected. Was he not being kind? Why must he be subjected to such mockery? "Your Highness, Miss Lin is aware of your feigned intoxication from last night," Yu Chun candidly revealed, feeling a sense of satisfaction in turning the tables. "I see," Yanhao responded, surprisingly unfazed. "That I never intended to deceive Mei Er. My actions were merely a means to gauge her response." "Gauge?" Yu Chun exclaimed, taken aback by his prince's audacity. "As long as Mei Er does not expose me on the spot, it indicates that she does not find my affectionate gestures unwelcome," Yanhao explained with a cheerful demeanor. "What significance does that hold?" Yu Chun questioned, perplexed. "What do you understand? This way, I shall no longer need to pretend to be intoxicated to embrace Mei Er," Yanhao declared triumphantly. Yu Chun stared blankly at his prince.